Chapter 951 Birthday Banquet. Early in the morning of the next day, the outer courtyard of Xianyu Cave became lively. Everyone looked jubilant. Many powerful demon kings came to celebrate the birthday of Madame Xianyu. Some small demons could only leave their gifts and names, and they were not even qualified to go in and have a cup of tea. Hey, another player? Song Jian was sitting in a stone pavilion, just in time to see the gate of the outer courtyard. This was the time to gain more knowledge. Song Jian also wanted to see how many powerful beings there were on this land belonging to the Jiuli demon clan. In his eyes, the Jiuli clan was just a special NPC. Although it was far away from the city of Doomsday, it did not prevent the opportunity to deal with them in the future. The Longfang Demon King wishes Madame Xianyu a happy birthday and presents her with a gift of a 9-star crab apple and a meteorite weighing 13 pounds and 6 ounces. The Giant Elephant Demon King wishes Madame Xianyu a happy birthday and presents her with a bright moon jade and a third-grade golden lotus. Song Jian was speechless after listening for a long time. The birthday gifts from these demon kings were only some green and blue quality materials. If they were placed in the auction house of Doomsday City, they would probably be worth tens of thousands of Doomsday coins. Isn't this a bit too shabby? Song Jian shook his head slightly. Monster Alliance. Leader Wang Yuetu wishes Madame Xianyu a happy birthday and presents her with a gift of a 9-winged glazed borer and a dark gold weapon. Madame Xianyu has ordered that Wang Yuetu be invited to take a seat in front of the leader's hall. Wang Yuetu? Player? Song Jian was stunned. Soon, he saw a girl in her 20s, followed by 2 men, walking towards the banquet hall under the guidance of the servants. These 3 people had obvious traces of beasts, either ears or eyes, which were different from ordinary humans. Other monsters were just humanoid and could stand and walk, while the players only had 2 or 3 traces of beasts, which was very different from ordinary NPCs. But these were just ordinary monster NPCs. Those powerful monsters were almost the same as humans in appearance. Soon, a large group of monster kings came to celebrate the birthday. These monster kings were all powerful monster kings. The birthday gifts they gave were much more precious than those of the previous monster kings, but they did not exceed the value of Wang Yuetu's birthday gift. Song Jian, why are you here? I've been looking for you everywhere. Lan Ling's voice came from a distance. Turning his head, he saw Lan Ling running towards him. Hurry up. Hurry up. The birthday banquet is about to start. I'll take you to have a big meal. Ha ha. As he said that, Lan Ling pulled Song Jian and walked towards the birthday banquet hall. At this time, the birthday banquet hall was already full of demon kings. Most of these demon kings were over level 50 and had first level combat strength. But there were also 2 or 3 demon kings whose auras had exceeded the first level combat strength and had second level combat strength. All of these demon kings sat at the front of the hall. The 3 players from the Monster Alliance also sat at the front. But they did not rely on their strength, but on their financial resources. A dark gold weapon made them stand out from the crowd. Lan Ling pulled Song Jian and sat at the front of the hall, even ahead of several monster kings with second-level combat power. This scene caught the attention of almost all monster kings. The leader of the Monster Alliance, Wang Yuetu, looked at Song Jian with burning eyes, his face full of interest. Humph. You little monsters are actually sitting side by side with this monster king. Aren't you afraid that after the birthday banquet, this monster king will cause trouble for you guys? At this time, a monster king with a single horn on his head, sitting next to Wang Yuetu's table, looked at Wang Yuetu and the other 2 with indignation on his face. My lord Monster King, we have presented a dark gold weapon to Madame Xianyu. This is a treasure that our alliance obtained after more than a dozen people died. Wang Yuetu smiled and bowed. Look at the human above. He didn't pay a penny and sat on a high position. Isn't the Monster King angry? If the Monster King can stand up for the injustice at this time, he will definitely become famous among the Monster Kings and his reputation will rise greatly. Even Madame Xian, you will probably look favorably upon the Monster King. This one-horned Monster King is a simple-minded person with strong limbs. With just a few words from Wang Yuetu, it transferred its hatred to Song Jian. The other demon kings were angry when they saw Song Jian sitting in the front row. But they all knew Lan Ling. And because of Lan Ling's face, no demon king stood up to object. At this moment, the one-horned demon king stood up suddenly, pointed at Song Jian and shouted, Hey, human boy. What qualifications do you have to sit in the upper seat, above all the demon kings? Many demon kings saw that someone had taken the lead. And they all smiled, kept silent, and sat aside to watch the show. Song Jian was stunned and looked at the one-horned demon king. The demon king was burly and angry, pointing at himself as if he had suffered a great humiliation. Song Jian didn't say anything, but just looked around and saw Wang Yuetu and the others beside the one-horned demon king. These players also looked at him with a smile on their faces, as if they really wanted to make a fool of themselves. Is this the human that Wang Xiaohu mentioned? Wang Yuetu asked in a low voice, looking at his relationship with the third princess of Xianyu Cave. I'm afraid it's him. The young man with a pair of eagle eyes behind him whispered, looking at Song Jian with envy and jealousy, and said, this guy is also very clever. And he actually got in touch with the third princess of Xianyu Cave. If we also have such means as him, the Monster Alliance might have built a city long ago. Humph. You're always thinking about good things. In the game, the winner is the king, and strong strength is the foundation. Isn't it more embarrassing for him to be like this now? Said a man next to him with a disdainful expression. Lan Ling, who was next to him, was so angry that she trembled all over when she saw the one-horned demon king saying this about Song Jian. She pointed at the one-horned demon king and shouted loudly, you ugly bastard. How dare you say this about my friend? What qualifications do you have to sit here? Come on. Beat this rude man out for this princess. All the demon kings were stunned. They didn't expect that this human's position in Lan Ling's mind was so important. The one-horned demon king was also dumbfounded. At this time, he realized that he seemed to be used as a gun again. Several servants walked into the hall quickly, and were about to drag the one-horned demon king down, but heard a shout, go down. You ignorant fellow. How can you treat the guests of Xianyu Cave like this? Mrs. Xianyu walked forward gracefully, waved her hand to drive the servants away, glared at Lan Ling fiercely, then turned her eyes to Song Jian, and said with a smile, I also want to know, what kind of birthday gift did Lan Ling's friend give me for my birthday? Chapter 952 Birthday Gift. Lan Ling was shocked to see her mother coming out early. She ran to Madame Xianyu, supported her arm, and said coquettishly, Mother, it was that ugly guy who was rude to my friend first. How can you help an outsider? Oh, so he is not an outsider? Madame Xian, you looked at Song Jian expressionlessly, and said softly. Lan Ling blushed immediately. Her lips moved slightly, but she didn't say a word. Why? Boy, how long are you going to hide behind my daughter? Madame Xianyu raised her eyebrows, and stared at Song Jian and asked. Song Jian stood up, smiled slightly, took out a gift list from his arms, and said, this is the birthday gift that I prepared for Madam. Mother. He used a three-legged flame crow beast's battle pet egg to celebrate your birthday. That three-legged flame crow beast is a flying mount, exactly the same as the ancient mythical beast three-legged golden crow. This is a treasure that he obtained by killing the flame crow beast himself. Lan Ling said with a beaming face. Flame crow beast. Flying mount? Madame Xianyu was stunned, then thought of something, patted Lan Ling lightly, and said angrily, after all this time? You want a flying mount? Didn't you say before that you don't want any other mounts except the dragon lizard beast? If you had said it earlier, you would have all kinds of flying mounts. And you would have to be a thief? When Lan Ling heard the word house thief, her face suddenly became even redder. Madame Xianyu glanced at the maid beside her, and the maid immediately stepped forward, took it, and handed it to Madame Xianyu. Madame Xianyu smiled and said, give it to the housekeeper. Let the housekeeper read it, and see how much weight Lan Ling has in the mind of this human friend that Lan Ling has found. Lan Ling's face changed. Madame Xianyu's words linked the birthday gift presented by Song Jian with the status of Lan Ling in his mind. If Song Jian really only took a flame crow beast egg as a gift, although it was more precious than most people, it still seemed a bit thin, which meant that Lan Ling's status in Song Jian's mind was not high, which would invisibly embarrass Song Jian. Mother! This... Lan Ling was about to speak when a young woman with 3 tails walked in. Fox Lady. Read it. Madame Xianyu said expressionlessly. Fox Lady made an apologetic expression to Lan Ling, then glanced at Song Jian, took the gift list handed over by the maid, opened it, and read aloud, 100 pounds of command-level abyss dragon bones. After saying that, Fox Lady looked at Song Jian in surprise, and the other demon kings present immediately whispered about it. And many demon kings showed unbelievable expressions on their faces. You know, Most of the Demon Kings present are only as strong as the 40th or 50th level Lord level boss. At most the peak of the first level combat power. For most of them, the command level Abyss Dragon is absolutely an unmatched existence. If it was just 1 or 2 bones, it could be said that the other party was lucky and picked them up. But 100 kilograms? This was obviously the spoils obtained by Song Jian himself after hunting. You know, the command level Abyss Dragon bones, whether it is for refining potions or forging, are absolutely precious materials. Although it is only dark gold quality, in the eyes of many people, it is no different from epic level materials. Priceless, and absolutely out of stock on the market. Even Madame Xian Yu's face changed when she heard it. Although she didn't take the dragon bones seriously, this gift alone was more than what more than 90% of the Demon King's present gave. Keep reading. Madame Xian Yu looked unhappy, and said after glancing at the fox lady. Yes. Yes. Madam. Madam looked at the gift list, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. After looking at Song Jian with fearful eyes, she continued to read. 2 holy stones of light. 3 4-winged angel wings. The gifts on the gift list are getting more and more precious. Dark gold materials are only the lowest grade, and many of the materials at the end are actually epic materials. Most of these materials are spoils of war obtained by Song Jian from those command level bosses. These materials are not available to players for the time being. Although they are extremely valuable, they are not so precious to Song Jian now. If he wants them in the future, he can just brush the dungeon a few more times. But for the Demon King's present, this birthday gift was simply a naked show of force. All of these materials were from the command level boss, and there were a lot of them. They were obviously spoils of war after killing the boss. If Song Jian was able to kill so many command level bosses alone, then even if his strength was not as good as those Demon Kings with second level combat power, he was much stronger than most other Demon Kings. Mrs. Xian Yu also thought of this and frowned. This guy seemed to be showing off his force? But soon, her expression calmed down a lot, and the gifts at the end of the gift list all turned into some herbs. 10 pieces of Tsuebao bamboo leaves. After reading all the gifts, the fox lady slowly closed the gift list and handed it to the maid. After bowing to Madame Xian Yu and Lan Ling, she backed away and slowly left the hall. All the Demon Kings present were silent, and even the powerful Demon Kings with second level combat power looked at Song Jian with a cautious look. Song Jian? What kind of treasure is Tsuebao bamboo leaves? Lan Ling couldn't help but ask curiously. It is also a kind of medicine refining material. But even if you take it directly, it can increase your vitality. Song Jian took out a piece of Tsuebao bamboo leaves from the parcel column, handed it to Lan Ling, and said with a smile, if the green bamboo leaf is refined into qi and blood pills, it can increase the physical attributes, but if it is taken directly, it can increase the upper limit of qi and blood. The green bamboo leaf, like a jade carving, shines brightly in Lan Ling's hands. It is simply a work of art. Increase life value? All the Demon King's eyes were attracted by the green bamboo leaf. In their eyes, it was simply a rare treasure in the world. Some Demon Kings even showed greed in their eyes. Oh, so precious? Lan Ling was startled, and quickly handed the green bamboo leaf in her hand back to Song Jian and said, hurry up and keep it. Don't lose it. Song Jian smiled and said, this piece is for you. Take it and play with it. Lan Ling was stunned. Then she smiled brightly, nodded, and stuffed the bamboo leaf directly into her mouth. The whole bamboo leaf turned into a stream and entered Lan Ling's stomach. When Madame Xian Yu tried to stop her, Lan Ling had already swallowed the bamboo leaf into her stomach. She could only shake her head secretly in her heart. This girl didn't have the slightest defense against this human boy. This was not a good sign. Ah, my upper limit of health value has really increased by 100 points. Lan Ling said happily. 100 points? Song Jian was stunned, and couldn't help but say in his heart, another European emperor. Chapter 953, Feast of Gluttony. If the green treasure bamboo leaf is used directly, the increase in health points is random, and the maximum can only be increased by 100 points. Song Jian has taken it several times, and only once reached 100 points. The health points gained in the other times were not high. One person can only eat 5 pieces of this bamboo leaf. If you take more, it will not be good. Not only will it not increase the health points, but it will also poison you. Song Jian said, treasure. Treasure. It is really a good treasure. Several demon kings sitting in the front row exclaimed with envy. After hearing the contents of Song Jian's gift list, Madame Xianyu's face finally looked better. After glancing at Song Jian, she suddenly asked, "Didn't you say before that there was an egg of the flame crow beast? Why didn't I hear this on the gift list? Mother, people have given you so many treasures. Why are you still not satisfied?" Lan Ling stamped her feet and said, "Madame Xianyu, if this silly girl stays with this human for a while, I'm afraid she won't even recognize me as her mother." "Madam, you are joking. The flame crow beast egg was originally obtained by Lan Ling and I when we killed a lord-level boss. The three-legged flame crow beast." Song Jian laughed and said, "This was originally Lan Ling's thing. How can I take her things as a birthday gift?" As he said, Song Jian took out an exquisite wooden box from the parcel column and handed it to Lan Ling. Mine? Lan Ling looked puzzled and subconsciously took the wooden box. But soon she seemed to think of something and quickly returned the wooden box and said, "This is your trophy. You killed the flame crow beast alone. I have already got its tail feathers. How can I want this pet egg?" "A gift for you," Song Jian said with a smile. Lan Ling was stunned. Then her cheeks flushed. She held the wooden box and looked at Song Jian, then turned and walked towards the inner house. Looking at Lan Ling's back, Madame Xianyu sighed in her heart, nodded slightly at Song Jian, and smiled. "This time it's really expensive." "As you should." Song Jian smiled and bowed slightly, then returned to his seat. Madame Xianyu had already accepted Song Jian's current seat, and no one stood up to object. The birthday banquet was held as scheduled. Soon, servants brought wine and food to each seat. Song Jian realized at this time why so many demon kings were dissatisfied with him sitting here before. It turned out that the quality of these wine and food was related to the seat. The closer the seat was to Madame Xianyu, the better the wine and food were served. Song Jian and the 2 or 3 demon kings with second-level combat power actually shared the same quality wine and food. The demon king behind is 1 level lower. In the future, the lower the level of the food and wine, the more ordinary food and wine they will be. This is food that can permanently increase the agility attribute, and drinks that can permanently increase the spiritual limit. Song Jian was stunned when he saw the food and wine in front of him. These dishes are much more precious than the green bamboo leaves, and each person is limited to 1 portion. If you eat more, it will not produce any effect. After eating this table of food and wine, Song Jian has increased his attribute value by more than 10 points. Wang Yuetu and the other 2 looked at Song Jian feasting, and their eyes were almost bleeding with envy. Damn it. A dark gold weapon, and 3 dishes that increased the strength attribute by 1 point. What a loss. The young man next to Wang Yuetu whispered. If you don't eat it for me, then a little bit of strength attribute is not an attribute. A man next to him said with dissatisfaction, "Don't treat bean buns as dry food." Who said I won't eat? The boy quickly shoveled the dish in front of him into his mouth. Look at him. This birthday banquet can probably increase his attribute value by at least a dozen points. It's really a big profit? Wang Yuetu whispered. He also took a lot of things. So many materials for the command level boss. And so many precious herbs and treasures. By the way, do you know what a command level boss is? Why have I never encountered a boss of this grade? Who knows? I guess he's about the same strength as those big demon kings. The demon kings next to us are at most as strong as Lord level boss. By the way, do you think he still has some emerald bamboo leaves? That's a good thing that can directly increase health points. A person can take 5 pieces, even if it can only increase the minimum of 30 points. 5 pieces can increase the health points by 150 points. The young man whispered, seeing that he took out so much. There should be a lot of stock. Let's try to see if we can't buy some from him later. Just now we provoked a demon king to go against him. Will he bear a grudge? Humph. He shouldn't have noticed our actions. Wang Yuetu narrowed her eyes and whispered. You two should leave the table early and gather the brothers in the alliance. If he is willing to sell it to us, it's fine. If not, humph. Let him know that this is the territory of the demon tribe. He, a human, came here to compete with us for benefits. He must pay a price. Big sister, that guy is so powerful. Can we beat him? The man next to him hesitated. Can't beat him? We have more than 100 people, and he can be killed by stacking. How can we not beat him? Wang Yuetu glared and said. Besides, we don't need to fight him. So many people standing in front of him will scare him to death. Do we still need to fight? Big sister is right. Even if he is powerful. We have more people, and this is our demon clan's territory. How can we let a human being be so arrogant here? The banquet lasted from morning to evening. Song Jian was very satisfied with the meal. Although not every dish could increase attribute value. These dishes tasted very good, and were all delicacies that could not be eaten outside. Song Jian was very satisfied with the meal. All attribute values increased a little, which was equivalent to gaining 17 or 18 attribute points, which was considered to be a return on investment. Just then, several waiters brought up a food similar to a roasted whole lamb and placed it in front of Song Jian's table. Yushio Gluttonous Feast, Rare Treasure. Food. Effect. Eating this item will gain a lot of combat experience. What kind of food is this? Song Jian looked at the food in front of him that exuded a faint fragrance, and couldn't help but look up and look around. Ha! This is a food unique to Xianyu Cave. This demon king came here for this gluttonous feast, and it really didn't disappoint me. A demon king with the peak strength of the second level laughed loudly, grabbed the lamb-sized food, put it in his mouth, and tore it apart. This dish looks very precious. There are nearly 100 people at the banquet, but only 3 or 4 guests can eat this dish. Chapter 954 Leaving. Song Jian was curious and tried to cut a piece and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, a fragrance came out of his mouth. He couldn't tell what ingredients were used to roast it. He just felt that his mouth was full of oil and tasted excellent. System. You have eaten Yushio Tao I Feast and gained 36,000 combat experience points. 36,000 combat experience points? Just this one bite. And you get 36,000 combat experience points? Song Jian was shocked and couldn't help but take another bite and put it into his stomach. This time, a ray of upgrade light bloomed from Song Jian's body, and the combat experience that was almost full was directly upgraded to the maximum. And it was upgraded by 1 level. Level 42. Song Jian thought to himself. However, he had already gained a lot of combat experience. Even if he hadn't eaten the gluttonous feast, he could have upgraded 1 level in 1 or 2 days at most. There are still so many. I wonder how much more I can upgrade. Song Jian looked at the gluttonous feast that almost occupied the entire table, and his face showed excitement. You know, after reaching level 40, the combat experience required for each upgrade is geometrically increased compared to before. He didn't know how much combat experience this Yushio Gluttonous Feast mentioned was. The upgrade light on Song Jian's body stunned Wang Yuetu and the other 2. The 3 of them were not qualified to enjoy the Yushio Gluttonous Feast, but from the envious conversation of the demon king next to them, they also learned about the effect of eating the Yushio Gluttonous Feast. Why does he always encounter good things? The Gluttonous Feast. That's the Gluttonous Feast. Only the most distinguished guests of Xianyu Cave are qualified to enjoy the Gluttonous Feast, which can make an ordinary person ascend to heaven in 1 step. How many levels can he reach? Will he reach level 50 directly? Wang Yuet asked with a trembling voice. No. It shouldn't be. Isn't it said that after level 40? Each level up requires a lot of combat experience. No matter how powerful the Gluttonous Feast is, it is impossible. Fuck. It has reached another level. Did you see the golden light of the upgrade? Although he was already full, Song Jian still kept biting and swallowing. Every bite of meat was a lot of combat experience, which made him feel like he couldn't stop eating. So full. Song Jian ate most of it, and his level had already risen to level 45. He felt like he couldn't eat the rest. Song Jian directly used the 4 additional skill points on Sword Shadow Clone, Withered Blue Dragon Sword Body, Sword Controlling Technique, and Xianyu Liuwang Sword. He couldn't upgrade the legendary Moon Shattering Light Slash skill he had just acquired immediately because his proficiency had not been fully practiced yet, so he could only leave it for the next upgrade. This is simply a kind of happy pain. Song Jian took another bite with difficulty and gained more than 40,000 combat experience points. Looking at the gluttonous feast with 1 hind leg left, Song Jian decided to rest for a while before eating. This human brother. Since you can't eat the remaining gluttonous feast, then our monster alliance is willing to offer 10,000 Doomsday coins to buy the remaining gluttonous feast. What do you think? At this time, Wang Yuetu suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. 10,000 Doomsday coins? Song Jian was stunned and looked up at Wang Yuetu. You know, although there is only 1 hind leg left, according to Song Jian's experience, this hind leg can provide at least tens of millions of experience points. Although it can't let him upgrade a level, for a player in his 30s, it can at least upgrade several levels. Maybe it was because Song Jian's level was too high that Wang Yuetu misjudged and thought that the remaining leg would not provide much experience points. Maybe Wang Yuetu just wanted to get something for nothing. So she offered a price of 10,000 Doomsday coins. After Song Jian took a look at her, he immediately lost interest in these players born in the demon tribe. The levels of these three people were too low. Not even level 35, which was lower than the average level of the players in the Doomsday City. If they were in the Doomsday City, these players might not even be qualified to meet Song Jian. Song Jian didn't even bother to pay attention to them. He just waved at them and rejected Wang Yuetu's proposal. Many demon kings who knew the value of the gluttonous feast looked at Wang Yuetu and his companions with amusement. And some even laughed at them without any scruples, madly mocking Wang Yuetu's plan to use 10,000 Doomsday coins to buy a hind leg of the gluttonous feast. Are you from the barbarian pig clan? You actually plan to use 10,000 Doomsday coins to buy the hind leg he left behind? The one-horned demon king mocked unceremoniously. Even if it's just one hind leg, it can make a newly born little demon improve to a strength that is not weaker than yours. How could that person sell it to you? What? A newly born little demon improve my current strength? Wang Yuetu's originally somewhat angry mood suddenly turned into surprise. She secretly calculated in her heart. That is to say, just one hind leg can make her improve 7 or 8 levels now. Directly breaking through level 40? He ate almost a whole head. But why did he only improve by 4 levels? Wang Yuetu asked in surprise. He is close to the Great Demon King, so of course his improvement is slow. The one-horned demon king shook his head and said, but in terms of strength, he may be comparable to the Great Demon King. Otherwise the Pingshan Demon King and others would not be willing to let this human be on an equal footing with them, no matter how precious the birthday gift he offered was. Wang Yuetu and the other two fell silent, and could only watch Song Jian with a painful look on his face, eating the gluttonous feast mouthful by mouthful with difficulty. What kind of creature is this? Even its bones are all brittle. It's amazing. If only I knew where it was caught. Song Jian thought to himself. This gluttonous feast can not only provide a lot of combat experience, but also tastes extremely delicious. The cooking method is one aspect, but more importantly, the ingredients. This little beast itself is extremely precious. Without it, even if there are better cooking methods, there is no way to make a gluttonous feast. Since it is called a gluttonous feast, it can't really be a gluttonous cub, right? Song Jian suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, but soon smiled and shook his head. How is it possible? The gluttonous beast is an ancient mythical beast. Even if it is a cub, it is impossible to kill it so wantonly. At most, it just has a trace of the gluttonous beast's thin bloodline. Soon, the birthday banquet was over. Song Jian wanted to return to the small courtyard where he lived yesterday, but was stopped by the fox lady. Sir, I'm really sorry. Madam Xian Yu has ordered that since the birthday banquet is over, it is not convenient for Xian Yu Cave to let you stay overnight. Sir, please leave as soon as possible, the fox lady said cautiously. Chapter 955 Drunk. Looking at the respectful fox lady in front of him, Song Jian smiled bitterly, nodded, glanced at the gate of Xian Yu Cave, and took out a golden teleportation scroll from the parcel column. This is the highest quality return scroll, as long as the spatial coordinates are marked at the beginning. No matter where you are, using this return scroll will instantly return to the place where the spatial coordinates were marked before. This is a technology that is more powerful than the teleportation array. No one in the Hope City Alliance can master it now. So this return scroll was purchased by Song Jian from the auction house at a high price. Song Jian was about to use the return scroll, but found that the return scroll could not be used, and the system gave a prompt. System, there is a closed barrier in this area, and you cannot use teleportation skills and items. Closed barrier? Song Jian was stunned and looked at the fox lady. The fox lady said apologetically, sorry, my dear. The area within 100 miles of Xian Yu Cave has been set up by the lady, and you cannot use teleportation and teleportation skills and items. You could only use this item in your hand after you leave Xian Yu Cave for 100 miles on foot. 100 miles? Okay. I got it. Song Jian nodded, put away the return scroll, and took advantage of the night to walk away. The fox lady looked at Song Jian's back and breathed a sigh of relief. When she first met him, she didn't feel how powerful Song Jian was, so she attacked Song Jian unscrupulously and cast a charm spell. But when she really knew Song Jian's strength, she never dared to cast a charm spell on Song Jian again. Moreover, with Song Jian's current willpower, her charm spell has no effect at all. In the darkness, several pairs of eyes stared at Song Jian's back. After a whisper, these eyes quickly disappeared, and a few low sounds of breaking through the air were heard in the air. It seems that there are many people who can defeat him? Wang Yuetu walked out of the Xianyu cave with a smile on her face. Big sister, how about letting those monsters test his strength? And we will be the Oriole behind? The younger boy next to him said softly. Okay. Wang Yuetu immediately nodded and said, in any case, the lives of the brothers in the War Alliance are still the most important. If you can avoid fighting him, try not to fight him. We were a little careless at the birthday banquet before. Big sister, that man has a high-quality scroll to return to the city. If he leaves Bailey, I'm afraid we will never find him again. The man in a black robe next to him whispered, I have asked the brothers to ambush at Wanqi Cliff. As long as we cross Wanqi Cliff, we can use the scroll to return to the city. I guess those monsters will also ambush him near Wanqi Cliff. Okay. Then let's go to Wanqi Cliff first and wait for him there. Haha. I want to see if this fierce dragon can be a match for those monsters. Wang Yuetu said with a smile, took out a bone whistle from his arms, and blew it softly. A low and sharp cry sounded. And soon, 3 huge goshawks landed. The 3 people rode on the goshawks and flew towards Wanqi Cliff. After leaving Xianyu Cave, Song Jian walked slowly forward along a road more than 3 meters wide, according to the guidance of the fox girl. As long as he followed this road and walked out of a canyon called Wanqi Cliff, he could use the teleportation scroll. Song Jian had nothing to do at this time, and he had eaten too much at the birthday banquet just now, so it was a good opportunity to walk all the way to digest the food. After walking for a while, Song Jian suddenly felt a little dizzy and his body became hot. Before, at the birthday banquet, he only ate those foods that could increase attribute values, and would only eat 1 or 2 chopsticks of other foods if they tasted good. There was a pot of Xianyu Sanju, which could directly increase the spirit value by 3 points after drinking. Song Jian drank the pot of wine in one breath. He didn't feel it at the time, but now the alcohol was rising, and Song Jian's steps became a little staggering. Huh? It's just a pot of wine to entertain everyone, but it's so domineering. Isn't the pot of Baizhen wine that Lan Ling gave me more powerful? Song Jian staggered, opened the package column and took a look at the small gourd, thinking in his heart, it only increases the spirit value recovery speed by 100%. The attribute is average. Why is it more precious than the wine that increases the upper limit of the spirit value by 3 points? Song Jian was a little puzzled, not knowing why the grade of Baizhen wine was higher than Xianyu Sanju. No! Song Jian suddenly had an idea, and a clear look appeared in his eyes. This Baizhen wine only said to increase the speed of mental recovery by 100%. But there is no time limit. Maybe it can permanently increase the speed of mental recovery by 100%? Thinking of this, Song Jian sobered up immediately. If this is true, then his biggest gain this time may not be the gluttonous feast, but the gourd of Baizhen wine that Lan Ling gave him, which was originally for him to return to the guardian of Luolanzi library. Thinking of this, Song Jian directly took out the gourd, opened the lid and sniffed it gently. Suddenly, a strong aroma of wine came out, making his mouth full of saliva. Good wine. Good wine. Song Jian's face suddenly showed a smile of surprise. This was probably the best wine he had ever drunk. The gourd was not big. Song Jian drank the Baizhen wine in it in one gulp. As soon as it entered his mouth, the Baizhen wine, which was full of rich wine aroma, turned into a stream of fire and entered his stomach along his throat. Song Jian suddenly felt that his whole body was like being ignited by fire. From inside to outside, he exuded waves of heat. There seemed to be white gas emanating from 36,000 pores. The whole person seemed to be in a steamer. For a moment, Song Jian felt dizzy and staggered a few steps. He tripped and fell to the ground. He used the last bit of reason to let himself enter the broken kingdom of God. After that, he knew nothing. Several demon kings followed Song Jian all the way. They were too close to Xianyu Cave. They were afraid that they would alert the people in Xianyu Cave if they took action. Therefore, they prepared to follow Song Jian to Wanqi Cliff before taking action. Hey, where is the person? A demon king with a green face and fangs and a single horn on his head rubbed his eyes hard. It was the one-horned demon king who sat next to Wang Yuetu before. What's wrong? One-horned? Another demon king asked softly, is that kid drunk? I saw him drink a whole pot of Xianyu Sanji before. Humph. He drank a whole pot in one breath. Isn't he afraid of being drunk to death? Damn. That kid is gone. He disappeared suddenly. Look around quickly. Has he found us? Don't let that guy run away. That's a big gold mine. Several demon kings watched Song Jian suddenly disappear in front of him. And they panicked and began to search everywhere. In the broken kingdom of God, Song Jian was lying on a piece of grass, snoring. The originally desolate land was full of gullies. But after Song Jian killed several command-level bosses and many lord-level and elite-level bosses, their soul power began to slowly repair the broken kingdom of God. At this time, the grass where Song Jian was lying was a small piece of grass that had just revived. Around this grass, there were large pieces of desolate Gobi gravel beaches. At this time, a translucent girl appeared out of thin air and walked gently to Song Jian's side. Silently, she stared at the sleeping Song Jian expressionlessly, as if she was looking at something very interesting. Staring intently. Motionless. Chapter 956 Real Difficulty. After an unknown amount of time, Song Jian slowly opened his eyes. In the broken kingdom of God, many laws were already missing, and he could not feel the passage of time at all. The girl in white, who had been staring at him, had disappeared. Song Jian sat up and rubbed his head. Huh? I drank too much. It seems that I slept for a long time. Song Jian shook his head. After drinking so much, he did not feel any headache after waking up, and he could immediately recall what happened before he was drunk. At this time, Song Jian did not feel any discomfort, but felt refreshed after a good sleep. Looking around, the mountains, lakes, and dry land, the surrounding environment seems to be recovering little by little. The speed is very slow, but there are still obvious changes. At least the mountains in the distance have some green, and the originally dry lake has also seen some water marks, although it looks like a small ditch. It is always a good change. I need more soul power. It would be better if I have divine power, but unfortunately, such things are not available to me for the time being. Song Jian sighed. His mind moved, and his figure slowly disappeared, leaving the kingdom of God. From the beginning to the end, he didn't know that in this kingdom of God, besides him, there was another girl. A flash of white light appeared, and Song Jian's figure reappeared on the stone road not far from Wanshi Cliff. This road seemed to be specially built by Xianyu Cave, using large rock slabs, and there seemed to be a formation on it to protect these slabs from damage. Farther away, on a cliff, there was a naturally formed rhinoceros head-shaped boulder. That was Wanshi Cliff. And below was a canyon, about 100 meters long, following the stone road through the canyon, leaving Wanshi Cliff. You can use the return scroll. I remember that there seemed to be someone following me before, and it seemed that they wanted to harm me. Song Jian rubbed his eyebrows and said secretly. However, it seems that because he entered the kingdom of God before he got drunk, a day and a night had passed when he woke up. Those people probably thought he had left long ago and dispersed. After crossing Wanshi Cliff, Song Jian took out the scroll to return to the city, and was about to tear it open when he suddenly thought of something, and looked at a level 45 wolf rhino monster not far away. Xianyu Liuguang's sword. Song Jian's figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, flying towards the wolf rhino monster. The sky-breaking sword easily tore through the opponent's defense. In an instant, 9 consecutive sword shadows were like lightning on the wolf rhino monster. The speed of the Liuguang sword was extremely fast. By the time the wolf rhino monster reacted, the sword moves had been released. The wolf rhino monster fell from the air, feeling severe pain all over. Just as it was about to roar, a white sword light flashed in front of its eyes, and its sight flew up immediately. Song Jian wielded the sky-breaking sword and directly chopped off the head of the wolf rhino monster. System, you killed a level 45 common monster, the wolf rhino monster, and gained 5,400 combat experience points. The level 45 Lang Rhino monster dropped a green quality gauntlet. Song Jian did not even look at it, but opened his attribute column and checked it carefully. After a while, Song Jian showed a bright smile on his face and laughed loudly, seeming to be very happy. Tearing open the return scroll, Song Jian's figure turned into a golden light and soared into the sky. The surroundings returned to the previous tranquility. After a long time, A level 30 monster player passed by here. Seeing the slowly burning body of the Lang Rhino monster, and the green equipment that dropped, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he rushed over quickly. When he picked up the level 40 green gauntlet, he immediately laughed happily. He made a fortune. Looking around, the player immediately put the gauntlet into the parcel column and ran away. Back to the City of Hope. Song Jian stood on the highest floor of the manor castle, and looked at the huge black pyramid in the distance. 2 rounds of territorial expansion battles have passed. It is because of this largest Abyss Shadow dungeon that the City of Hope Alliance has difficulty in continuing to expand. I don't know if I can kill the Abyss Shadow boss of the real difficulty with the moon-shattering light slash. Song Jian speculated in his heart. He has never tried the real difficulty. If he relies on the Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art alone, it may be difficult to pass this difficult dungeon. But now, he has mastered a legendary sword skill. Although there are significant side effects, the impact of this side effect in the dungeon will be minimized. And even if it is not in the dungeon, as long as Song Jian can enter the Broken Kingdom of God at any time, this side effect is almost non-existent. I can't delay any longer. I'll give it a try today. Song Jian made up his mind. It just so happened that his condition had recovered to its best. Now he could go and see the real difficulty of the Abyss Shadow dungeon. Without notifying anyone, Song Jian walked towards the largest Abyss Shadow dungeon alone. This was a dungeon for 40 people. Many people were gathering their companions at the entrance of the dungeon. A dungeon for 40 people, even if it was just a simple difficulty or a normal difficulty, could drop a lot of good quality equipment. If it weren't for the CD, I'm afraid many people would keep playing these difficulties. Hey, City Lord. Someone recognized Song Jian. Turning his head, he saw that it was the elite group of the City of Hope. You know, with the current scale of the City of Hope, the elite group has already formed 10 groups. But the one with the highest level, the best equipment, and the strongest strength is still the elite group 1 in front of him. Are you going to continue to challenge the difficulty? Song Jian asked. The elite group 1 had been stuck at the 3rd boss of the difficulty before. After Song Jian cleared the level, he told the War Alliance all the information about the boss in the entire dungeon, which made the elite group 1 open up the wasteland much faster. City Lord, we have reached the last boss. The War Alliance member, who recognized Song Jian, seemed very excited and said quickly. The last boss? That's a commanding boss. You have to be careful. Its 3rd stage transformation is not easy to deal with. It's all range attacks. There's no place to hide. You can only resist. Song Jian frowned and said. When Song Jian killed the last boss of the difficulty before, he also used all his means, and was killed by the dragon once, triggering the passive skill of the enemy of death. Finally, he was lucky enough to kill it. Leader, don't worry. The attack range of this boss is only a 120-degree fan-shaped area. As long as the T holds it steady, we can attack from the back, said the team member. Song Jian was stunned, and recalled that the dragon's attack was indeed only from the front. If someone attacked it from the back, all the damage could be avoided. This is the difference between hunting alone and hunting with a group of people. One person can only resist. But if it is a team, they can cooperate with each other and find various ways to kill the boss. Okay. I wish you success. Song Jian smiled. If the elite group can pass the difficulty dungeon, then it won't be long before they try the real difficulty dungeon. Chapter 957, the 3rd stage. Song Jian stepped into the dungeon. Since he had already cleared the difficulty, he could directly choose the real difficulty. After Song Jian chose the real difficulty, a blood-red teleportation light gate appeared in front of him. This was different from the teleportation gates of other difficulties, and looked more real. After Song Jian entered the teleportation light gate, all other players in the dungeon received a system prompt at the same time. System, the real difficulty dungeon is open, and all other dungeon mirrors will be closed. All players in the Abyss Shadow dungeon are requested to leave the dungeon in 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, all players who are still in the dungeon will be forced to teleport out of the dungeon. This message will be refreshed every 5 seconds, and the remaining time will be reduced accordingly. Some players who were about to choose the difficulty to enter the dungeon found that all the difficulties of the Abyss Shadow dungeon turned gray and showed that they could not enter. 30 seconds later, a large number of players suddenly appeared in front of the Black Pyramid. These were all teams that were forced to teleport out of the dungeon halfway through the dungeon. Damn it. Give me 3 more minutes. The fifth boss will be defeated. A player shouted in frustration. It's a close call. It's a close call. This boss actually has a violent skill. Fortunately, it was teleported out. Otherwise, the MT would have fallen in 5 seconds at most. There were also players who said with fear on their faces, looking at their companions with eyes full of deep relief. The players of the elite group of City of Hope all looked at each other in surprise. Although they did not speak, everyone was shouting in their hearts, "The City Lord is challenging the real difficulty dungeon." Soon, Wang Qi and several other high-level players of City of Hope got the news and rushed to the dungeon one by one. Looking at the huge black pyramid, Wang Qi thought for a moment and then ordered, "Be prepared for the battle of territorial expansion. Once the City Lord successfully passes the level, we will start it immediately. Now we only need this obstacle. Kill it, and the entire Doomsday City will be ours." A player next to him slammed his left palm with his fist, wishing that he was the one who was conquering the real difficulty dungeon. The City Lord will not let us down. He will not do anything he is not sure of. In more than half a month, his strength must have improved by leaps and bounds. Wang Qi said with confidence. "Deputy City Lord, haven't you paid attention to the level list? The City Lord's level has soared to level 45. A player reminded. "What? Level 45? Wang Qi was shocked. He knew that Song Jian's previous level was only level 41. In just a few days, he actually jumped several levels. There are already players at level 40 in the Hope City Alliance. This also lets everyone know that after level 40, every level increase requires a huge amount of combat experience. It can be said that the total combat experience from level 1 to level 39 is not as much as the increase from level 40 to level 41. How did he do it?" Wang Qi muttered to himself, staring at the level list motionlessly, not believing his eyes. 10,000 swords. A number of flaming spiritual swords slashed at the two monsters. In a real difficulty dungeon, even if it was just a monster, it was comparable to a Lord-level boss of the same level in the wild. However, for Song Jian, a Lord-level boss could not withstand a single attack of 10,000 swords. After one move, the two huge abyss monsters fell to the ground. They were still more than 10 meters away from Song Jian, and they could not even get close to him. The two monsters dropped 2 pieces of equipment, 1 gold and 1 silver, and 5 or 6 level 40 blue and green materials. This drop rate is much better than many wild bosses of the same level. But Song Jian didn't even look at these loot. Instead, he opened the battle information prompt with an unbelievable look and read it carefully. "It's 10 times the combat experience of monsters of the same level?" Song Jian shouted in surprise. The combat experience gained after the death of monsters in the dungeon will have a certain bonus, but it will be much less when distributed to each person, and most people rarely pay attention to the combat experience gained. But after killing these two monsters, Song Jian suddenly found that his combat experience jumped. With the combat experience, he needed to improve at level 45. The two monsters could not even increase it by a few tenths of a percent. This made Song Jian curious, and he checked it out. As a result, he found that these two monsters actually gave more than 10 times the combat experience of monsters of the same level. You know, this is a 40-person copy, which originally has experience bonuses. And Song Jian is alone. The experience he originally gained was not cheap, and now it has increased tenfold. It's like a bug in the game. After picking up all the spoils, Song Jian walked towards the next monster. Even if it was a copy of the real difficulty, the monsters in it could not withstand the one-hit 10,000 swords technique. As long as the cooling time was over, Song Jian could kill any monster in the copy in seconds. All the way. It was even faster than the last time he cleared the Abyss Demon Shadow of the difficulty. Soon, Song Jian came to the first boss. In the previous difficult dungeon, the first boss was only a Lord-level boss. But now the real difficulty. The strength of the boss. Command level. The first boss. Is it already a command level? Song Jian narrowed his eyes and clenched the sky-breaking sword in his hand. With a thought, the surging sword energy in his body surged up all at once, and more than 1,000 points of sword energy continued to condense on the sky-breaking sword. If the quality of the weapon is slightly lower, it will not be able to withstand such a strong sword intent. Only a long sword of the quality of the sky-breaking sword can allow Song Jian to release all the sword energy. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Technique. 60 long swords flew towards the boss with a whistling sound, and a huge flaming red lotus wrapped the boss tightly. This time, It seems that the tearing feeling of the meridians is much weaker. Song Jian thought to himself. Maybe because he was used to it. Or maybe because Song Jian's physical fitness had improved a little bit. This time he used the 10,000 swords technique with all his strength. But he didn't feel the pain of the meridians tearing like before. The red lotus dissipated, and a long sword appeared out of thin air, slashing at the boss fiercely. Boom! With a loud bang. A critical damage of more than 300,000 floated above the boss's head. But despite this, the boss still had nearly 100,000 health points. The boss, covered with wounds, roared and rushed towards Song Jian. Just as Song Jian grasped the sky-breaking sword and prepared to rush forward, the shadow of the long sword that was about to dissipate actually condensed into a huge palm and pressed down hard on the boss. Is this the third stage change of the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation? Song Jian was stunned and looked unbelievable. You know, the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation only triggered the second stage every time. When the Red Lotus sword was triggered, the enemy was already killed. And the third stage had never been triggered. But now, after the Red Lotus sword failed to kill the boss, the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation actually triggered the third stage of change. Chapter 958 Development. Song Jian didn't know how many stages the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation had. This was the first time he triggered the third stage. It looks like a palm, Song Jian thought to himself. However, just when this faint palm shadow had just condensed, the entire sword formation suddenly flickered a few times and shook slightly. After a while, the entire palm actually collapsed directly, and countless sword energy gushed out, covering an area of more than 10 meters in radius. A series of hundreds of points of damage floated above the boss's head. This amount of damage was nothing for a command-level boss. But for a boss that was already seriously injured, it became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Boom! With a loud bang, the boss's body shattered, and a translucent white shadow floated up from the boss's shattered body and flew directly towards Song Jian. This was the boss's soul. It roared in fear, but could not transmit a single sound. It could only passively fly towards Song Jian, as if there was a strong suction controlling it. There is a command-level boss. This is the fourth one. It seems that if I can pass this dungeon, I can complete most of the mission of the Sword Immortal Road, Song Jian said in his heart, and his mind moved, and his mind entered the broken kingdom of God. At this time, the kingdom of God had begun to drizzle, and the rain fell on the ground, nourishing everything on the earth. Many dry lands also began to slowly recover. The soul energy of the command-level boss was extremely powerful. Every time one was killed, the broken kingdom of God could be restored to its original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a pity. The third stage has appeared, but it has no power, and it can't even take shape. Song Jian shook his head. The palm that condensed the sword array before exuded an aura that was more terrifying than the Red Lotus sword. It was just a pity that perhaps because the level of the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art was too low. Although the third stage of the sword array was triggered, it eventually collapsed. I have to improve the level of the 10,000 Swords art as soon as possible, Song Jian thought to himself. It is already level 5, and it is difficult to improve the proficiency of swordsmanship below gold quality. Even with a gold quality skill book, it can only improve a little proficiency. If you want to quickly improve the level of the 10,000 Swords art, you must consume epic or even legendary skills. But such skills are not only in short supply, but many people have never even heard of them. Such high-quality skills are not available on the market at all. You can only rely on luck to obtain them by hunting boss. Song Jian looked at the items dropped by boss, hoping that this boss could drop 1 or 2 high-quality skill books. But unfortunately, he searched for a long time and found no items that looked like books or scrolls. An epic scale armor. But unfortunately, I can only wear leather armor. Damn it. The swordsman should also be considered a swordsman profession. Why can't I wear scale armor? Song Jian looked at this scale armor with superb attributes and thought in annoyance. Scale armor belongs to the male type, and its defense is much higher than that of leather armor, but not as good as that of plate armor. However, in terms of flexibility, male armor is much higher than that of plate armor. Many melee professions that cannot wear plate armor will choose male armor equipment first. Maybe it's because my damage is too high, and the system doesn't allow me to wear male armor for the sake of balance? Song Jian thought to himself. But with his current attributes and equipment, even many plate armor professionals don't have such high health and defense as him. Not to mention Song Jian's unparalleled attack power. The first boss in the copy did not bring much pressure to Song Jian. There was no need to use the newly acquired moon covering light slash skill. A level 5 10,000 swords are triggered the Red Lotus Fire Sword formation, which could easily kill the first boss. Although the subsequent bosses are stronger than one another, in general, they are still on the same level, and the improvement in strength will not be large. At most, it is the gap between the initial stage of the first level combat power and the peak of the first level combat power. It will never break through the first level combat power to reach the level of the second level combat power. After seeing the strength of the first boss of the real difficulty, Song Jian suddenly felt relieved. He originally just wanted to try the real difficulty dungeon, but now it seems that he has a high probability of clearing this difficult dungeon this time. After all, the CD of this dungeon is too long. If he misses it once, he may have to delay another territorial expansion campaign. At this time, in the closed Sky City, the 8-winged Phantom Angel Duranto was sitting in the newly built City Lord's mansion in the center of the Sky City. Next to him, Shuowen, who has advanced to a 6-winged War Angel, was standing respectfully. Shuowen, there are only 2 angels in the entire Sky City now. The Phantom Angel Duranto sighed and looked up into the distance. Over the past few days, he and Shuowen have cleared all the monsters in the Sky City. Now the entire Sky City is as quiet as a dead city. But those copies are still preserved. Lord Duranto, how the Sky City will develop in the future still needs your decision, Shuowen said respectfully. If it weren't for the many angel hearts in the Holy Spirit Hall, Shuowen would not have been able to advance from an ordinary 2-winged War Angel to a 6-winged War Angel. However, at this time, Shuowen was still thinking about the legendary angel heart taken away by Song Jian. If he could have swallowed that legendary angel heart, then he should be the one sitting on the throne of the City Lord's mansion now. Such thoughts were like poisonous insects that kept gnawing at his heart, tearing at his soul every moment. But he dared not show any expression on his face, because he knew that the legendary angel heart was finally obtained by the 8-winged magic angel Duranto. Otherwise, he would not be able to recover his previous strength. The development of the Sky City. Duranto smiled slightly, and seemed not very interested in the development of the Sky City. How do you think we should develop the city? Duranto asked with a smile. My lord, I think we should not close the Sky City. Shuowen secretly glanced at Duranto and found that he did not look angry, and continued, we should encourage those who are favored by the gods to come to the city, and use their power to develop the city. Perhaps, we can select some outstanding talents from them, and give them the opportunity to change their camps and bloodlines. You mean, choose angel candidates from them? Or even choose battle angels? Duranto suddenly became serious, staring at Shuowen, and asked word by word. Shuowen immediately felt the pressure coming. The breath emanating from the Phantom Angel Duranto was like a deep sea, which made Shuowen feel frightened. Chapter 959, Covering the Moon. Sir, there are only 2 of us left in the Angel clan. It will take too long to recreate the previous glory. But I'm afraid that what we lack most now is time. Shuowen gritted his teeth. Oh, isn't time very abundant for us? Duranto raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Sir, now there are many black pyramid fortresses of the Abyss Hell in the entire main world. It won't be long before the passage to the Abyss Hell will be opened. Shuowen said. What? How could this happen? The 8-winged Phantom Angel Duranto seemed to have no idea about this news. He stood up suddenly, waved his wings, and rushed into the air like an arrow, jumped down from the Sky City, and began to cruise in the air like lightning. Soon, Duranto returned to the Sky City again. In the City Lord's mansion, Duranto looked solemn. You know, the Abyss Hell and the Angels are opposing camps. Once the 2 races meet, it will definitely be a fight to the death. Do you think those human gods have the potential to fight against the Abyss Hell? Duranto asked after pondering for a long time. Sir, the Abyss Hell has begun to win over these human Abyss people a long time ago. Now a large number of human gods have become members of the Abyss Hell. They will be the main force of the invasion in the near future. Shuowen did not answer Duranto directly, but his words made Duranto feel a chill in his heart. Open the Sky City, Duranto said immediately. Open the camp selection and blood test tasks. Select the best talents among the human gods to join the angel camp. Sir, I wonder if you know Song Jian, Shuowen suddenly said. Song Jian? Duranto seemed to think of something. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. nodded and said, "I know him. He is a very powerful human. Sir, he has passed the assessment of the angel judge, and now has the qualifications to judge angels." Shuowen said. "What? How is this possible?" The phantom angel Duranta was full of surprise, and a little angry. He is a human. What qualifications does he have to become an angel judge? And how can he pass the assessment of the judge? Sir, he passed the judge's test right in front of me. Shuowen's face was also a little ugly. If the angels withered and died, then it would be understandable for a human to be awarded the title of angel judge. But now that the angels are about to rise, it is absolutely a slap in the face to let a human become an angel judge. "Find him," Duranto said with a serious face. "Either let him change his bloodline and become a real angel judge, or let him give up the title and rights of angel judge. Otherwise, he will always be the enemy of the angels." Song Jian has killed 4 domination-level bosses, and has cleared most of the real difficulty dungeons. As long as he does not encounter 3 monsters at once, the monsters in the dungeons will be killed instantly when they encounter Song Jian, except for the one kill before. The remaining 2 bosses were all killed by the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation condensed by the 10,000 Swords technique. As for the one just now, Song Jian used all his skills except the Moon-Shattering Light Slash and the Death God's enemy. The Azure Dragon Sword body is now in a 30-minute cooldown, and the cooldown of the other skills is also slowly recovering. Huh? It's getting harder and harder. Song Jian sighed, and the parcel bar was opened. At this time, Song Jian's parcel bar was full of light. Almost every domination-level boss dropped an epic item, and some even dropped 2 at a time. But maybe it was bad luck. There was not a single epic equipment that Song Jian could use among all the equipment dropped. In addition to the equipment, 2 epic skill books were also dropped. One for the Thief's Instant Stab, and the other for the Mage's Firefall. If these 2 skill books were taken out, they would be priceless. But after hesitating for a long time, Song Jian swallowed them all and improved his proficiency in the 10,000 Swords technique. It was also because of these 2 skill books that the proficiency of the 10,000 Swords technique was greatly improved, directly to 98%. At most, 1 or 2 more gold quality skill books would allow the 10,000 Swords technique to be upgraded to another level. The 3rd stage of the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation. If the 10,000 Swords technique can be upgraded to level 6, I'm afraid it won't collapse midway. Right? Song Jian thought to himself, looking forward to the power of the 3rd stage of the 10,000 Swords technique. After recovering to full status on the spot, Song Jian continued to move forward and soon came to the 5th boss. For this boss, Song Jian decided to use the Moon-Shattering Light Slash once to see how powerful this skill is. This is a boss similar to the War Ancient Tree. From a distance, it looks like a huge ancient tree. Only when you get close, this ancient tree will turn into a human form. This boss has a health value of more than 1 million. If you can't trigger the 10 times damage of the Moon-Shattering Light Slash, it's probably difficult to kill this boss directly. Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, there was a sudden shock under his feet. A small sapling the size of a football suddenly appeared out of thin air, making a sharp hissing sound and jumping towards Song Jian. This is a skill of the fallen demonic ancient tree. Summoning saplings. The saplings it summons can be invisible and attack any enemy close to it. The boss usually uses this trick to surround himself with saplings as a warning. Song Jian had seen this trick in the difficulty. At that time, just like now, when Song Jian approached the ancient tree within 10 meters, he was discovered by an invisible sapling and went into combat directly. However, Song Jian did not expect that he would encounter a sapling when he was still more than 30 meters away from the boss. Puff. A damage of more than 600 points floated up from Song Jian's head. In fact, the sapling can also trigger the deceleration effect. But because of the talent skill of Thick Skin, it was immune. If it is not immune to this effect, the boss will rush over with a skill similar to charging, and then use a skill similar to trampling to directly kill the slowed player in seconds. Boom. The huge body of the fallen demonized ancient tree rushed towards Song Jian like a train. Its speed seemed to be much faster than the difficulty. In a few seconds, it had already rushed to Song Jian, and its body full of spikes slammed into Song Jian fiercely. At this time, Song Jian did not care about using the moon-covering light slash, and directly used the soul-wandering skill, allowing the boss's collision to pass through his body without causing any damage to him. The sword energy in his body surged towards the sky-breaking sword, and the surface of the sword blade flashed with sparkling broken light. Like stars, a crescent moon appeared above the head of the fallen demonized ancient tree. This crescent moon was very thin at first, and gradually became fuller, and became a full moon. Song Jian's long sword in his hand swung forward involuntarily, and a dazzling sword light dispelled all the surrounding light, and flew fiercely towards the boss. Just like a white cloud, the sword energy completely covered the full moon above the boss's head, and the boss's huge body was completely shrouded by the dazzling sword light. Chapter 960 Demonic Vine. After releasing the moon-shattering light slash, Song Jian entered the broken kingdom of God without even looking at the effect. As soon as his figure disappeared, a surge of energy passed through the place where he had just stood. A huge sword mark appeared on the body of the fallen demonized ancient tree, almost splitting its body in half. This attack caused more than 300,000 damage to the fallen ancient tree, but it did not trigger a tenfold critical damage and did not kill it instantly. This feeling is too painful. Song Jian was weak all over, lying powerlessly on a piece of grass. His whole body was exhausted, and he couldn't even move a finger. Moreover, not only the blood value, but also the mental power and sword energy value were all exhausted. Song Jian felt as if he was hollowed out. The weak state was locked, and he had to stay in this state for 5 minutes. At this time, Song Jian was extremely grateful that he had the broken kingdom of God. Although he had entered the kingdom of God, he still had a trace of connection with the outside world. He could feel that the impact of the chi that almost killed him just now was no less powerful than the sword chi he released with all his strength. And both the range and impact force were much stronger than the sword chi. The sword chi he released was at most slightly better in cutting and sharpness. This skill can only be used to finish off the enemy, not to kill monsters. Song Jian summed up his experience of trying the moon-shattering light slash in frustration. 5 minutes was a torture more painful than Ling Chi for Song Jian. Every cell in his body was frantically warning him that he needed to replenish nutrients. But he was powerless. This torture was simply the best test of his willpower. If he was a person with a weaker willpower, he would probably think about how to commit suicide to get rid of this torture. But in this state, even suicide became a luxury for Song Jian. 5 minutes passed, and it felt like a year. Fortunately, it would end. After 5 minutes, Song Jian felt that his blood, spirit, and sword energy began to recover slowly, and his body was full of strength again. It was like pouring fresh water into a dry river, making him feel like he was reborn. After more than half a minute, Song Jian finally recovered. The moment he left the broken kingdom, Song Jian saw that the boss's blood value had recovered by more than 100,000. The damage of the previous moon-shattering light slash was equivalent to being offset by more than half. Red Lotus of Karma. 10,000 Swords Technique. Song Jian shouted softly, and swung the sky-breaking sword in his hand forward fiercely. 60 spiritual swords drew red arcs in the air and flew towards the fallen demon tree. Boom! The power of the 10,000 swords art was even greater than expected. A series of critical damage floated up from the fallen demon tree, even without triggering the second stage of the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation. The 60 spiritual swords caused more than 300,000 damage to it. A huge red lotus wrapped up the fallen demon tree boss, and countless sword energies burning with flames continued to strangle it. The red lotus Karma Fire seemed to have a strong restraining effect on it. The damage caused is actually much greater than other bosses? Song Jian touched his chin, looking at the demon tree burning with blazing flames, like a huge torch, with a thoughtful expression on his face. The fallen demon tree did not even last until the second stage of the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation, and was directly burned to ashes. It seems that the fire resistance of this fallen demon ancient tree must be negative. Otherwise it would not be burned like this. In the pile of ashes, 2 items emitting purple-red light were very conspicuous among a pile of blue-green items. Song Jian rushed directly towards the 2 items because he saw that one of the items was actually a scroll, which seemed to be a skill book. The 10,000 swords art can finally be upgraded to level 6. Song Jian was secretly happy. If the 10,000 swords art is upgraded to level 6, it is estimated that it can support the 3rd stage of the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation. Song Jian really wants to try how powerful the palm of the 3rd stage is. But when Song Jian picked up the skill scroll emitting purple-red light, he was stunned and showed a hesitant look on his face. This scroll turned out to be a special universal skill scroll, which had only one effect, which was to increase the player's equipment defense level by 1 grade. Equipment defense level means that cloth armor professions can wear leather armor, while leather armor professions can wear mail armor, and mail armor professions can wear plate armor. And plate armor professions have already reached the highest level and cannot be improved. If you are a plate armor profession, you can only sell this skill scroll. But Song Jian was reluctant to part with it. Such a special universal skill is very rare and much more precious than the professional skills of the same grade. It is used as a consumable to improve the proficiency of the 10,000 swords technique. It is really a waste of resources. If I use it, I can wear mail armor, Song Jian thought to himself. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to use this skill scroll himself. A purple-red light flashed by, and Song Jian did not feel anything unusual. There was an epic mail armor chest in the package column. It was originally marked as unwearable, but now it can be worn. Song Jian put on this mail armor without hesitation. Not to mention other attributes. The defense and resistance alone exceeded 2 leather armors of the same quality. If there is a set of such equipment, coupled with Song Jian's powerful attack power, I am afraid that even if he encounters a second-level strongman, Song Jian has the confidence to fight with the opponent. Another epic item is not equipment, but a fist-sized dark red seed. This seed is called Magic Vine. Its effect is to upgrade the rank of the wood pet by 1 level, and at the same time obtain the additional effect of Companion Magic Vine. Companion Magic Vine? Isn't this the pet of the player's pet? Song Jian looked at the properties of the Magic Vine and couldn't help laughing. The Companion Magic Vine can only be attached to the wood pet. Once the wood pet dies, the Magic Vine will also die. Even if the wood pet is resurrected in the future, the Companion Magic Vine will not be resurrected. Therefore, its biggest function is to upgrade the rank of the wood pet. Song Jian does not have a wood pet, but in the Manor Castle, there is a bloody ghost poison tree Alex. It is actually the biggest guardian of the entire Manor Castle, much stronger than those defensive buildings such as arrow towers and catapults. Alex is now an elite boss, and its root system is well developed and has spread all over the underground of the Manor Castle. Before, Alex could only guard one side of the wall, but now, the entire wall of the Manor Castle is covered by Alex's thick roots. From a distance, it looks like the wall is covered with a layer of hard armor. If this magic vine is given to it, Alex will become more powerful, and the defense of the Manor Castle, that is, the defense of the City Lord's mansion of the entire City of Hope, will also be greatly improved. Chapter 961, Gatekeeper Boss. There is only one last command-level boss left, and it is also the most powerful boss in the entire dungeon. Song Jian looked forward along the passage. The entire Abyss Shadow dungeon is almost a true portrayal of the Abyss Hell. There are lava and flowing magma rivers everywhere, except for the Abyss creatures. No creatures can survive here, if the player's fire resistance does not reach more than 60 points. Even if he stands here, he will continue to lose blood. The last gatekeeper boss of the Abyss Shadow is in a lava lake. From a distance, it looks like a human wandering on a small island in a lava lake. In fact, this last boss has 3 forms. One is human form, one is elf form, and the last one is dragon form. The human form of the boss is a magician. The elf form of the boss is an elf swordsman. And the dragon form is the ultimate form of the boss, with strong defense and attack, if the health value is not permanently locked at 30%. Song Jian feels that even the ancient dragon clan cannot be the opponent of this dragon. In the real difficulty copy, the alert range of all bosses has been expanded a lot. Song Jian dare not get too close, and can only observe the attributes of this boss from a distance. He actually has 2.8 million HP? Song Jian couldn't help but take a breath, looking at the long HP bar of the boss. He suddenly felt desperate. It's too thick. Even if a team of 40 people can withstand the attack of the boss, I'm afraid the spirit and mana can't hold on to the end. Song Jian took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the magma lake. This is the last boss of the dungeon. If he gives up, he will have to wait another 7 days to try to pass this difficult dungeon. And the territorial expansion campaign will be postponed for another 7 days. Song Jian had a vague feeling that there seemed to be a huge danger approaching slowly. Now he had to do everything he could to strengthen his strength and clear the level in one go. Even if he failed, as long as he could return to the Broken Kingdom in time, his life would not be in danger. He used the 10,000 swords technique first, and all the sword energy points of more than 1,000 points were poured into the sky-breaking sword. The epic sky-breaking sword burst out with dazzling sword light. Even if it did not enter the final boss's warning range at this time. This amazing sword energy also attracted the boss's attention and looked towards Song Jian. 60 spirit swords burning with blazing red lotus fire cut through the sky, making a sharp whistle and flying towards the boss. Countless spirit swords strangled the boss, directly causing the boss to lose more than 200,000 blood points. Buzz! A dazzling white light appeared on the body of the boss. This is the magic shield of the magic system. An epic skill that all magic system players dream of. The full-level magic shield even has a defense that is not weaker than plate armor. It is the life-saving defense skill that all magic system professions dream of. The most important thing is that the magic shield consumes mana. As long as the magic system profession still has mana, the magic shield will never break. For other people, this is a very headache skill. But for Song Jian, this is simply a bug. If a human mage's blue bar is empty, can it still be called a mage? If it were other teams, if the damage was not enough, they would not be able to drain the boss's mana all at once. After a while, the boss would actively remove the magic shield. But now, Song Jian did not give the boss a chance to actively remove the magic shield. A huge red lotus slowly bloomed, and the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation was triggered. The boss's mana value dropped rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a flood that had been released. When the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation triggered the second stage, the moment the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword appeared, the boss's mana value of nearly 100,000 points was directly drained. A huge long sword slashed towards the boss, and the blood-red flying sword slashed directly on the neck of the boss, triggering a critical damage and chopping off the boss's head. The boss's head flew into the air, and after showing a sinister smile to Song Jian, it slowly disappeared and disintegrated, turning into a little crystal white light, and disappeared. Song Jian had never encountered such a situation before, but it was so easy to beat the boss to the second stage, which still made Song Jian feel very surprised. The boss body without a head did not fall down, but after standing for a while, the whole body directly disintegrated and disappeared. A grand voice rang out in the magma lake. This world is just a springboard. The goal of the abyss hell is the real world. We are all a group of pitiful playthings. Humans, be afraid. Scream. Death is your destination. But I, the 8th demon king of the abyss, am immortal. Boom. A burst of black flames burned out of thin air, and an elf warrior wearing black clothes fitting chain mail appeared in front of Song Jian. With a handsome face and an evil smile, the boss raised the sword in his hand, pointed at Song Jian and smiled. Human, you don't know what kind of great enemy you are fighting against. Song Jian frowned slightly. There was no need for so much nonsense when facing a difficult level boss. At this time, the cooldown of the 10,000 swords technique had ended, but the sword energy value could not be restored to the maximum for a while. Song Jian's figure flashed and rushed towards the boss like lightning. Xian Yulu Guang's sword. In an instant, Song Jian appeared in front of the boss without even a second, and stabbed the boss's chest with the Pation sword in his hand. Dang! A crisp collision sounded, and Song Jian immediately felt that the Xian Yulu Guang sword skill was interrupted. Looking up, he found that the Pation sword was actually blocked by the opponent. If the first sword didn't hit the opponent, then the subsequent sword moves would not be able to be performed. The speed is good, but the damage is a bit low. The boss smiled slightly, turned around, and swung the sword towards Song Jian. Song Jian had expected that the boss could block the Xian Yu Liuguang sword. After all, the boss had blocked it in the difficulty. The boss was stronger in the real difficulty, so it was natural for it to resist. Song Jian just wanted to rush forward quickly and get close to the boss. Seeing the boss swinging the sword towards him, Song Jian swung the sword to block it and fought with the boss. The sword skills of the boss were higher than Song Jian's, but they didn't completely crush Song Jian. In terms of attributes, Song Jian was even stronger than the boss in the elf state. The two fought back and forth on the island of the magma lake for more than a dozen times in an instant. Song Jian lost nearly 2,000 points of health, and the boss also lost 5,000 to 6,000 points of health. Comparatively speaking, Song Jian still suffered a little loss. After all, the boss still had more than 2 million health points at this time. A few thousand points was just like tickling it. But for Song Jian, 2,000 points of health was already nearly 1/5 of his health. Buzz! The tip of the boss's slender sword suddenly shone with a brilliant light. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and subconsciously used the soul walk skill. After his body turned into a transparent soul state, he was blinded by a dazzling sword light. Song Jian could feel that the boss's sword drawing speed reached an astonishing level, and he could even stab more than 30 swords in 1 second. If he hadn't used the soul walk skill, this attack would have killed Song Jian instantly. Chapter 962 Dragon Form. Song Jian could feel that the boss's rapier was constantly piercing his body, but it could not cause any damage to him. The nearly 4 seconds of immunity to damage made the boss's move completely ineffective. In fact, this move is similar to the Xianyu Liuguang sword, but the piercing sword used by the boss cannot cause the floating effect. But the damage caused by each strike is several times that of the Xianyu Liuguang sword. Even a melee heavy armored warrior may be killed by the boss directly if he is caught off guard. Song Jian retreated quickly. At this time, the sword energy was full. In the process of retreating, he slashed forward. Dozens of spiritual swords rushed towards the boss, and the fire lotus rose. With a violent explosion, a series of tens of thousands of damage points floated above the boss's head. The last red lotus sword of karma chopped fiercely at the boss. This time, it did not trigger the decapitation effect of the last time, but only caused nearly 100,000 points of damage to the boss. Seeing that the palm that had been condensed disintegrate again, Song Jian suddenly felt a little regretful. It was a pity. If the level of the 10,000 swords technique was higher, it would be better. The health value of the boss has dropped below 2 million. But for Song Jian, it is still a despairing number. The boss, burning with blazing flames, rushed towards Song Jian. During the sprint, the boss body shook slightly, and suddenly became blurred. After a moment, 3 identical boss appeared in front of Song Jian. Sword Shadow Clone. Song Jian also used the clone skill immediately, but the number was 1 less than the boss. 10,000 swords. As soon as the clone appeared, it directly used the most powerful skill. Dozens of spiritual swords rushed towards the 3 identical bosses, and the spiritual swords were almost evenly distributed on each boss. From the damage, Song Jian immediately locked the boss's body, and the Xianyu Liuguang sword was used. The figure rushed towards the boss body like lightning. The boss's clone also suffered damage. But for Song Jian, the damage of the clone was completely bearable. Under the attack of the clone, Song Jian and the boss body stood together, and the sword shadow clone also locked the boss body and attacked together. Buzz! Another dazzling light burst out from the long sword of the boss. Song Jian retreated quickly, but his clone rushed towards the boss with his sword. Shwa shwa shwa. Dazzling white light flashed in the air, crisscrossing like a spider web, covering the clone. After a moment, the clone was directly cut into 7 or 8 pieces and disappeared into a puff of black smoke. Song Jian could still withstand the damage of the boss's ordinary attack, but the power of the skill was too great, and it could easily kill Song Jian, who had a health value of 7 or 8,000 in seconds. Therefore, once the boss released a skill, Song Jian had to dodge at a faster speed. This is only the second stage. The third stage dragon's attacks are almost all large-scale attacks. You can't dodge them even if you want to. You can only resist them. Song Jian thought to himself. With a thought, a pair of steel wings appeared behind him. Summoning the steel wings is not to speed up, but to improve defense. At the same time, the steel wings can be used as a shield at critical moments to withstand damage from the front. The physical damage of the boss in the elf state is too high. The boss has too much health. If it is a difficult boss, 2 fire red lotus sword formations can already beat it to the third stage, the dragon form. But now, the boss in the elf form is still full of energy, suppressing Song Jian and retreating step by step. Song Jian's health value kept decreasing. Even ordinary attacks were very difficult for Song Jian to deal with. The opponent's sword skills were too strong. If Song Jian hadn't exchanged injuries every time, he would probably not be able to cause effective damage to the boss. Gulp! Another bottle of advanced healing potion was poured into the air. Now, as long as the cooling time of the potion was up, Song Jian would take it directly. In addition, other recovery items with different CDs from the potion were also consumed rapidly. Bang! The boss's rapier collided with Song Jian's sky-breaking sword again. A strong force came, causing Song Jian to retreat 3 or 4 meters directly. When the cooling time of the 10,000 swords art was up, Song Jian swung his sword and chopped it out without thinking. The mighty sword energy gushed out, and the sword energy value of more than 1,000 points was consumed again. But Song Jian felt that every time the sword energy was consumed, its recovery speed seemed to increase a little bit. This change was too subtle and difficult to feel. But after many times, Song Jian still noticed something strange. 60 spirit swords slashed towards the boss. Seeing this scene, even the boss couldn't help but frown. This move was really unsolvable. If these spirit swords had real sword bodies, the boss could definitely use sword skills to knock them down one by one. But these spirit swords were condensed by sword energy and could not resist it all. So they could only bear it. Boom, boom, boom. After each spiritual sword chopped into the boss, it would cause a violent explosion, and balls of fire would bloom from the surface of the boss's body. The strong impact made it impossible for the boss to continue attacking. Then, a huge red lotus slowly bloomed. When it bloomed to its fullest, it was also the time when the sword formation was most powerful. A damage of more than 100,000 slowly floated up from the top of the boss's head. Then, the extremely blooming lotus, like withering, began to slowly close up, as if nurturing a seed. And a karmic fire red lotus sword shining, with sword light slowly emerged in the air. The boss let out a frustrated roar, and pulled the cloak behind him, which suddenly turned into a ball of black mist, covering his entire body. Seeing this scene, Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly. This was the only defensive method of the boss in the elf form. The black mist transformed by the cloak had the effect of physical attack immunity. But correspondingly, the damage of other attributes was increased by 300%. You must know that although the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword was condensed by sword energy, due to the variation of the 10,000 swords technique, the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword already had fire attribute damage. Not only was this move of the boss not immune to the damage of the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword, but it would triple the damage. Song Jian had seen this move in the difficulty, but he didn't expect that in the real difficulty. This boss would use this move to resist the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword. I'll give you some more. Song Jian smiled and opened the vertical eye between his eyebrows. A bright beam of light burst out from the vertical eye and shot towards the rolling black fog. The upgraded vertical pupil released a real damage of 500 points of real damage per second. After attacking the black fog, it immediately triggered a triple crit. 5 damages of more than 1,500 points floated up from the top of the boss's head. The boss let out a painful roar in the black fog. At this moment, a sword light fell from the air like a white silk. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be cut in half by this sword. Boom! With a loud bang, the boss was actually cut out of the black fog by the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword. A damage number of more than 600,000 floated up from his head, and his blood value dropped by more than half in an instant. Chapter 963 Hidden Effect. Song Jian and the elf-shaped boss fought for several minutes. He used the 10,000 swords technique every 10 seconds, causing the boss's health to drop rapidly. Song Jian was not unscathed either, whether it was the boss's skills or ordinary attacks. Song Jian felt overwhelmed. After all, the boss's attacks were not vegetarian. I don't know how many high-level healing potions I have taken. Song Jian felt that he was walking a little clunky now, and his stomach was full of high-level healing potions. Looking at the boss holding a rapier kneeling on one knee, emitting a wisp of thick black aura, Song Jian let out a long breath and hurriedly sat down to continue taking healing potions. The third stage of the boss transformation has already started. Unless Song Jian hides in the broken kingdom of God, he will probably never have a chance to fill himself with healing potions. The attacks of the Abyss Dragon are almost all large-scale attacks. Even if he fills himself with healing potions, he can't take the damage and replenish his health. After restoring himself to the best state, Song Jian looked at the boss with less than 1 million health points, and suddenly had the urge to use the moon-shattering light slash again. You know, once the tenfold critical damage is triggered, the boss in front of him may be killed by him directly. However, Song Jian has not found a way to trigger the tenfold critical damage 100%. Once there is no way to trigger the critical damage, the hundreds of thousands of damage and 5 minutes of painful recovery torture make it easy for Song Jian to make a choice. If it weren't for the 10x crit damage, I really want to feed this skill directly to the upgrade of the 10,000 swords technique. Song Jian muttered to himself, and the sky-breaking sword slashed forward, and the Fire Red Lotus 10,000 swords technique flew towards the boss that had turned into a demon dragon. The damage of the moon-shattering light slash is indeed much higher than other sword skills. If it were other players, even if they need to enter a weak state for 5 minutes to use it, they probably wouldn't give up this skill easily. But if the 10x crit damage cannot be triggered, the damage of the moon-shattering light slash is not even as good as the first stage of the Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords technique. Not to mention the second stage of the Fire Red Lotus Sword. And the third stage that cannot be supported temporarily. Song Jian made up his mind to try moon-shattering light slash once more at most. If he still couldn't trigger the tenfold critical damage, he would feed it. Dozens of spirit swords flew towards the dragon. This time, the damage of 10,000 Swords technique did not show a surprising bonus. The damage of the Fire Red Lotus attribute seemed to be suppressed to the limit. After all, the Abyss Dragon can also control the Abyss Fire, and its fire resistance is very high. In the first stage, the 10,000 Swords technique only caused 110,000 damage to the boss, which is lower than the average damage. Moreover, none of the 60 spirit swords burst out with a critical hit or had a damage-deepening effect. This also made Song Jian have a clear understanding of his bad luck, seeing the huge dragon boss being firmly bound in the center by a red lotus. A red lotus sword with a blazing sword energy fell from the air and fiercely chopped the dragon's neck. Before the dragon could resist and release skills, Song Jian gritted his teeth and prepared to experience the whole body being drained out again, and slashed at the boss fiercely. "Cover the moon!" shouted the light. With a light shout, the light in the whole space seemed to dim, and a bright moon appeared above the head of the dragon boss. At this time, the dragon boss raised his head and let out a low roar. The abyss breath on the surface of his body was rolling like a thick fog. Even above the copy, a thick cloud of darkness began to condense. Song Jian knew that this was the first large-scale attack of the boss, which was almost a full screen damage. No matter how far away he stood, he would be attacked. At this moment, a brilliant sword light rushed towards the boss at a speed that could tear through time and space. A cloud of mist completely covered the moon above the boss's head. At this time, the boss was shrouded in darkness. Whether it was the rolling abyss breath or the special effect of the moon covering shattering light slash, the position where the demon dragon was located was shrouded in a black mist. Smash! The sound of a sword blade cutting into the body spread throughout the entire copy. After Song Jian released this sword, he directly entered the broken kingdom of God, not even caring about how much damage the boss had caused. You know, at this time, Song Jian's health value has been locked at 1 point. Once the boss's skill is released, Song Jian will be attacked no matter where he stands. At that time, he can only trigger the enemy of the god of death again and escape. Song Jian endured the pain as if he was devoured by thousands of ants, and swore in his heart that if he could not trigger the tenfold critical damage this time, then this skill of covering the moon and breaking the light would definitely be devoured by him in revenge. This is an epic skill. Even if it is a level 6 skill of the 10,000 swords, it can at least increase the proficiency by 1/3. It was too painful. As if there were countless thin blades, cutting Song Jian's muscles piece by piece, and as if there were 10,000 ants drilling into Song Jian's body, constantly gnawing. 5 minutes seemed like a year, and every moment made Song Jian suffer great pain. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly received a system prompt. System, you endured the torture of pain and persevered, and your willpower increased by 1 point. Prompt, every time you release the skill, there is a chance to increase the user's hidden attribute. Song Jian was stunned and looked at the system prompt repeatedly. This skill can actually increase hidden attributes? And not only can it increase willpower, but other hidden attributes also have a chance to increase? Then should I swallow the skill? Song Jian suddenly became hesitant. You know, although hidden attributes cannot immediately increase combat effectiveness, they have replaceable roles in many aspects. The most important thing is that free attribute points cannot increase hidden attributes, and can only be increased by chance or gold attribute points. But in many cases, players can't see the hidden attributes at all. And even in many cases, players don't know that they have hidden attributes. Even Song Jian has only opened the hidden attribute of willpower so far. Therefore, even if they get gold attribute points, most people just add them to their main attributes. Damn it. This skill actually has a hidden effect. It turns out that its real function is not to fight against the enemy, but to improve your own hidden attributes. Why is the sequelae of releasing it so severe? Song Jian suddenly felt that the 5 minutes of weakness didn't seem so painful. 5 minutes later, the weak state finally disappeared. Song Jian quickly took out a bottle of honey wine and drank it. The state of exhausting the blood, spirit, and even sword energy was too uncomfortable. This was a torture at the cellular level. Song Jian felt that he had the courage to use it a second time after trying it once, which made him a brave man. After recovering his state, Song Jian came out of the broken kingdom of God again. At this time, a huge dragon corpse was lying on the island in the middle of the magma lake. He opened the battle record and took a look. The last attack, the moon-shattering light slash, actually triggered a tenfold critical damage, dealing more than 1.3 million damage. Although the damage was several 100,000, the consequence was the same. The last boss was killed instantly. Hey, I got an epic item. Song Jian's eyes fell on a trophy that was emitting purple-red light. But when picking it up, he picked up a golden skill book first. Chapter 964 Hidden Boss. The Fire Lotus 10,000 Swords art can be upgraded to level 6 if it devours another gold quality skill book, which is why Song Jian picked up the gold quality skill book first. He took a look and found that it was a skill book for shield warriors, called Shield Impact, which has the effect of resisting the target's attack head-on, increasing the defense by 100%. After resisting successfully, it will cause a rebound damage of 150% of the attack damage to the target. This is considered a top-notch skill for the profession that uses shields. Not only shield warriors, but any profession that uses shields can learn this skill. If sold, this skill book is worth at least 1 million Doomsday coins. Swallow. Song Jian's mind moved, and the skill book in his hand disappeared instantly, while the 10,000 Swords technique was upgraded to level 6. The level 6 10,000 Swords technique has achieved a qualitative improvement, and the number of spirit swords has increased significantly, from the original 6 to 60 to 10 to 110. At the same time, the damage of each spirit sword has also increased to weapon damage asterisk 180%, and the overall power has increased by more than double. Even without the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation, it can cause more than 300,000 and nearly 400,000 damage to monsters of the same level. Of course, this is the damage caused by the number of spirit swords reaching 110. Now, it should be able to support the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation to trigger the third stage. Right? Song Jian thought to himself, and couldn't help wanting to find a powerful boss to try. The task of killing 10 command-level bosses in the Path of Sword Immortal has been completed by 90%. The only thing left is the last command-level boss, to complete the first step of the Path of Sword Immortal. Obviously, this step is just an entry test. Only with the strength to kill the cross-level command-level boss can the following steps be carried out. A large amount of soul power suddenly flooded into the broken kingdom of God. The drizzle in the sky never stopped. Water finally began to flow in the lakes and rivers. The earth revived, and the grass and forests began to recover slowly. Although the speed was very slow, it was always a good sign. If you want to completely repair the broken kingdom of God, you can't repair it 100% by killing monsters to obtain soul energy. You must have the power of gods to finally repair it. But at least you can make the environment better. After upgrading the 10,000 Swords technique, Song Jian turned his attention to other spoils of war. The one that was emitting a purple-red quality light was a hand halberd, a secondary equipment that could be thrown out to hurt the enemy. It had a range of 85 meters, and could cause damage to enemies on the attack trajectory, let alone the attack damage. The 85-meter range alone was already envied by many long-range professions. You know, even long-range professions such as longbowmen. If they did not have skills to increase the range, their longest range would probably not be as good as this hand halberd. The most important thing is that this hand halberd is a universal weapon. Even a mage can pick it up and use it if the strength attribute meets the requirements. If it is thrown to the auction house. If the mage profession does not have a better magic wand, I believe that many mages with strength attributes that meet the requirements will also compete with the warriors for this weapon. With so many people competing, this weapon will definitely be sold at a sky-high price. The properties of this weapon are also very good. Song Jian was very jealous. If it were not for the class restriction, Song Jian would even want to equip this weapon himself. Even ordinary swordsmen can equip shields and other secondary weapons in this secondary slot. But for the epic class of Sword Master, Song Jian's secondary slot is empty, and he has not equipped any weapons. It's not that he can't equip it, but if he equips it, all damage and properties will be weakened by 80%. In front of the super damage of the sky-breaking sword and the 10,000 Swords technique, the secondary weapon is simply a burden. However, Song Jian also knows that the secondary slot of the Sword Master should be equipped with a flying sword. But unfortunately, Song Jian has not yet played a flying sword. The ordinary quality long sword will not only increase the consumption a lot, but also cannot withstand the long-term erosion of sword energy. Only a long sword of the quality of the sky-breaking sword cannot be afraid of the erosion of sword energy. After playing with it for a while, Song Jian sighed and put it into the parcel column. The remaining items were mostly materials. This time, he harvested more than 300 kilograms of dragon bones alone. One of the dragon skulls was emitting golden light. It was not only a golden quality helmet forging material, but also a decoration that could be hung on the wall of the room to show its majesty. Even the Abyss Demon Shadow of difficulty did not drop such a dragon skull. Only the real difficulty dungeon would drop it, which was a symbol of clearing the real difficulty dungeon. After picking up all the spoils, Song Jian found strangely that the system did not broadcast to the whole city that he had cleared the Abyss Demon Shadow of real difficulty. You know, after the difficulty was cleared before, the system broadcasted it 3 times throughout the city. Half a month ago, no team could beat the difficulty. Half a month later, Song Jian didn't believe that anyone could clear the Abyss Demon Dungeon of the real difficulty. Otherwise Wang Qi would definitely tell him. Could it be that this dungeon has not been completed yet? Song Jian was a little surprised. In the difficulty dungeon, this was indeed the last boss. But the real difficulty? Maybe there is a hidden boss? Song Jian thought to himself and began to look around. This magma lake is the end of the dungeon. If there is a hidden boss, it will only appear near the magma lake. And it may even be at the bottom of the magma lake. Although Song Jian's fire resistance is very high, there are still great limitations in fighting in the magma lake. If the hidden boss is really at the bottom of the magma lake, Song Jian has to lure it to the shore to fight. However, 10 minutes later, the copy was silent, and there was no sign of the hidden boss. Song Jian frowned. He couldn't go into the magma lake to search for the boss by himself. This difficulty was too great. Just then, Song Jian finally received a belated system message. System, you killed the hidden boss of the Abyss Real Difficulty. The demonic dragon soul. The boss cannot obtain loot. You get 686 million combat experience and your level is increased by 1 level. System, you have cleared the Abyss Shadow Real Difficulty. Your Abyss race reputation has dropped by 10,000 points. And the relationship between you and the Abyss race is hatred. System, you have cleared the Abyss Shadow Real Difficulty. Your human race reputation has increased by 5,000 points. And your reputation among the human race has reached revered. System, you have cleared the Abyss Shadow Real Difficulty. Please choose from the following options: Plunder, Occupy, Destroy. Chapter 965 Destruction. The last hidden boss is the evil spirit of the demon dragon? Song Jian was stunned. And then a strange smile appeared on his face. You know, after any command level boss is killed, its soul will be automatically absorbed by the broken kingdom of God and turned into the power to repair the kingdom of God. The same is true for this gatekeeper boss. After being killed by Song Jian, its soul was turned into soul power by the kingdom of God to repair itself. Therefore, this last hidden boss was actually killed by the broken kingdom of God. This can be regarded as an unexpected success. Song Jian shook his head and thought to himself. System, you killed 10 command level bosses. The first stage of the mission Sword Immortal Road is completed. And you get 1 gold skill point, which can upgrade any skill by 1 level. System, the second stage of the mission Sword Immortal Road is opened. And the mission content is, the level reaches 50. The second level combat power assessment is opened. And the assessment is passed with an A-level rating. If the mission requirements are not met, the Sword Immortal Road mission fails. That hidden boss, the evil dragon spirit, is also a command level boss? Song Jian showed a happy smile on his face. The 10 command level bosses required by the Sword Immortal Road mission were all completed after passing the Abyss Demon Shadow copy. However, the second round of level 50 and the second level combat power assessment are still far away for Song Jian. Although his level has reached level 46 after 1 level increase, and he is only 4 levels away from level 50. The combat experience required for these 4 levels may take an ordinary player a year to obtain. After level 46, he obtained an ordinary skill point. And after completing the first round of the task, he obtained another gold skill point. Without saying anything, Song Jian directly put the ordinary skill point into the sword control technique. The 4th level sword control technique increases the sword energy value by 100 points. And the sword control +1. And the power of the sword fairy is increased by 5%. The improvement of the sword control technique can only be regarded as mediocre. And it is still a quantitative accumulation, without obvious changes. However, when Song Jian put the golden skill point on the Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords technique, the improvement of the 10,000 Swords technique immediately shocked Song Jian. You should know that the number of spirit swords summoned by the sword control technique that was upgraded to level 6 has been greatly increased. The number of spirit swords in the 7th level of sword control technique has doubled on the basis of the 6th level, reaching 20 to 220 spirit swords. And the power of each spirit sword has also increased to 200% of the weapon power. And the attack range has increased by 200 meters to 1,200 meters. At the same time, the consumption of sword energy has also doubled accordingly, reaching 600 points. In order to upgrade the 10,000 Swords technique, Song Jian had been calculating how many skill books he needed to consume and how much proficiency he could gain. Now that he had upgraded 2 levels at once, Song Jian was pleasantly surprised. He wanted to find a commanding level boss immediately to try out the power of the 7th level 10,000 Swords technique. Soon, a light blue teleportation light gate appeared on the central island of the magma lake. Song Jian walked towards the light gate, but after entering the light gate, the option to dispose of the copy appeared again. Plunder, occupy, and destroy. There are 3 options in total. Plunder is to plunder the resources of the entire copy, which can obtain a large number of materials unique to the Abyss. Moreover, after the first clearance of the copy, the materials obtained by plundering are the most abundant. Many special Abyss materials will only appear in the first plundering. The second occupation option is to give the ownership of this copy to Song Jian. Although no operations can be performed on the copy, any player who enters the copy must first pay a certain fee to Song Jian before entering, which is equivalent to Song Jian collecting tickets to enter this copy. It is a long-term option, although the one-time harvest is far less than the first plunder option. As time goes by, the benefits generated by the second option will be far greater than plunder. The third destruction option will not have any benefits, but will completely erase this copy, as if it never existed. All the players of the 2nd and 3rd level small copies, and the City of Hope chose to destroy after the raid. Only in this way can the Abyss Passage be completely cut off and open from these copies. Although the Abyss Shadow copies are almost all over the world, Song Jian does not want the Abyss monsters to emerge from his territory when the war breaks out. The damage caused by this is too great. Destroy. Song Jian chose the third option without hesitation. In this way, there will be no level 5 Abyss Shadow copies in the entire Doomsday City. For other players, this is also a loss. They can no longer play this level 5 copy. Many players have not even cleared the normal difficulty. A large amount of equipment and materials and it can no longer be played in the future. I believe that many players will secretly resent Song Jian. But there is no way. The City of Hope Alliance wants to expand its territory and prevent the Abyss Channel from appearing in the City of Hope Alliance territory. So it must choose the destruction option. After choosing to destroy, Song Jian's figure slowly disappeared in the teleportation light gate. When he appeared again, Song Jian found that he was actually teleported to the Manor Castle. Almost all the players near the Abyss Shadow were teleported away, and no player could stay around the Abyss Shadow copy. Then, the huge black pyramid began to tremble violently, and cracks appeared on the surface of the pyramid. The black pyramid, which originally exuded a metallic luster, seemed to have experienced thousands of years of weathering in an instant. A gust of wind blew, and the pyramid began to collapse, turning into a large amount of black fine sand, which was swept up by the strong wind. The huge pyramid tens of meters high collapsed in an instant. This scene was so shocking that many players opened their mouths wide, looking as if they had seen a ghost. It's destroyed just like that? Some players couldn't believe their eyes. Even an ordinary player knew that a level 540 person copy could generate huge profits, which could definitely make a person rich overnight. However, Song Jian gave up such a huge fortune just like that. This abandoned profit. I'm afraid it must be hundreds of millions? Some players said in disbelief. More than that. But I won't be able to swipe the equipment anymore. What a pity. Why destroy it? Isn't it better to occupy it? Maybe it's because the Abyss Channel is about to open? He doesn't want the Abyss Channel to appear in the City of Doom. Humph. I think it's because this copy blocks the expansion of the City of Hope Alliance's territory. So he chose to destroy it. With wolfish ambitions. Players talked a lot about Song Jian destroying the only level 5 copy. Some praised it, and some criticized it. But for Song Jian, he didn't care what others said. Just when Song Jian returned to the City Lord's mansion, another grand voice spread throughout the City of Doom. System. The City of Hope Alliance launches a territorial expansion campaign. All affected players will automatically enter a hostile state. The territorial expansion campaign will last for 2 hours. After 5 seconds, the campaign will start. Looking at the red light rising into the sky in the distance, Song Jian smiled. It seems that Wang Qi is really full of confidence in him. He just cleared the dungeon, and Wang Qi launched a territorial expansion campaign. You know, before launching a territorial expansion campaign, a lot of preparation is needed. He must have started preparing after Song Jian entered the dungeon. Expand? I feel that we don't have much time left. We must include the entire Doomsday City into the territory of the Alliance before the war starts, Song Jian said in his heart. Chapter 966 Misty Forest. Song Jian does not need to participate in the territorial expansion campaign. The Alliance of Doomsday City has long anticipated that Hope City will unify the entire Doomsday City. The alliances that are unwilling to surrender have all moved to other cities. And the remaining ones are all small guilds that hope to be incorporated into Hope City Alliance. They have been coveting the benefits of Hope City Alliance for a long time. Song Jian's current task is to upgrade to level 50 as soon as possible, and then pass the second level combat power assessment. Whether it is the Sword Immortal Road task or to deal with the invasion of the Abyss demons in the near future, this is a top priority. Wang Qi, do you know where there are level 50 monsters nearby? There should be a lot of them. I am going to level up with all my strength during this period. Song Jian opened the communication channel and said to Wang Qi, level up by brushing level 50 monsters? Wang Qi was stunned, and then took out a map around the Doomsday City. Since he was able to leave the Doomsday City, Wang Qi sent a large number of people to explore the surrounding areas. On the one hand, it is to discover resources, and on the other hand, it is also to record the situation of the surrounding monster gathering places. There are 3 areas of monsters from level 50 to level 55 near the Doomsday City. Wang Qi said, City Lord, do you have any requirements for the monster attributes? Are there any monsters with low fire resistance? Song Jian asked. 100 kilometers to the southwest, near the edge of the poisonous swamp, there is a level 50 water element monster area, where there are a lot of water elements and low fire resistance. 180 kilometers to the north, there is a misty forest, where there are demonized tree people of level 55 to 58. According to the brothers who are investigating, there is an ancient tree over 100 meters tall in the center of the forest. If that ancient tree is a boss, it is at least a lord-level boss, or even higher. The fire resistance of these tree people is all negative, but ordinary flames do not cause much damage to them. Wang Qi mentioned 2 areas with low fire resistance. In Song Jian's opinion, the misty forest should be more suitable. The higher the level, the more cross-level experience you can get, and you may be able to spawn boss. Even if you don't use it, it can add some foundation to the Alliance warehouse. After all, most players can only look at the level 50 equipment, but not wear it. But thinking of the tree man, Song Jian suddenly remembered that there seemed to be an item in his parcel column that could enhance the strength of the tree man. The magic vine. Thinking of this, Song Jian walked out of the manor castle quickly, and came to the spiritual field. At this time, the bloody ghost poison tree had grown to more than 30 meters. The tall tree canopy even blocked the sunlight of half of the manor castle. However, the city of Doomsday never sees the sun all year round. The sky is covered with thick dark clouds, and the days when the sun appears are few and far between. Therefore, the blocking of the poison tree does not have much impact on Song Jian. The method of using the magic vine is very simple. You just need to bury it next to the plant-type battle pet you want to merge. Song Jian buried the magic vine at the foot of the sleeping bloody ghost poison tree. After a while, a purple vine with scale-like patterns on its surface, and as thick as an arm, broke out of the ground. It wrapped around the bloody ghost poison tree and slowly climbed up. After a while, it spread to every branch of the poison tree. The bloody ghost poison tree seemed to have noticed something strange and slowly opened its eyes. A pair of thick branches and arms stretched out in front of its eyes, looking at the purple-black vines that appeared on the branches. The bloody ghost poison tree showed a faint look in its eyes. Ha! I'll find you a companion. Song Jian patted the thick trunk of the bloody ghost poison tree and laughed. I feel that my strength seems to have increased again. The bloody ghost poison tree, Alex said in a low voice, while the magic vines were crawling all over its trunk. The quality of the bloody ghost poison tree was also upgraded by 1 level. At this time, it was already a Lord level boss. If he wanted, he could activate all the plants within 100 miles and make them warriors who only obeyed him. Song Jian glanced at the sparse trees around him and thought to himself, maybe Alex should be transplanted to the forest. Now this place has some restrictions on its growth. Alex's original duty was to guard the manor castle. But now the manor castle has become the city lord's mansion of the entire city of Hope, which is the most defensive place. If the enemy can attack here, then there will be no big difference in the final result whether there is one more Lord level boss or one less Lord level boss. It can be transplanted to the Shadow Forest in the Valley of the Dead, where there are many ancient shadow trees. If Alex transplants it, it may be possible to revive many ancient shadow war trees. Song Jian thought to himself, but in this way, the mining of shadow wood will be affected. The development of the Valley of the Dead is an important financial source for the City of Hope Alliance. If an ordinary player obtains all the resources of the Valley of the Dead, he can lie in bed and count money every day. However, for the development of a city, the income obtained from the development of the resources of the Valley of the Dead is a drop in the bucket, which is why Song Jian wants to form his own caravan. Alex seemed to be very interested in the magic vine that suddenly appeared on his body. He kept pulling the magic vine to test its toughness. Song Jian observed for a while and found that the bloody ghost poison tree that merged with the magic vine was nothing unusual. He turned around and left the manor castle and walked towards the misty forest outside the Doomsday City. Most of the monsters in the Doomsday City are within level 50, and the highest strength is the peak of the first level combat power. Such monsters no longer pose a threat to Song Jian. Song Jian naturally gave up upgrading in the Doomsday City. He would only help when the Alliance players needed it. After walking out of the sheltering black fog, Song Jian rode a motorcycle and drove towards the misty forest. The Doomsday City is like a novice village. The closer you are to the Doomsday City, the lower the level of the monsters. The farther you are from the Doomsday City, the higher the level of the monsters, and the stronger they are. Compared to the flame light wings and the sword flying, the speed of the motorcycle is much slower, and it is about the same as the flying speed of the steel wings. However, the use of the flame light wings and the sword flying is really too ostentatious. Once the tassel-like flame light wings and the sword flying are used, everyone's eyes are always locked on Song Jian at the first time. Driving along the wide road, the farther away from the Doomsday City, the greater the degree of damage to the road. After more than an hour, Song Jian was already in front of a wilderness full of weeds, and there was no trace of the asphalt road. The terrain here is no longer suitable for driving a motorcycle, and it is sparsely populated. Song Jian put away the motorcycle, summoned the sky-breaking sword, and flew with the sword, heading for the distance. The improvement of the sword controlling skill makes the flying speed of the sword extremely fast. During the flight, a thin but solid sword-like curtain will appear in front of Song Jian, blocking the strong wind coming from the head. Song Jian flew all the way to the north of the Doomsday City, and still did not stop after passing through a vast grassland. This is already a monster refresh area above level 40, and few players come here to hunt monsters. The huge monster passed by Song Jian's feet, and the scenery in front of him kept changing. Soon, a forest filled with light gray mist appeared in front of Song Jian. Chapter 967 Monster Hunting. Coming to the edge of the misty forest, Song Jian discovered that the gray fog that permeated from the forest did not have any toxins, but only affected the line of sight and suppressed the perception and detection. Originally, Song Jian's perception and detection range exceeded 15 meters, but after entering the forest, Song Jian found that his field of vision was only 1 or 2 meters, and the perception and detection was suppressed to within 5 meters. Even if the player's level is up, I'm afraid he won't like to kill monsters here to level up, Song Jian thought to himself. After getting used to long-distance detection, the perception was suddenly suppressed. This feeling is really terrible. There are many trees in the misty forest, and they all seem to have mutated. Most of these trees are thick and look at least 300 years old. In this forest, there are some monsters wandering around. Their name is Forest Wanderers. They are taller than ordinary adults. about 2 meters tall. They look like a walking tree, with obvious facial features and limbs. Their expressions look a little silly, but from the sharp fangs in their mouths, it can be seen that these monsters are definitely not good people. There are many such monsters in the forest. Song Jian sensed that there are more than a dozen such monsters within a range of only 5 meters. These monsters are level 55, and their health value is only more than 16,000 points. The attack method is not yet visible, but the defense must be strong. Song Jian saw that the mottled bark on their body surface was actually shining with a metallic luster. Song Jian's mind moved, and flaming wings emerged from behind. Flying low in the woods was not a good idea, especially when visibility and perception were so low. Even with Song Jian's physical fitness, he would probably get bruised and battered if he flew in this misty forest. But Song Jian was just trying to increase his speed, and he didn't plan to fly. He summoned the sky-breaking sword and slashed it into the misty forest. Countless spirit swords appeared around him. The 7th level 10,000 swords art could summon up to 220 spirit swords, which was 3 or 4 times more powerful than before. This time, Song Jian did not use all his sword energy to perform the 10,000 swords art, so he would not trigger the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation. Hundreds of spirit swords flew towards the depths of the misty forest. Wherever they went, there were rumbling explosions and angry roars from monsters. Song Jian turned and ran, his body off the ground, almost sticking to the ground, flying far away. Soon, groups of forest wanderers rushed out of the misty forest, chasing Song Jian with their fangs and claws. The number was astonishing. Song Jian looked back and saw the densely packed monsters dragged into a long team. He frowned slightly. The monsters were located near and far. After being alarmed, the team was dragged too long, which was not conducive to gathering monsters. He took out a scroll emitting cold air from the parcel column, tore it open, and threw it behind him. These scrolls are all Ice Swamp scrolls purchased by Song Jian at a high price. They are made by magic scroll masters, a peculiar branch of magicians and a rare profession. They have no attack power themselves, and can only attack the enemy with the scrolls they made. The scroll masters in the early stage are very miserable, and often have more expenses than income. However, in the later stage, the scroll masters, who can make powerful scrolls, are the strongest and richest professions in the whole game. A powerful forbidden scroll can often sell for tens of millions of Doomsday coins. And when attacking the enemy, while other magicians are still chanting spells, the scroll master's magic attack scrolls have already killed all the enemies. The Ice Swamp scroll has no attack power, but it can create an ice swamp with a diameter of more than 10 meters, causing a slowing effect on the enemies that enter, because of the dual effects of freezing and swamp. The slowing effect of the ice swamp is extremely good, which can cause a 60% slowing effect. Such auxiliary scrolls are highly targeted, so the price is also very expensive. A scroll costs 20,000 Doomsday coins. Most players will buy 1 or 2 for self-defense, but Song Jian bought 300 at a time because he wanted to kill monsters. Looking at the monsters struggling in the ice swamp, and the monsters behind them gathering more and more, Song Jian smiled with joy. For him, this scroll is definitely worth the money. Holding the sky-breaking sword, the sword energy in his body surged towards the sky-breaking sword, and the 10,000 swords art burst out. The shadows of 220 spirit swords floated densely beside Song Jian. If someone with intensive phobia saw it, he would probably turn around and leave in discomfort. The sky-breaking sword slashed forward, and more than 200 spirit swords flew over. Such dense spirit swords did not collide in the air, as if they all had their own flight trajectories, and did not interfere with each other. The sharp sword energy enveloped all the hundreds of forest wanderers trapped in the ice swamp. A strong energy spread out, like ripples on the water, sweeping across the area of dozens of meters in the ice swamp, covering all the monsters. Boom, boom, boom. Strong explosions sounded among the monsters, and more than 2,000 points of damage floated up densely, layered together, making it impossible to tell how much damage each monster had received. Watching these monsters fall to the ground like straw, Song Jian was secretly happy. The monsters here really had low fire resistance. Originally, each spirit sword only added 1,000 points of fire damage, but attacking these monsters could cause 1,005 or 16 fire damage. Before the 10,000 swords art formed a sword formation, these monsters fell in groups, when a huge red lotus bloomed among these monsters. In a few seconds, None of the hundreds of monsters could stand. The Red Lotus sword formation slowly dissipated, and traces of the ice swamp remained on the ground. The corpses of the monsters were crisscrossed, and the exploded spoils were scattered all over the ground. Hundreds of forest wanderers directly increased Song Jian's experience by 6%. This leveling up by killing monsters was too fast. With the 10,000 swords technique, Song Jian was just like a cheat. Song Jian picked up all the spoils dropped by these monsters. Most of the monsters dropped a level 5 material called hardwood. 37 pieces of equipment were dropped, all of which were level 50 or above. Most of these equipment were blue and green equipment, which were of no use to Song Jian. Even if they were sold, no one would buy them. They could only be used to decompose materials. In addition to the equipment, these monsters also dropped 2 skill books, 1 gold and 1 silver. This immediately surprised Song Jian. You know, the probability of ordinary monsters dropping high-quality skill books is very small. Silver-quality skill books do not improve the proficiency of the level 7 10,000 swords technique much, but gold-quality skill books can still provide considerable proficiency. After swallowing the 2 skill books, Song Jian once again walked towards the misty forest. This time, he planned to lure out more monsters. The power of the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation was not fully exerted. Even the second stage could not be triggered, let alone the third stage. For the 10,000 swords art that had been upgraded by 2 levels, Song Jian was looking forward to the power of the third stage. Chapter 968 Claw Polluter. The Misty Forest is a monster area that players have never set foot in. There are many monsters in it. Forest walkers are just the most common monsters on the edge. The deeper you go into the Misty Forest, the more monsters you encounter, and the higher the level. Song Jian swipes forest walkers over and over again. He has used more than a dozen ice swamp scrolls. Groups of forest walkers fall to the ground. Near the edge of the Misty Forest, there are broken bodies of forest walkers everywhere, layer upon layer. And even the death flame can't keep up with Song Jian's monster swiping speed. The refreshed speed of forest walkers can no longer keep up with Song Jian's monster killing speed. Each time, hundreds of monsters are drawn out. In more than 2 hours, the number of forest walkers killed by Song Jian has exceeded 10,000. The process of killing monsters is very boring. And after becoming proficient, the whole process becomes very mechanical and boring. But if you want to become a strong person, this is a process that must be experienced, and no one can avoid it. Song Jian's level proficiency soared very quickly. In more than 2 hours, he had reached the halfway point. The number of forest walkers he led out was getting smaller and smaller, and Song Jian began to explore the depths of the Misty Forest. Further in, it is the refresh area of the 57th level Woodclaw Polluter. The appearance of the Woodclaw Polluter is almost a replica of the forest walker, but it is much larger in size. If the forest walker is a 10-year-old monster, then the Woodclaw Polluter is at least 50 years old, or even 100 years old. In addition to a pair of exaggerated wooden claws, the Woodclaw Polluter also has a light green poisonous mist floating on its body surface. Song Jian can feel that these mutant tree people are full of evil magic power, and it seems that someone has transformed them into what they are now. The Woodclaw Polluter is much stronger than the forest walker, but its movement speed is even lower than that of the forest walker. For Song Jian, this is good news. But after going deep into the Misty Forest, there is no open terrain, which makes it more difficult for Song Jian to attract monsters and gather monsters. However, this is not difficult for Song Jian. If there is no open area, he can just create one artificially. The flame shot up into the sky, and a huge flaming red lotus bloomed in the depths of the forest. While killing a large group of Woodclaw Polluters, a large area of ancient trees was destroyed by the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation. Soon, an open area with a diameter of more than 100 meters was created by Song Jian. Then, Song Jian began to repeat the previous process of attracting and killing monsters, and his proficiency increased at an astonishing speed. During the leveling process, Song Jian also summoned the Stone Man Gulu, who was sleeping in the battle pet space, and let it share some experience to upgrade. Gulu's level is a bit low for Song Jian now, and his help is getting smaller and smaller. But Gulu has great potential, and is worth cultivating. In fact, the most worthy of cultivation is the Black Dragon. But now the Black Dragon is guarding the Dragon Head Monster Tree in the poisonous swamp, probably waiting for the Dragon Head Monster Tree to bear fruit again. And Song Jian can't do anything about it. Song Jian's combat experience is increasing rapidly. which once again caused a commotion among the players of Doomsday City. Now many players have reached level 40. Looking at the desperate experience value of level 40 to level 41. Many players have temporarily given up the idea of upgrading, and turned to explore other aspects of the game. City Lord. Are the monsters in the Misty Forest easy to fight? Can you lead the elite group of the War Alliance? Wang Qi has been paying attention to Song Jian's level, since Song Jian said he wanted to kill monsters to upgrade. Seeing that he gained combat experience so quickly, Wang Qi was a little impatient. In a whole day, Song Jian upgraded from level 46 to level 47. His 4 large backpacks with 120 slots were all filled with materials above level 5, and various equipment above level 50. Silver and lower grade skill books are too small to improve the 10,000 swords technique. So Song Jian decided to keep them to improve the strength of his brothers in the alliance. You know, even silver grade skills are very rare for ordinary players. There are monsters above level 55 here. It's a bit dangerous to upgrade here before level 50. There are too many monsters here. Once surrounded, it's easy to die, Song Jian said. Don't look at Song Jian's joyful brushing. But even ordinary players who have reached level 50 would not dare to come here to brush monsters. The monsters here all have the most basic entanglement skills. Once you can't beat them, you can't even run away. The Wiclaw polluter has poisonous fog on its body. It's okay for ranged professions. But melee professions have to fight with the Wiclaw polluter in the poisonous fog all the time. Not only will they lose blood quickly, but the feeling of being constantly eroded by the poisonous fog is like countless ants crawling on the body. It's really too uncomfortable. Is that so? It seems that the elite group can't go there to brush monsters and level up for the time being, Wang Qi said with some disappointment. Although there are many areas for monster spawning in Doomsday City, from low to high, there are also many players in Doomsday City. And Song Jian strictly prohibits people from the City of Hope Alliance from spawning monsters in the area. So the upgrade speed in Doomsday City is not fast. Which is why Song Jian has to go outside Doomsday City to upgrade. Song Jian thought for a while and said, if they can come here by themselves, I can take them for a few days. Most of the elite group are old people who followed Song Jian to establish the City of Hope. They are very loyal to the Alliance, and are also the main force in external operations. It is still necessary to ensure the level suppression of the elite group. Wang Qi heard it, and immediately said, okay. I will organize the elite group to find you right away. By the way, do you need any supplies? Let them bring them to you together. Song Jian looked at the number of ice swamp scrolls, and said to Wang Qi, I don't need it for now. By the way, call 2 brothers with big backpacks. My bag slot is full. Okay. By the way, a brother at the auction house today saw an epic male armor suit that suits you very well. I bought it for you, and will ask a brother from the elite group to bring it to you later. The attributes of this equipment are very good. The item level is 50. And you need to be 45 to equip it, Wang Qi said. Level 45 equipment? Has anyone been able to kill Lord Boss above level 45 now? Song Jian was a little surprised. You know, only Lord Boss has a small chance of dropping epic equipment. The epic equipment that Song Jian got was almost all dropped by Domination Boss. Moreover, Lord Boss above level 45 is not something that ordinary players can hunt. Just the fact that they can summon groups of monsters is enough to give many people a headache. It is said that a 5-man team defeated it. They did not form a war alliance, but formed an elite team to hunt Boss, Wang Qi said. Song Jian said after a moment of silence, try to contact them, and see if you can bring them into the Hope City War Alliance. You can give them the treatment of core members. Chapter 969 Elite Group. Song Jian originally thought that a team of at least 30 people could kill a Lord-level boss. But he didn't expect that it was just a team of 5 people. 5 people can kill a level 45 Lord boss. So the level of these 5 people is probably at least around level 45. Which is much higher than the level of ordinary players. And they definitely have many powerful skills. And their professional quality is definitely not ordinary. There are many players in the Hope City Alliance. But there are not many top players. Now it is almost entirely supported by Song Jian. The reason why Wang Qi wants Song Jian to lead the elite group is to make the level of the elite group different from that of ordinary players, and to create some high-end strong people. But the players brought up in this way cannot become top players. Only those lone rangers or elite teams, like this 5-man team, can have top players. Core member position? Wang Qi was shocked. You know, because Song Jian limited the number of core members to 300. Many players in the War Alliance were dissatisfied. The treatment of core members was much different from that of ordinary players. Wang Qi had said it several times. But Song Jian refused. Unexpectedly, because of these 5 players, Song Jian made an exception and gave 5 core members. Okay, I will contact them now. I believe that with the treatment of core members, I can definitely pull them into the War Alliance, Wang Qi said excitedly. The status of core members is very important, and the benefits are particularly good. Even with the financial resources of the City of Hope, it can't support many. The previous 300 core members were chosen by Song Jian to thank them for sticking with the alliance during the construction of the city. But the core members after that must undergo strict assessment. This time, Song Jian took out 5 core members at once, hoping to further enhance the strength of the City of Hope Alliance and let other ordinary members see hope. Otherwise, if the core membership is not open, many ordinary members will be disappointed and leave the City of Hope Alliance. Buzz. A golden light emerged from the Stone Mangulu. At this time, the Stone Mangulu already has the strength of a Lord-level boss. But the level is not high. Now Song Jian takes it to kill monsters and upgrade. And the level of the Stone Mangulu is also rising rapidly. It is now level 43. The Stone Mangulu, who is above level 40, has undergone a great change in his body shape. He is almost much stronger. His stone-like muscles are also bulging and full of explosive power. The texture of granite appears on the surface of his muscles. Every step he takes makes a loud rumbling sound. If it were not for Song Jian's suppression, he would probably rush up to fight with the Woodclaw Polluter. I didn't expect that you are also a warmonger. Song Jian looked at the appearance of the Stone Mangulu and laughed in his heart. Now Song Jian no longer triggers the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation, but only uses the ordinary 10,000 swords art to attack. Many Woodclaw Polluters will not be killed instantly, and will have a few hundred HP points left. Song Jian, who had been suppressing the Stone Mangulu's fighting desire, immediately ordered the Stone Mangulu to rush towards them when he saw that there were still 20 or 30 Woodclaw Polluters with low health left. After receiving the battle order from Song Jian, Gula looked very excited. He clashed his 2 big fists fiercely and rushed towards the Woodclaw Polluters with low health. Although Gula was a Lord-level boss, his movement speed was only slightly higher than that of an ordinary forest walker. His strengths lay in his defense and extremely high resistance. The poisonous mist of the Woodclaw Polluter had no effect on him at all. The sharp claws could only leave a shallow white mark on Gula's body, and could not cause much damage to him at all. Boom! Gula rushed into the group of monsters, raised his hands, and then hammered the ground fiercely. After a loud bang, a big pit sank in the ground, and a stream of energy spread in all directions, causing more than 100 points of impact effect on all the surrounding wooden claw polluters. The damage of this attack was not high, but the attack range was extremely large, and it also added a stun effect of more than 5 seconds. After stunning all the surrounding low-health polluters, the Stone Mangula punched them one by one and began to quickly harvest their health points. The upgraded Stone Mangula became more and more powerful. He used to have only one skill, stone throwing, which could only be used to interfere with the enemy. Now that he has become a Lord-level boss, he can already serve as an MT and fight on the front line. It's just that Gula's movement speed is too slow, and it's not suitable for attracting monsters. Otherwise, Song Jian would be more relaxed. At this time, more than a dozen elite players from the City of Hope Alliance also appeared at the edge of the misty forest. Seeing the large number of monster corpses that were still not incinerated by the transparent flames, everyone showed a look of surprise on their faces. No wonder the City Lord is upgraded so quickly. It turns out that this is how he kills monsters. Someone shook his head and sighed. Level 55 monsters. This place is too dangerous. If I were alone, I wouldn't dare to come here at all. They are all skeleton level. Wouldn't it be so cool to upgrade like this? I'm really looking forward to it. Let's go. The City Lord is inside. I didn't expect that we would have a day to be experienced babies. A group of people excitedly walked towards the depths of the misty forest. They didn't need to ask Song Jian where he was. They just needed to follow the monster corpses all the way to find him. After a while, Song Jian noticed that someone was rushing towards his location. Although he couldn't see their appearance, the only players who dared to enter the misty forest at this time were probably the elite group players he called over. The elite group is quite fast. After killing all the Woodclaw polluters, Gula finally became quiet and followed Song Jian closely. watching him pick up all the items that the monsters dropped. City Lord. Someone shouted loudly behind him. Song Jian turned his head and saw that it was Zhao Yu, who came with more than a dozen people. Zhao Yu, have you joined the elite group? Song Jian was a little surprised. You know, although Zhao Yu is his friend in the real world, he has only been in this game for a short time. When he first met him, his strength was not strong, and he didn't even build a safe house. At that time, Song Jian asked him to join the City of Hope Alliance. But he didn't expect that Zhao Yu would grow to the point where he could join the elite group in such a short time. You know, most of the elite group are core members. Only the generous benefits of core members can make an ordinary player quickly become stronger. Therefore, those members of the elite group who are not core members often have to work several times harder than others to become a member of the elite group. I just passed the assessment last week. Zhao Yu seemed a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Song Jian looked at Zhao Yu's level and found that he was already level 43. This level was at least higher than 98% of the players in Doomsday City. Great! Song Jian laughed and threw out all the items in the parcel column. Hundreds of items were piled up like a hill. Almost all of them were blue quality or above. Even the materials were not lower than level 5. These items alone were probably worth millions of Doomsday coins. Ship these things back to the War Alliance first. You can take a rest. When I recover, I will start to kill monsters. Song Jian laughed. Chapter 970 Upgrade. City Lord. This is the equipment that Deputy City Lord Wang asked me to bring you. The captain of this team took out a chest armor emitting purple-red light from the parcel column and handed it to Song Jian. Epic equipment. Why is it mail armor? A team member looked at the equipment in the captain's hand and whispered. Yes. Doesn't the City Lord use leather armor? Maybe it has other uses. Just as others were whispering, Song Jian directly put on this epic mail armor. At this time, everyone guessed that Song Jian could actually wear mail armor. Armor of the Warlord Epic. Mail armor. Item level 50. Equipment effect. Physical defense plus 316. Spell resistance plus 180. Damage plus 10%. Combat experience gained plus 15%. Strength plus 15. Agility plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Special effect 1. Weakens the damage received by 30%. And increases the user's health recovery speed. The heavier the damage received, the faster the recovery speed. And the fastest increase in health recovery speed is 50%. Special effect 2. War Shackles active. After using it on the target, it can limit all the target's movement acceleration skills, teleport skills, disappearance skills, etc. for 15 seconds. This skill can only be used once within 30 minutes. Special effect 3. War Roar active. Using this skill, all team members within 30 meters can increase their attack power by 15%, and their attack speed by 10%, and the duration is 180 seconds. This skill can only be used once within 5 minutes. Equipment requirements. Level 45. Can it be taken out of the game? No. After wearing this epic equipment, Song Jian's strength has been greatly improved. Most importantly, this equipment can increase combat experience by 15%, which is perfect for Song Jian, who is now leveling up by killing monsters. While Song Jian was recovering, the elite group had divided into 5 or 6 teams. They will be responsible for attracting monsters. This way, the efficiency will be several times higher than that of Song Jian alone. Everyone be careful. The monsters here are all above level 55. If the situation is not right, use the Ice Swamp Scroll. Song Jian said loudly and distributed the Ice Swamp Scroll to everyone. The players who attracted the monsters were all agile professions. Although the Wiclaw polluters were of high level, they were not fast. As long as they were careful and did not get surrounded, these monsters would not be able to catch up with them. Other professions such as magic and warriors could only gain experience on the side and could not help much. Several agile players entered the depths of the misty forest. After a while, the sounds of attacks and monster roars were heard in the depths of the forest, and the ground began to shake slightly, as if thousands of troops were rushing. Several thieves had already started using the acceleration skill to run towards Song Jian. They led all the monsters into the open space in the forest. When they were almost all attracted, they disappeared and left the battle. The monsters were too slow, so the thieves didn't need to use the Ice Swamp Scroll. The scroll was just a precaution for them. At this time, Song Jian's 10,000 swords technique was also released, covering all the monsters. This time, The monsters attracted were much more than those attracted by Song Jian himself. At least 700 or 800. Crowded together. With large numbers of damage numbers rising. And the layers were so stacked that they couldn't be seen clearly. All the monsters rushed towards Song Jian. And a player nearby tore open an ice swamp scroll and threw it at the monsters. The speed of the monsters suddenly slowed down. And a muddy swamp emitting cold air appeared under their feet. One ice scroll didn't cover enough area. So 2 more players tore open the scroll and threw it at the monsters. 3 scrolls finally covered all the monsters. At this time, Wang Jianju had already set off the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation. A huge flaming lotus slowly bloomed, and the powerful suction made all the monsters around fly towards the lotus. Some monsters even turned into ashes directly during the process of being attracted. Everyone's experience value increased rapidly. With golden light flashing, 5 or 6 players even directly upgraded a level. And Song Jian's experience value also increased by about 8%. With more people, Song Jian's experience value actually increased instead of decreasing. On the one hand, it was because there was an experience bonus for teaming up to kill monsters. And on the other hand, there were more people attracting monsters. The number of monsters attracted each time was several times that of Song Jian alone before. So the experience gained was naturally much more than when he was alone. After running it a few times, everyone attracted monsters faster. Song Jian's 10,000 swords technique had a very fast cooldown time. But he had to use up all his sword energy before he could start the sword formation. As a result, the recovery speed of the sword energy could not keep up with the cooling speed of the 10,000 swords technique. Therefore, every time he cleared a batch of monsters, Song Jian had to wait for the sword energy to recover. However, during this recovery time, several players who attracted monsters lured monsters out from the depths of the forest. A group of people were madly killing monsters in the misty forest. These monsters were more than 10 levels higher than others. Although there were more than a dozen people, each person had a lot of combat experience. After each wave of killing monsters, there would be several upgrade golden lights in the team. After a whole day of clearing monsters in the misty forest, Song Jian's level was raised to level 48. He used the extra skill points in the sword controlling skill, which is a passive skill. As long as he uses the 10,000 swords technique, he can improve his proficiency. After a day of killing monsters, the proficiency of other skills has hardly changed. While the proficiency of the sword controlling skill has been raised to 100% again, which is just right to raise it to the next level. The levels of most other people have also been raised to around level 42. And the level of the Stoneman Guru has even been raised to level 45. The experience gained by battle pets is much less than that of players. So Guru's level is also the highest. The 45th level Stoneman Gula has grown a little bigger. His original height of 2 meters has grown to nearly 3 meters. His muscles have rock-like textures. And his face has become more angular. No longer as silly as before. Gula's health value has exceeded 30,000. For a 45th level Lord level boss, 30,000 is not high. But this is also because it is Song Jian's battle pet. Its attributes have been weakened a lot. But in terms of skills, Gulu has mastered 6 skills. 3 active skills: throwing stones, ground spike jungle, shaking the ground. 2 passive skills: rock skin, body regeneration. And another skill similar to a big move, ground cracking, which has a long cooldown time and consumes a lot of energy, and cannot be used easily. The only thing that makes Song Jian a little regretful is that although Gula has the strength of a Lord-level boss, he has not mastered the signature skill of the Lord-level boss, summoning monsters, which is probably also a limitation of the game's battle pets. Chapter 971 Exposure. On the level honor list, almost all the top 10 players are above level 40. But except for Song Jian, the other 9 players are all level 40. The only difference is the amount of experience points they get. But one day later, the top 15 players on the level honor list were all occupied by players from the City of Hope Alliance. And even 90% of the top 30 players were from the City of Hope Alliance. The City of Doom is now the only one in power. And no other alliance can be the enemy of the City of Hope Alliance. Did anyone pick up a gold quality skill book? Song Jian asked. There were too many monsters attracted. And there were too many items that dropped. Song Jian couldn't pick them up by himself. Those who didn't need to attract monsters started to work as porters. After the monsters died, a group of people started to pick up the spoils. I have 1 here. I have 2 here. 1 gold and 1 dark gold. Song Jian counted and found that he had used more than a dozen gold-quality skill books in one day. These skill books are available in all professions, but only people at least level 50 can use them. This made the elite group members present secretly decide to upgrade as soon as possible. After Song Jian swallowed all the more than a dozen gold-quality skill books with Wang Jianju, the level of Wang Jianju was raised by 1 level to level 8. The number of spirit swords in the level 8 Wang Jianju has increased to 30 to 250. Each spirit sword can now cause more than 2,200 points of damage. If 1,000 points of fire damage are added, even if there is no critical hit and damage aggravation, it can still cause more than 3,000 points of damage. In this way, even if the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation is not triggered, the 250 spirit swords can cause more than 700,000 damage. It can be said that the boss below the command level has no strength to withstand a blow in front of Song Jian. As long as a battle occurs, it will be killed instantly. The Ice Swamp Scroll is used up. Let's go back first, Song Jian said. After a day of killing monsters, the dozen people in the elite group are not only not tired, but also full of energy, and they wish they could kill for 3 days and 3 nights. But unfortunately, if there is no Ice Swamp Scroll to restrict the movement of monsters and gather monsters, it will be difficult for the 10,000 Swords art to play its maximum effect, and many fish will slip through the net. Now, except for Song Jian, the levels of others are too low. The level suppression alone can make most of their attacks miss. Wang Qi has already sent people to take the equipment they have obtained to auction houses in various cities. The players in Doomsday City are too low, but there are many professional NPCs in other cities for these equipment above level 50. These NPCs are very generous. When Song Jian returned to the City Lord's mansion, Wang Qi excitedly sent him a message. City Lord, guess how much we earned this time? How much? Song Jian asked. He was not very interested in Doomsday coins now. The items he needed could not be bought with Doomsday coins. Many people only accepted barter. For example, epic equipment. Even if you want to buy it, you have to rely on luck. 56 million Doomsday coins and 2 batches of the best quality equipment will be kept until tomorrow to buy, and I will keep all the materials obtained to train our own professional life players. I estimate that there will be at least 10 professional life players who can reach the expert level, Wang Qi said. Sure. Song Jian smiled. Now the funds for city construction can be slightly relieved. Right? Of course. City Lord, you should go out more often to kill high-level monsters. Even if you don't encounter the boss, come a few more times like today, and our Hope City Alliance will never be short of money again. Wang Qi smiled. Why don't you quickly train players who can make magic scrolls? All the Ice Swamp Scrolls have been used up today. Without them, the efficiency of monster spawning will be greatly affected, Song Jian said. Without the Ice Swamp Scrolls to limit the speed of monster movement, not only will the efficiency of monster spawning be affected, but it will also greatly increase the danger for those who attract monsters. They are all level 42 and 43 players, attracting level 57 and 58 monsters, which is too dangerous. Today, several players who attracted monsters were entangled by the roots of the monsters that suddenly appeared because of the perception suppression, and they almost died. If it weren't for the Ice Swamp Scrolls to limit their speed, I'm afraid many people would have died today. I don't know who spread the news of your monster hunting. The price of the Ice Swamp Scroll has increased several times. It will take some time to train your own scroll master, Wang Qi said. Song Jian's face darkened. He knew that the people who killed monsters today were almost all members of the War Alliance elite group. Logically, they would not leak the news. However, before they finished killing monsters, the price of the Ice Swamp Scroll increased several times. Obviously, the news of their monster hunting was leaked. Find out what happened and see who leaked the secret. This trend must be curbed, Song Jian said in a deep voice. I understand. And they have already started to intervene, Wang Qi said. As the actual manager of the War Alliance, he has an unshirkable responsibility for this kind of thing. Most of the players in the elite group are old players, and those who enter the elite group with their own strength also cherish the hard-won opportunity. In addition, in the entire Doomsday City, there is no War Alliance that is a match for the City of Hope War Alliance. So it is difficult for the War Alliance to betray, because there was no Ice Swamp Scroll. Song Jian could only kill monsters by himself in the next few days. With the cooperation of Gollum, he could take care of some of the monsters that slipped through the net. However, if he brought the people to lure monsters, there would be too many monsters, and it would be easy to cause the whole team to be wiped out. A day later, Wang Qi also found out about the leak of the information. It turned out that it was a level 43 thief player who accidentally noticed the movement of Song Jian and his team killing monsters when passing by the Misty Forest and sneaked in. Because of the special environment of the Misty Forest, everyone's perception and vision were suppressed, so no one noticed his presence, allowing him to observe Song Jian and his team killing monsters from the side. Seeing them killing monsters like this, the thief was stunned. He took a video and posted it on the game forum, which caused a sensation. The thief was actually a treasure hunter. His favorite thing to do was not to kill monsters and level up, but to explore the areas in the game. The more uninhabited the place is in the game, the more good things there are, such as treasure chests, herbs, and precious ores. These are like gold thrown on the ground at random, waiting for the first person to enter to bend down and pick them up. The treasure hunter made a lot of money from this. This video also brought him a lot of benefits, and at the same time pushed the City of Hope Alliance to the forefront again, knowing that it was not a player from his alliance who leaked the information. Song Jian was relieved. This thief was not from the Doomsday City, so even if he wanted to cause trouble for him, he could not. However, Song Jian remembered his name. Do Des Hang. I hope we can meet again in the future, Song Jian said to himself. Chapter 972 Second Level Combat Strength Assessment. After 4 or 5 days of continuous grinding, Song Jian's level finally reached 50. The Xianyu Liuguang sword was upgraded by 1 level, and the sword Shadow Clone was upgraded by 1 level. The damage of each sword of the Xianyu Liuguang sword increased by 5%, and the sword Shadow Clone can inherit 50% of Song Jian's attributes. Song Jian at level 50, even with 50% of the attributes, is much stronger than ordinary players in their 30s. With a few more levels, the role of the sword Shadow Clone in battle will become more and more important. The Stone Mangula has been upgraded to level 55. In the past few days, Song Jian has killed countless monsters in the Misty Forest. He has even developed a deterrent effect. In the Misty Forest, as long as the monsters are close to him within 100 meters, they will feel his presence and be frightened away from him. It is difficult for ordinary players to produce this kind of deterrence effect when spawning monsters in one place. You know, if too many monsters are spawned in one place, the elite boss in this area will be alarmed. Ordinary players can deal with ordinary monsters, but when encountering elite boss, unless they are a team, they will generally change places immediately. But in Song Jian's eyes, there is actually not much difference between elite boss and ordinary monsters. 10,000 Swords art is overwhelming and directly kills all the elite boss and ordinary monsters that are spawned. After spawning elite bosses several times in a row, Lord-level bosses and command-level bosses were alarmed one after another. But in Song Jian's eyes, it was just the difference between using 10,000 Swords art once and using 10,000 Swords art twice. When the command-level boss, which was more than 100 meters high, and the ancient tree of fog war fell down with a boom, Song Jian obtained this deterrence effect. This effect can only be effective in the Misty Forest. After leaving the Misty Forest, this effect will disappear. This makes Song Jian unable to continue to spawn monsters in the Misty Forest. Otherwise, Song Jian might stay here forever. The 10,000 Swords technique is too terrifying. After the level is raised, as long as he is not surrounded by a group of command-level boss, Song Jian can be said to be able to dominate this game. Even if he has a strong second-level combat power, Song Jian is confident to fight him. But if he sees a third-level combat power, Song Jian still has to hide far away. Returning to the Manor Castle, Song Jian directly applied for the second-level combat power assessment. At this stage, he is probably the only one who can apply for the second-level combat power assessment. In other words, all those who take the second-level assessment with him will be NPC professionals, and there will not be a single player. In the castle management interface, Song Jian directly selected apply for the second-level combat power assessment. A white light flashed, and Song Jian was teleported directly from the City Lord's mansion to the assessment hall. Just like before, a group of people gathered in front of their different teleportation gates, constantly selecting. At the moment Song Jian appeared, all the second-level combat power assessment teleportation gates disappeared at the same time, replaced by a scarlet blood-red light gate. Song Jian frowned slightly. There was no abnormality in the teleportation-like gates of other assessments. Only the teleportation-like gate of the second-level combat power assessment had changed. He felt vaguely that this seemed to be specifically aimed at him. He walked towards the blood-colored light gate of the second-level combat power assessment. And after reaching out to touch it, the content of the second-level combat power assessment suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian. After entering the second-level combat power assessment world, the camps will be assigned according to the strength of the assessees, and the strength between the camps will be as balanced as possible. After entering the second-level combat power assessment world, the assessees will receive the main task. If they complete the main task, they will pass the assessment. If they fail the main task, the assessment will fail. After reading all the information, Song Jian did not hesitate and stepped directly into the blood-colored light gate. The abnormality of the second-level combat power assessment transmission light gate almost alarmed all NPC professionals. Many professionals who were preparing to participate in the second-level combat power assessment began to become hesitant. They did not know whether this change was good or bad for them. So most people chose to wait and see. But soon, as everyone was watching, a group of people appeared in the assessment hall. Seeing the blood-red gate of the second-level combat power assessment, their eyes lit up, and they entered the gate without hesitation. Hey, brother. What's going on? Why are so many people coming to the second-level combat power assessment? Someone asked in confusion. The teleportation light gate has changed, which means that the assessment content has also changed. Do you know what this means? Another person asked back. Will the assessment danger increase? Just like the boss mutation? Someone guessed. Yes. During the battle, if the boss suddenly mutates, the danger will indeed increase a lot. But correspondingly, if the mutated boss is killed, then the spoils. The person who answered before laughed. The quality and quantity of spoils will also be greatly improved. The eyes of the people around him suddenly lit up. You know, there is no real death in the assessment world. Do you know who those people were just now? They are the eldest son of the Earl, legendary mercenaries who have experienced hundreds of battles, and lords who dominate one side. Their strength has actually been enough to conduct the second-level combat power assessment. But they have been dragging it out just to wait for the moment when the teleportation light gate mutates. Then what are we waiting for? Go in quickly. Maybe there will be a limit on the number of people in the assessment. Some people who were preparing for the second-level combat power assessment suddenly became anxious and began to rush towards the teleportation light gate. Soon, some people entered the teleportation light gate, but some people were blocked. Damn. Only 100 people can enter. The faces of those who were blocked suddenly became ugly. This was a great opportunity to enhance their strength. But they missed it. It's not a bad thing not to enter. You know, generally there will be only one winner in such an assessment. If you are not very confident in your own strength, you should wait a day and participate in those ordinary assessments with lower difficulty. At least the success rate will be higher. Someone comforted. Yes, those who enter are all strong people. Even if we enter, we will only become cannon fodder. Someone sighed and said. But looking at the closed blood-red teleportation light gate, there was still an unwilling look in his eyes. At this moment, Song Jian felt as if he was falling from a high altitude. This feeling of weightlessness made him feel uncomfortable. He couldn't help but want to summon the flame wings. But soon he found that he seemed to be unable to do anything. Couldn't release skills, and couldn't even control his body. What is going on? I have been falling for 10 minutes. Song Jian thought a little depressed. You know, this has never happened before when he passed through the portal. After a long time, Song Jian finally felt that the speed began to slowly decrease. Soon, his feet stepped on the ground, but it was still dark in front of him. Just then, a translucent light curtain appeared in front of Song Jian, which wrote the content and precautions of this second-level combat power assessment. How could this happen? Song Jian's face suddenly showed a look of surprise, feeling that he seemed to be targeted by this game. Chapter 973 Flower Fairy. The content of this assessment appeared on the screen in front of Song Jian. There are 12 camps in this assessment world. The 100 assessors who enter the world will be randomly assigned to these 12 camps. Develop the power of each camp. Eliminate all other camps. And win the final victory. All assessors in the winning camp will pass the assessment, and the losers will exit the assessment world. Because of your strong strength, you are assigned to the human camp. There will be only you as an assessor in this camp. In this assessment world, the number of assessors assigned to the human camp 1. The number of assessors assigned to the Hell Camp. 8. The number of assessors assigned to the Undead Camp. 10. This assessment world is not like what some people guess, where only one person can pass the assessment. Instead, as long as the same camp wins, everyone will pass the assessment. This makes all the assessors in the same camp work together to achieve the final victory. But in the human camp, there is only Song Jian, which means that he has to fight against 99 players from 11 other races. The most depressing thing is that the system actually lists the number of people assigned to all camps. The minimum number of people in other camps is 6, and the maximum number is 12. However, the only camp with only one person is the human camp, and there is only Song Jian. If the system did not list the number of people who had taken the test, Song Jian could still fish in troubled waters. But now that the system has done this, everyone knows that the strongest among them is the human camp. This will definitely make others wary of the human camp, and Song Jian may face a situation where he is besieged by all camps in the end. This is simply the beginning of hell difficulty. Song Jian's face turned ugly. At this moment, the darkness in front of him suddenly became clear, and Song Jian found that he was actually in a grassland, and there was a mountain forest not far away. A winding path extended from his feet to the distance. System: the Hell Camp Assessor occupies a lumberyard, which will produce 5 units of wood every day. Congratulations to the Hell Camp. Damn it. Even the game start time is later than others. Song Jian's face became more and more ugly. But the assessment task has to continue, even if it is the difficulty of hell. Song Jian has the confidence to fight his way out of hell. Song Jian looked around. Although it was in the wild, it was very quiet. Not only were there no monsters, but even wild beasts and small animals were not found. Without any clues, Song Jian could only follow the path under his feet, find a direction at random, and walk slowly forward. While walking, he explored everywhere. Walking with a purpose like this, maybe there will be unexpected gains. System: the assessor of the elemental camp encountered a bandit. The bandit surrendered to the assessor because of the strength of the other party. The assessor accepted the surrender of the bandit and had the first batch of soldiers. System: the assessor of the dungeon camp encountered a dragonfly nest. After a battle, the assessor successfully occupied the nest, which can produce 3 dragonflies every day. The owner of the nest can spend a certain amount of resources to recruit dragonflies as his soldiers. The prompts of the system appeared one after another, which made Song Jian feel urgent. So far, he has not found a clue on how to win, but the assessors of other camps seem to have begun to develop. Now Song Jian is not only far behind, but most importantly, he is the only one in the entire human camp. But other camps have teams composed of several assessors. If it was just a simple battle, Song Jian would not be afraid of any other examinees. But through the system broadcast, it is obvious that this assessment world is a world where resources and soldiers are accumulated in the early stage, and large-scale legionary battles are carried out in the later stage, and the winners and losers are determined in turn. Song Jian's strength has a great advantage in the early stage, but as time goes by, the gap between him and other examinees will be narrowed little by little. Song Jian can kill 100 or 1,000 people by himself, but he can't face 10,000 or 100,000 people at the same time. The accumulation of quantitative changes will eventually lead to qualitative changes. No matter how strong Song Jian is, he can't be the opponent of everyone united. Continuing forward, Song Jian came to a forest. The path under his feet extended all the way to the depths of the forest, and there was no end in sight. Just then, Song Jian suddenly saw the tip of a wooden tower not far from the forest, and it seemed that there was a building there. Song Jian walked quickly towards the wooden tower. Perhaps he could get some information about this assessment world from there. Soon, Song Jian pushed aside a tall bush and came to a place full of flowers. There were flowers of various colors planted everywhere, and they were very bright. In the middle of the flowers, a wooden watchtower appeared in front of Song Jian. "Who are you, and why did you break into the territory of the flower elves?" A gentle voice sounded beside Song Jian's ears. Turning his head, he saw a thumb-sized elf flying beside Song Jian's ear, looking at him with curious eyes. "Hello, beautiful elf. I am just a lost traveler who accidentally broke into this place. Please forgive my recklessness. I will leave now." Song Jian bowed to the level 1 flower elf and said in a panic, "Human traveler?" The flower elf did not seem to be afraid of Song Jian. It circled around him twice and said, You are really brave. This is the territory of the Dark Lord. Don't go into the mountains and forests. The Dark Lord will kill you. Dark Lord? Song Jian raised his lips slightly and said, Beautiful elf. Can you tell me some information about the surrounding area? I'm lost and don't know where to go. I just want to go home. Human. Are you going back to the human castle? You've taken the wrong road. You should go in that direction. There is a human castle about 10 miles away. But I remember it has been abandoned for a long time. Some wild beasts have occupied it. Your home should not be there. The flower elf said in confusion. Is it that direction? The human castle? Song Jian was ecstatic in his heart. But he didn't show it on his face. He confirmed in the direction pointed by the flower elf. Yes, that direction. You will cross a river. And you will see the abandoned human castle. But I don't recommend you to go there. There are terrible beasts there. The flower elf seemed to have thought of something. And a look of horror appeared on his face. Thank you. Some beasts will not cause any obstacles to me. I will kill them and retake the castle. Song Jian said confidently. Are you a human warrior? The flower elf asked with a gleam in his eyes. Looking forward to it. Are you going to kill the Dark Lord and rescue the imprisoned elves in the mountains? If so, maybe I can provide you with some help. Chapter 974 Beaver Warrior. Mission? A thought flashed through Song Jian's mind. And he immediately nodded and said, If you can prove that the Dark Lord is evil, I am willing to help you kill it. Great. The flower fairy said happily, It's very simple to prove it. You only need to see it to know that it is an evil black dragon. It eats many animals in the mountains and forests every day. It also imprisons many elves. Those elves have to bear heavy labor every day. Every day. Elves die from overwork. Black dragon? Song Jian was stunned. No matter in which world. The dragon clan is at the top of the food chain pyramid. Although the title of Dragon Slayer is glorious, none of the thousands of warriors who want to slay the dragon can succeed. Is it an adult black dragon? Song Jian asked. No. It's an old black dragon. And it's injured, said the flower elf. I can accept this mission. But before that, I need to find the human castle first. Song Jian nodded and said, Yes, as long as you can kill the Dark Lord within 3 months. The flower elf nodded and said, System, you accepted the commission of the flower elf Luna. The destruction of the Dark Lord. Mission requirements. Kill the black dragon that occupies the elf mountains. Mission time limit, 3 months. Mission reward, flower elf Luna's gift. After passing the level, the assessment grade will be improved. Mission failure. The favorability of the elves will drop to indifference. And in the assessment world, you will never be able to recruit elves as soldiers. After Song Jian accepted the task, Luna handed him a gem and said, This is a lucky gem. As long as you carry it, you will be favored by the goddess of luck. Song Jian took it and looked at it, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Lucky gem dark gold. Special item. Use effect. Luck value +5. The morale of the soldiers led will always remain high. Item description. This item will take effect when it is placed in the package column. It will disappear when leaving the assessment world. Usage requirements. Get the approval of the flower fairy Luna. This is an item that can only be used in the assessment space. But the more such items are, the greater the role they play in the assessment space. After Song Jian put away the gem, he said goodbye to the flower fairy and walked towards the location of the human castle. According to the location of the human castle mentioned by the flower elf, it is no longer on this path. You must pass through a dense forest and then cross a large river to see it. Song Jian found that there seemed to be no monsters in this world, which meant that there was no way to upgrade. There were many beasts in the forest, but these beasts were too low level. Feeling the breath emanating from Song Jian, these beasts did not dare to approach at all. Song Jian was not interested in finding trouble with them. The most important thing now was to go to the human fortress first to see if he could find some clues to win the assessment. Soon, Song Jian passed through the forest and came to a large river. The river was about 10 meters wide. If there was no tool like a boat, he could swim across it. But Song Jian didn't need to go through so much trouble. He could just fly over directly. Just as Song Jian summoned the flame light wings and was about to fly over, he suddenly found a bunch of messy buildings made of wood on the bank of the river, which looked like nests. A large group of monsters that looked like humanoid beavers, holding simple wooden spears in their hands, patrolled around their nests. In the nests, there were many young beavers playing. and some adult beavers were catching fresh fish in the river with harpoons. This may be a place like the dragonfly nest. We can occupy it, Song Jian thought to himself. But these beavers seem to have weak combat power. Even if we occupy this place, I don't know what use it will be. Song Jian originally didn't intend to pay attention to this group of beavers, but after thinking about it, he decided to occupy this place first. Maybe there would be unexpected gains. The moment Song Jian approached the beaver's nest, almost all the beaver warriors holding wooden spears and wearing simple leather armor all looked at him. This is the territory of the Black Beaver tribe. Outsiders, please don't approach. A strong beaver stood up and pointed his spear at Song Jian and shouted loudly, "Submit sincerely, or be destroyed. Make your decision within 10 seconds." Song Jian said in a deep voice, holding the sky-breaking sword in his hand. In fact, this group of beavers have already noticed Song Jian's strength, and the strongest beaver warrior, who stood up still, had his legs trembling involuntarily. Song Jian was not very interested in this group of weak beaver warriors, and it didn't matter even if he killed them all. "We are willing to surrender." A dozen beaver warriors seemed relieved when they heard Song Jian say this, and all of them lay on the ground, looking like they were surrendering. "Song Jian, didn't we agree that this is the territory of the Black Beaver tribe? Why are they surrendering so readily?" "System, due to your powerful military force, a group of beaver warriors are willing to join your team and fight alongside you. System, you can check the attributes of this group of beaver warriors and assign them to work. System, the beaver warriors have weak combat power, but they are a group of highly skilled architects. Should we convert these beaver warriors into workers? Convert all of them into workers." Song Jian checked the attributes of the beaver warriors and immediately made a choice. Beaver Warrior 14, Ordinary Soldier. Attack 2. Defense 1. No skills. Combat Power 5. A group of beaver warriors with 5 combat power will not be of any help to Song Jian, and they are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. However, if they can be converted into workers, at least they can be used for reconstruction work after occupying the human castle in the future. A white light flashed, and all the beaver warriors were dressed like workers. The leather armor and spears on their bodies disappeared, replaced by simple linen clothes. System, the human camp assessor has occupied a beaver nest, and 3 beaver workers will be produced every day for assessors to recruit. This notice was broadcast in all assessor camps. Seeing that the human camp actually occupied another worker's nest, the other real assessors were so envious that their eyes were red. Damn it. The hell race is good in everything, but they can't find a worker who can work. It takes 36 hours to cultivate a blood pool. It's just a waste of time. An assessor with curved horns on his head roared loudly with sparks after seeing this notice. The human camp has many construction workers, but it is also an indisputable fact that the soldiers in the human camp are weak in combat effectiveness. Each camp has its own characteristics. We only need to play to the strengths of the Hell camp, and the rest doesn't matter. Another petite succubus glanced at him and smiled. Sana is right. Jill, control your emotions. You can conquer some monster nests in the wild to increase the number of our soldiers. The most important thing is to explore the surrounding areas and at least find a main city for us. As for this blood pool, we don't need to guard it all the time. Just send a few little demons to guard it here. Another Hell assessor said in a deep voice. Yes, Prince Sarah. Jill obeys your will. The irritable Hell assessor saluted Prince Sarah and strode towards the wild. Chapter 975 Human Castle. Prince Sarah, the examiner from the human camp, should be the most powerful player. Should we unite with people from other camps and kick him out first? Succubus Sana said respectfully. No need. Prince Sarah shook his head and said, the soldiers from the Hell camp have the strongest attack power among all camps. We only need to gather the army of Hell to sweep all other camps. The human camp is the farthest from the Hell camp. We just need to wait and see. Our task now is to capture as many wild monster nests as possible and explore more unknown areas, Prince Sarah said while looking at the other examiners. Shauna's eyes flashed with worry, but she did not insist on her own opinion. After giving a salute to Prince Sarah, she slowly retreated. The same scene was played out in other camps. Almost every camp had the highest ranking assessor as the leader, and all other assessors were working around him, except for some players who were too far away. Assessors from all camps had almost gathered together. Most of these assessors were elite members of various major forces in the game world, and they were all full of confidence, except for the assessors in their own camp. They did not trust people from other camps. After all, assessors from other camps were all enemies to them. Therefore, there is no large-scale alliance yet. Although they all know that the human camp in this world has a powerful assessor, they are all confident that they can defeat that powerful assessor. The key to this assessment is the warriors and the army. No matter how powerful a person is, he can never be the opponent of the army. Now our task is to explore and develop. Almost all the assessors of the camp are exploring unknown areas. Their exploration efficiency is several times that of Song Jian, and they have occupied many more nests than Song Jian. But so far, no assessor of the camp has discovered the main city of the camp. Some assessors who have discovered and occupied wild buildings are already lucky. After conquering this group of beaver workers, Song Jian found that he had a construction interface in which he could build various buildings. Arrow towers, catapults, city walls, fortress upgrades, blacksmith shops, spear barracks. There are dozens of buildings. But if you want to build these buildings, you must have a prerequisite. That is, to have a camp main city. I hope that the abandoned human castle is the system main city. Song Jian thought to himself. You should build siege vehicles first. The more the better. And send some people to cut wood, Song Jian ordered. In all the construction interfaces, the only thing that beaver workers can build without a camp main city is the siege vehicle. But building a siege vehicle requires a lot of wood resources. Song Jian could only assign some more beaver workers to collect wood. Yes, Lord. A group of beaver workers began to get busy. Song Jian came to the beaver den and found that 3 beaver workers could be recruited inside. But it took 100 gold coins to recruit a beaver worker. Song Jian had nothing, so he could only not recruit for the time being. We still need to build a bridge. Otherwise, even if we build a siege vehicle, we can't transport it across. Song Jian glanced at the wide river and thought to himself, but let's not rush now. Building a simple bridge that can transport siege vehicles should not be a problem for beaver workers. The key now is the lack of resources. I must also capture a few woodyards or mines. The first problem now is to occupy a human main city. Song Jian summoned the flame wings and flew towards the direction of the human castle pointed by the flower elves. Along the way, Song Jian encountered a group of bandits and a dog-headed man's nest. The moment the bandits saw Song Jian, they directly fled and had no courage to fight Song Jian. System, you defeated a group of bandits and obtained 500 gold coins and 200 units of stone. System, you found another dog-headed man's nest. The dog-headed man surrendered to you under the pressure of your force. You occupied the dog-headed man's nest. The nest can produce 2 dog-headed men for recruitment every day. The combat power of these dog-headed people is stronger than that of beavers. But it is less than half of that of ordinary adult humans. There is no need for them to become soldiers. However, because dog-headed people have a talent skill that increases mining efficiency by 5%, Song Jian transformed all of these dog-headed people into dog-headed miners. Next to this dog-headed people's nest, there is an abandoned mine cave, which is not guarded by monsters. After Song Jian directly occupied the mine cave, he ordered all the dog-headed miners to mine in the mine cave. Although it is an abandoned mine cave, it can still provide Song Jian with 10 units of iron ore every hour. Song Jian took a look at the game interface of this assessment world. In this world, there are 6 basic resources, namely food, wood, iron ore, stone, gems and gold coins. Wood and iron ore have been growing slowly because of the workers mining them. And beavers can also catch fresh fish, which can increase 2 units of food per hour. The consumption of these workers is very low. 100 workers only need 1 unit of food a day. So food resources are also slowly accumulating. As for gold coins, as long as you defeat the enemy, you will have the opportunity to seize them. Now Song Jian already has 500 gold coins. But Song Jian has not yet found how to collect stones and gems. In addition to basic resources, there are many advanced resources in this world, such as refined gold, sulfur, mithril, etc. These are the resources needed to recruit high-level soldiers. If you encounter them, you must occupy them, Song Jian said to himself as he walked, continuing to walk forward. Soon, a human castle built entirely of white granite appeared in front of Song Jian. It looks similar to my manor castle, but it looks much simpler than the manor castle. Song Jian frowned slightly, staring at a castle in the distance that was only 5 or 6 meters high and muttered to himself. Just then, a beast's roar suddenly came out from the castle, and a beast that looked like a unicorn appeared at the castle gate. The beast was about the same size as an adult wild horse, with a spiral horn on its forehead, purple-black scales on its body, and a pair of black wings on its ribs. Mutated unicorn. Elite beast. Leader template. There is a certain chance that it can be recruited as a hero mount after being defeated. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and checked its attributes. Just then, a large group of beasts rushed out of the castle, and a large number of wild wolves, wild boars and brown bears appeared behind the mutant unicorn, looking like an army of beasts. Chapter 976 Mounts. It seems that if we want to occupy this castle, we must defeat these beasts. Song Jian clenched the sky-breaking sword and walked towards the beasts. Seeing Song Jian approaching, the beasts suddenly became agitated. But with the roar of the mutant unicorn, the beasts behind them suddenly quieted down. And it seemed that they were not like the beasts that had fled in all directions when they felt Song Jian's strength before. Is it because there is a leader that can suppress the instinctive fear? Song Jian thought to himself, his eyes locked on the mutant unicorn in the front. As long as this unicorn is defeated and loses its restraint, the beast army behind it will probably collapse directly, just like other beasts. Seeing Song Jian approaching, the mutant unicorn let out a low roar, and the horn on its forehead suddenly burst into a lightning-like light. There was a crackling sound, and lightning began to jump in the air. Snap! With a bang, lightning as thick as a finger shot out from the horn, leaving a twisted trajectory in the air and shooting towards Song Jian. Song Jian subconsciously wanted to dodge, but the speed of the lightning was too fast. Before he could make a move, the lightning released by the unicorn hit Song Jian's chest. With a bang, Song Jian couldn't help but take 2 steps back. It felt like a heavy hammer hit his chest. Plasma flowed on his body. He actually lost control of his body and fell into a paralyzed state. However, this state lasted for a very short time, less than a second. And then, the innate skill Thick Skin was triggered, and it was directly immune. More than 1,800 points of damage. The power is quite good. If it were someone else, this would probably cause serious injuries. Song Jian looked at the lost blood value and thought to himself, although it is only an elite beast, its attack power is comparable to the Lord-level boss in the game world, and its attack speed is extremely fast. Even Song Jian can't dodge, and can only resist. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian used the Xianyu Liuguang sword and rushed towards the unicorn. If he used the Wanjin Ju, the unicorn and the beast behind it might not even leave their bodies. But Song Jian wanted to subdue this mutant unicorn as his mount in the assessment world, so he couldn't kill it directly. Song Jian's figure turned into a stream of light and stabbed at the unicorn. The speed of the streamer sword was slower than the lightning released by the unicorn, but it was almost the same. The unicorn showed a look of horror in its eyes and was about to retreat, but was chopped hard by the sky-breaking sword, and immediately lost control of its body. Feeling its body slowly floating up, the unicorn let out a terrified scream. Although the group of beasts behind it were terrified, they still roared and charged towards Song Jian. System, due to your force, the morale of the beast army led by the mutant unicorn dropped by 2 points, and the attack dropped by 20%. Swish, swish, swish. Several blood arrows shot out from the unicorn's body, and its breath suddenly became weak. A huge black bear with a body over 2 meters tall waved its palms and slapped Song Jian. Several wild wolves circled behind Song Jian and attacked him. The sky-breaking sword slashed upward from bottom to top, directly splitting a black bear in half. With a twist of the waist, a sword light swept across, and the low roars of 5 or 6 wild wolves stopped abruptly, and the corpses were thrown into the distance like broken bags. These beasts could not withstand Song Jian's attack at all. In a blink of an eye, 7 or 8 beasts were killed by Song Jian. However, there were too many beasts, and Song Jian was hit hard twice. A wild boar hit his thigh fiercely, and 2 wild wolves bit Song Jian's left leg. Double-digit damages floated above Song Jian's head. These beasts were equivalent to ordinary monsters of level 40 or 50, and their attacks were reduced by 20%. They could hardly cause much damage to Song Jian. If there were not too many of them, Song Jian could even ignore their attacks. The mutant unicorn was standing behind the army of beasts at this time. It looked at Song Jian with a trace of fear. The previous Xianyu Liuguang sword had caused it to lose more than 10,000 points of qi and health, which had made the unicorn feel the threat of death. Seeing Song Jian being entangled by the army of beasts, the mutant unicorn immediately had the idea of escaping. Taking 2 steps back, The mutant unicorn spread its black wings and prepared to flee towards the castle. Although Song Jian was fighting with the beast army, his attention was always on the mutant unicorn. Seeing that it wanted to escape, he immediately moved. War Shackles. Song Jian released a skill of the Warlord armor towards the mutant unicorn. Suddenly, a shackle condensed by black spiritual light flew towards the unicorn, directly locking its limbs tightly. Even the wings behind it were entangled by countless black light condensed silk threads, making it unable to move at all. On. The unicorn let out a terrified cry and stood still. Song Jian's mind moved, and the sword shadow clone was used. The clone dealt with the attacks of ordinary beasts around, and the main body rushed towards the mutant unicorn. The unicorn's total health value was less than 30,000 points, and it had dropped below half at this time. Song Jian controlled the strength and chopped it with sword after sword. In 15 seconds, Song Jian cut the unicorn's health value to less than 10%, less than 3,000 points. At this time, the time for the War Shackles skill was up, and Song Jian also put away the sky-breaking sword and began to punch it. The unicorn flapped its black wings, creating gusts of wind, and at the same time, the horns on its head began to emit lightning, attacking Song Jian. The unicorn, which was left with only a little blood, still did not give up the attack, which made Song Jian feel a little irritated. If it was not for the purpose of subduing it and making it his mount, Song Jian would have killed it long ago. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Song Jian, the mutant unicorn's body trembled slightly twice, gave up the attack, flapped its wings, and turned to fly into the air. "You are the only one who can fly?" Song Jian snorted coldly, and the flame wings emerged behind him. His figure was as fast as lightning, chasing the unicorn and riding directly on its back. He grabbed the mane on its neck with his left hand and punched its head with his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. Although it was barehanded, the damage was not low. Soon, the unicorn's health value was hit below 1,000 points. Song Jian hesitated for a moment. If he continued to attack, he would probably kill it. Submission or death. Song Jian grabbed the unicorn's head and roared in a low voice. The unicorn's body trembled slightly, and there was an unwilling look in its eyes. After waiting for a while, Song Jian saw that it still did not make a choice. He snorted coldly and directly summoned the sky-breaking sword and stabbed it towards the unicorn's head. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. "System, the mutant unicorn surrendered to you under your force. You can turn it into your own mount." System, lords with mounts can improve the attributes of the troops they lead. System, after being subdued as a mount, it can only be used in the assessment world. After leaving the assessment world, the mount will regain its freedom. Subjugate. A golden light flashed, and the mutant unicorn suddenly became obedient, carrying Song Jian and slowly falling towards the castle gate. Chapter 977 Human Main City. Song Jian rode on the unicorn and slowly landed in front of the castle gate. Because of the unicorn's surrender, the beast army led by it was directly disbanded. All the beasts fled in all directions. They all ran towards the wild forests, and none dared to return to the castle. At this time, the castle gate had been breached. Song Jian rode on the unicorn and slowly walked in. System, you found a human castle. Do you want to occupy it and make it your main city? Occupy. The entire castle was suddenly shrouded in white light, as if it was controlled by a big hand. All the destroyed or damaged buildings were slowly restored to their original state. The dilapidated castle suddenly looked brand new. At the same time, a translucent light screen appeared in front of Song Jian, with the attributes of the entire castle on it. Shilua Castle Level 1. Owned buildings. Level 1 City Lord's Mansion 200 gold coins can be obtained every day. Level 1 Wall 500 points of defense. Level 1 Guard Tower 5 spearmen can be recruited every day. Level 1 Material Warehouse 10 units of ordinary resources can be increased every day. This human main city is really simple. But Song Jian's announcement of occupying a human main city shocked all other assessors. How could it be so fast? For 3 days, we haven't found the main city of the dungeon camp. Why did he find the human main city as soon as he entered the game? Is it a coincidence or good luck? The human camp actually discovered the main city so early, and there are no soldiers guarding the main city. Why was it captured so quickly? Damn it. We have to speed up. Everyone give up continuing to capture resource points, and quickly explore the map to find the main city of the Hell Camp as soon as possible. If Song Jian is just a person with strong strength, The assessors of other camps will not take it seriously. This assessment world relies on the army, not personal force. They don't believe that Song Jian can defeat an army of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands with his strength. However, if the other side discovered and occupied the main city in advance, the power of the human camp would develop rapidly, which was unacceptable to other competitors. Song Jian did not know how much shock the announcement of his occupation of the human main city would cause. He just felt that the development of this simple human main city in front of him required too many resources. Just rebuilding a city gate would cost 500 units of wood and 800 units of stone. If he relied on the accumulation of 10 units per day in the material warehouse and the 2 resource points he occupied, it would probably take at least more than a month to build the gate. But building a gate alone is not enough. There are too many buildings in the castle that need to be built and upgraded. If the resources cannot keep up, this main city will only become a burden. Recruit some soldiers first, and then explore the surrounding environment. Song Jian thought to himself. There is only one place to recruit soldiers in the main city, which is the guardhouse. 5 spearmen can be recruited every day. The recruitment price of each spearman is 100 gold coins. Song Jian directly recruited them all. The next moment, soldiers wearing leather armor and holding sharp spears in their hands walked out of the guardhouse. They were only the height and weight of ordinary adults. They didn't look very strong, but they looked very disciplined. After walking out of the guardhouse, they automatically lined up in a row. Follow your orders, Lord. The 5 spearmen shouted in unison. Morale is not bad. Song Jian nodded. At this time, he realized how precious the lucky gem given to him by the flower elf was. It was obviously not an easy task to keep the morale high. Spearman, attack 6. Defense 4. Skill, a raised stab. Looking at the attributes of the spearman, Song Jian finally nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Finally looks like a soldier. Song Jian rode on the unicorn and led the 5 spearmen towards the castle gate. Explore the surrounding environment first and try to find as many resource points as possible. A gust of wind blew by, and a huge black shadow appeared in the sky. The unicorn seemed to feel threatened and became a little irritable. It snorted and kept scratching the ground with its hind hooves. Black dragon. Song Jian squinted his eyes and looked at the sky. This was an adult black dragon, more than 10 meters long, with scales all over its body shining with a metallic luster. The direction it flew was exactly the Deep Elf Mountains, where the Dark Lord was located. Didn't the Flower Elf say that the Dark Lord, who occupied the Elf Mountains, was an old, weak, and injured black dragon? Song Jian frowned. The Elf Mountains were too close to the human main city where he was. Once the time was right, he would definitely kill the black dragon. Otherwise it would be too threatening to his main city. Never mind. Let's explore the surroundings first. Let's put the matter of black dragon aside. Song Jian thought to himself. Choosing a direction at random, Song Jian led 5 spearmen to explore forward. After walking only a few hundred meters, Song Jian found a tall mill standing next to a river bank. Around the mill, there are large tracts of farmland being reclaimed, and a group of farmers holding wooden forks are working in the farmland. System, you found a mill, which is guarded by a large group of farmers. Do you want to attack them? The mill can produce food. If you want to form an army, food is an indispensable resource. Attack! Song Jian ordered the 5 spearmen. Soon, the 5 spearmen formed a sharp front formation and rushed towards the working farmers. Seeing the 5 spearmen rushing over, a group of farmers waving wooden forks came up to greet them. Their number was several times that of the spearmen. They quickly surrounded the spearmen, and the battle was about to break out. Kill! 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 The spearmen roared and took the lead in launching the attack. The spears in their hands easily pierced the bodies of the farmers, who had no armor. Blood splattered. Soon, the farmers were killed one by one. In Song Jian's battle information column, a waterfall of battle information also appeared. System, your spearman killed a skinny peasant and gained 2 combat experience points. System, your spearman killed a strong peasant and gained 5 combat experience points. System, an angry peasant attacked one of your spearmen with a wooden fork, and the spearman suffered 2 damage and lost 1 life point. System, under the force of your army, the morale of the peasant dropped by 1 point. Song Jian did not take action, but just watched quietly from a distance. Because he had a mutant unicorn as a mount, the attack of all the troops he led increased by 15%. The defense increased by 10%, and the attack speed was +2. and the marching speed was +1. With the enhanced effect of the mutant unicorn mount and the high morale state. Although there are only 5 spearmen, they have been crushing the whole battle. After killing more than a dozen farmers, the remaining farmers finally let out a cry of fear and began to flee. System, your army defeated this group of farmers and won a brilliant victory. System, you have obtained 650 gold coins and 200 units of food. System, you found an unguarded mill. Do you want to continue to occupy it? Chapter 978 Devil's Castle. After occupying a mill, they obtained more than 500 units of grain. This mill can provide 20 units of grain per day. According to the rule that 100 workers produce 1 unit of grain per day and 10 soldiers produce 1 unit of grain per day, Song Jian can at least hire another 2,000 workers or 200 soldiers. However, hiring requires gold coins. If the gold coins produced by the city lord's mansion every day are not enough, the fastest way is to obtain gold coins through fighting. Looking at the empty farmland, Song Jian frowned slightly. If some farmers can be sent here to cultivate, the grain output can be further increased. If I continue the pursuit, could I have captured some peasants? Song Jian thought to himself. After defeating the group of peasants holding wooden pitchforks, Song Jian ignored them. Now that he thought about it, he should have captured all the remaining peasants. After occupying a mill, Song Jian continued to move forward. In one day, he only found a lumberyard and an iron mine. When it got dark, Song Jian led 5 spearmen back to the castle. Upgrade the city lord's mansion to level 2. Upgrade the material warehouse to level 2. Build a tavern. And build a blacksmith shop. As soon as he returned to the castle, Song Jian issued a series of construction orders. In the castle, upgrading buildings and building new buildings can be automatically built as long as there are enough resources. If there are workers, the construction speed can be accelerated. The level 2 city lord's mansion can provide 400 gold coins per day. And the level of the city lord's mansion is a prerequisite for building or upgrading other buildings. If there is no level 2 city lord's mansion, many buildings cannot be built. The material warehouse can provide various ordinary resources every day and is also a building that must be upgraded. As for the tavern and blacksmith shop, they can be built as long as there are enough resources. The tavern can quickly restore the morale of soldiers, and there is a certain chance to recruit heroes. Song Jian spent a day to explore a small area. The efficiency of obtaining resources is too poor. If he can recruit several heroes together, the efficiency will be greatly improved. As for the blacksmith shop, it can provide some simple weapons and armor. And most importantly, it can manufacture supply vehicles. In battle, soldiers' equipment is easily damaged, and supply vehicles can repair them at any time. Moreover, if archers are hired in the future, once the arrows of the archers are used up, their combat effectiveness will be sharply reduced, and supply vehicles can replenish them with sufficient bows and arrows at any time. In the dead of night, Song Jian lay on the bed in the city lord's mansion, silently thinking about how to win this assessment. Today, I only found a mill, a pasture and an iron mine. But from the announcements of other camps, it can be seen that the efficiency of other camps is several times that of mine, and they must have searched for many more resources than me. However, so far, except for me, it seems that no assessor from any camp has found the main city of the camp. This is good news for me, but it is only a matter of time before they find the main city. Once they find the main city, they can enter the stage of rapid development. The gap in strength between me and them will become smaller and smaller over time. At this moment, a red notice appeared in front of Song Jian. System, the Hell Camp Assessor discovered the camp's main city, the Demon Castle. System, the Hell Camp Assessor launched an attack on the Demon Castle, but failed. System, the Hell Camp Assessor suffered fatal injuries, lost the assessment qualification, and was forced to withdraw from the assessment world. Song Jian was shocked and sat up involuntarily, staring at the notice. The Hell Camp discovered the main city, although he had expected it in his heart. Song Jian was still a little nervous when he saw the main city of another camp appear. On the other side, in the Hell Camp, Prince Sarah roared angrily. Who is it? Who discovered the main city without reporting it? Do you think that it's over if you fail and leave? When I leave this damn assessment world, I will let you know what kind of punishment you will receive for acting without permission. The assessors of other Hell Camps all looked silent on the surface. But in fact, no one cared what Prince Sarah said, although as long as their camp can win, They can also pass the assessment. But if they pass the assessment, they will have a higher evaluation, and the strength they will gain will be greater than others. If they were the first to discover the main city of the camp, they would definitely try to occupy it. You know, once you occupy the main city, you will automatically become the lord of the city, which cannot be changed, let alone handed over to others, unless the entire castle is abandoned. In that case, it will harm the interests of the entire camp assessors, and will definitely be opposed by others. At that time, even Prince Sarah can only pinch his nose to recognize the other party's city lord status. Once this assessment is passed, then obviously, the person with the city lord status will gain the greatest benefits. This is also why the assessor of the Hell Camp directly launched an occupation attack after discovering a Hell main city. But unfortunately, his strength was not enough. Not only did he fail to occupy the main city, but he also lost his life in the battle. Fortunately, he will not really die in the assessment world. He just left the assessment world after being killed. And this second-level combat power assessment naturally failed. After some inquiries, the examiners of the Hell Camp finally identified the one. At the order of Prince Sarah, all the examiners began to search along the exploration route of the examiner during the day. In fact, whether it is daytime exploration or nighttime exploration, it will consume the examiner's physical strength. And the physical strength consumed by night exploration is twice that of daytime exploration. After most of the night, almost all the examiners were exhausted. Originally, after the daytime exploration, the night was their rest time. But under the mandatory order of Prince Sarah, all the examiners had no choice but to search for the main city of Hell at night. Damn it. What's wrong with waiting for a night? The main city won't run away. There are only us in the Hell Camp, and no one will go to rob it. Someone complained in a low voice. Who knows? How can you be sure that no one will find and occupy this main city at night? An examiner next to him looked at him meaningfully and whispered, that lucky and unlucky guy is not strong. There are at least 5 people who can beat him. If he can't occupy the main city, can the other 5 people also occupy it? What a pity. That idiot. Such a good opportunity was right in front of him, and he just missed it. I can't walk anymore. Exploring at night is too exhausting. My legs feel like they are filled with lead. All of them were exhausted and could not move. This was the rule of the assessment world, and no one could avoid it. Almost everyone was exhausted. But soon, good news came from the front. Prince Sarah, someone has found the main city of the Hell Camp. Prince Sarah was also leaning against a rock to rest. When he heard the news, his face, which had always been livid, finally showed a hint of excitement. Chapter 979 Griffin. The Hell Camp was the second to discover the camp's main city after the human camp. Although it has not been occupied yet, the examiners from other camps all felt an urgency. Almost all the examiners used their physical strength on exploration, and even if they found resource points, they would not go back to occupy them. Anyway, these resource points are there. As long as they are marked, they can be occupied later. However, the earlier the main city is found, the greater the advantage will be. At dawn the next day, all the examiners from the Hell Camp swarmed towards the Demon Castle, the main city of the camp. After repeated attacks, the Demon Castle was finally occupied by the Hell Camp, and Prince Sarah deservedly became the owner of the castle. On the second day, Song Jian resumed his exploration as soon as his strength was restored. Because of his mount, his speed was twice that of other examinees, but he was alone anyway, so his efficiency was definitely far less than that of other camps. This time, Song Jian changed his direction to continue exploring. There were too many unexplored areas around him. In order to save energy, he would choose to open all the nearby resource points as much as possible, and then continue to explore in the distance. This time, Song Jian seemed to have chosen a good road. There were abundant resources along the way. In just half a day, he obtained 2 granaries, a pasture, a forest farm, and 2 mines. Continuing to explore forward, Song Jian suddenly heard a sharp scream in the air, and a monster with an eagle head, a lion body, and a pair of white wings on its back was flying in the air. Griffin? Song Jian narrowed his eyes and looked up into the sky. This monster seemed to be a 3rd-level soldier in the human camp. Griffins were much stronger than ordinary spearmen and archers. A griffin could defeat at least 10 spearmen or archers, which was considered a relatively powerful soldier in the human camp. Song Jian had found all this information in the city lord's mansion. The Griffin Tower for cultivating griffins can also be built in the human main city. But it has to wait until the City Lord's mansion is upgraded to level 6 before it can be built. And a certain amount of special resource gems are required in the construction resources. The most important thing is that if the griffins can be captured, the special troops of the human camp can be cultivated. The Griffin Knights, which are the strongest troops after the Archangels, the highest troops of the human camp, and can fight against dragons. Is there a griffin stronghold in the wild here? Song Jian said in surprise. Today Song Jian recruited 5 more spearmen. But spearmen are only the first level troops of the human camp after all, and can only bully non-combatants such as farmers. If they encounter the beast army led by the mutant unicorn, I am afraid that even in a one-on-one battle, these spearmen are not the opponents of those beasts. Although Song Jian is very powerful, he also urgently needs some high-level troops to deal with the threats from other camps. Song Jian led 10 spearmen and rushed to the area where the griffins were. Soon, they saw a griffin nest on a cliff not far away. In addition to the griffin flying in the sky, there were 3 adult griffins and 2 young griffins in the griffin nest. For Song Jian, the overall strength was not very strong. Soldiers, attack! Song Jian waved at the griffin nest and ordered the will to break through the battle. There is no life or death. A group of spearmen roared and attacked the griffin nest. Song Jian was speechless. You are good at adding words to yourself. Can you still advance to a Jiao Xian? Feeling threatened, 4 adult griffins came forward and fought with the spearmen. Obviously, although the 4 griffins were much fewer in number, they completely crushed the 10 spearmen in terms of strength. Array stabbing. With a roar, all the spearmen quickly formed a square formation and stabbed the griffin in the front with their spears. White light burst out from each spear, forming a huge spear phantom, which stabbed into the chest of the griffin fiercely, and blood splattered immediately. With just one blow, the griffin was seriously injured and fell backwards on a rock, losing the ability to continue fighting. Huh? Song Jian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the spearmen, who were originally just cannon fodder, could actually have the strength to severely damage the 3rd-level soldiers. It seems that low-level soldiers should not be underestimated. If the number reaches a certain level, they can still pose a threat to high-level soldiers. At this moment, a griffin suddenly flapped its wings, and plasma flowed on its wings, constantly condensing, and bursts of sizzling burning sounds of electricity burst out in the air. Huh? As the griffin's wings flapped, currents shot towards the spearmen like thousands of arrows, instantly knocking 10 spearmen to the ground and losing the ability to continue fighting. The smile on Song Jian's face froze. He didn't expect that just when he changed his opinion on the low-level soldiers like spearmen, reality slapped him hard in the face. Retreat! Song Jian ordered immediately. Because of the high morale effect, these spearmen would not retreat even if they fought to the last soldier, until the whole army was destroyed. Song Jian didn't want them all to die in the battle, so he gently kicked the unicorn and signaled it to move forward. The moment the griffin appeared, the unicorn seemed a little irritable and kept wanting to move forward to fight. But under Song Jian's control, the unicorn could only stay where it was. Now that it received the order to charge, the unicorn let out a joyful neigh, spread its wings, and rushed towards the griffin with 4 hooves. Seeing Song Jian rushing over, the remaining 3 griffins immediately abandoned the seriously injured spearmen and turned around to pounce on Song Jian. They also knew that only by defeating Song Jian could they end this battle. Swish! A lightning bolt as thick as an arm was released from the unicorn's forehead horn and hit one of the griffins. But the griffin just staggered in midair and did not suffer much damage. They were also able to cast electric magic and had a high resistance to lightning attacks. Song Jian lightly tapped the unicorn's back, and the whole person soared into the air, with flaming wings emerging behind him. He waved the sky-breaking sword and rushed towards the 3 griffins. The griffin's beak was as sharp as a sword, and its 4 claws were extremely sharp. Even without the use of lightning magic, these spearmen were no match for them. Song Jian dodged the beak of a griffin, and the sky-breaking sword chopped the griffin closest to him, and blood splattered. The injured griffin did not retreat, but became more ferocious, opening its claws and grabbing Song Jian fiercely. The sharp claws left several white marks on the armor of the warlord, but did not cause much damage to Song Jian. And Song Jian took the opportunity to slash him several times. The 3 griffins fought with Song Jian in the air for just 3 minutes, and were knocked to the ground one by Song Jian. The mutant unicorn kept roaring threateningly at the seriously injured griffins, looking eager to try and want to pounce on them. It seemed that it was very excited to be able to bully creatures with similar strength to it. Song Jian slowly descended, holding the sky-breaking sword, pointing at several seriously injured griffins and asking, "Submission? Or death?" Chapter 980 Misunderstanding. If Song Jian kills these griffins, he can occupy the griffin nest. But if he wants to recruit griffins, he must wait for a day and can only recruit them tomorrow. If he can make these griffins surrender, they will immediately join Song Jian's army. Under the threat of death, 3 griffins chose to surrender. And 1 griffin would rather die than surrender, and was killed by the spearmen. These soldiers can also gain proficiency by killing enemies and get promoted. Now 2 spearmen have been promoted to level 3 and 4 spearmen have been promoted to level 2. Song Jian checked the attributes of the griffins. The attributes of the level 3 soldiers are much higher than those of the spearmen. But relatively speaking, the combat experience required to upgrade has also increased a lot. Griffin, Attack 13. Defense 8. Skill, Lightning Shot. Ordinary spearmen cannot even break the defense of the griffin. Each attack can only forcibly deduct a little health. Only when the skill Array Thorn is used can it pose a threat to the griffin. The release of the Array Thorn skill requires a certain number of spearmen. The attack of each spearman can be superimposed at a certain ratio. The more spearmen there are, the higher the damage of the Array Thorn. When the number of people reaches a certain level, even a simple first-level soldier can pose a threat to a high-level soldier. The lightning shot skill of the griffin should be the skill of waving its wings and sending out lightning arrows. This skill is also extremely powerful. Not only is the damage high, but it can also trigger a paralysis effect. With just 1 strike, all 10 spearmen were seriously injured and lost the ability to continue fighting. With the addition of 3 griffins, the army led by Song Jian has greatly increased in strength. But for him, this increase in strength is dispensable. He is just preparing for the future war. Let go of those griffins. They are my prey. Just as Song Jian was about to leave here with the army to continue exploring, an angry roar suddenly came from not far away. Looking up, a female knight wearing a bright red cloak and a thin inner armor appeared in Song Jian's field of vision. Assessor? Song Jian narrowed his eyes. Did he meet an assessor from another camp so soon? You know, he is the only assessor in the human camp. But soon Song Jian found out that the other party was not an examiner, but a native of this examination world, and seemed to be a hero. Behind this female knight, there were 50 or 60 spearmen and archers, and 7 or 8 crusaders. Song Jian's eyes fell on the group of crusaders, who looked like tin cans. This was the 4th level soldier of the human camp, equivalent to a heavy armored warrior. In addition to a heavy armor, there was also a broad-bladed long sword and a metal shield. Whether attacking or defending, they were very powerful soldiers. Looking back behind him, Song Jian found that his army seemed a little shabby. This was probably the reason why this female knight dared to threaten him to give up after he had occupied the griffin's nest. It seems that recruiting heroes does not necessarily have to be done in taverns. If you meet them in the wild, as long as you defeat them, you can make them surrender. Song Jian turned his eyes to the female knight riding a tall, red horse, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Caitlin felt that today was her lucky day. She was just bored and took her troops out to relax. But she could still encounter a griffin nest in the wild. She had just learned how to train griffin knights from the dwarf master, and she didn't expect to encounter a griffin nest. It seems that the goddess of luck really favors her. If I can train griffin knights, maybe I can make this type of soldier my specialty. Caitlin felt a little excited when she thought of her specialty. If I could really make commanding griffin knights my specialty, then maybe my father would no longer stop me from going to the battlefield and become a real female officer. Stranger, I now order you to abandon this wild griffin nest, Catherine said seriously, as a reward for your discovery. You can leave here with the 3 conquered griffins. Once the wild troops are conquered, it is difficult for them to betray again, unless they are demoralized and flee in battle. It takes a lot of time and energy to snatch the opponent's troops, compared with occupying a wild nest that can produce griffin troops every day. These 3 conquered griffins are insignificant. Madam, are you planning to rob me? This is the biggest offense to a lord, Song Jian said with a smile, and snapped his fingers. The warriors behind him immediately formed a battle formation. Even the 3 griffins, who had just joined, spread their wings and let out a threatening roar. Are you planning to fight me? Catherine was surprised when she saw the other party's actions. You know, the strength of a hero is proportional to the army he leads. The other party only has 10 shabby spearmen and 3 newly conquered griffins. Although for some reason, the 3 griffins, which should have been in low morale, are actually in a state of high morale. But how could such an army be her opponent? Can't the other side recognize the Crusaders? Catherine suddenly had an absurd thought in her mind. You know, even if she led 8 Crusaders, she could defeat the other side's army. Not to mention that she had 58 spearmen and archers. After weighing the strength of each other's army, Catherine suddenly became angry, waving her sword and pointing at Song Jian and said, "Foreigner, you will be punished for your arrogance. Fight!" The army behind Catherine immediately formed a charging formation and roared. The roar of dozens of people does sound much more shocking than that of 10 people. But in Song Jian's eyes, the army led by Catherine is not worth mentioning at all. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Technique. Song Jian waved the sky-breaking sword and released the 10,000 Swords Technique towards the cliff in the distance. Hundreds of spirit swords appeared densely in the air and flew towards the cliff. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded. The violent explosion caused the cliff near the griffin nest to rumble. The 2 newly born little griffins screamed in fear, and their voices were childish. Catherine's eyes and mouth were very round. At this time, she suddenly realized that the other party only used 10 spearmen to conquer a griffin nest and 3 griffins. If it weren't for their own powerful strength, how could they do such a thing? Looking at the cliff in the distance that was almost razed to the ground, Catherine's eyes showed fear and regret. I was blinded by greed and provoked such a powerful person, Catherine thought with regret in her heart. Countless thoughts emerged in her mind in an instant. What she was thinking about now was how to get away from such a powerful hero, instead of thinking about the other party's griffin nest. I think this may be a misunderstanding. Catherine showed a charming smile on her face, and her voice became much softer. Chapter 981 Prisoners. Song Jian showed a ferocious smile to Catherine, waved his right hand, and the army behind him began to slowly press forward with him. Although there were only 10 spearmen and 3 griffins, it gave people the feeling of a million-strong army. On the contrary, the army on Catherine's side began to lose morale. Some spearmen even showed a look of fear on their faces, and even the long spears in their hands were a little unstable. Catherine was full of regret. The attack just now was comparable to the magic forbidden spell Doomsday Meteor, and even more terrifying than Doomsday Meteor. Catherine didn't know why such a powerful hero had such a small force, which made her misjudge. As a result, such a small mistake made her fall into a desperate situation. There is no way to defeat such a pervert. Isn't it harmful to others to lead such a small force? In addition to regret, Esterlin also felt a little angry. Originally, she thought Song Jian was just a down-and-out wandering hero, but she didn't expect that he was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. I am Catherine, the eldest daughter of Nicholas the Great, King of Arathia. If you offend me, you will be wanted by the entire Arathia kingdom, Catherine said calmly. Originally, she didn't like to mention her origin to others, but now she has to use it to scare off the powerful enemy in front of her. It's ironic to think about it. Catherine, you only have 2 choices now. Either submit to me and become a hero under my command, or die. Song Jian snorted coldly and said slowly. Maybe others might guess Catherine's identity, but he is not from this world. As long as he completes the assessment task and defeats other assessors, he can leave this world, not to mention the kingdom of Arathia. He doesn't care even if he is hostile to the whole world. Don't you know the kingdom of Arathia, foreigner? Catherine was a little surprised and said quickly, the kingdom of Arathia covers 1,000 miles. And the land you are standing on now also belongs to the kingdom of Arathia. Do you know what will happen if you kill me? You can't escape. You have 5 seconds to think about it, Song Jian said expressionlessly, and continued to slowly press forward with the army. The strong strength shown before has caused the morale of Catherine's army to drop continuously. The charge formation has begun to disorganize. I believe that once a battle occurs, Catherine's army will soon lose morale and be defeated. I can't hold on until that time. The other party can destroy me and my army with one move. Catherine became more and more anxious. I can pay you a ransom. How about 10,000 gold coins? Catherine said with a forced calmness. Paying a ransom is a common means for the defeated party to gain freedom. Catherine does not think that the other party will refuse. After all, 10,000 gold coins is not a small amount. 2 seconds left, Song Jian said in a deep voice. All the resources in this world are meaningless to him. His only goal is to win this assessment. Make Catherine convinced. and enhance his strength. Even if he can't fight, it's still good to use it to explore and occupy resources. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, Song Jian immediately raised the sky-breaking sword. Countless spirit swords appeared around him, and the threat of death fell on Catherine's head. I choose to surrender. Catherine showed a humiliated look on her face, lowered her head and got off the horse, and knelt on one knee on the ground. Being captured by a wandering hero will be a stain that Catherine can never erase in her life. Although defeat is a common thing for a hero, it is difficult for Catherine, who is only 16 years old and has always dreamed of joining the army, to accept it. System, you have won a brilliant victory. System, you defeated the human hero Catherine, and you have the right to view the opponent's attribute panel. System, you have obtained 500 gold coins. System, you have obtained a group of spearmen, a group of archers, and a small number of crusaders. System, you have obtained a subordinate hero, and you can assign her to fight. A series of system prompts appeared in front of Song Jian, and Catherine's attribute panel was also open to him. Catherine, human hero. Attack 15. Defense 11. Specialty, swordsman. Crusader. After capturing Catherine, Song Jian discovered that the originally dark map was actually lit up in a large area. He could see the scenery within hundreds of miles of his area clearly. All resource points, all monster gathering places, and even the military recruitment offices were also revealed on the map. This should be the area that Catherine had explored. Song Jian thought to himself, it seems that capturing the native heroes of this world can save a lot of time and energy. At least I don't have to open the map every day. When I first entered this world, the map was completely black. Many times, exploring was just wandering around aimlessly, wasting both time and energy. Catherine, there are many resource points here. Why haven't they been occupied? Song Jian suddenly asked after staring at the open map for a while. These resource points are occupied by powerful heroes around. If we occupy them rashly, we will go to war with the other side, Catherine said helplessly. Very good. I'm in need of capable men now. Don't let go of any of these resource points. Occupy them all. And occupy all these military recruitment points, Song Jian ordered. In addition, what is this place? Why is there a treasure chest shape? Song Jian asked. The information learned from the city lord's mansion is too little. Far less than what a native of this world knows. This is the Griffin Treasure House. Inside is a group of griffins guarding treasures. Only by defeating them can we get rich spoils. Maybe there is a divine weapon hidden inside, Catherine said in a bewitching tone. Very good. This is also our goal. Divine weapon? I have never seen what a divine weapon looks like, Song Jian said to himself while stroking his chin. Catherine couldn't help rolling her eyes and scolding Song Jian for being arrogant in her heart. However, when she heard that Song Jian was going to attack the Griffin Treasure House, Catherine couldn't help but smile. It seemed that it would not be too long before she regained her freedom. With Catherine's guidance, Song Jian led the army and ran towards the nearest open pit mine. It was said that this was a resource point occupied by a powerful corpse wizard hero. Song Jian decided to attack this corpse wizard first. This is the territory of the human camp. How could a corpse wizard hero live so freely? Song Jian couldn't help but complain. Doesn't your father, the human king, know about its existence? Why didn't he send troops to destroy it? Damn it. The human camp is not only a raffia. The corpse wizard is very powerful and has advanced necromancy. Once the battle with it fails, it will strengthen its strength. Without complete confidence, who dares to challenge it easily? Catherine said angrily. Oh, really? This is such a sad thing. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders, looking nonchalant. When you meet that corpse witch, you'll know how to be scared. Catherine thought angrily in her heart. When you see the corpse witch's rotten face, you'll probably be so scared that you'll pee your pants. Chapter 982, Occupation. Soon, under the leadership of Catherine, the group came to an open pit mine. From a distance, a group of ragged skeleton miners were mining the mine, while several strong skeleton soldiers wearing armor and holding long swords were guarding the mine. Are there only these skeleton soldiers guarding? Song Jian was a little surprised. He originally thought that the corpse wizard who could transform corpses into warriors would have many soldiers. This mine was also a relatively important resource and would definitely be heavily guarded. This is a level 10 skeleton soldier, who can already be promoted to a skeleton warrior. Catherine rolled her eyes and said, Besides, With the corpse wizard's reputation for cruelty, others don't even have time to hide from it. So how could they take the initiative to provoke it? These skeleton soldiers just tell others that this is the territory of the corpse wizard Kurata. If you want to invade, you will provoke a fight with it. Song Jian nodded, moved all the soldiers to Catherine's command, and said, "You will lead this battle." "What? Let me command the battle?" Catherine was a little surprised. "Yes. Otherwise why would I recruit you?" Song Jian said, as if it was a matter of course. "Catherine, although this is what I expected." Looking at his expression, "It really makes me angry." Song Jian has discovered that in this assessment world, fighting with anyone, for him, there is no gain, no combat experience, and the equipment and resources obtained are all things that cannot be taken away when leaving this world. Moreover, the soldiers he encountered were all low-level soldiers, and there were no powerful ones at all, which made him a little depressed. Maybe I should take some time to go to the Elf Mountains and meet the Black Dragon. Maybe I will get some unexpected gains. Song Jian watched Catherine lead the army to rush up, thinking that he seemed to have a mission to destroy the Dark Lord. Although the skeleton soldiers guarding the mine were already level 10, the army led by Catherine was much stronger than them. The battle was over in just a few minutes. What remained was to clear out the skeleton workers in the mine. Although these skeleton workers had no combat power, their existence would still scare ordinary people. If they were not cleared out, human miners would not come here to work, and it would not be long before rumors of haunted mines would spread. Seeing Catherine's proud look, after clearing out all the skeleton miners and occupying the mine, she walked toward Song Jian with a proud look. Song Jian suddenly remembered something and said, "In the previous battle, the army didn't seem to maintain high morale?" Catherine's face froze, and she said unexpectedly, "When the human army encounters the undead army, the morale will be lowered. Only when the strength is more than twice that of the undead army will they launch an active attack. This is common sense." "Oh, really?" Song Jian also found that the lucky gem seemed to be only effective for the army led by the user. Even if Catherine was a hero recruited by himself, the lucky gem could not have an effect on the army led by her. "Take this. It will be easier to fight the undead army in the future." Song Jian took out the lucky gem and handed it to Catherine. "Treasure?" Catherine's eyes lit up. As a princess, she was not qualified to own such a strategic treasure. Only powerful commanders could own it. "Lucky gem? Increase luck and ensure that the army is always in high morale?" Catherine took the gem and looked at it carefully, with a surprised smile on her face. Luck can increase the army's chance of triggering skills and increase the chance of resisting negative effects. High morale can make the army bravely fight no matter how powerful the enemy is, and never collapse and run away. Catherine looked at Song Jian in disbelief and said, "Such a precious treasure. Are you really willing to give it to me?" "Of course not." Song Jian looked at Catherine in surprise and said, "This is just for you to use. You have to return it to me after you use it." Catherine's smile froze, and the good impression she had just had on Song Jian suddenly dissipated a lot. After putting away the lucky gem, she whispered, "Stingy. The mine was captured, and the corpse wizard named Kurata must have received the news. Right?" He looked into the distance and talked to himself. Of course, every lord is very concerned about his own resource point. Unless he is delayed by more important things, he will come here to check it out first. Catherine looked at Song Jian with some concern, but thinking of the terrifying skills that Song Jian had released before, Catherine was still full of confidence in him. The two waited in the mine for more than half an hour until the recruited human miners came and started working, and the corpse which Kurata did not appear. Maybe it was delayed by something important. Catherine looked at Song Jian in surprise and whispered, "Then we will continue to occupy its resource points." Song Jian said expressionlessly. Catherine was silent for a moment and said, "I think we should stop while we are ahead. It is already a great achievement to be able to seize a mine from it. If we continue, we may become mortal enemies with it. Humans and corpse witches are mortal enemies. Right?" Song Jian looked at Catherine in surprise, and he didn't understand the thinking of the people in this world. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Not to mention that the undead creatures originally need human corpses to transform into soldiers. Such existence is fundamentally opposed to the human race. If the opponent is too powerful, it is okay to retreat temporarily, but burying oneself in the sand like an ostrich, ignoring the existence of the corpse witch, and even not daring to be an enemy of it, such an approach will only make the corpse witch stronger and stronger. Catherine sighed. shook her head slightly, and stopped talking. Previously, several human lords formed an army to kill this corpse witch lord. But they were all killed by the opponent's massive army in front of the opponent's castle. Since then, the lords nearby have never mentioned the resolution to conquer the corpse witch, as long as the other party does not expand. The surrounding lords have tacitly accepted the existence of this corpse witch lord. With Catherine's guidance, Song Jian's efficiency in occupying resource points has greatly increased. In just over 2 hours, he occupied 7 or 8 resource points, most of which were occupied by the corpse witch lord Kurata. You have almost occupied all the resource points in the east and south. The remaining ones are the west and north. However, to the west, we have to bypass the Elk Mountains, where there is said to be a black dragon. And to the north, we need to bypass the castle of the corpse witch Kurata. Catherine found it very strange that the corpse witch Kurata had not come out. They have now occupied almost half of the corpse witch's resource points. But the other party seems to have no idea. Then continue. Since it won't come out, let's go to its castle, Song Jian said expressionlessly. What an arrogant guy. A hoarse voice came from not far away. Song Jian turned his head and saw a skeleton crow on a big tree less than 5 meters away from him, looking at him with a pair of scarlet eyes. Although it was just a skeleton crow, Song Jian could feel a mocking look in its eyes. Undead magic? Interesting. Han Dong had a faint smile on his lips, staring at the skeleton crow with an interested look. Chapter 983 Experiment. Song Jian stared at the skeleton crow and felt a very faint undead power from it. This power was not the first time Song Jian had come into contact with it. In the Doomsday City, the zombie monsters also had this power. However, the undead power in this skeleton crow was much purer. Arrogant human. You have no idea what kind of existence you have angered. Seeing that Song Jian did not seem to be afraid, the voice from the skeleton crow's mouth also showed a hint of anger. I was conducting an important experiment before and did not pay attention to you. Maybe this gave you some illusions. I just heard that you were even going to attack my castle. Then I will be in the castle, waiting for your arrival. Don't let me wait too long. Otherwise, I will turn your territory into a land of death. Walala. After the skeleton crow finished speaking, it flapped its bone wings and flew into the air without waiting for Song Jian to respond. Catherine looked at Song Jian with a worried look on her face. In her opinion, with Song Jian's current military strength, it was an extremely unwise choice to challenge a powerful corpse witch lord. We don't have siege vehicles, and we have too few soldiers. We can't even climb the walls of the opponent's castle, even in the wild. We are not the opponent of a corpse witch lord, let alone attack the city. Catherine tried to dissuade Song Jian, but it was obvious that the effect was not very good. If you are afraid, I will command this battle, Song Jian said, looking at Catherine coldly. Catherine immediately felt Song Jian's contempt. Her face flushed, and she shouted angrily, "Do you think I'm afraid of death? I just don't want to make a meaningless sacrifice. If you attack a corpse wizard's castle now, it will not have any effect except adding a few low-level skeleton soldiers to the opponent. In my opinion, you are afraid of death," Song Jian said. A true warrior never asks how strong the enemy is, but where they are. Even if I am alone, I will eradicate this cancer in the human territory. Looking at Song Jian's righteous expression, Catherine was speechless. But Song Jian's words also deeply shocked her. Don't ask how strong the enemy is. Just ask where they are? Damn. Which idiot said this? But why do I feel a little excited after hearing it? And I can't wait to have a fight right away, Catherine said to herself. Just when she came to her senses, she found that Song Jian had already run towards the castle of the corpse witch Kurata alone. What an arrogant weirdo. Catherine gritted her teeth and led the army to run towards Song Jian. She touched a scroll in her arms and whispered, "Even if I fail, I can at least take you away and won't let you lose your life. There are too few stupid people like you now. But in my opinion, you are more like a warrior than those lords. A real warrior." From the information obtained from the city lord's mansion, Song Jian knew that the corpse witch was a 5th level soldier in the undead camp, 1 level higher than the crusaders led by Catherine. With ordinary soldiers, a corpse witch could probably deal with 15 to 20 crusaders. If there was a strong terrain, a corpse witch could even block an army of more than 100 crusaders. Ordinary corpse witch soldiers are best at using groups of death clouds to cause range attacks on the enemy. If such an existence is promoted to a hero, the death cloud it controls will be multiplied in terms of range and power. I'm afraid that the army behind Catherine will be killed instantly by the opponent as soon as they meet. Song Jian glanced at Catherine, who was following him, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After entering this assessment world, Song Jian has been occupying resource points and accumulating troops. But he has never placed his hope of victory on these soldiers. The only thing he believes in is the long sword in his hand. As he said just now, even if he is alone, he will attack the castle of the Corpse Witch Lord, because he believes that he alone is enough. I am really crazy to attack the castle of a Corpse Witch Lord with you. Catherine rode her warhorse to Song Jian and complained in a low voice. Song Jian smiled slightly and said, "Think about it. If we win, this battle is led by you. At that time, your name will spread throughout the human kingdom, and your father will definitely be proud of you. First of all, we must really be able to defeat the Corpse Wizard, or in its castle." Catherine rolled her eyes and said, unmoved, "Don't worry. In front of my long sword, any obstacle will be cut by my sword. If not, then 2 swords." Song Jian laughed. "Is your sword a divine weapon? Even the legendary top divine weapon, the Doomsday blade, cannot have such a powerful ability." Catherine couldn't help but say, "You will know when the time comes." Song Jian was unwilling to explain and nodded. In the distance, there was a barren land with no grass growing. A castle full of the style of the undead stood on the vast plain. In the castle, the corpse wizard Karada stared at a crystal ball. The picture displayed in the crystal ball was Song Jian and Catherine, and the army behind them seen through the eyes of the skeleton crow. Seeing the somewhat shabby army behind Catherine, which didn't even have a siege vehicle, Karada laughed dumbly, his jaw trembling slightly, and his upper and lower rows of teeth gently colliding, making a click-click sound, which is a way for the undead to express laughter. Ha ha ha. I thought it was just a few hot-headed young warriors, but I didn't expect that they were 2 lunatics who didn't know how to live or die. Karada sent out a few more skeleton crows to expand the scope of reconnaissance. He found that Song Jian didn't set up any ambushes, and immediately lost interest in him. Without a siege vehicle, there is no way to break the strong walls of the castle. If you want to attack a castle of a Corpse Witch Lord with such a small number of soldiers, I'm afraid you can't even get close to the wall. Compared to these 2 arrogant and ignorant lunatics, my research is more important." Karada's dry palm gently wiped the crystal ball, eliminated the image inside, and turned to walk towards his laboratory. In Karada's laboratory, a black dragon corpse with a body size of only 2 meters was placed in a special container. There were countless black crystals around it, forming a magic circle, which continuously infused the gray undead power into the black dragon corpse. The corpse which seemed to want to revive the black dragon into an undead creature. But after a long time, the black dragon showed no signs of revival. The corpse wizard Karada cut his wrist expressionlessly, and a wisp of gray breath emanated from the wound on his wrist and drifted towards the corpse of the black dragon. Karada began to chant a spell, and the strange spell sounded like a distant and desolate ballad, echoing in the laboratory. The spell spread out of the laboratory, and the green flames in the eyes of the undead creatures in the castle who heard the spell suddenly rose, and a violent breath emanated from their bodies. A black cloud slowly hovered over the entire undead castle. In the rolling cloud, black lightning flashed from time to time, thunder roared, and bursts of booming noises were heard from time to time above the castle. Chapter 984 Attack. The rolling dark clouds and rumbling thunder in the sky guided Song Jian. He ignored the winding road and ran straight towards the castle of the Corpse Witch. Soon, the 2 came to the desolate wilderness, and a magnificent city appeared in front of them. Level 3 Castle. I didn't expect that its castle has been upgraded to level 3. Catherine looked at the iconic building in the castle, the city lord's mansion, with a complicated look in her eyes. Level 3? Song Jian thought of his own castle. The city lord's mansion has not been upgraded yet. Many buildings have not been built due to lack of resources. Now his castle is not even level 1. But it is stronger than level 0, and should be considered a quasi-level 1 castle. After occupying this castle, maybe I can use it as my main city. Song Jian thought thoughtfully. If you plan to become an undead lord, this is a good choice. Catherine said bluntly, this castle is full of death power. Ordinary people will become undead creatures after staying in it for a short time. All the buildings in the castle are built to enhance the strength of the undead soldiers. Do you want to lead an army composed entirely of undead soldiers? How long do you think you can lead them? Aren't you afraid of the soldiers mutinying as a whole? Song Jian stopped talking immediately. This knowledge is common sense for people in this world. But for outsiders like Song Jian, they are completely unaware of it. Even in the city lord's mansion, it is impossible to explain all the information to him in detail. Well, what a pity. Song Jian shook his head and said, if you can capture the lord here, maybe you can make him a hero under your command. Then he can continue to rule the castle. And there will be no problem. Catherine said. Oh, that's a good idea. Song Jian's eyes lit up. Catherine looked at Song Jian and was speechless. Leading a team composed of first and second level soldiers. Not only did he want to capture a third level city, but he also wanted to capture a corpse, which lord to become a hero under his command. In Catherine's opinion, this was simply a crazy idea. I'm crazy. So I followed you, Catherine whispered, and at the same time reached out to touch the scroll in her arms and put it in the most convenient place, ensuring that she could take it out in the shortest time if needed. This is a teleportation scroll, which can teleport all the members of the party to a previously set safe place during the battle. This is her biggest trump card and guarantee for daring to follow Song Jian. In the wilderness, a team of dozens of spearmen and archers, 3 griffins and 7 or 8 crusaders, led by a female knight hero, ran towards a third-level undead castle filled with the spirit of death with suicidal courage. Song Jian, on the other hand, was like an idle traveler, riding a mutant unicorn and checking the surrounding environment from time to time. The closer to the castle of the dead, the more abundant the power of death. Ordinary humans are very uncomfortable with such an environment. If it weren't for Catherine's lucky gem, I'm afraid that her morale would have dropped by at least 3 or 4 points along the way. The highest morale can reach 12 points. If it exceeds 10 points, it can enter a high morale state. Both the skill trigger rate and the damage can be maintained at a high level. If the morale drops below 6 points, the soldiers will have no intention of fighting. The skill trigger rate will be very low, and the attack errors will also increase. If the morale drops below 3 points, the soldiers will have a high chance of fleeing in battle. Therefore, although the lucky gem is only a rare treasure, for the lords of this world, its effect is even more useful than some low-level artifacts. Catherine led the army to a place 800 meters away from the undead castle and stopped. This distance is not the most suitable distance for siege, but it is very suitable for evacuation. The opponent has at least 300 skeleton warriors, more than 100 ghosts, 50 vampires and more than 10 corpse wizards. Catherine took out a monocular telescope and looked carefully at the wall of the undead castle. There are 3 automatic crossbow towers and 2 corpse wizard shooting platforms on the wall. Putting down the telescope, Catherine turned her head and said to Song Jian expressionlessly, 3 automatic crossbow towers and 2 corpse with shooting platforms alone can shoot all our troops under the wall. It doesn't matter. You just need to launch an attack, and then your name will spread throughout the human world. Song Jian smiled confidently at Catherine. It may also be that the image of an idiot who overestimates his own abilities will spread. Catherine rolled her eyes and said. Song Jian was unwilling to explain anything, but just smiled and said, attack. Catherine took a deep breath, drew out her long sword, and shouted at the thundering castle of the undead with all her strength, soldiers, attack! Kill! 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 The high-spirited human warriors roared, and even the 3 griffins flapped their wings and neighed. The team began to move slowly, charging towards the undead castle 800 meters away. Song Jian was faster than them, with flaming wings emerging from behind him, and his figure flew out from the back of the mutant unicorn like lightning. Catherine saw the flaming wings dancing behind Song Jian, and her eyes showed surprise. She said to herself, is this the light wings of a high-level archangel? Angels are the 7th-level arms of the human race, and are the most powerful existence. But in legend, above angels, humans also have the 8th-level arms of high-level archangels. Many lords believe that high-level archangels are the advanced existence of angel soldiers. But many human lords who have angel soldiers, after upgrading the angel soldiers to the top level, have advanced to archangels. Although the strength of these angel soldiers has been greatly enhanced, they still have not broken through the 7th-level soldiers and reached the 8th level. The most obvious feature is that the wings of angel soldiers are white, and after they are advanced to archangels, their wings will turn light gold. However, the wings of the legendary high-level archangels are light wings like rainbows, just like the wings behind Song Jian at this time. Song Jian didn't know how much shock his flame wings had given Catherine. In midair, he had entered the warning range of the undead castle faster than the human army. 3 crossbow towers and 2 corpse wizard shooting platforms have locked onto Song Jian in midair. Crossbow arrows emitting cold light. With a bang, bang, bang sound, shot towards Song Jian. On the corpse wizard shooting platform, the dark green death clouds in the hands of 2 corpse wizards also flew towards Song Jian, covering a large area around Song Jian. Chapter 985, Acknowledgement. The corpse wizard shooting platform is actually a magic tower. On this magic tower, the corpse wizard's mana is inexhaustible, and he can continuously use the Death Cloud skill. On the one hand, Death Cloud is the corpse wizard's instinctive talent skill. On the other hand, in addition to providing inexhaustible mana, the corpse wizard shooting platform can also enhance the effect and damage of Death Cloud. The role of a wizard shooting tower in war is better than 2 automatic crossbow towers. Song Jian waved his flame wings and evaded the attack nimbly. Although the Death Cloud has a large attack area, it can only cover a large area after it is shot near the target and exploded. In fact, what the corpse wizard shot out was just a basketball-sized energy ball. The attack range of the 10,000 Swords art has reached 1,200 meters. Song Jian only needs to stand within the attack range to launch an attack. But his perception cannot reach that far. Once the distance is too far, the attack targets of the 10,000 Swords art will be too scattered, and the effect will be greatly reduced. This time, Song Jian only let Catherine lead the army as the initiator of the siege. And he did not really intend to let this army, that was accumulated with great difficulty, go to die. Therefore, once the 10,000 Swords art is released, the power of the 10,000 Swords art must be maximized. Inhua Honglian 10,000 Swords art. In an instant, thousands of sword energy rushed along the meridians in Song Jian's body towards the sky-breaking sword in his hand. The surface of the sharp sword exuded golden light, and the sword energy extended several feet away. As Song Jian fiercely chopped forward, 250 spirit swords emitting red flames, like meteorites from outer space, fiercely bombarded the walls of the undead castle. Even though she was standing hundreds of meters away, Catherine could still feel the terrifying power of the 10,000 Swords technique, which was almost 2 skills compared to what she had experienced before. Doomsday Meteor. This is the Doomsday Meteor. Catherine's eyes were full of horror, watching hundreds of spirit swords burning with flames falling fiercely on the wall, making a series of roars. In her mind, I'm afraid that the forbidden spells issued by the top artifact Doomsday Blade are no more than this. Countless spirit swords easily tore through the defenses of these undead soldiers on the wall. The Red Lotus Karma Fire actually had an unexpected purification effect on the undead clan. In front of the 10,000 Swords technique, these undead soldiers had no resistance. The skeleton warriors, who were upgraded from skeleton soldiers, could not even serve as cannon fodder in front of the 10,000 Swords technique. A spiritual sword could sweep across a large area before a large group of ghosts could launch an attack. They were purified into a pile of ashes by the Red Lotus Fire, leaving only waves of painful wails echoing on the city wall. A group of vampires howled in fear and hid in the castle, but their speed could not catch up with the flying speed of the spiritual sword. A stupid vampire even used his innate skills to transform into a bat, and his body exploded into hundreds of palm-sized bats, trying to avoid the fatal attack. But unexpectedly, at the moment its body exploded, the surface of all the bats' bodies was stained with a layer of red light. And then with a bang, all the bats turned into a ball of fire. In the range of the 10,000 Swords, the Red Lotus Karma Fire has filled every corner. At this time, the incarnation of a bat with no resistance will have no other effect except dying faster. At this time, an angry roar came from the vampire group, and a vampire's body suddenly swelled a lot. The black robe originally turned into a gorgeous red dress. 2 sharp fangs protruded from his lips, and the whole person's temperament changed drastically. This vampire actually broke through temporarily in the battle and advanced to the Vampire King. This probability is simply 1 in 10,000. However, before the Vampire King had time to celebrate, he was stabbed in the heart by a spiritual sword. The surging Red Lotus Fire quickly spread from his heart to his whole body, like a red spider web, wrapping his entire body. The Vampire King showed a look of unwillingness and despair in his eyes. He waved his arms and let out a sharp wail. His whole body exploded directly. Every inch of his skin was burned to ashes by the flames, and a burst of black dust was raised in the air. Catherine watched a powerful vampire king being killed instantly. The shock in her heart can be imagined. You know, among all the 4th level soldiers in all camps, the vampire king has the strongest survivability. No matter how cruel the war is, it has countless ways to protect itself. The blood magic of the vampire king is also superb. For humans, it is the most difficult existence among the 4th level soldiers. But such a terrifying existence can't withstand the damage of a spirit sword. You know, the entire undead castle is facing more than 200 spirit swords. In other words, even if there are more than 200 vampire kings, this attack can make them all annihilated. Catherine secretly calculated in her heart, if she wants to be an enemy of Song Jian, how powerful a force she needs to have. Low-level soldiers are meaningless. Only soldiers above the 5th level can form a joint phalanx to defeat the opponent. But if you want to kill him, at least the number must be multiplied several times. And you must have a magical artifact like the war shackles that block the space, Catherine whispered. However, before Catherine finished her words, all the spirit swords suddenly began to rotate non-stop, and finally formed a huge flaming lotus. The remaining undead soldiers on the wall, who escaped the 1st level, were all swept into the red lotus sword formation. Screams rang out, and soon fell silent. The sword formation covered too wide a range, and all the defense facilities on the entire city wall began to be destroyed. The 3 automatic crossbow towers, and 2 corpse with shooting platforms were like a typhoon in the sword formation. Several small boats, under the raging waves, were completely destroyed in an instant, leaving no trace of their existence. The tall castle wall filled with the power of death also began to slowly crack, and huge cracks appeared on the wall, as if it had been attacked by hundreds of siege vehicles for several hours. How is this possible? Catherine stared at everything that happened in front of her in amazement. When the red lotus sword formation appeared, a creepy sense of fear suddenly emerged in Catherine's heart. She immediately ordered a retreat of 500 meters, and the palpitation of fear was slightly weakened. Even if I have an army of more than 500 7th level soldiers, I don't want to confront him head-on, Catherine sighed. Song Jian's strength has exceeded her expectations. This is simply not a power that humans can master. The red lotus sword formation destroyed all of Catherine's pride. Even if the entire Arathia army was handed over to her for command, she had no confidence in defeating Song Jian. At this moment, Catherine finally recognized Song Jian's identity as a knight from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 986 Glorious Victory. Song Jian saw that the undead troops and all defense facilities on the city wall had been destroyed. Even the solid walls of the 3rd level castle were already crumbling, with huge cracks spreading and collapsing. However, the red lotus sword formation did not dissipate, but became more and more intense. The 3rd stage seemed to have begun to take shape. In the air, a vague shadow of a hand began to slowly emerge. In the laboratory in the castle, the corpse witch lord looked at the body of the young dragon and moved slightly, with excitement in his scarlet eyes. The rich power of death was like a tide, and wave after wave continued to surge into the body of the young dragon, and the magic circle under it began to tremble violently. Almost. It will succeed soon. Hold on. The corpse witch lord muttered to himself, constantly throwing various precious magic crystal materials into the magic circle. The magic circle is the only way to awaken the young dragon to become an undead creature. Once the magic circle collapses, the experiment will end in failure. This is the 3rd experiment. Although the test subject is a black dragon with a strong body, it is only an underage young dragon after all. The first 2 experiments have caused irreversible magic damage to its body. If this experiment fails again, then the body of the young dragon can no longer be transformed into an undead creature, and can only be used as ordinary materials. At this moment, the corpse witch lord seemed to hear a tender dragon roar from the young dragon's body, and his scarlet eyes showed excitement. This means that the young dragon's body has initially accepted the power of death. The most difficult step has been completed. What remains is to continue to inject the power of death, and wait for the moment when it wakes up and becomes a real undead creature. Although the cost will be greater later. The corpse witch lord, who sees hope, no longer cares about this cost. The magic circle, which was originally trembling violently, also began to slowly calm down. Everything was going in a good direction. On the surface of the young dragon's body, the originally black scales began to slowly float on a layer of gray. I don't know when. The eyes that were originally closed slowly opened, and a cold look appeared in the light golden eyes. But at this time the young dragon's eyes were lifeless, like an empty shell. Very good. Next is the corpse witch lord was excitedly preparing to start the next experimental step. But at this moment, a loud noise came from above his head, accompanied by an earthquake-like shaking. The defense array of the entire laboratory, after a few violent flashes, all collapsed. Huge cracks also appeared on the hard rock wall, and all the equipment and materials in the laboratory rolled on the ground. The corpse witch's face changed drastically, and a strong black aura appeared on his iron-blue cheeks. He watched the magic array under the young dragon, and a thin crack appeared in the center. This crack ran through the entire magic array. A shrill roar burst out from the body of the young dragon, and the corpse witch's keen perception immediately detected a slight pop sound coming from the young dragon's body, just like a bubble bursting in the air. No! The corpse witch lord's heart sank. This bubble-like shattering sound meant that the newly born spiritual wisdom of the young dragon's body was backfired by the destruction of the magic circle and was directly shattered. In an instant, a raging rage burned in the corpse witch lord's mind. He turned around, picked up his exclusive staff, and slammed it hard on the ground. The corpse witch lord's figure suddenly disappeared in the laboratory. The figure of the corpse witch lord soon appeared on the wall outside the castle. Looking at the tragic scene around him that seemed like the end of the world, the corpse witch lord couldn't help rubbing his eyes. How could this happen? Looking outside the castle, Catherine led her army and was still standing hundreds of meters away. But the corpse witch lord knew that this human hero, who looked like an ant, had already launched an attack on his castle, and had caused huge losses. You don't know what kind of existence you have angered. I will extract your soul and roast it in the flames of the undead hell for 10,000 years. Your body will become the lowest level skeleton soldier. I will. The corpse witch lord cursed viciously, but before he finished speaking, a creepy sense of threat suddenly surged into his heart. Just like a frog being stared at by a snake, the corpse witch lord dared not move at all. Click, click, click. A sound of teeth colliding lightly came out. This time, it was not the corpse witch lord laughing, but the sound of teeth colliding continuously as his body trembled violently due to fear. The corpse witch lord seemed to realize something, and moved his neck with difficulty and raised his head to look into the sky. A huge palm with a diameter of more than 100 meters was spread out and floated in the air. Sword chi rushed towards this palm from all directions. As the sword chi poured in, this palm became more and more real. The corpse witch lord could even see the fine palm lines in the center of the palm. What on earth is this? The corpse witch lord stared at the huge hand above his head with his eyes blank. His mind was blank. At this moment, the huge hand covering the entire undead castle seemed to have sensed something, and in a tenth of a second, it slapped down hard. Catherine, who was far away, first saw the huge hand slap down, directly slapping the entire undead castle into ruins. Dust and smoke venting into the sky, and then heard a dull roar in her ears. The sound was very heavy, as if a heavy hammer hit her chest hard, making her feel upset and nauseous. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and then she felt a little better. Then, a strong force of energy spread out from the ruins of the castle in the distance in all directions, and the barren wilderness was directly flattened by a thick layer, like a smooth mirror, without even a fingernail-sized gravel. Fortunately, the army led by Catherine kept a sufficient distance, and when the energy rushed to her, it had no effect on them. Dust flew, as if a sandstorm had been rolled up. After a long time, the dust settled, and Catherine's eyes were flat. The third-level undead castle in her memory seemed to have been wiped off the ground with an eraser, leaving no trace. In a trance, Catherine seemed to hear something. The army you led captured a level 3 undead castle. You won a brilliant victory. Your heroic achievements will spread throughout the human kingdom. All humans will cheer for your achievements. Your heroic name will be remembered by all humans. You gained 1.6 million experience points in this battle, and your level was raised to level 30. Your own attributes have been improved. The number of troops you led has been improved, and the effect bonus of your leading troops has been improved. You have won the title of Undead Terminator. The morale of the army you led will not drop when facing undead creatures, and the damage will be increased by 100%. Chapter 987 Admiration. Catherine's level was originally only level 12, but now she has directly increased by more than 10 levels to become a level 30 hero. This level can be ranked among the top even in the entire Arathia kingdom. The most important thing is, as Song Jian said before, her name has really spread throughout all human kingdoms. You know, human kingdoms are not just Arathia. Level increase. Strength increase. And the number of troops led increases. From now on, Catherine can let a hero join her army in the name of a deputy general. When necessary, she can even command this deputy general to lead an army alone. Is this true? Catherine's face was full of disbelief. And she even pinched herself secretly to make sure she was not dreaming. The huge gain, as if pie in the sky, made Catherine unable to believe that all this was really happening. After a long time, Catherine looked up at the sky. At this time, Song Jian was floating in the air, and the flame wings behind him kept dropping tiny spots of light. Like a dream, as if a god had descended to the earth. From now on, you are my most firm belief. Where your long sword points is the direction of my charge. I will fight bravely under your command until the moment of my life. Catherine turned over and dismounted, kneeling on one knee towards Song Jian in midair, with her left hand on her chest, and solemnly swore a knight's oath to Song Jian. At this time, Song Jian was floating in the air with an embarrassed look on his face, constantly spitting and smearing. He was too close to the undead castle. The third stage of the Red Lotus Karma Fire Sword formation directly destroyed the undead castle, and the dust rays directly submerged him, turning him into a native. His mouth and nose were full of dust, full of death power, and a faint stench lingered around his body. It feels like I fell into a cesspool. Song Jian looked ugly, staring at the huge palm print on the ground that looked like the Tathagata palm in a daze. We agreed to occupy and plunder. Why did they destroy it right away? Song Jian had a tearful expression, feeling that he had worked in vain. After conquering a castle, there are three options: occupy, plunder, and destroy. Occupy means taking the castle as your own. Plunder means taking away all the resources in the castle and abandoning it. And destroy means, like now, the entire castle is flattened, as if it had never existed. Generally, lords will choose to occupy the castle of their own camp, and plunder the castle of other camps, and abandon the castle after harvesting a sum. The abandoned castle that Song Jian occupied was also abandoned after being plundered after being captured. There are many such castles in this world. In this assessment world, wars are happening all the time. Countless castles are captured, and countless abandoned castles are discovered by a hero and re-emerge after being occupied. As long as you own a castle and develop it, you will automatically have the noble status of a lord. For any civilian hero, this is a shortcut to heaven. Falling from the sky, Song Jian stood in a daze in front of the huge palm print. There was once a third-level castle in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. If I could have a chance to do it again, I think I would never use the 10,000 swords art with all my strength again. In fact, with the defense of this castle, Song Jian can use ordinary 10,000 swords technique to destroy all enemies, and the castle's defense facilities again and again, like peeling an apple. At most 3 times. No. 2 10,000 swords techniques. The defense forces on the city wall can be completely destroyed. As for the corpse witch lord, Song Jian does not think that the other party can withstand the damage of 10,000 swords technique once. Originally, I could get a complete third-level castle. Even if I plundered it, I would get a lot of resources. But now it's all gone. Song Jian sighed. The resources of a third-level castle are enough for him to upgrade his castle to the second level. And he can also build all the buildings that are allowed to be built. Sir, your strength is just like that of a god. The glory of this victory should have belonged to you. Catherine led the army forward and said to Song Jian with a look of respect and shame. Song Jian sighed and waved his hand and said, "Nothing. Forget it. You should occupy all the resource points of the corpse witch lord first. I want to go back to the castle to rest first." Catherine hurriedly said, "Yes. Sir, please take care of yourself." Song Jian nodded, rode on the mutant unicorn, and ran towards his castle. Looking at Song Jian's back, Catherine's face was full of admiration. Sir is really humble and modest. Such a brilliant victory in the battle did not make him show the slightest complacency. He didn't even ask about the reward resources. "I will keep these resources for you temporarily, and take them out when you need them." Catherine led the army and began to take over the resource points left by the corpse witch lord one by one. After the corpse witch lord died, these resource points all became unowned land. Originally, the corpse witch lord had few soldiers left at these resource points. With Catherine's current strength, it was easy to occupy all these resource points. The third-level undead castle had nothing but a huge palm print. A day later, a small mound of earth slowly swelled up in the center of this palm print. A broken black dragon cub slowly drilled out of the bulge. Its body was covered with wounds, and a lot of flesh was turned outward. There were also big holes on its wings. It looked like an abandoned bag full of holes. But the strange thing is that no blood flowed from its body. Whether it was bones, muscles, skin, or scales, they all flashed a faint gray metallic luster. The black dragon cub looked around for a long time with lifeless eyes, and uttered a dragon roar like a chicken. It stumbled and ran out of the palm print. It fell many times along the way before it barely controlled its balance. After climbing out of the palm print pit with difficulty, the black dragon cub lost all its memories. But relying on its physical instincts, it staggered and ran slowly towards the direction of the Elf Mountains. Song Jian returned to the castle with a sad face. All the buildings were being built in an orderly manner. Beaver workers could be seen everywhere in the castle. These beaver workers walked upright like humans. They were the size of human children of 14 or 15 years old. They wore simple coarse cloth clothes and were dusty. When they saw Song Jian, these beaver workers all respectfully saluted him and continued to do their unfinished work. Every day, new beaver workers joined the work. With them, this human castle is built at a very fast speed. I believe that soon a first-level human castle will be completely built. Lord, there is a hero waiting for you in the reception room. It is said that he admires your reputation and wants to join your army. A handsome beaver worker saw Song Jian coming back and hurriedly greeted him. A hero who came here because of his reputation? Song Jian was stunned. Am I so famous now? How come I don't know? After a moment of silence, Song Jian nodded and walked towards the reception room. He wanted to see that he hadn't even finished building the tavern yet. So how could a hero come here because of his reputation? Chapter 988 Earth Magician. City Lord's Mansion. Reception room. An old man with a skinny body and a tuft of sheep's tail beard was sitting quietly on a chair drinking tea. A khaki staff was placed in his left hand. Although there was no support, the staff did not fall down and stood upright beside the old man. A khaki gem on the top of the staff flashed and shone, as if guarding something. Seeing Song Jian coming in from the door, the old man showed a look of surprise in his eyes. He probably didn't expect that the owner of this castle was so young. Dear Lord, the magician Gatuya salutes you, the old man said after respectfully bowing to Song Jian. Hello, Master Gatuya. Song Jian politely returned the greeting and asked, I wonder if you are here to seek any help. Lord, I want to join your army and become one of your city heroes, Gatuya said directly. Song Jian stared at Gatuya up and down. Although the wizard robe on his body was not very luxurious, it was not shabby. He did not have the dusty and desolate feeling of a wandering wizard. Even the staff in his left hand was not an ordinary item. The fist-sized khaki gem on the top of the staff alone was priceless. Although his level was not high, only level 26. Such a level was also above average in the entire human kingdom. It can be said that no matter which human kingdom he chose to join, he would have good treatment, which was much better than joining a lord who had just developed and whose castle had not even reached level 1. Gatuya, do you have any requests? Song Jian asked directly. My lord is so straightforward. Gatuya laughed, and the wrinkles on his face became deeper. I came here to seek your help. There is a swamp to the west of your castle, where a large number of earth elements live. I hope you can defeat them and occupy the earth element temple there. In the future, the earth elements produced there will also be led by me. At the same time, I hope you can give me a high-level magic scroll that has been treasured in the earth element temple to learn. Is this why you are willing to join me? Song Jian said lightly. Then what can you bring to me? Or, what skills do you have that are worth my investment in you? According to the records of the City Lord's Mansion, this assessment world is also full of various elemental creatures, such as earth elemental elves, air elemental elves, fire elemental elves, water elemental elves, etc. These elemental elves are naturally stronger than most races. They are born as level 3 soldiers. When they grow up, their strength can reach level 4 soldiers. After advancement, they will become level 5 soldiers. Stone elemental elves. Stone elemental elves have the strength to directly compete with human level 6 soldiers knights. In other words, although stone elements are only level 5 soldiers, they can even compete with level 6 soldiers in some aspects. My lord, I am an earth elemental magician. Gatuya became more respectful, since the lord did not refuse. It was obvious that the other party had the strength to defeat the group of earth elemental elves. Although I am only level 26, I am proficient in various earth magics from level 1 to level 6. And my innate skill is to lead the earth element. Under my leadership, the strength of the earth element elf warriors can be increased by 50%. At the same time, I also have experience in air magic, and I can use air magic below level 3 freely. Kutuya raised his head and smiled. Lord, I see that your territory seems to have not built a magic tower yet. You know, even if you build a simplest level 1 magic tower, you need a formal magician to join in the construction. And I am the magician you need. Song Jian nodded. Some of the rules in this assessment world are similar to those in the game. For example, building a magic tower requires the assistance of a magician. In the game world, the magic tower is an important node that restricts the territory from being promoted to the city level. Only after the magic tower is built, it is eligible to be promoted to the city level. Song Jian also found a blood magician before, who presided over the construction of the magic tower. And then the Hope City Alliance territory was promoted to a first-level city. Yes, you are welcome to join my castle. Song Jian smiled. Thank you, Lord. Kutuya breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to Song Jian. System, you have been recognized by the second hero. 2 heroes have joined your team. If you get another hero to join, the battle mode will be opened. Battle mode? What is that? Song Jian frowned and clicked on the battle mode to check it carefully. It turns out that the so-called battle mode is to open a special map area and transfer all the resources of all the assessors to this special area. This area is then generated. And as time goes by, the distance between each other will be infinitely reduced. In the end, the 100 assessors who enter this assessment world will inevitably come into contact with each other geographically. In order to eliminate others and obtain the final victory, the assessors will inevitably cause a series of battles. Song Jian suddenly became anxious. Once he entered the battle mode, the current castle level, the occupied resource points, and the troops obtained would probably become the last straw that determines the final victory or defeat. He must now seize the time and make himself stronger. Lord, what do you think about the earth elemental elves? Kutuya asked cautiously. We'll set off now. Song Jian nodded and said. Seeing Song Jian so happy, Kutuya's face suddenly showed a happy smile. Just after returning to the castle, Song Jian set out on his journey again. After leaving the castle, Song Jian rode on the mutant unicorn, and Kutuya summoned a longhorned deer and rode on it. The mutant unicorn glanced at the longhorned deer and let out a low roar. The longhorned deer took 2 steps back in fear and let out a low whine. Lord City Lord, your mount? Kutuya showed a surprised look on his face. You know, unicorns are originally very rare species, and the mutant species among unicorns are even rarer. I am afraid that only the legendary dragons and phoenixes can firmly suppress it. It's just an ordinary mutant unicorn, Song Jian said with a smile. For him who has ridden a dragon, a mutant unicorn does not seem so precious. Kutuya stared at the mutant unicorn's horn that kept flashing with lightning, and a trace of envy appeared in his eyes. Lord, cultivate this mutant unicorn well. It can be seen that it is still in its infancy. It has great potential, and has the qualifications to become a powerful thunderstorm lord. Kutuya whispered. Chapter 989 Stone Elemental Spirit. Thunderstorm Lord? Song Jian was stunned. This was the first time he heard such a statement. The mutant unicorn was just a mount of his. Could it become a lord? Could a mount become a lord like me? Song Jian couldn't help asking. Of course. Kutuya nodded and said. In this world, any creature, even any elemental creature, has the qualifications to become a lord. However, the more powerful the creature, the higher the probability of becoming a lord. In fact, there are many powerful lords of non-human species in this world. Some of them have even survived for thousands of years. They are very powerful and comparable to the gods and legends. And the Thunder Lord is one of them. Kutuya continued, after ordinary air elemental spirits reach the maximum level, they have a certain chance to be promoted to atmospheric elemental spirits. If atmospheric elemental spirits continue to improve, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of evolving into thunder elements that control thunder and lightning attributes. If thunder elements continue to improve, if there is an extraordinary opportunity, there is a small chance of becoming a Thunder Lord. It is said that in the distant Cloud Kingdom, there are Thunder Lords. It can be said that any creature with thunder and lightning attributes has the qualifications to become a Thunder Lord. And your mount is the same, Kutuya said. Song Jian nodded. But he didn't care. You know, He came to this world just to take the test and advance to the second level combat power. And he will leave soon. If he stays in this world, he would be interested in training his mount into a thunderstorm lord. This kind of thing is very exciting. Along the way, Gutuya and Song Jian kept chatting. And their relationship was very harmonious. Song Jian also learned a lot of secrets about this world during the chat. This knowledge will not be recorded in the City Lord's mansion. Only experienced old magicians, like Gutuya, will know it. Lord City Lord, there is a quagmire swamp ahead, which is the paradise of Earth Elemental Elves. Gutuya showed excitement in his eyes. Although Gutuya is also a hero, the army he leads has a very mixed attribute. There are more than a dozen wizard apprentices, 7 or 8 iron puppets made of steel, and several gargoyles made entirely of rock. Song Jian suddenly remembered that in the information of the City Lord's mansion, these arms seem to belong to a camp called the Tower. It seems that Tugmia should be a hero from the Tower camp. Boom. Just as Song Jian was recalling the information of the City Lord's mansion, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the front. Looking up, a huge stone elemental elf, with a height of more than 3 meters, was slowly walking out of the mud swamp. The stone element, which should have been heavy and unable to move in the swamp, seemed to have no weight at this time. Every step it took was like floating on the surface of the swamp. However, with its huge body, the rocks in various parts of its body rubbed against each other with each step, making a thunderous sound. I don't know whether our luck is good or bad. We encountered a stone elemental elf as soon as we arrived at the quagmire swamp. This is a level 40 elemental warrior, which is not something we can deal with at all. Gutuya looked at the huge stone elemental elf in the distance, sighed, and a trace of sorrow appeared on his face. Although he wanted to occupy the earth elemental temple in the quagmire swamp, he would have to fight against these stone elemental elves sooner or later. But Gutuya's original plan was to fight to support the war. First, he captured some low-level earth elemental elves, then pushed forward all the way, formed an earth elemental army, and then began to look for stone elemental elves to fight. A level 40 stone elemental elf? Song Jian narrowed his eyes and looked at the stone elemental elf. This stone elemental elf is a level 5 soldier. Once a battle breaks out, it alone can completely crush and destroy the army led by Gutuya. I wonder who is stronger between it and my battle pet Gulu. Song Jian suddenly remembered the stone elemental battle pet Gulu, who had been sleeping in the battle pet space. With a thought, Song Jian directly released Gulu. Gulu, who had just woken up from his sleep, showed a confused look in his eyes. But soon, he was attracted by the environment full of rich earth elements around him, and couldn't help but make a joyful gula gula sound. As soon as the level 50 Lord Boss Gulu appeared, Gutuya and the army behind him panicked. Several mage apprentices even turned around and fled. It seemed that the morale of the army led by Gutuya was not very high. After a brief surprise and panic, the experienced Gutuya stopped the army's riot. He stared at Gulu with a strange look in his eyes, and looked at Song Jian with a hint of admiration. Dear Lord, I didn't expect that you actually have a powerful stone elemental elf king. It's really enviable. Your powerful strength will definitely spread throughout the human kingdom, Gutuya said respectfully. Song Jian was immediately interested when he heard this. He pointed at the stone elemental in the distance and said, Do you think Golem can defeat that stone elemental? Sir, your stone elemental elf king is at least a level 6 soldier, while ordinary stone elemental elves are only level 5 soldiers. Even if there is a group of stone elementals like that, they can't be its opponent, Gutuya said with envy. In that case, then Golem will be temporarily handed over to you to lead. Song Jian smiled. Gutuya is a hero under his command. Song Jian has full control over him and the army he leads. He doesn't need Gutuya's consent at all. Song Jian can transfer all the troops he leads away, and can even directly order Gutuya, who is left alone, to launch a suicidal charge against a group of powerful monsters. However, under normal circumstances, no lord would do this, because it is too crazy. Once this kind of thing spreads, I am afraid that no hero will be willing to join his army. Transferring Gulu to Gutuya's army can better play Gulu's role. At the same time, Song Jian can transfer Gulu out of Gutuya's army at any time and take back the battle pet space. Really? Really? Lord? Gutuya's eyes showed an unbelievable look, staring at Gulu with a look of intoxication, and his throat even swallowed unconsciously. The look in Gutuya's eyes when looking at Gulu was like a pervert looking at a beautiful woman, which made Song Jian feel a chill. The next battle will be commanded by you. Song Jian said after transferring Gula to Gatuya's team. Yes, Lord. Tugwea was in high spirits, leading the army and rushing towards the stone element in the distance. Chapter 990 Temple. Gula thrived in this environment full of rich earth elements. The power of almost all his skills increased by 30%. In addition, he could absorb endless earth elements from the swamps. And there was no such thing as exhaustion. Therefore, in battle, he almost didn't need to charge into close combat. He just needed to stand still and continuously release throwing stones and stabbing the jungle. Moreover, after joining Guchua's army, his combat power increased by 50% due to the influence of the leader's hero talent skills. It can be said that although Guru was only a level 50 Lord boss at this time, he showed the strength of a commanding level boss in battle. Ground Thorn Jungle. Gula raised his right hand, and a large cluster of ground thorns rose from the ground like a cluster of spears, piercing through the bodies of several earth elemental elves, consuming the power in their soul crystal cores. The mud-like earth element slowly flowed down from the thick ground thorn stone pillars, and before it could recondense, another wave of attacks followed. At the beginning, Gatuya was very cautious, but after several battles, he won every time with 0 losses, which made Gatuya's confidence swell rapidly. In addition, with Song Jian's backup, Gatuya was even more fearless. Along the way, Gatuya experienced dozens of battles, and his level quickly increased. He soon reached level 30, and his army also had more than a dozen earth elemental elf warriors that looked like mud. These were all conquered in the battle. Soon, Gatuya pushed into the depths of the quagmire swamp. There were few traces of earth elements here. Tall stone elements made a rumbling sound and slid and wandered on the swamp ground. My lord, the earth element temple is in front of us. There is a forbidden spell scroll of earth magic, Thunder Bomb, which is the most powerful single target attack magic in earth magic. Even the holy dragon cannot be immune to its damage. Gatuya pointed to a corner of the temple that appeared in the distance, trembling all over, and said excitedly, Forbidden spells? I wonder if they will be useful to those examinees. Let them have a taste of the forbidden spells in this world, so that it won't be a wasted trip. Song Jian had a strange smile on his face. Holy dragon? Are you talking about the legendary 10th level soldier? The sacred dragon? Song Jian asked casually. In the information of the city lord's mansion, the most powerful creature in this world, the holy dragon, was also mentioned. It has full system magic defense, and is almost immune to all magic below level 6. The dragon breath attack has great damage and a wide range. It is the only 10th level soldier in this world. In fact, the dragon clan also has a very high status in this world. As long as ordinary dragons reach adulthood, they have the strength of a 7th level soldier. It can be said that the lowest soldier of the dragon clan is a 7th level soldier, including the black dragon that Song Jian saw before, and other 5-color dragons, white dragons, blue dragons, red dragons, and green dragons, which are all comparable to the ultimate human soldier angels. In addition to the 5-color dragons, the dragon clan also has golden dragons, poisonous dragons, crystal dragons, and fairy dragons. These dragon clans can reach the 8th level. Above that, there are titan dragons, which are the same as the holy dragons. They are all legendary dragons. Even people in this world find it difficult to discover their existence. Titan dragons are 9th level soldiers, and the only dragon clan that has the qualifications to challenge the holy dragon. It is said that Titan dragons also have the qualifications to advance to the 10th level soldiers. But ordinary Titan dragons have never been seen, and there is no trace of the advanced Titan dragons. Some people also say that the holy dragon is actually the advanced Titan dragon, but this statement has not been recognized by the mainstream. Song Jian was actually constantly observing the strength of the creatures in this world. He found that according to the records of the city lord's mansion, as long as there are more than 10 level 7 soldiers, they have the strength to fight against the command level boss. The information of the city lord's mansion only briefly mentioned the level 8, level 9, and level 10 soldiers. If he couldn't see it with his own eyes, Song Jian didn't know their specific strength. The strength of the stone elemental elves is much higher than that of the earth elemental elves, but they don't seem to know any magic. All their attacks are like a warrior, using their powerful bodies to crush all enemies who offend them. Gatuya soon encountered 5 or 6 stone elementals and attacked them without hesitation. Stone elementals already have a high resistance to earth, and the magic skills released by Gollum can only wear down their strength bit by bit. The battle with them gradually became a boring war of attrition, which made Gutuya feel a little impatient. He directly commanded all the troops to force them forward. Gutuya won the final victory, but he also lost 2 mage apprentices, which made his face look a little ugly. He can make iron puppets and gargoyles, and earth elemental elves can be seen everywhere here and can be replenished at any time. But the mage apprentices who have been following him are 1 less each time they die. These are the seedlings of future great mages, and every loss makes Gutuya feel distressed. Although Song Jian and his team were very powerful, the army led by Gutuya alone could not make the stone elements flee directly upon seeing them. Therefore, whenever they encountered stone elements, they would inevitably fight a big battle. Under Gutuya's deliberate protection, the mage apprentices no longer suffered losses in the battle, but the gargoyles and iron puppets suffered heavy losses. After a series of fierce battles, Gutuya's level was raised by 1 level to level 31, but the number of his troops decreased sharply. There were only 3 iron puppets left, and only 1 gargoyle left, which was injured and had only 1 wing left. What made Gutuya most depressed was that he did not recruit a single stone element along the way. The powerful king of stone elementals. Doesn't he have a strong attraction to stone elementals? How come he can't recruit a single stone elemental? Gutuya glanced at Guru and thought a little depressed. Fortunately, after a battle, the two finally stood on the steps of the Earth Elemental Temple. As long as they occupied this place, Gutuya could not only recruit the coveted stone elementals, but also upgrade more than a dozen earth elementals to stone elementals. Therefore, Gutuya didn't care much about not recruiting stone elementals in the battle. The two climbed the steps, and soon came to the gate of the temple. Just as they were about to enter the temple, a low roar suddenly came from inside the temple. Gutuya was stunned. His face suddenly became ugly, and he stopped. Chapter 991 Giant. The Earth Element Temple is simple and low-key, and is built entirely of gray rocks. There is only a shallow gap between the large rocks, and even a piece of paper cannot be inserted. Dozens of huge stone pillars stand side by side, each of which is more than 10 feet high. Standing in front of the temple, Song Jian feels as if this is a palace built for the legendary giant. A roar of a beast came from the temple, making Gutuya cautious. "My lord, this place seems to have been occupied by something," Gutuya said with a grim expression. "If it is just an ownerless temple, then the most guarding it is a group of earth elements and stone elements. But if it is an occupied temple, then it is likely that a large number of guarding soldiers will be stationed inside. Let's go in and meet them." After saying that, Song Jian took the lead and walked towards the temple. Entering the temple, Song Jian came to a spacious hall. A giant over 10 meters tall was sitting on a stone seat at the end of the hall. This giant had a bronze body and exuded a metallic luster. When Song Jian saw it, it seemed to be sleeping. After sensing Song Jian's breath, the giant slowly opened his eyes. "Human, go back. This is not the place you should come to. This is the territory of the giants. If you don't leave, it will be regarded as a provocation to the giants." The sound of the giant's speech was like two huge rocks rubbing against each other, which sounded a bit harsh, causing Song Jian to frown slightly. Level 7 alien giants. How could there be giants here? Gutuya's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back and whispered, "Level 7? Song Jian raised his eyebrows. There was no giant in the information of the city lord's mansion, and the huge monster in front of him was already a level 50 commanding boss. Even in the game world, it was an amazing existence. "Sir, let's retreat for the time being. This place is occupied by the giants, and we are not their opponents," Gutuya whispered. The giant in front of him silenced all the soldiers behind Gutuya, although he was just sitting on the stone seat without moving. The overwhelming aura he exuded made these low-level soldiers not even have the courage to swing their weapons at him. If Gutuya insisted on fighting the other side, I am afraid that the morale of this team would drop to the lowest in an instant, and all the soldiers would flee. Because this is not a battle, but suicide. Let me do it." Song Jian raised his right hand, summoned the sky-breaking sword, and slowly walked towards the giant. "Arrogant!" The giant slowly stood up and looked at this tiny human with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Even the Dragon Clan would not dare to despise it so much. How could a human who could not even reach the height of its fingers have the courage to draw a sword against it? The giant slowly raised his right leg, and his bronze thigh was like a thick copper pillar, pressing down towards Song Jian. 10,000 Swords Technique. In an instant, the sword energy value rushed from Dantian to the sky-breaking sword at a very fast speed. Song Jian's face showed an abnormal blush, and he swung the sky-breaking sword in his hand fiercely at the bronze giant. More than 200 spirit swords kept slashing at the giant's body, stirring up countless bright sparks. And then bursts of deafening explosions exploded on the surface of the giant's body, making its movement stagnate, and it couldn't help but stagger back to the left. The giant, more than 10 meters tall, weighed more than 3,000 tons, and a casual step could cause an earthquake like shaking. Human, you are so proud of yourself for making me take a step back. The giant showed a look of surprise in his eyes. In his thousands of years of life, he had never encountered such a powerful human. Song Jian stared at the giant. His face changed slightly. The giant's defense was too strong. Originally, each spirit sword could cause more than 2,000 points of damage, but it was suppressed to just over 1,000 points on it. And its resistance was also very strong. The original more than 1,000 points of fire damage added by each spirit sword was directly weakened to more than 300 points. Even among the command-level bosses I have encountered, I have never seen such a strong defense and resistance. Song Jian said in his heart, stepped on the ground, and his figure quickly retreated. Don't you think it's too late to run away now? The giant roared, as if thunder was exploding in his ears. Just as the giant was ready to chase Song Jian with murderous intent, the Red Lotus sword formation composed of countless spirit swords suddenly bloomed around him. A bright red lotus of fire bloomed fiercely, swirling around the giant. A series of sharp friction sounds like cutting metal continued to sound in the sword formation, accompanied by the giant's angry roars. The Red Lotus sword formation can't kill it. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and stared at the giant, who was struggling in the Red Lotus sword formation. He calculated the damage of the sword formation and the remaining blood volume of the giant in his mind, and couldn't help but feel surprised. This was a terrifying existence that he had never seen before. It could actually resist the second stage of the 10,000 Swords Lord head-on without showing any signs of weakness. At this time, the bronze skin on the giant's body had mostly turned dark red, like a piece of calcined iron ingot. Is this really just a level 7 soldier? Then how strong will the level 8, level 9, and even level 10 soldiers be? Song Jian, who had been navigating this assessment world with a bit of contempt, suddenly changed his previous view. The water in this world is too deep. No wonder it is used as a world for the second level combat power assessment. Song Jian thought in his heart, looking forward to the changes in the third stage of the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation. Soon, the Red Lotus Sword Formation slowly closed up, completely wrapping up the giant, who was over 10 meters tall. However, it was obvious that the giant in the sword formation was struggling with his fists frantically. The surface of the Red Lotus showed huge fist marks. The giant wanted to break the sword formation, and some of the Red Lotus leaves had already had long cracks on their surface. If the stalemate continued for a while, the giant might really break out of the formation. At this moment, a sharp sword over 10 meters long appeared out of thin air above the Red Lotus sword formation. A trace of terrifying sword energy emanated from the blade like mist. Song Jian, who was standing dozens of meters away, felt a slight tingling sensation on the exposed skin on his arm, and the fine hairs stood up one by one as if they had static electricity. It was as if an invisible giant arm was holding the long sword, and after it was slightly raised, the long sword fell at lightning speed, slashing towards the center of the closing Red Lotus, leaving a fan-shaped sword energy after image in the void. Kutuya suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and quickly closed his eyes. But tears still flowed out involuntarily. The power of the Red Lotus sword this time seems to be unprecedentedly strong. Song Jian also narrowed his eyes, and stared at the falling Red Lotus sword. Snap! A slight cutting sound was heard, and at the same time, the entire hall of the Earth Element Temple echoed with the giant's painful howl. Chapter 992 Occupation. A scar several meters long appeared on the chest of the bronze giant. This sword almost split it in half. A large amount of blood like copper liquid sprayed out, and screams echoed in the Earth Element Temple. Song Jian could feel that the aura of the bronze giant was rapidly weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was even difficult for him to stand. Human, you are the enemy of the giant race. The bronze giant let out a howl and turned to escape. At this moment, a huge palm suddenly appeared above its head. This palm almost filled the entire hall of the temple. Before the bronze giant could escape 2 steps, the huge palm pressed down on it at lightning speed. The bronze giant screamed. But the scream stopped as soon as it sounded, and the whole person was pressed into the floor of the temple. Boom! Like an earthquake. The whole temple began to shake violently. And Song Jian, Gutuya, and the soldiers behind him were all blown away by the air force caused by this blow. Gutuya struggled to stand up and looked at the violently shaking temple with a look of horror on his face. God! The temple will not collapse. Right? Some buildings in this world have indestructible properties, such as the dwarf treasury, the Naga treasury, and some recruiting buildings and resource points in the wild. These places can only be occupied and plundered, but it is impossible to completely destroy them. It seems that they have some characteristics in nature. The same is true for the Earth Element Temple. It is not only a recruitment site for Earth Element warriors, but also a promotion barracks for upgrading the quality of Earth Element. Therefore, it is also indestructible. But now, Gutuya has doubts in his heart. Maybe the reason why it is indestructible is that the force applied is not strong enough? Fortunately, the violent shaking finally stopped. In addition to looking more dilapidated, the temple did not collapse. This made Gutuya feel a little better. Otherwise, the collapse of some common sense cognition would affect his entire worldview. The two waited outside the temple for a long time, and finally the smoke and dust settled. At this time, the surfaces of dozens of stone pillars supporting the temple all had obvious cracks, and countless broken stones rolled randomly on the ground and steps. The temple in front of them was simply a dangerous building that could collapse at any time. Shall we go in? Gutuya asked cautiously. At this time, Song Jian frowned. He could feel that the breath of the bronze giant had disappeared, but it was also killed in the third stage of the Red Lotus Sword formation. This was really a 7th level soldier, according to speculation. Its strength was at most similar to that of a command level boss of the same level, but the strength it showed was far beyond any command level boss Song Jian had encountered before. This is only the 7th level army. There are also 8th level, 9th level, and even 10th level army in this world. If those examiners find these stronger army, I am afraid that my chances of passing the examination will be... Song Jian pondered for a moment and finally made a decision. That is, to recruit the third hero as soon as possible and then start the battle mode. The tavern will be built today. There is a certain probability that a wandering hero will appear in the tavern. At that time, I will recruit one at random and start the battle mode as soon as possible, Song Jian said in his heart. With Song Jian's strength, he doesn't care about the number of low-level soldiers. But if high-level soldiers like the bronze giant appear, it will be a big trouble. Song Jian and Gutuya walked into the temple and found that the bronze giant was not dead yet. At this time, on the floor of the temple, in the center of a huge palm print, the bronze giant was lying on his back. Watching the two people come in, the bronze giant stared at Song Jian's face and said in a weak voice, "The giant clan will not let you go." Not dead yet? Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face. The third stage of the Red Lotus Sword formation was enough to cause millions of points of damage. How much health did this 7th level soldier have? It was so difficult to kill. However, judging from its appearance, it seemed to have lost the ability to continue fighting. Death was only a matter of time. Just as Song Jian was about to speak, a crisp cracking sound suddenly came from the body of the bronze giant. Then, the sword mark left by the Red Lotus Sword on his chest began to quickly extend to both sides, and countless cracks spread outward from the sword mark. After a while, the cracks were like spider webs, covering the entire body of the bronze giant. Boom! With a muffled sound, the body of the bronze giant collapsed and turned into fist-sized fragments, almost covering the entire palm print. Finally dead, Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, a huge amount of experience rushed towards him and Gutuya. Gutuya actually rose 3 levels in a row and became a level 35 hero. And Song Jian's experience bar also rose a little bit. About 10% of experience. How can it be so much? Song Jian was a little surprised, and looked at the body of the bronze giant with complicated eyes. You know, before he destroyed an entire undead castle and killed many undead guards, he didn't get much experience. But now, he only killed a level 7 soldier and got such a huge amount of experience, which made him feel a little strange. The rules of this world seem to be slowly changing? Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, a grand voice sounded in the hall. The human camp is occupied in Earth Element Temple. 3 Earth Elements can be recruited here every day. At the same time, A certain amount of resources can be spent to upgrade the earth element to a more powerful stone element. This is a world notice that can be seen by heroes of all camps. This is also the most direct way to improve the reputation of the Lord. Sometimes such notices unfortunately attract many powerful heroes to join. Kutuya couldn't wait to recruit earth elements. After getting Song Jian's permission, Kutuya walked quickly towards the inside of the temple. After a while, Kutuya's excited laughter came from the temple. Ha ha ha! There are more than 30 earth elements and more than a dozen stone elements here. Great! They have accumulated so many troops. After a while, Kutuya came out with a large group of earth elements and stone elements, holding a scroll emitting 3 colors of light in his hand. Song Jian's eyes lit up. This scroll actually emitted a high-quality light. It was a god-level scroll with a higher quality than the legendary quality. If I use it to improve the level of the 10,000 swords technique, I'm afraid one scroll can directly improve it by 1 level. Song Jian couldn't help but feel excited. Chapter 993 Death Knight. Kutuya glanced at Song Jian and seemed to notice his overly enthusiastic eyes. He couldn't help but reveal an awkward smile and said softly, "Lord, this is a scroll that can only be learned by earth magicians, and it requires advanced wisdom and advanced earth magic proficiency to learn." Song Jian also noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with his eyes, and couldn't help but cough twice and said, "Nothing. I just haven't seen this kind of scroll before, and I'm a little curious. Kutuya, can you let me see this scroll?" Kutuya showed an embarrassment on his face. This is the coveted god-level scroll. Once he learns it, he will be a powerful forbidden spell mage. However, Kutuya soon handed the scroll to Song Jian. No matter how he looked at it, Song Jian could not master this forbidden spell. If it was just to satisfy the Lord's curiosity, Kutuya felt that there was no problem. This was because Kutuya did not know that Song Jian had a skill that could devour other skills to increase their levels. If he knew, he would not have handed over the scroll so readily. Song Jian took the scroll and looked at it carefully. The scroll seemed to be made of the leather of some beast, and it faintly exuded a strong aura similar to that of a dragon. Even if it is not a dragon, the owner of the leather that made this scroll is probably not weaker than a dragon. Song Jian thought to himself. On the surface of this scroll, there are many dark golden magic runes, and there is a seal on the scroll. Once opened, this scroll will be destroyed in a short time. Song Jian did not want to learn this scroll, but wanted to know whether his 10,000 swords technique could be upgraded by swallowing it. Sure enough, after a while, Song Jian received a system prompt that the 10,000 swords technique could be upgraded by swallowing it, which surprised Song Jian. However, Song Jian finally returned the scroll to Kutuya. After all, he had promised the other party at the beginning, and now Song Jian regretted it, and he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. And since you can get a forbidden spell scroll, you can get the second, third. Lord, it's not too late for you to start learning magic now. You know, human castles can build magic towers. As long as you build a magic tower to the top level, there is a certain chance to learn forbidden spells in the magic tower. Kutuya comforted Song Jian. Can you get forbidden spells in the magic tower? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help asking. Yes, but it must be built to the top level. Seeing Song Jian's eager eyes, Kutuya quickly pointed out the disadvantages of building a magic tower to obtain forbidden spells. It takes a lot of resources. And even in the top magic tower, the forbidden spells that appear are random, and it is impossible for them to be exactly the one you are proficient in. The entire human kingdom continent, even the most powerful Arathia kingdom, has not built a top-level magic tower. With Song Jian's current strength, it is simply a fantasy to want to build a top-level magic tower that can produce forbidden spells. However, Kutuya is not in a good position to attack his lord at this time. He can only hope that Song Jian will not transfer his anger to him after being disappointed. Even if there is no forbidden spell, the appearance of the second-level magic is not unacceptable. Song Jian said in his heart, "Start building the magic tower as soon as I go back." The human camp occupied an earth element temple, just like a small wave, and did not set off any waves among the assessors of other camps. All assessors are rapidly improving their strength, and they are very tacit. Each assessor only recruits 2 heroes at most. They are delaying the time of the battle mode. After all, the longer the time is delayed, the more beneficial it is for them. At this time, in the Hell Camp, the Devil Castle has been completely renewed, and their castle has begun to upgrade to level 3 castles, and a large number of military camps have begun to be built. Your Highness, our main city can be upgraded to level 3 in at most one day. And we have also prepared the resources for upgrading to level 4. And we can upgrade at any time. A demon examiner, with goat horns on his head, said respectfully to Prince Sarah. At this time, Prince Sarah looked very proud. Although he was only the second examiner to occupy the main city, he believed that he was definitely the first in all camps in the development of the main city. At this time, almost all the examiners of the camps have found the abandoned main cities of their camps. But only 4 camps have actually attacked them. The other camps are also accumulating troops and preparing to capture their own main cities. How far has the undead camp developed now? Prince Sarah asked. In Prince Sarah's opinion, the human camp is not to be feared at all. After all, there is only one person. No matter how powerful he is, his personal strength is too small in front of a massive army. Only the undead camp is Prince Sarah's biggest concern. The speed at which they accumulate troops is even faster than that of the Hell camp. Therefore, Sarah directly arranged an examiner to do nothing else but focus on the world announcement and collect information from other camps, especially the undead camp. The castle of the undead camp has started to upgrade to level 2, and has also obtained a lot of resources and troop deployment points in the wild, including 6 pastures and 8 iron mines. An examiner reported the information about the undead camp in detail. They are developing at a fast pace. Prince Sarah showed a relaxed smile on his face. The development of the undead camp did not exceed his expectations. Everything is under control. Your Highness, the undead camp seems to have discovered a Death Knight camp and has tried to occupy it once, but failed. Recently, the focus of the undead camp is probably to occupy this Death Knight camp. The examiner glanced at Prince Sarah and said cautiously, "What? Death Knight?" Prince Sarah was shocked. This is a level 6 troop. Only when the castle is upgraded to level 6 can a recruitment camp be built for recruitment. Now almost all camps have level 2 or 3 troop. Once the undead camp occupies this field barracks and continues to recruit, by the time of the final battle, they will have a level 6 troop army. By then, no one will be their opponent. Let everyone expand the search range and find the high-level field recruitment point of the Hell camp. Prince Sarah's face was livid. For the first time, he realized that things were moving in a direction that was beyond his control. Just as all the camps were frantically looking for high-level recruiting points in the wild, Song Jian and Gu Tuya had already returned to their castle. At this time, all the first-level buildings in the castle had been completed and had begun to upgrade to the second level. Song Jian and Gu Tuya also appeared in front of a newly built tavern. The rich aroma of wine and noisy sounds inside spread through the wooden door to the street. It looks lively. Song Jian smiled slightly, pushed open the door of the tavern and walked in. Chapter 994 Wandering Heroes. There are not only heroes available for recruitment in the tavern. Ordinary people, and even soldiers in the castle will come here to have a drink and relax when they have nothing to do. Song Jian walked into the tavern and looked around the noisy environment. With Katuya's reminder, he found a total of 3 heroes available for recruitment in the tavern. To be honest, it is difficult to distinguish the identities of these heroes from their appearance. Among these people, there is a middle-aged man with 2 small mustaches, a strange man wearing a green suit and even a green hat on his head, and a fat man with a blue body and lightning flashes from time to time. The first 2 men looked like humans, while the last blue fat man seemed to be an elemental creature, which made Song Jian a little strange. Didn't they say that the tavern could only recruit heroes from its own camp? Perhaps seeing Song Jian's doubts, Katuya whispered in his ear, "That is a powerful wandering hero. Generally speaking, there is a small chance that wandering heroes will appear in the tavern. They are often much stronger than the heroes of the camp, but it is also difficult to recruit them. You have to complete their tests." Test? Forget it. Song Jian retracted his gaze from the blue fat man. This world is not his main world, and he does not plan to continue to develop in this world. As long as he completes the assessment task, he will probably never appear in this world again. Song Jian first walked to the table of the middle-aged man with a mustache. Among the 3 people, only this man gave him a pure human feeling. Although the other man was also a human, he had a strong power hidden in his body. This power gave people a quiet and peaceful forest flavor, which was obviously not something a human could possess. It should be the hidden blood of other races, but it has not yet manifested. Song Jian thought to himself, "Hello. I am the lord of this castle. Are you interested in joining my army?" Song Jian asked the middle-aged man with a mustache. Not interested. The middle-aged man answered without even looking up. Song Jian, didn't you say that recruiting heroes from your own camp would be easy? Why was I rejected right away? It's okay. Lord. Every hero has his own personality and temper. Maybe you don't match him. Gutuya comforted him. Not compatible? I'm not on a blind date to find a wife. Song Jian couldn't help but complain in his heart. But in fact, recruiting heroes in a tavern is indeed somewhat similar to blind dates. Sometimes, these heroes who join your team are even more reliable than your wife. Song Jian said nothing, but stood up and walked towards the table of the man in green clothes and a green hat. But soon, he stood up from the table again. His face became even uglier. Lord, this hero has the blood of elves in his body. He is a powerful hero. If it is an elf lord, it will be easy to recruit him. But if it is a human lord, the chance is very low. Gutuya said on the side. Song Jian could clearly hear the other party's comfort. After nodding slightly, he walked towards the third blue fat man, who was glowing with blue light and flashing with electric light from time to time. The blue fat man seemed a little bored in the tavern. The guests around him didn't dare to approach him. Even the waiters in the tavern avoided him and were unwilling to serve him. As a result, he sat for so long without even a glass of water in front of him. Waiter, give me 2 glasses of the best wine here. Song Jian shouted as soon as he sat down. He suddenly thought that recruiting heroes was actually the same as contacting professional mentors before. You have to start with feelings first. If you are familiar with the other party, it will be much easier to make a recruitment request. You are such a kind lord. The blue fat man said with gratitude, My name is Sorum. I am looking for a man named Winger Magnus. I have traveled to many castles, but I still can't find his trace. Hearing this, Song Jian's heart sank. The mission of recruiting this hero would not be to help it find this person named Winger. And even if it was found, what if the other party was also a lord? Wouldn't it be a waste of time? Continue to listen to the blue fat man named Sorum. It turned out that it had been sealed in a crystal bottle for more than 1,000 years. It was this person named Winger who saved it and released it from the bottle. At that time, it was a little confused because it had been sleeping for more than 1,000 years. After asking the other party's name, it let the other party leave. When Sorum woke up completely, he realized that he seemed to have missed something. This was the person who saved it. How could he let the other party leave so easily? Sorum was grateful to the man who saved him and swore to be loyal to him forever. But the man left after saving Sorum. So Sorum set out to find that man. After listening to Solom's story, Song Jian immediately realized that it was impossible to recruit this hero. But this also shows how powerful this hero, who seemed like a god and monster, was. This blue fat man had no defense against people, and was very talkative. Song Jian chatted with him for more than an hour. And both of them were very happy. At this moment, the door of the tavern was pushed open with a bang, and Catherine walked in from outside with a face full of resentment. I'm working hard to occupy the resource point. But you're drinking and chatting here? Catherine walked up to Song Jian and shouted. Oh, Catherine, thank you for your hard work. You see, I'm not idle either. I'm recruiting heroes here to help you share some of the burden. Right? Song Jian smiled and pointed at Gutuya and said, This is my newly recruited mage hero. Gutuya. He is a forbidden spell mage. We just occupied an earth element temple. Gutuya. This is Catherine, a female knight, and the first hero under my command. Catherine and Gutuya looked at each other and saluted each other. Before they spoke, at the wine table not far away, the hero with 2 small mustaches suddenly stood up, walked to Catherine and said, Your Highness, His Majesty the King is very worried about you and hopes you can return to the palace immediately. I'm here to protect you back to the palace. Who are you? Catherine's face changed drastically, and she turned her head to stare at the man up and down. The middle-aged man was stunned. A trace of bitterness appeared on his face, and he said, Your Highness, my name is Ling, and I am your archery training instructor. Chapter 995 Mission. Song Jian looked at Catherine in surprise. This guy didn't even recognize his archery coach. It's conceivable how she treats archery classes. I'm afraid she doesn't go to 1 class a year. No wonder I've never seen you perform any archery. Song Jian muttered in a low voice. Catherine was stunned and then became embarrassed. She really didn't like archery. She thought it was against the spirit of chivalry to stand in the distance and shoot arrows. So it's Mr. Turing. I'm sorry. I can't go back with you. I'm now a hero under the command of this lord. It's impossible for me to leave without permission. Catherine said seriously, this is against the way of knights. Please go back and tell my father. Lord? Is it this young man? Ling looked Song Jian up and down, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, shook his head and said, Your Highness, this lord may not know your true identity. If he knew, he would not dare to let the princess of a human kingdom become a hero under his command. After all, you are the princess of the largest kingdom of mankind. This kingdom has dozens of experienced heroic warlords and millions of soldiers. You know, the anger of King Arathia is definitely not something a small lord like him with only a first-level castle can bear. Threat? He is just threatening me. Right? Song Jian turned his head and said to Gatuya. Gatuya glanced at Song Jian and nodded. Lord. He is threatening you. But what he said is true. The kingdom of Arathia is indeed the largest kingdom in the human camp. It is not a wise thing to be an enemy of it. Song Jian's face suddenly became ugly. You know, he was trying hard to find a third hero to start the battle mode. But if Catherine left, then there would be only one hero left under his command. And the conditions for starting the battle mode were getting further and further away. Catherine, are you willing to leave here and return to the palace of Arathia? Song Jian asked. Of course not. Otherwise I wouldn't have run away. I mean, I wouldn't have left there either, Catherine said loudly. Okay. Ling, this castle doesn't welcome you. Please leave immediately. Otherwise we will force you to leave. Song Jian immediately said to Ling, I will tell His Majesty the King the situation here truthfully. And I hope we will meet again one day. Ling glanced at Song Jian with a disdainful expression on his face. Seeing Ling leave, Catherine looked at Song Jian and suddenly became a little flustered. Maybe I should leave here with him. After all, Catherine, do what you like to do. Don't let anyone force you to do anything. Song Jian said to Catherine seriously, Here, I will protect you. Thank you, Lord. Catherine looked grateful and saluted to Song Jian. Well, you take a rest first, and then continue your previous work. I still need to recruit another hero. Song Jian nodded and motioned Gatuya to follow him out of the tavern. Damn it. Why is it so difficult to recruit a third hero? Song Jian couldn't help but said angrily. Lord, the power of the kingdom of Arathia is not so easy to resist. Gatuya reminded in a low voice. It's impossible for him to get here in a short time. What are you afraid of? Maybe by the time he comes, we will be so powerful that they will be afraid of us. Song Jian glanced at Gatuya and said, You are a forbidden spell mage after all. Why are you so timid? Ahem. As far as I know, there are 6 forbidden spell mages in the kingdom of Arathia. And there are many powerful ones, who are as powerful as forbidden spell mages. Gatuya said, The most important thing is that the kingdom of Arathia has the artifact Forbidden Magic Ball, which can seal any magical power. By then, I am afraid that I will not be as good as an ordinary spearman. Song Jian's movements were paused. But soon, he patted Gatuya on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry. We will not face the kingdom of Arathia head-on. Catherine is their princess. If it doesn't work, let her leave. It seems that the strength of the kingdom of Arathia holds a very important position in the minds of these heroes. If Gatuya is scared away again, Song Jian might even feel like crying. After comforting Gatuya, Song Jian sat in the city lord's mansion and worried. It would take a week for new heroes to appear in the tavern. But Song Jian didn't want to wait so long. If other examinees really developed level 6 and level 7 arms, or even higher level arms, then his chances of completing the assessment would be greatly reduced. Just when Song Jian was worried, the phantom of a little elf suddenly appeared in front of him. This little elf was only the size of a fingernail, emitting a light green light, wearing a wreath on her head and a pair of thin cicada wings on her back. She floated in the air and circled around Song Jian twice. Human, when are you going to kill the Dark Lord? More than 100 flower elves have died tragically in its enslavement. The flower elf asked in a crisp voice. Flower elf? Damn. I almost forgot about this mission. Song Jian slapped his head and muttered to himself. Flower elf? Don't worry. I will set out to kill the Dark Lord. Song Jian said immediately. Human, you have to be quick. There is an elf hero who went to kill the Dark Lord, but he failed and was imprisoned by the Dark Lord. The flower elf said anxiously, I hope you can save it. It is a good person. Elf hero? Song Jian showed a hint of joy on his face. He took a deep breath, patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. The Dark Lord won't be rampant for long. I will definitely be able to kill it and rescue all the flower elves and the elf hero." "Great. You have to be faster. Faster." After the flower elf got Song Jian's assurance, it happily turned around again, and the phantom began to slowly disintegrate and disappear. "Elf hero. This is really a pillow for a sleepyhead. If I save it from the black dragon and let it join my army, isn't it a natural thing?" Song Jian said to himself. "But I have to be faster. If I go too late and get eaten by the black dragon, all my efforts will be wasted." Song Jian didn't even call Guchua and Catherine. He directly summoned the flame-light wings and flew from the city lord's mansion to the highest peak of the Elf Mountains. According to the description of the flower elf, the lair of the aging and seriously injured black dragon was on the highest peak of the Elf Mountains. Chapter 996 Dragon's Nest. The Elf Mountains are located at the westernmost part of the human camp's territory, stretching for thousands of miles, separating the human camp from the tower camp. To cross the two camps, one must either use a teleportation array or walk along the mountains for more than 100 kilometers and pass through the Shanquan Pass. However, there are also very powerful guards at the Shanquan Pass. At least a group of monsters of the 7th level army waiting. Song Jian crossed a forest and went deep into the Elf Mountains. If he did not have the ability to fly or skills such as advanced pathfinding, his physical strength consumption would double. There were also many monsters in the mountains, most of which were monsters of the 4th level army. It was very difficult for other heroes to hunt the black dragon. After spending most of the day, Song Jian finally saw a huge cave entrance on the highest peak of the Elf Mountains. The diameter of the cave entrance was more than 30 meters, and the surroundings were carved into the shape of a giant dragon's skull. The entrance was a giant dragon's slightly open and ferocious mouth. Song Jian flew straight towards the cave entrance. When he was close to the cave entrance, a large group of dragon lizards with 2 heads suddenly flew out from the forest near the cave entrance. These dragon lizards are a group of large lizards with dragon blood. They are the lowest level of dragon beasts, with the ability to fly at low altitudes, and their attacks are also highly toxic. The poison on the dragon lizard is almost incurable, and can only be removed by using the poison sac in the dragon lizard's body. In other words, if you are poisoned by a dragon lizard, you must kill the dragon lizard to survive. Otherwise you can only wait to die. At this time, more than 20 dragon lizards appeared in front of Song Jian. They were huge and rose into the air, giving a feeling of blocking the sky. Dragon lizards are level 4 soldiers. But these 2-headed dragon lizards in front of them are all top soldiers after promotion, with the strength of level 5 soldiers. They are the guardians of the black dragon's lair. If you can't even defeat them, then entering the black dragon's lair is to seek death. Song Jian summoned the sky-breaking sword and waved it casually. The spirit sword flew towards the group of giant lizards. After a roar, 2 dragon lizards, who were extremely lucky, were not killed. They were covered with scars and screamed miserably, staggering towards the forest. Monsters below level 7 had no ability to resist Song Jian, and were no match for him. These dragon lizards, which looked extremely powerful to ordinary heroes, did not even have the ability to slow down Song Jian's speed. After a while, Song Jian stood at the entrance of the black dragon's lair. A stench of rotting meat floated out of the cave, and there was also a low roar. The owner of this dragon's lair seemed to have noticed Song Jian's arrival, and a faint sense of threat lingered in Song Jian's heart. Walking towards the black dragon's lair, he could see traces of dried blood on the rock walls everywhere along the way, which made Song Jian frown. You know, the dragon race has wisdom that is not inferior to humans, and in many ways, they show elegance that is not inferior to humans. At least the dragon race's residences are almost all palace-like. They are not good at building, but they are very good at snatching territory from other races. Only wild beasts would live in a cave filled with stench and blood like this. The real dragons would not live in such a place. Continuing to walk forward along the passage, Song Jian soon saw piles of white bones. Among these corpses, there were human and young elves, but more were huge beasts. The stench that permeated the cave before came from here. Just looking at the number of these remains, there were more than a few thousand. No wonder the black dragon here was called the Dark Lord by the flower elves in the Elf Mountains. Song Jian was unmoved and continued to walk forward. The space of the passage became larger and larger. From time to time, a stream of air filled with hot breath would spurt out from the depths. At the same time, Song Jian could hear the booming sound of magma hitting from the depths of the cave. It seemed that there was an active volcano deep in this cave. At this moment, a translucent flower elf figure appeared out of thin air and floated in front of Song Jian. This was the soul of a flower elf, which should have been left after being killed by the Black Dragon. Human hero. Are you here to kill the Dark Lord? Asked the soul of the flower elf. Yes. I accepted the commission of the flower elf Luna, and came here to kill the Dark Lord who harmed the creatures of the Elf Mountain. Song Jian nodded and said, Great. I can lead you to find the Dark Lord. I know where it is. Kill it, and I will be free. The soul of the flower elf shouted excitedly. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and stared at the soul of the flower elf. After a moment, a smile appeared on the corner of Song Jian's mouth. He nodded and said, Then please take me there. I can't wait to kill it. Where are your warriors? The flower fairy looked at Song Jian and asked, Are you the only one here? Where are your warriors? No warriors are needed. I can kill it by myself, Song Jian said. The flower fairy's soul showed a look of disappointment on his face, shook his head and said, You can't kill the Dark Lord by yourself. Although it is very weak now, it is not something that a human hero can kill. How can I know if I don't try? I am full of confidence in myself. Song Jian laughed and said, Well, I hope you can succeed. The flower fairy's soul did not insist, nodded, turned around and flew towards the depths of the cave. There are so many corpses of flower elves, but you are the only soul. Isn't this a bit strange? Song Jian said to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Song Jian didn't expect that the road in the Black Dragon's lair was much more complicated than he imagined. There would be a fork every 7 or 8 meters, and it was as dense as a spider web. If there was no one to lead the way, I'm afraid that just walking in these passages would make Song Jian dizzy. Song Jian could feel that they were walking all the way to the bottom of the mountain, and terrible howls were coming from the depths of the lair. We are almost there. The Dark Lord tortures us for fun every day. Many brothers and sisters have been tortured to death by him. The flower elf soul showed a look of fear and sorrow on his face. Really? Song Jian felt it carefully and suddenly asked, Is there only one Dark Lord in this lair? Does he have subordinates or troops? Subordinates? Troops? The flower spirit soul showed a surprised look on his face and shook his head and said, The Dark Lord is only one person. He is very powerful and cannot be defeated without subordinates and troops. Song Jian nodded and did not continue to ask. Instead, he followed the flower spirit soul and continued to walk forward. Soon, the two came to a hall. At this time, a dry and hoarse voice sounded in the hall. He, another fool who fell into the trap. A guy who wanted to be a dragon-slaying hero. Your end will only become the food of my little pets, and your soul will be imprisoned in this lair and tortured forever. Chapter 997 Corpse Witch. There was no black dragon in the Dragon's Nest Hall, but a humanoid creature wearing a black robe with its face hidden in a hood. Its right hand held a staff like a spine, and its left hand was in the robe, revealing 2 scarlet eyes in the shadow of its hood. Who are you? Song Jian asked loudly. Aren't you looking for the Dark Lord? I am the Dark Lord here. The humanoid creature opposite Song Jian was rolling with a strong breath of the dead. These undead breaths had condensed into substance, constantly changing, and human faces struggling in pain emerged one by one, roaring silently at Song Jian around its body. Dark Lord? Song Jian was stunned and couldn't help asking. Isn't the Dark Lord a black dragon? How could it be you? Black dragon. Hee. Are you talking about it? The humanoid creature waved his right hand, and a huge dragon head appeared from above the hall of the lair. It was a huge black dragon. But what appeared in front of Song Jian was a corpse of a black dragon. The vertical pupils that should have been dark golden were now emitting scarlet light. The flesh was dry, and the skin and dragon scales were shining with a layer of rust like dark red. Many places it rotted, revealing the white bones inside. Corpse dragon. Song Jian's heart sank. In the previous 3rd level undead castle, the corpse witch lord there had always dreamed of creating a corpse dragon, but failed under Song Jian's attack. Until the end of the war, there was no corpse dragon. But now, a huge corpse dragon appeared in front of Song Jian, and it was made with a powerful adult black dragon as a template. The adult black dragon is a 7th level soldier, although it loses its mind and self-awareness after being made into a corpse dragon, and cannot use the magic of the dragon clan. Its physical strength has reached a higher level, More importantly, the heart and head that are fatal weaknesses for living creatures are not weaknesses for a corpse dragon at all. Song Jian thought to himself. An adult black dragon and a corpse dragon are given to Song Jian to choose as enemies. Song Jian can choose an adult black dragon, although the level of the corpse dragon is the lowest among the 7th level soldiers. Its combat effectiveness can at least rank in the top 3. You killed the black dragon here, and made it into a corpse dragon? Song Jian asked in surprise. Hee. Come to think of it, I can successfully make such a corpse dragon. Thanks to you. If you hadn't destroyed the 3rd level undead castle, and let a young corpse dragon escape to me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to study the method of making a corpse dragon. The Dark Lord laughed happily. As he spoke, a young dragon jumped out and stood beside the Dark Lord. This young corpse dragon was the one that escaped from the undead castle. It hid under the thick foundation of the undead castle, and waited until Song Jian left before drilling out from the ground. Originally, it was born in this dragon's nest. After becoming a corpse dragon, it regained its freedom because the undead corpse wizard had died. With some fragmentary memory fragments, it returned to this dragon's nest again. As a result, it was captured by another corpse wizard who had just occupied this place. Through a contract, it became the slave of this corpse wizard. It was also through its body that the corpse wizard studied how to make corpse dragons. It's a pity. If you can destroy the undead castle earlier, then I can have 2 corpse dragons, instead of only 1 like now. And the other is just a semi-finished product. The corpse wizard put down his hood, revealing a skull-like head. Boom, boom. After a loud noise, a giant dragon skeleton slowly walked out from the darkness. There was no flesh and blood on the skeleton, and it was gray bones. A very obvious crack could be seen on its right leg bone. This is the Dark Lord that the flower elves mentioned before. An old and aging black dragon. I have studied countless ways to make a corpse dragon before, but none of them worked. This dragon corpse suffered too much damage, and I could only make a bone dragon. It's such a pity. The corpse wizard shook his head and sighed. At this time, the corpse wizard seemed to have obtained a new toy and couldn't help but want to show off to others. He said it was a pity, but he showed a smug look, staring at Song Jian's face, trying to see the look of fear and despair on it. But soon, it became disappointed. Song Jian had a blank expression on his face, as if he was not moved at all. The bone dragon was only a level 6 soldier. Whether it was magic or physical strength, it was far from being comparable to an adult dragon. The only advantage was that it inherited the hard bones and dragon power of the dragon race, which had a certain degree of bonus effect on other creatures. At the same time, it could also spit out dragon breath. But the dragon breath at this time was completely condensed by the energy of the undead. It did not have the scorching temperature and burning effect of dragon breath. Instead, it had a strong corrosive effect and was less powerful than the real dragon breath. A level 6 bone dragon and a level 7 corpse dragon. Is this all your trump cards? Song Jian said coldly. And I, the master's most loyal servant, the ghost Kalu. Kakik, the flower spirit soul beside Song Jian, suddenly flashed and appeared beside the corpse witch, returning to its original appearance. A group of black and gray shadow creatures. I have long felt that there is something wrong with you, but I need you to lead the way, so I didn't expose you. Song Jian stared at the ghost floating up and down in the air and said lightly, Human, you are desperate. Why don't you surrender to me and let me transform you into an immortal undead creature? Wouldn't it be better to become an undead hero? The corpse witch laughed. Kacha kacha. Behind Song Jian, a large group of undead warriors appeared and blocked all the passages. These were the skeleton soldiers that were upgraded to the 2nd level soldiers. And they were the cannon fodder soldiers that undead heroes like to use the most. You are the stupidest human hero I have ever seen. You dared to come to the dragon's nest alone. Even without me, your end would not be much better. Well, my patience is limited. You have 3 seconds to consider my previous proposal, the corpse wizard said coldly, and the staff in his hand began to emit a gray light. If you are willing to become an undead hero under my command, then I can consider sparing your life. Song Jian said calmly, but I believe that if I don't dismantle your 2 big toys, you will not consider my suggestion. So I will be very kind and ask you again after killing your 2 big toys. Chapter 998, Surrender. Song Jian needs to recruit a 3rd hero to trigger the battle mode as soon as possible, because the previous corpse wizard used too much strength to recruit the undead hero in front of him. and did not even give the opponent a chance to surrender, and directly destroyed it and its undead castle. This time Song Jian will not make the same mistake again. Sword Shadow Clone. Song Jian's figure suddenly became blurred, and after a violent shaking, two identical Song Jians appeared in front of the corpse wizard. Illusion? What's the use? Hee hee. You don't want to escape before the fight starts? The corpse wizard waved his staff, and the bone dragon and the corpse dragon rushed towards Song Jian and his sword shadow clone at the same time. 10,000 swords technique. The clone waved the sky-breaking sword forward and rushed towards the bone dragon like lightning. The sky-breaking sword in his hand instantly pierced one of the bone dragon's ribs. However, the bone dragon was too big, and the floating effect only made the bone dragon stop and float slightly. But it did not float up completely. But even so, the bone dragon was in a completely defenseless state at this time. Then countless spirit swords flew over and chopped on the bone dragon, bursting out with bursts of explosions. The hard dragon bones were chopped by the spirit swords one by one, and cracks appeared one after another. Crack, crack. One by one, the dragon bones broke and collapsed. The collapse of one point quickly spread to the whole body of the bone dragon. Seeing the attack of the sword shadow clone, Song Jian's eyes lit up. In fact, after the 10,000 swords art was formed, there was no need for the releaser to control it. The sword shadow clone used the short time when the spirit sword condensed and formed to cast the Xianyu Liuguang sword on the target, making the opponent floating in the air without defense. When the 10,000 swords are chopped over, the enemy who had lost all defenses would suffer almost double the damage of the 10,000 swords art. After the sword shadow clone was cast, the clone actually followed the maximum damage mode set by the system. Is this actually the attack method with the greatest damage summarized by the system based on the skills I said I mastered? Song Jian thought to himself. However, this method is used to perform technical skills against an enemy of equal strength. But for me, the enemy in front of me is not an equal enemy at all, but a vulnerable ant. Song Jian muttered to himself, and the sword energy in his body rolled like waves, rushing towards the sky-breaking sword in his hand. Karma Fire Red Lotus. 10,000 swords technique. In an instant, more than 200 spiritual swords burning with dark red lotus karma fire appeared on the left and right of Song Jian's body. The surging strong power made the corpse wizard on the opposite side feel a strong threat of death. Damn it. Just a clone can destroy my bone dragon. Although it is just a failed experiment, it is also a level 6 soldier. If it can't even withstand the attack of the opponent's clone, then how high will the damage to his original body be? The corpse wizard's mind was rolling, and he realized for the first time that even if he had a level 7 corpse dragon, he couldn't do whatever he wanted. Attack! Attack! Kill him! The corpse wizard roared. Countless skeleton warriors began to pounce on Song Jian. The huge corpse dragon made a booming sound and rushed towards Song Jian. Before it got close, the corpse dragon opened its big mouth and a dragon breath mixed with corrosive undead breath sprayed towards Song Jian. Song Jian locked the corpse wizard himself, cast the Xianyu Liuguang sword, and rushed forward like a flash of lightning. The dragon breath did not hurt Song Jian, but covered a large area of the skeleton warriors who rushed up. The skeleton warriors wearing rotten armor were like dissolved human candles. They persisted in the dragon breath for 2 seconds and turned into a pool of pus emitting corrosive stench. The sky-breaking sword hit the corpse wizard's body, but on its surface, it seemed to be covered with a thin layer of protective shield. This feeling was like stabbing a large ball of cotton. Hee hee. Do you think I'm one of those fragile mages? The corpse wizard looked at Song Jian, who was right in front of him, and the red flames in his eyes kept shaking, as if mocking the other party's stupidity. Song Jian did not intend to hurt the corpse wizard with this move, but just used this move to avoid the overwhelming dragon breath of the corpse dragon. Seeing that he returned without success, Song Jian took advantage of the situation and slashed the corpse wizard with a sword. A violent light curtain rippled and spread around like ripples. The corpse wizard's smile froze, and his heart jumped. He could feel that the defense of the light curtain was rapidly decreasing. Can the opponent's flat attack cause such damage? The corpse wizard clenched the staff in his hand and gently pointed at Song Jian. A ball of pus exuding the breath of the undead flew towards Song Jian. Song Jian retreated quickly, but was still hit on the shoulder by the pus ball, and a palm-sized piece of pus was splashed on him. The corpse wizard was about to speak when he suddenly noticed the violent energy fluctuations coming from not far away. He turned his head and saw a huge red lotus slowly wrapping up the corpse dragon. At this time, the blood value of the corpse dragon was less than half, which made the corpse wizard feel depressed. Human, maybe we should have a good talk. I think all this is just a misunderstanding, the corpse wizard suddenly said. It had already noticed the strength of Song Jian. The bone dragon had been killed by one of the opponent's clones, and the corpse dragon was also suppressed by the opponent. Without these two fighting forces, the corpse wizard, who was left with only a group of skeleton warriors, no longer had the courage to challenge Song Jian. The corpse witch wanted to take back the corpse dragon, but found that although he was still connected to the corpse dragon, he could not give it any orders. It seemed that something was preventing him from giving orders. It's that layer of energy that looks like a lotus. The corpse witch took a look at the red lotus sword formation and immediately understood that the pure fire severely restrained the undead creatures. Once the undead creatures were contaminated by the red lotus fire, even if there was only a small spark, the fire would be like a maggot on the tarsal bone, using the body and breath of the undead creature as fuel, and continue to burn fiercely until the undead creature was completely evolved. For Song Jian, the corpse dragon in front of him was even easier to deal with than the previous level 7 giant. Submit to me and become a hero under my command, and I will spare your life. I said before that I would give you another chance. Look, I did it. Song Jian pointed the sky-breaking sword in his hand at the corpse witch. Even with the blocking of the defensive light curtain, the corpse witch could feel the chill coming from the sky-breaking sword. It can be considered, the corpse witch whispered, but before I make a choice, can you release my corpse dragon and return it to me? You know, a hero with a 7th level soldier is much more precious than other ordinary heroes. The corpse witch believed that even the other party would like the heroes under his command to be stronger. But Song Jian smiled slightly, shook his head slowly and said, I am a human hero. The corpse dragon damages my image, and is easy to provoke the dragon clan. I think you should give up this 7th level soldier, and let its soul return to peace. Chapter 999 Explosive Equipment. Song Jian just needs a hero to start the battle mode. He doesn't care whether the hero is strong or weak. Moreover, the corpse dragon is a serious blasphemy to the dragon corpse. Once the dragon clan knows about it, it will probably arouse the hatred and anger of all dragon clans. You know, at this stage, almost all the soldiers above level 7 have a close relationship with the dragon clan, and some are even dragon clans. Song Jian doesn't want to be besieged by a large group of crystal dragons and holy dragons. No. How can you do this? The fire in the corpse witch's eyes suddenly rose, and he seemed very angry. At this moment, a dazzling long sword appeared above the red lotus sword formation. The cold sword energy made even the corpse wizard, who was more than 10 meters away, tremble. The original anger calmed down instantly, and Song Jian was about to surrender. At this moment, a violent tremor was heard in the air, and a crisp sword sound rang in everyone's ears. Crack! With a loud bang, the corpse dragon wrapped in the red lotus sword formation was directly split in half. Its body was burning with dark red fire. The fire attached to it would never disappear unless the body was completely burned to ashes. Are you satisfied now? The corpse witch put down the staff he was holding high and said to Song Jian calmly, Can you spare my life now, and let me have the honor of becoming a hero under your command? The corpse witch's heart was bleeding. The bone dragon was fine, but the corpse dragon was a powerful troop that he had spent countless precious materials to complete. He originally wanted to use it to return to the territory of the undead camp, seize a castle, and become an undead lord. But now, all of this has burst like a bubble, staring at Song Jian with scarlet eyes. The corpse witch wanted to tear the other party into pieces and extract his soul to torture him day and night. But there was no way. The other party was too strong, and he was no match for him. The undead are immortal, but humans will have a day when their lifespan ends. The corpse wizard's mind was churning. Maybe I won't be able to wait until that day. If the lords in the human kingdom knew that a human lord actually recruited an undead hero, then I'm afraid that he would not have a place in the entire human kingdom. Human, you are so powerful, and you are exactly the kind of lord I am willing to follow. I, Sylvia Cole, am willing to. The corpse wizard took a step forward and saluted Song Jian, ready to acknowledge his lordship. But at this moment, a system announcement suddenly rang in the ears of all the examinees. System, the dungeon faction examiner, Cooper Hutton, has taken the lead in recruiting the third subordinate hero. The battle mode is about to start. Please prepare yourself. This notice rang 3 times in the ears of all examiners. And Song Jian's raised hand suddenly stopped. An examiner actually took the initiative to recruit the third subordinate hero. Are you so confident? Song Jian smiled. And his eyes looking at the corpse, which Sylvia became less eager than before. The corpse which also noticed something and hurriedly said, Lord, I am willing to become one of your subordinate heroes. Can I sign the contract now? Since someone has already recruited the third hero and started the battle mode, I don't need to recruit this undead corpse wizard anymore. Song Jian thought to himself. At this time, the corpse dragon had been killed by the Red Lotus sword formation. And even the body was burned to ashes. It was deader than dead. The other ghosts and young corpse dragons had not even reached the third level troops. They were trembling and hiding behind a rock. They poked their heads out and looked out. Before you become my hero, tell me your attributes and specialties. I can't be ignorant of my future subordinates. Song Jian glanced at the cooldown time in the skill bar, and said with a smile on his face, Sir, I am a level 29 corpse wizard. Because I was a wizard before. I have the attributes of advanced wisdom and advanced intelligence. After I transformed into an undead creature, the first skill I obtained was necromancy. Now I have upgraded it to the intermediate level. Every time I fight, whether it is the enemy or my corpse, there is a 50% chance of transforming into a low-level undead creature. Song Jian nodded while listening. Necromancy is a special talent of the undead race that all undead heroes must learn. However, it can be said that it is very lucky to be able to obtain necromancy as the first skill after transforming into an undead creature. You know, the effect of the talent skill is 30% higher than the effect of the skill learned later. In other words, with the same necromancy, the corpse wizard Sylvia can find 30% more undead soldiers than ordinary undead lords. And the probability of mutant undead soldiers will also increase a lot. If it is left alone, it will only take a few decades or hundreds of years for the corpse which Sylvia to grow into a legendary hero of the undead race. Since you are so powerful, I can't leave you in this world. This is simply the biggest threat to the human kingdom. Song Jian's smile became even bigger. After looking at the skill bar again, Song Jian's sky-breaking sword suddenly slashed at the corpse which Sylvia. Although he had agreed to become Song Jian's subordinate hero, Sylvia was not completely at ease with Song Jian, and even thought about betraying him at any time. Song Jian's sudden attack was immediately blocked by the corpse which Sylvia with his staff, and the aura of undead magic on his body surged. Human, what are you doing? Corpse wizard Sylvia's heart sank, wondering if he had revealed a flaw somewhere. I think it's better for a powerful hero like you to go back to the hell of the dead. Song Jian grinned and said, We've known each other for a while. I'll send you back for free. No thanks. 10,000 swords. Song Jian's mind moved. Hundreds of spirit swords floated up and flew towards corpse wizard Sylvia. To deal with such a corpse wizard, there is no need to trigger the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation. These hundreds of spirit swords alone can kill corpse wizard Sylvia. Treasonous human. Corpse wizard Sylvia felt that his feelings were hurt, although he didn't really want to submit to the human in front of him. This act of being betrayed by the other party made Sylvia feel nakedly humiliated. Buzz. With a slight sound, all the defensive magic weapons on the corpse which Sylvia were activated in an instant, and various colorful lights flashed on the surface of its body. However, under the overwhelming attack of the spirit sword, its defensive means only lasted less than 3 seconds before being completely blown away. Then, before it could even scream, its entire body was chopped into pieces. A black smoke floated up from the broken corpse, forming a hideous skull in the air, and roared at Song Jian. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and a blazing fire suddenly burned on the sky-breaking sword. He chopped fiercely at the skull mist in the air, and a sword energy stained with blazing fire flew towards the skull mist, as if it had been poked into a bubble. With a slight puff sound, a shrill scream sounded in Song Jian's mind, just like the howl of the corpse witch's soul before it was completely shattered. Clang! A piece of equipment fell out from the corpse witch's body fragments. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hey, can this guy still drop equipment? Chapter 1000 Magic Guild. Bone Breastplate, Level 2 Treasure. Equipment Effect, Hero Strength plus 20%. This item is one of the 4 components of the Combined Cursed Armor. Combined Treasure? Set? Song Jian took a look at the equipment dropped by the corpse witch, shook his head, and put it into the package column. For him, the attributes of this item are not very good. Sacrificing an equipment column for 20% strength attribute is not worth the loss. Moreover, these things cannot be taken away after leaving the assessment world. It is better to give them to the natives of this world to improve the favorability. System, you have completed the commission of the Flower Fairy Luna, and the task reward has been issued in advance. Your favorability with the elves has been raised to friendly. The cost of recruiting elf warriors has been reduced by 25%, and the probability of persuading elf warriors to surrender has been slightly increased in battle. After the corpse wizard turned the old black dragon into a bone dragon, the title of Dark Lord was automatically worn on its head. Song Jian killed it, which was equivalent to killing the Dark Lord of the Elf Mountains, and saving the elves in the entire mountain range. At this moment, countless crystal light spots suddenly rose in the dragon's nest. They kept gathering around Song Jian, and finally formed a long white line, like a galaxy. After circling around Song Jian twice, these light spots all flew out of the dragon's nest. Song Jian saw that among these light spots, there were all transparent elves the size of a fingernail. Probably the spirits and souls that were tortured and killed by the Dark Lord here. System, you are blessed by many flower spirits and souls. And you get a special effect, Luck +1. This effect is permanent, and will continue to be effective after leaving the assessment world. Hey, there is an unexpected gain. Song Jian's eyes lit up. Any gains in this world will disappear after leaving this world. So Song Jian doesn't care too much. But now this Luck +1 effect can be brought out of this assessment world, which makes Song Jian very happy. Luck value affects the explosion rate of monsters, and at the same time affects the increase in critical hit rate and skill trigger effect probability. Naturally, the higher the better. And you will never have too much. He took a look at his luck value. The title of Savior had directly increased his luck value by 5 points. He also got some luck value bonuses here and there. With the luck value he got today, Song Jian's luck value has accumulated to 8 points, which is already a very high value. At this time, a 3-hour countdown appeared in front of Song Jian. Obviously, after 3 hours, he would enter the battle mode. Although he didn't know what the content of this battle mode was, it was nothing more than relying on the resources collected now, constantly exploding troops, and then conquering the main city of the opponent's camp, eliminating all the assessors, and winning the final victory. Song Jian looked around the dragon's nest again. After killing the corpse witch, the dragon's nest seemed to have become cleaner. The aura of the undead was gradually dissipating. It would not be long before this place would become an ordinary abandoned cave. Time was tight, and Song Jian had to return to the castle to prepare for the battle. So he did not search the dragon's nest too much and turned to walk towards the cave entrance. It was not until Song Jian left completely that the young corpse dragon came out from the shadow of the nest and looked in the direction where Song Jian left, with fear and dread in his eyes. It's so scary. That human not only killed 2 big guys, but also killed the master. A black fog was rolling next to it. 2 scarlet lights appeared in the black fog. A sharp voice came from the black fog. After hearing it, the young corpse dragon actually nodded slightly, seeming to agree with the black fog's opinion. Little guy, should we stay here or find another place? The black fog rolled and condensed into a ghost-like monster, floating in front of the young corpse dragon, and said, "This is the territory of the human camp. It is too dangerous to stay here. We may be attacked by inexplicable human heroes at any time. Let's leave here and return to the territory of the undead camp." The corpse dragon hesitated for a moment, let out a low howl, turned around and ran into the depths of the dragon's nest. After a while, the corpse dragon actually ran out wearing a full set of armor. This set of armor exudes a strong dragon aura. It seems to be the treasure of the black dragon before. The ghost laughed, chuckled, and turned into a ball of black mist again, and got into the armor of the corpse dragon. Suddenly, a hazy gray covered the surface of the armor, which made the dragon breath emitted by this set of armor dissipate a lot and become ordinary. The corpse dragon turned its head and looked at the dragon's nest for a few lingering glances, raised its head and roared, and then ran out of the dragon's nest. Song Jian returned to the castle and found that the castle had been upgraded to level 1, and many buildings that required a level 1 castle to build were almost built. Spearmen and archers can be recruited in their own castles. The Griffin Tower requires a level 2 castle to build. It will take at least 1 day for the castle to be upgraded to a level 2 castle. It seems that the Griffin cannot be built. Song Jian was a little regretful. "Lord, the first level magic guild has been built. Would you like to take a look?" Kutuya said respectfully to Song Jian. "Magic guild? Does this mean our heroes can also start learning magic? Song Jian smiled. Yes. Everyone who enters the magic guild can learn 5 first-level magics. Gutuya replied. It's just first-level magic. Song Jian nodded a little disappointed, but decided to take a look. Every time the magic guild is upgraded, magic corresponding to the level will appear randomly. Song Jian followed Gutuya to a simple stone tower. If Gutuya hadn't made it clear that this was the magic guild, Song Jian would probably have thought it was just a grocery warehouse for storing supplies. Lord, there are 3 earth magics, 1 water magic, and 1 air magic this time. Gutuya introduced. The 3 earth magics are Magic Arrow, Body Shield, and Slow Magic. Magic Arrow should actually be considered a general magic, not a special earth magic. Those who learn it can cast an energy arrow without attributes to cause damage to the enemy. And Body Shield uses a layer of earth element to cover the whole body, improve defense, and weaken the strength of enemy attacks. But this effect can weaken melee damage by 50%, but can only weaken long-range damage by 20%. In Song Jian's opinion, the slow spell is the most effective first-level magic. It can only be used on a single target in the early stage, but it can be used on multiple enemies as the level increases. It can not only reduce the enemy's movement speed, but also the attack speed and reaction speed. It feels like a mental attack, Song Jian said, touching his chin, and turned his head to look at the other 2 magics. Chapter 1001 Battle Mode opened. There are 2 remaining magics. One is the water-based Holy Healing, and the other is the air-based Attack Acceleration. The name of the Holy Healing sounds powerful, but in fact it is just like a bottle of primary healing potion, and it can only be used on a single person. After the level is increased, it can only increase the amount of treatment, and cannot be used on a large range of people. Attack Acceleration can increase the attack speed of one's own side by 5%. When it reaches the top level, it can increase the attack speed of all the people on the side by 30%, which is also a good first-level magic. However, these first-level magics are only equivalent to silver-grade skills in the game world. Song Jian learned all of them, and then swallowed them up by the 10,000 swords technique, which only increased the proficiency of the 10,000 swords technique by 2%, which is better than nothing. It's a pity that we can't wait until the magic guild is built to a high level. Song Jian looked at the first-level magic guild with a trace of regret in his eyes. Level 1 magic is equivalent to silver quality skills. Level 2 is equivalent to gold. Level 3 is equivalent to dark gold. Level 4 is equivalent to epic. And level 5 is equivalent to legendary quality skills. In this world, level 5 magic is also called forbidden spells. However, the magic of summoning earth elements, which is also level 5 earth magic, cannot be compared with thunder bombs. Thunder bombs are known as the strongest single-target magic damage among all magics, while summoning earth elements can only summon a bunch of level 5 earth elements. Even if all these earth elements are promoted to stone elements, they are just a group of level 6 soldiers. In high-level battles, they can only be used as cannon fodder. Some cannon fodder with relatively high defense. If you want to upgrade the entire castle to level 5, I'm afraid it will take years. Song Jian secretly calculated in his mind and sighed. The resources needed to upgrade the level 5 castle alone are an astronomical figure. I'm afraid it will take the power of a kingdom to collect all these resources. In addition, various buildings must be built to upgrade the magic guild to level 5. Song Jian will have to stay in this world for at least several years. Forget it. Let's go all out to deal with the second-level combat power assessment. Song Jian sighed. I just don't know which assessor actually took the lead in recruiting the third hero. Doesn't he know that time is on their side? If someone hadn't suddenly recruited a third subordinate hero, the battle mode would probably have been delayed for several days. During this period, if there were enough resources, it would be enough to upgrade a level 2 castle to level 3. Almost all the examiners were cursing the examiner who recruited the third subordinate hero. As long as the second hero was recruited, the battle mode would be activated. Most of the examiners would postpone the time of recruiting the third hero indefinitely, because they were afraid that the human camp only had one examiner. Song Jian also believed that he was the most likely person to recruit the third hero first. In the dungeon territory, an examiner looked at the dozen or so behemoths standing beside him, each of which was over 8 meters tall. And a confident smile appeared on his lips. With this behemoth warrior, the earlier the battle mode starts, the greater the benefit for me. Even if the human in the human camp is strong, can he defeat the siege of more than a dozen behemoths? Behemoths are the strongest 7th level soldiers in the dungeon camp, and are said to be a powerful race that can rival dragons in strength. This dungeon assessor found a behemoth's nest in the wild. He spent a legendary disposable item to finally occupy the behemoth's nest. In the past few days, he has been trying his best to collect resources every day and recruit all the behemoths produced by the behemoth's nest. He is the only assessor who has not turned with other assessors, except Song Jian. The moment he occupied the behemoth's nest, he realized that this assessment was no longer meaningful to him. 12 behemoths were the limit of his recruitment. He sold almost all the items that could be sold to gather resources. He believed that the examiners, who could only lead the 2nd and 3rd level troops, at most were not even enemies for him. From the beginning to the end, he had only one goal. That is, the examiner in the human camp. Watching the time pass by, Su Ming stood in a dilapidated main city, waiting quietly. The underground castle he occupied had almost no traces of construction. He only built a 1st level exchange in the castle. After all, he needed to exchange all resources for resources to recruit behemoths. Otherwise, he would not have recruited so many behemoth warriors. Song Jian called back both of his subordinate heroes, and then quietly waited for the battle mode to start. System, the battle mode will start in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. System, the battle mode is on. All examinees, please be ready. Song Jian only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and a feeling of dizziness came over him, as if he was thrown into a high-speed washing machine, making him close his eyes. He waited until the dizziness slowly subsided before he opened his eyes. Huh? It seems that there is no change? Song Jian looked around and found that he was standing in front of the city lord's mansion, and there was no change from before the dizziness. However, he soon discovered something unusual. The electronic map, which originally only lit up a small area, was now fully lit up. Moreover, on the map, the various camps were distinguished by color. The system actually gathered all the assessors and the resource points, main cities, and field barracks recruitment locations they occupied on one map. This is simply a world-changing ability. But fortunately it is in the game. Song Jian was shocked and said to himself. In Song Jian's eyes, this is just a game. But in the eyes of natives like Gatuya and Catherine, they don't think this is a game, but a living real world. It's just that they don't have Song Jian's electronic map, so they don't know what happened. Lord, what happened? As a magician, Gatuya's spatial perception is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Although he doesn't know what happened, he can clearly feel that although the surrounding environment seems to have not changed, they are actually no longer in the original place. This feeling is very contradictory and confusing. But Gatuya knows in his heart that they must have encountered some kind of magic similar to space transfer. At this time, a grand voice sounded in the sky. The assessor battle mode is turned on. The time is 7 days, and the only camp winner will be decided within 7 days. If the only camp winner is not decided within 7 days, all assessors will fail this assessment. Chapter 1002 Chaos. Song Jian found that the distance between his main city and the resource points and field recruitment points he controlled had not changed, except that the resource point farthest from the main city, which was originally supposed to be the Fairy Mountain Range, had now become a resource point of the tower camp. The game system separated the areas occupied by each camp from the original area, and then pieced these areas together to form a map for the battle mode, which greatly shortened the distance between each assessor. If they wanted, the assessor could even go through all the areas on the map in half a day. The area occupied by the human camp seems to be the smallest. Song Jian looked at the area representing the human camp on the electronic map, touched his chin, and muttered to himself. The human camp is a blue area on the electronic map, only 1/10 of the size of the nearby towers and elemental camps. And the towers and elemental camps are not the largest in terms of territory, which makes Song Jian feel pressured. You know, the larger the territory, the more resource points and recruitment points it occupies, and the stronger its strength. Each of their camps has at least 5 assessors, and some camps even have more than a dozen. Judging from the number of people alone, I should be at an absolute disadvantage. Song Jian looked into the distance and thought to himself, I just don't know what the assessor who took the initiative to initiate the battle mode relies on. Those who can participate in the 2nd level combat power assessment are definitely not weak. They dare to take the initiative to start the battle mode, and they must have the confidence to win. However, with 12 behemoths, each of which is as powerful as a level 50 commanding boss. No matter who it is, they will surely start the battle mode at the first time. Should I send troops to occupy the resource points of other assessors now? Song Jian touched his chin and thought to himself. But after thinking for a while, it is better to directly capture the opponent's main city and eliminate the assessors than to occupy the resource points. Now all the assessors' main cities are no more than level 3. For Song Jian, just a red lotus sword formation can directly raze a main city to the ground. Just as Song Jian was about to leave the city to attack other camps, a red system announcement suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian. System: Dungeon Camp Assessors. Capture an elf camp main city. Eliminate an elf camp assessor. And obtain 100 points of combat merit. This system announcement was sent 3 times in a row, which surprised all assessors. Even other assessors in the dungeon camp were speculating that this was a pioneering move made by the big boss. In a third-level main city in the dungeon camp, 7 or 8 assessors were gathering in the city lord's mansion to hold a meeting to discuss how to win a final victory in this battle mode. After this notice appeared, the entire meeting was briefly silent, and then almost everyone started to discuss it enthusiastically. Who is this expert who conquered a main city by himself? Oh my god! The battle mode has just been open for less than half an hour, and he eliminated an examinee in just over 10 minutes, including the time of traveling. The whole battle probably took less than 5 minutes. Why are we still holding a meeting here? Contact him quickly, and hold on to this golden thigh. This assessment is simply smooth sailing. I contacted him a long time ago, but he has not responded. In fact, when they first entered the assessment world, the players of the dungeon camp began to contact each other. But in the end they found that one person never responded to their contact, which made others very annoyed. But they did not expect that the other party was actually a real boss, who was not willing to join forces with them. A player from the dungeon camp opened the electronic map and pointed to a main city that had just turned yellow and said, "He just captured the main city of this elf camp. According to the order, the next main city should be here. The nearest Emerald Castle. Should we go and join him? Of course we should go. This is the best opportunity to get merit in battle." A dungeon lord immediately slapped the table and shouted loudly, with an excited expression on his face, "We are going to help him eliminate the examinees from other camps. How can we say we are going to get merit in battle?" Another examiner immediately retorted, "Yes, he is only one person. Even if he is powerful, he may be framed by the conspiracy of others. We will assist him and strive to win this assessment. As for merit in battle, it is only secondary." Another examiner echoed, although they didn't know what the war merit was for. They all passed the first-level combat assessment. Presumably, the war merit should be the same as the contribution points in the first-level combat assessment, which is a form of currency needed to buy treasures after the assessment. Humph. Hypocrisy. The lord who said the mixed combat merit snorted coldly and sat down, although he was very disdainful of other people's claims. This excuse was much better than mixed combat merit after all, and was unanimously approved by other assessors. Song Jian was also very surprised when he saw the system announcement. He didn't expect that someone was faster than him. War merit. This thing can't be given up, Song Jian said to himself, riding on the unicorn, and ordered Gatuya and Catherine, "You two guard the main city. I'm going out for a while." After saying that, without waiting for the two to respond, Song Jian left the castle and ran towards the nearest tower camp main city. Not long after, the system announcement once again appeared the news of occupying the main city and eliminating players. System: Human Camp Assessor. Capture a tower camp main city. Eliminate a Talu camp assessor. And get 100 points of military merit. Bang! In the main city of the Hell Camp, Prince Sarah slammed the conference table hard. The original plan to unite assessors from all camps to besiege the human camp was messed up by the assessor from the dungeon camp before it even started, and there was no way to proceed. Is this examiner from the dungeon camp crazy? What on earth did he get that made him dare to face so many examiners alone? Maybe he recruited a level 7 soldier? Someone speculated. Impossible. At this stage, we can only recruit level 2 or 3 soldiers at most. We are lucky to recruit level 4. Level 7 soldiers. Level 7 soldiers in the wild. Who can defeat them except the guy from the human camp? Someone retorted. You know, the level 7 soldiers' recruitment points in the wild are also garrisoned by level 7 soldiers. And maybe more than one. That is equivalent to the strength of a level 50 commanding boss. Even if there is only one garrisoned, each camp has only a dozen people at most. How can they be surrounded and killed? But what they didn't know was that someone actually occupied a field 7th level soldier recruitment point. And he now had not one, but 12 7th level soldiers. System: Undead Camp Assessor occupied a Stronghold Camp main city. A Stronghold Camp Assessor was eliminated, and 100 war merits were obtained. The Undead Camp has also started to take action? Prince Sarah was stunned. My lord, they are trying to grab war merits. A Hell Camp Assessor stood up suddenly and shouted loudly. My lord, even if we can't pass this assessment, we can't give up the war merits. In the final assessment store, each of those treasures is priceless. Another assessor also echoed loudly. Prince Sarah's face was uncertain, and after a long time, he gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, Attack! Go and capture the main city closest to us. The tacit understanding of all the camps was disrupted by Su Ming. Now everyone began to compete for military merits instead of wanting to win this assessment. After all, in front of a group of behemoths, these assessors with only 2nd and 3rd level arms had no ability to resist at all. The chaos had already appeared, and all the camps began to fight into a mess, rushing towards the enemy camp closest to them. Chapter 1003 Super Troops. Su Ming rode a horse and slowly walked towards the next castle. After occupying an elven city, he plundered a lot of resources and could recruit another behemoth. However, the number of recruits for today had been used up. If he wanted to recruit, he had to wait until the next day. With these resources, Su Ming became more confident and less concerned about the loss of behemoth. After all, as the attacking party, without a siege vehicle, the damage to the soldiers was very large. Now one of Su Ming's 12 behemoth warriors was severely injured, with less than 1/3 of its health. Although it could recover slowly along the way, it was obvious that this behemoth could not participate in the next battle before he arrived at the 2nd elven city. Let's occupy 3 main cities today and gather the resources for recruiting behemoths tomorrow. Su Ming glanced at the electronic map and said to himself. The next main city of the elves is called Emerald Castle, which is only a 2nd level castle. From a distance, Su Ming unexpectedly found that there was a large group of people around the castle. When he walked in, he found that these people were all examiners from the underground city camp. Seeing Su Ming coming over with a dozen behemoths, the examiners in the underground city showed shocked expressions on their faces. 7th level troops. Behemoths. My god. 12. He actually recruited so many level 7 soldiers. Who knows him? I think I've seen him in the mercenary guild of the City of Sin. A group of people were talking in a low voice, guessing Su Ming's identity. This brother. We are all assessors of the dungeon camp. We have no conflict of interest. How about joining forces? An assessor of the dungeon camp rode out and said to Su Ming. Join forces? Is there anything you can do to help me? Su Ming looked at the others and the team they led with disdain. Most of them were only level 2 or 3 soldiers. Big-eared monsters. Wolf knights. Orc warriors. Among them, 2 or 3 assessors had level 4 soldiers. Ogre fighters. These fighters were over 2 meters tall and burly, exuding a foul smell. They held a thick stick in front and thin in the back in their hands, and kept roaring at other soldiers around them. But after the behemoth approached, these ogre fighters lay on the ground one by one, not daring to move. The other soldiers in the dungeon also showed fear on their faces and kept retreating. Haha. It seems that there is no siege vehicle in this brother's team. The soldiers attacked the castle with heavy losses. I see that one of your behemoths seems to have little blood. As he said, the examiner who came out raised his right hand, and a white light was sprinkled on the behemoth with little blood. Soon, the behemoth began to recover its blood little by little. Level 1 magic holy healing? Su Ming raised his eyebrows, and the other party had upgraded the holy healing to the top level. Once released, it can restore 10% of the blood value of a soldier. If it is a low-level soldier, 10% of the HP value is nothing. But for the 7th level soldier behemoth, 10% of the HP value is too much. And most importantly, the consumption of holy healing is very small, and it can be released continuously. After Su Ming saw that the opponent only used it once, he stopped and looked at him with a smile. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded and said, in this case, let's unite. Seeing Su Ming nod, the assessors of the dungeon camp were relieved. You know, even if the dungeon camp wins in the end, they can only get the most basic reward for war merits. which makes them feel unhappy. After seeing that Su Ming had 12 behemoths, the ambitions of the dungeon examiners, who originally only hoped to pass the assessment, also grew rapidly like weeds. They not only wanted to win, but also to gain more military merits in exchange for top-quality treasures. Under the leadership of Su Ming, all the examiners of the dungeon camp began to move towards the Emerald Castle. Dozens of siege vehicles continued to attack the walls of the Emerald Castle. At the moment the walls collapsed, the 12 behemoths roared deafeningly and rushed towards the castle first. Behind the behemoths, a large group of warriors from the dungeon camp followed closely and pounced on the warriors in the Emerald Castle. All assessors are placed on a map. Assessors with a main city become lords. Once the main city is breached, the lord will be automatically eliminated. Assessors without a main city automatically become wandering heroes. If a main city is not occupied within 3 days, these assessors without a main city will be automatically eliminated. In this new map, the system simply copies all the resources owned by assessors of each camp. There is no abandoned castle in this map. Moreover, no castle has been occupied in the previous world. It is simply impossible to occupy a castle in this map. Therefore, those assessors without a main city will be automatically eliminated after 3 days. There are not many examinees in this part. Only about 1/3. No one who can enter this assessment world is stupid. After he obtained the information of the main city, almost all examinees began to look for abandoned castles. These examinees without castles just had bad luck and never found a castle to occupy. The dungeon camp was like a ball of fire, burning and spreading around. In just 2 days, all the players in the 2 surrounding camps were eliminated, which made the players in other camps feel insecure. In addition, the news that Su Ming had more than a dozen behemoths also spread to the ears of other camps. How can we play this? There are still more than a dozen level 7 soldiers. I'm afraid that even the guy in the human camp is no match for the dungeon camp. A assessor from the elemental camp showed a bitter smile on his face. Why didn't I randomly become a dungeon camp? I won without any effort. And I can also get a lot of military merits. Hey, the level 7 fire phoenix of the elemental camp. The behemoth appeared before I even saw its shadow. And it didn't let the players of other camps survive at all. At this moment, a ball of flames rushed into the main city meeting room of the assessor of the elemental camp. This was also an assessor of the elemental camp, but his current image was a ball of fire element. Everyone, the chance to win has appeared. The examiner looked very happy and shouted loudly, "Look! What is this?" In his raised hand, a brilliant scroll shone brightly, attracting everyone's attention. What is it? A skill scroll? An examiner frowned and asked, even if it is a level 5 type magic scroll. I am afraid it can't kill more than a dozen behemoths at once. Haha. This is not a magic scroll, but a crafting scroll. With it, we can create a super soldier that can compete with the behemoth. The examiner who rushed and shouted happily. Chapter 1004 Military Merits. A troop that can compete with the behemoth? All the examiners of the elemental camp stood up, staring at the scroll in the hands of the man who rushed in. What kind of troop manufacturing scroll? Asked a huge water element examiner. Titan manufacturing scroll. The man replied. Titan? Isn't that a level 7 troop of the tower camp? How come it is in your hands? The water element asked in confusion. Did you trade it from the examiner of the tower camp? How could they trade it if they have it? I just completed a hidden task and got it. Tataya looked around proudly and said, I got this task as soon as I entered the game. You said not to waste time on this task, but to occupy more resource points and troop recruitment points. How about it? I didn't expect it. When Tataya first entered this assessment world, he met an injured snake girl while searching. The snake girl issued a series of tasks to Tataya. This task was not only time-consuming, but also the reward for each completed link was very small. Many people advised Tataya to give up this task, but Tataya persisted. He had not completed this task until the battle mode was turned on. During the battle mode, Tataya, who did not even have a castle, was almost abandoned by other assessors in the elemental camp. But he still worked tirelessly to complete the task issued by the snake girl. In the end, with the help of Tataya, the snake girl evolved into an 8-armed Naga, which was not weaker than the giant puppet of the 7th level tower. Tataya's persistence finally paid off. The 8-armed Naga gave Tataya a drawing for making a Titan as the final mission reward. Titans are level 7 troops in the tower faction. Their combat power is not inferior to that of behemoths. Moreover, Titans can attack from a distance. For enemies of huge size, their damage will be increased by 20%. Their only weakness is that they move relatively slowly. Upon hearing that it was a drawing for making a Titan, some examiners from the Element faction immediately started to think about it. One examiner smiled and said to Titaya, "Would you like to sell this drawing? How about a manor in the city of Holy Light with an area of no less than 300 acres in exchange for this drawing? 50 million Doomsday coins for this blueprint," said another assessor from the Elemental camp. Almost all those who could enter this second-level combat power assessment world are elites in various cities, or disciples of a large family. If this scroll leaves this world and is placed in any auction house, it will not sell for such a high price. But now, in this special environment, whoever owns this scroll has the hope of passing the second-level combat power assessment. You must know that in this special assessment world, once completed, the assessment evaluation will definitely not be lower than A+. Even S level is possible. Manners, money, and everything else are external things. Only strong strength is fundamental. If you can really get an S level evaluation, the attribute points alone will be worth any price. Sorry, this is a task reward. It cannot be traded or discarded. It can only be destroyed. Titaya shared the attributes of the blueprint with regret. After everyone saw the attributes of this blueprint, those examiners who had some small thought sighed and shook their heads in their hearts. What a lucky guy. The examiner who was willing to pay 50 million Doomsday coins before cursed fiercely in his heart. As a person who doesn't even have a castle, Titaya will be kicked out of this world in one day. Most importantly, in the assessment world, Titaya spent almost all his time on completing this hidden mission. He only occupied 2 mills and a forest farm. Even if he had this blueprint, he didn't have the resources to create a Titan. He had to rely on the power of everyone in the Elemental camp. From now on, the Elemental camp will take Titaya as the core and help him quickly form an army of Titans. Everyone will hand in all resource points and distribute military merits according to their contributions. William, the eldest son of an earl and the leader of the assessors in the Elemental camp, said immediately, "Also, Zurgen, don't you have 2 castles? Give one to Titaya. Whether our Elemental camp can pass this assessment depends on how many Titans we can create," William said loudly, slamming his fist on the conference table. Before, there was no hope, and William had given up on this assessment in his heart. But now hope is in front of him, and William naturally has to hold it tightly in his hands. "Kill the behemoth!" An Elemental camp assessor shouted loudly. "Kill the behemoth!" Almost all the Elemental camp assessors also shouted. Since they couldn't buy this blueprint, in order to pass this assessment, all the Elemental camp assessors waited in their hearts and made the decision to support Titaya to create more Titans. This is good for everyone, and no one will hide it. At that moment, everyone gave most of their resources to Titaya for free. Titaya, who had nothing, suddenly became the key to the success or failure of the assessment from a marginal figure in the Elemental camp. Not to mention the crazy creation of Titans by the Elemental camp. Su Ming already had 18 behemoths in his hands. The assessors of the dungeon camp were not much worse than those of the Elemental camp. They also gathered everyone's strength to let Su Ming recruit all the behemoths at the recruitment point. 18 behemoths were simply an invincible torrent. If it weren't for the limited daily mobility, I'm afraid Su Ming would have conquered most of the map. Wolf Castle. In the meeting room, the examiners from the dungeon camp looked at the map and found that almost 1/3 of the area had been occupied by the dungeon. They all had a happy face and chatted with each other about light topics. "Everyone, I think we should reduce the frequency of battles now." An examiner from the dungeon camp clapped his hands twice, attracted everyone's attention and said, "Now that we have a sure win, it's time to consider getting more merits." "More merits? Don't we get merits for every castle we conquer? How can we get more merits?" asked an examiner. "We have 7 or 8 people to share the merit of occupying a castle. How much will each person get? Don't you think it's too little?" The examiner who attracted everyone's attention said with a smile, "It's a waste for 18 behemoths to occupy a castle. If each of us has 1 or 2, plus the original troops, we are fully capable of occupying a castle by ourselves." As soon as the voice fell, Su Ming's face suddenly darkened, and the other examiners began to discuss and became excited. Chapter 1005 Three-Legged Triangle. The reason why Su Ming can have a core position in the camp today is because he controls the recruitment point of the behemoths. 18 behemoths are simply invincible at this stage. Even conquering a level 5 castle is more than enough. What's more, The highest level of castles that the examinees can control now is no more than level 3. In 2 days, Su Ming conquered 8 or 9 main cities, almost all of which were led by him. So he also took the most credit. In the past 2 days, everyone kept complimenting Su Ming and getting closer to him. Su Ming didn't think there was anything wrong. But now, he suddenly realized that in the past 2 days, he seemed to have revealed too much information about himself to others. And now, the others finally showed their fangs to him. Humph! So you are targeting my behemoth? Su Ming sneered, stood up and walked out. Without these people, he could still eliminate all the examiners from other camps. But the casualties would be greater. Su Ming even thought about joining forces with examiners from other camps to eliminate all these guys from the dungeon camp first. Su Ming, you are just a small third-level mercenary in the city of Sin. Are you really unwilling to cooperate with us? An examiner said slowly. Su Ming's body trembled and he stopped. He knew this examiner. He was the second son of a viscount in the city of Sin, named Jia Yemen. For Su Ming, this was a big shot. If he met him normally, he would probably not even look at him. Su Ming, you have to think clearly. Even if you win the first place in this assessment, what's the big deal? He is just a mercenary with a second-level combat power. Above you, there is a third-level combat power. Another person sneered. Su Ming glanced at him. Although this person was not from the city of Sin, he was indeed a disciple of a big family in the city of Holy Light, with businesses in many cities. His father was the agent of the family business in the city of Sin, and he was in a high position. Beside his father, there were 2 bodyguards with third-level combat power. If he had not wanted to enter the special assessment world, he would not have waited until now to take the second-level combat power assessment. Su Ming, to put it bluntly, almost all of you here are powerful people. We are giving you a chance this time. Become friends with us. If we help you, you can save 20 years of hard work. At least you will not be a small third-level mercenary in the mercenary union. A slightly fat examiner said with a smile. Damn it. I leaked too much of my information these 2 days. Su Ming regretted it very much at this time. But in fact, some examiners in the dungeon camp had recognized him. The mercenaries of the mercenary union are divided into 5 levels. From level 1 to level 5. Level 3 is already considered elite. Not as bad as others say. So it is not strange to be recognized. After a long pause, Su Ming finally nodded slowly and said, Okay. I can give you behemoths. But you need to exchange them with something and sign a contract. And I can only sell you 10 behemoths at most. Seeing Su Ming give in, everyone laughed. This was a win-win situation in their eyes. Before, they were simply working for Su Ming alone. You buy 1. I buy 2. The price of each behemoth provided by Su Ming is about 5 million. Su Ming obtained assets of about 50 million. After leaving this assessment world, he can be said to have become one of the people with small assets. He no longer has to work in the mercenary union every day to take tasks to make a living. However, this forced transaction still made Su Ming secretly unhappy, and his relationship with others gradually faded. Other dungeon assessors would not care about the mood of a small third-level mercenary. After having the behemoth, plus their own army, they began to act alone and quickly spread to the surrounding camps. At this time, Song Jian had already captured the 7 or 8 camp castles closest to him. Only 3 main cities of the tower camp had not been conquered. And because the barrier camp bordered Song Jian and the dungeon at the same time, only 1 main city was left to persist. 3 days passed quickly, and those examinees without a main city were kicked out one after another. Now, the examinees in the battle mode are probably only 30% or 40% of the previous ones. Hey, in addition to the dungeon camp, the area occupied by the element camp is also not small. Song Jian accidentally glanced at the map and suddenly found that in addition to the dungeon camp, the number of main cities occupied by the element camp was also beginning to increase rapidly. However, compared with the dungeon camp, the speed of the element camp's occupation is still a bit slow, but it is still several times faster than his human camp. After another 2 days, examinees from 4 or 5 camps have been completely driven out. In the only main city of the Hell Camp, the Demon Castle, Prince Sarah roared angrily. He almost used tough means to gather all the warriors in the hands of all the examinees into his team. However, facing more than a dozen titans who were over 6 meters tall, holding a lightning rod in their hands, and could release lightning attacks from dozens of meters away, All his troops could not even withstand a single blow from the opponent, and were directly turned into ashes by lightning. Damn it. Why does the elemental camp have so many level 7 troops? Why? Prince Sarah's eyes were red, and he felt as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. He watched helplessly as the walls of his level 3 castle slowly collapsed under the bombardment of siege vehicles and lightning. The angry Prince Sarah gathered all his troops and launched a suicidal attack directly on the Titans. Without the protection of the city wall, the soldiers recruited by Prince Sarah died even faster. Before they rushed to the Titan, 70% or 80% of them were dead. Even if I fail, I will make you lose a Titan. Prince Sarah stared at his few remaining troops with red eyes. They had already rushed into the Titans and surrounded the one in front and attacked frantically. However, what he didn't expect was that after all his troops were lost, they couldn't even break the armor defense of the Titan. Prince Sarah withdrew from the assessment directly in a mood of unwillingness, anger and depression. The level of his troops was too low, and he couldn't break the defense of the 7th level Titan. This made everything he did become useless. On the 6th day of the battle mode, there were only 3 camps on the entire battle map: the human camp, the elemental camp, and the dungeon camp, with less than 20 examinees. The dungeon camp occupied the largest area, followed by the elemental camp, while the human camp only occupied 1/10 of the area on the map, forming a 3-way confrontation. In this case, they can't possibly join forces to fight me alone. Right? Song Jian glanced at the map and smiled. Chapter 1006 Advantages. Catherine looked at Song Jian strangely. Obviously, the human camp was the weakest among the 3 camps. Why could her lord still laugh? If it were her, she would be worried to death now. It is said that the dungeon camp has occupied a recruitment site for behemoths. So, what about the elemental camp? Song Jian said to himself. Could it be that they also have a recruitment site for high-level soldiers, and can even compete with behemoths? If that is the case, then they should have shown strong attack power before the battle mode, instead of waiting until 2 days after the battle mode was opened. Song Jian whispered then. The only thing that can make them perform like this is probably the task rewards obtained in the assessment world. Song Jian remembered that as soon as he entered the assessment world, he received a task from the flower fairy Luna. However, this task was very difficult for other assessors. But for Song Jian, it was almost no difficulty, just killing a boss. But the task reward was very good. In addition to the lucky gem, there were a series of other improvements. The lucky gem alone was no less effective than the artifact in this world. For the lords of this world, how to maintain morale was the most troublesome thing. You know, not every camp can only recruit soldiers from its own camp. When you encounter soldiers from other camps, are you not tempted at all? However, if you recruit soldiers from other camps and mix them with your own camp's soldiers, the speed at which morale drops is too fast. In this case, the only way to temporarily solve this problem is to recruit more heroes and let the heroes lead the troops of a camp. In addition, in battle, if you encounter high-level troops, the morale will drop very quickly. The lucky gem solves this problem, and can always keep the soldiers in a high morale state. The quest reward of the elemental camp is either a powerful forbidden spell or a building that recruits level 7 troops. So, the suddenly rising elemental camp, and the human camp that has always been weak but has strong individual strength. Which one is the biggest threat to you? For the assessors of the dungeon camp, this is not an easy choice to make. Song Jian looked into the distance, full of expectations. At this time, the examiners of the dungeon camp also discovered this problem. Their guesses were almost the same as Song Jian's, and they even sent a hero to investigate. Titans. These examiners of the elemental camp have a large group of Titans, said an examiner with a grim expression. Damn it. If they have this type of troops, why didn't they use it earlier? They only released it when the assessment was almost over. Doesn't he know that if the only camp is not decided within 7 days, then everyone will fail? How did they recruit so many Titans in just a few days? Did they occupy more than 1 Titan recruitment point? How is this possible? I heard that Titans are powerful combat puppets. As long as there are enough resources, they can be produced continuously. Yes, you heard it right. It is production, not recruitment. When everyone heard that Titans were produced, there was a brief silence in the conference room. After a moment, a voice sounded. We can't let the elemental camp continue to expand. Otherwise they will occupy more and more resource points and produce more and more Titans. By then, I'm afraid that even if we gather all our strength, we will not be their opponent. But, wasn't the strategy we set before to attack the assessor in the human camp? Someone hesitated. What are you afraid of? He is only one person. We still have one day. As long as we can eliminate the elemental camp. Even if we can only recruit 2 titans, we can eliminate the guy from the human camp. But the elemental camp is creating titans all the time. From now on, time is on the opposite side of us. We must hurry up. Yes, we can't let the elemental camp continue to create titans. We must gather everyone's strength to destroy the elemental camp. Su Ming didn't say a word. He was secretly happy about the appearance of titans in the elemental camp. After losing the external threat, even though he had the most behemoths in the entire camp, his status was reduced to the previous marginal position. With the appearance of the powerful enemy titans from the elemental camp, Su Ming, who had the most behemoths, naturally returned to the core position. Although it was impossible for other examiners to return the behemoths to him, they acted together and did not care whether the behemoths were concentrated in his hands alone. In the elemental camp, there was also a discussion about which camp to fight first. But the content of the discussion was similar to that of the examiners from the dungeon camp. And they all unanimously placed the human camp in a weaker position. Even if the examiner from the human camp is powerful, can he be stronger than a level 50 domination level boss? As long as we defeat the dungeon camp and create 2 or 3 titans, we can definitely win the examiner from the human camp. The same words echoed in the meeting room of the elemental camp again. Almost at the moment when the 2 camps made the decision, the spheres of influence of the dungeon camp and the elemental camp on the map began to quickly merge. On the edge, a battle between the 7th level troops soon began. Everyone knew that this was the final battle to determine whether the assessment could be passed. And everyone tried their best. Very good. The opponent only has 17 titans. 2 fewer than our behemoths. We have a big advantage. A dungeon assessor with reconnaissance skills breathed a sigh of relief after observing the aggressive elemental camp troops. You know, the 7th level troops are so powerful that even if there is only one more, it will be a big advantage. Not to mention that the dungeon camp now has 2 more behemoths. Except for the army, everyone will join the battle. People with holy healing and heroes should do their best to heal the behemoth. Everyone else, rush with me. I remind you again that the assessment world will not die, even if you are temporarily eliminated. As long as our camp can win the final victory, the eliminated people will pass this assessment. So, if you have any trump cards, use them all at once. Don't leave any regrets. The leader of the assessors of the dungeon camp glanced at everyone, and was the first to ride a warhorse and rush towards the army of the elemental camp. Behind him, a hero wearing full armor and a large group of hungry wolf knights. And 2 behemoths followed closely with roars. Kill! The final victory must belong to us. The assessors of the dungeon roared together, led their respective armies, and launched a collective charge towards the army of the elemental camp. Chapter 1007 Trump Card. The elemental camp was at a disadvantage in the battle with the dungeon camp from the beginning. After all, the addition of 2 level 7 troops was a decisive factor. In addition, a group of lords and heroes who mastered the holy healing technique handed over their troops to others. They used all their mental power to treat the behemoths. Since the titans were war puppets, they could only be repaired with skills similar to repair. Unfortunately, the elemental camp did not master such skills. This was an additional skill after the castle was built to level 7 and the titan processing plant was created. Tatiya only obtained the titan manufacturing blueprint at the beginning, and did not obtain any repair skills at all. Although this is a slight advantage, it further increases the odds of the dungeon camp's victory. The titans are really terrifying. They can attack from a distance or in close combat, and their defense is too thick. Not only do they have a thick layer of heavy armor on their bodies, but even their bodies are made of special steel. A dungeon camp lord couldn't help but sigh after chopping down a gargoyle. The damage caused to it by soldiers below level 6 is extremely low. But the behemoth is different. It is in existence of the same level as it. The claws of the behemoth can easily tear through its heavy armor defense. Another lord laughed and said, "The most important thing is that we have more behemoths than them. The balance of victory is tilting towards us. Everyone in the dungeon. We will definitely win." A dungeon examiner shouted in victory. "The final victory is ours." Almost all the examiners in the dungeon shouted excitedly. At this moment, a hero on a warhorse suddenly appeared behind the elemental camp. He rushed directly into the battlefield and instantly released a huge titan, which stabilized the battle situation that was close to collapse. What's going on? How come there is another titan? It seems to be led by a hero who just joined the battle. Damn it. As long as there are enough resources, they can continuously create titans. Let's hurry up and don't give them the opportunity to delay the battle. Otherwise we will be in danger. The examiners of the dungeon camp suddenly panicked when they were fighting. It was obvious that the elemental camp was not idle in the back and was still creating titans. But they had no chance to recruit new behemoths because the recruitment points had run out of recruitment quotas today and could only recruit until the next day. Tell the brothers to fight more steadily. As long as we can delay time, victory will be ours sooner or later. The leader of the elemental camp examiners, the huge water element, revealed a hint of coldness in his eyes. Everything was under his control. Although Tataya was making titans 24 hours a day, he spent too much time to complete the task, leaving too little time for the elemental camp to make titans. There was no other way. He could only fight against the attack of the dungeon camp while letting Tataya make titans with all his strength. The resource points occupied by the elemental camp were also enough for Tataya to make titans. Now the only thing that limited him was the manufacturing time. The war lasted for more than an hour, and the elemental camp could no longer hold on. The battle line began to slowly retreat. But it was a planned retreat, not a rout. The difference in the strength of the two sides was narrowed to 2 level 7 troops. 3 titans were destroyed, and 2 behemoths died due to serious injuries. Although holy healing can heal the injuries of behemoths, too much holy healing will consume life potential in advance, making the effect of holy healing worse and worse. The low-level troops were almost dead, and the examiners on both sides also stopped their hands tacitly. Everyone's eyes were focused on the fight between titans and behemoths. They can't hold on. Titans are completely scrapped when they are injured, but behemoths can be restored with holy healing. An examiner from the dungeon camp said calmly, but his clenched fists revealed his nervousness at the moment. The longer the battle drags on, the worse it will be for us. More than 2 hours have passed. I'm afraid the other side will soon create a new titan, said another person. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a hero riding a horse galloping from behind the elemental camp. As soon as he approached the battlefield, he immediately released a titan. Soon, the newly created titan roared and threw a lightning attack at a behemoth. Watching the behemoth being knocked to the ground by the lightning attack, one of its arms was torn open with a wound more than 2 feet long. The wound did not spurt out blood, but was charred black, and the high temperature damage added by the lightning attack completely sealed the wound. The behemoth roared and stood up, rushing towards the titan. The 2 huge beasts, each over 5 meters tall, fought each other, and the whole earth was rumbling and shaking because of the battle. Just like an earthquake. Damn it. The gap has been narrowed again, said an examiner from the dungeon unwillingly. During this time, no one dared to declare victory. They had discovered that the direction of the war seemed to have begun to slowly go beyond their control, and the balance of victory was slowly recovering and even tilting towards the other side. Control the titan and retreat 10 meters, said the leader of the examiners from the elemental camp coldly. More than a dozen huge creatures, while struggling to repel the behemoth's attacks, slowly retreated, using space to buy time. This was the strategy set by the elemental camp at the beginning of the battle. Boom! A titan giant made a dull explosion-like sound in his body, and his attacking action stagnated. In an instant, 2 behemoths rushed towards it and threw it to the ground. After a crazy attack, the titan giant was torn apart. On the other side, a behemoth that was too seriously injured and could no longer withstand more holy healing arts roared unwillingly, and was knocked to the ground by the titan giant on the opposite side with a light staff in his hand. After falling to the ground with a bang, he could no longer get up. Another behemoth lost. We can't go on like this. Many behemoths have already endured too much holy healing. They can't be healed if they are injured again. We should retreat immediately, said an examiner from the dungeon camp. Retreat? No. That will make us lose even the last chance of victory. If we give them more time, they will create more titans and defeat us with overwhelming advantage. Another examiner retorted, now we should press forward with all our forces to stimulate the last potential of the behemoths. Even if all these behemoths die here, as long as we can defeat them, we can win the final victory. We must not give them any more time and chance at this time. If we had known earlier, we should have attacked the elemental camp first, and this variable would not have occurred. It's too late to say anything now. If we drag it on, there will be no hope of victory. Inspire the frenzy. This is our last trump card. Chapter 1008, Turbulent Canyon. The behemoth has a group berserk skill. Once released, all behemoths on the battlefield will fall into a berserk state, with defense weakened and attack power and attack speed greatly increased, which can cause a lot of damage in a short period of time. However, this group berserk skill has a duration of only 30 seconds, and after the berserk skill, it will fall into a weak state for half an hour. At this time, all the attributes of the behemoth will decrease, and the strength will decrease by 1 level, which is roughly equivalent to a level 6 soldier. The battle has fallen into a stalemate, and the situation has begun to tilt in favor of the elemental camp. If no changes are made, when the number of titans and behemoths is equal, even if this trump card is revealed, it will not help the situation. Go wild, said an examiner from the dungeon camp. Go wild. If we don't reveal this trump card, I'm afraid we won't have a chance to use it. Another examiner showed an anxious look on his face. Retreat another 50 meters. The examiner leader of the element camp shouted loudly. As the order was issued, more than a dozen titans fought and retreated, waving their light staffs to fight while retreating to the area behind them close to the element camp. At this moment, almost all the behemoths roared in unison, and a layer of rich blood light bloomed from their bodies. Their bodies, which were already 5 or 6 meters long, expanded again, completely overwhelming the height of the titans. The violent behemoth rushed towards the titan with an agility that was extremely inconsistent with its body. The claws in its hands kept waving, and the attack speed was twice as fast as before. Scratches appeared on the surface of the heavy armor on the titan. After more than 10 seconds, the heavy armor on several titans broke directly, revealing the bodies made of super strong alloy inside. The original solid defense was not worth mentioning in front of the violent behemoth. Leave half of the titans, and the rest retreat to the back of the turbulent canyon. The leader of the assessors of the elemental camp ordered. Soon, half of the titans stayed to stop the behemoth, and the remaining titans and everyone in the elemental camp retreated to the turbulent canyon behind them. The turbulent canyon is a narrow passage about 100 meters long, with towering cliffs on both sides. If you want to enter the territory of the elemental camp, you must pass through this canyon. The assessors of the elemental camp seem to have unified their strategic thinking long ago. When they heard the order issued by the assessor leader, they did not hesitate at all. They left half of the titans behind, and the others all retreated towards the canyon. Seeing the elemental camp retreating, the assessors of the dungeon camp cheered. Defeat? They ran away. An assessor of the dungeon camp shouted excitedly. We won. We won. The second level combat power assessment passed. And we are also people with second level combat power. Ha ha ha. Someone cried with joy. And he didn't know how many times he failed. But he was so excited. They didn't lose. And we didn't win. Are you blind? They still have at least half of their titans. And they can still fight. Su Ming roared angrily. Su Ming is right. Keep chasing. And we must eliminate them all. The leader of the dungeon camp roared loudly, riding a wolf mount and rushing towards the army of the elemental camp. Having lost half of their level 7 troops, how can they still have hope of winning? Even if they are made now, they can't make so many, a dungeon assessor said indifferently, but still drove his mount and ran forward with the leader. The behemoths, after going berserk, surrounded the titans, who were less than half their number, and attacked desperately. The hard alloy only lasted for a dozen seconds under their claws before it was torn apart. However, 2 behemoths were killed by the titans' fierce counterattack. 8-2. We will definitely win this time. Looking at a group of roaring behemoths and a pile of broken steel under their feet, a dungeon examiner smiled as a winner. After 30 seconds, the titans who were left behind were all destroyed, and the blood-red light on the behemoths gradually dissipated, and their entire bodies collapsed. Keep chasing. Don't stop. We must eliminate all the elements. The leader of the examiners in the dungeon camp shouted loudly. The behemoths are now in a weak state, equivalent to only the 6th level soldiers. Even if there are twice as many, they may not be the opponent of the elemental camp. It is better to rest for half an hour and wait for the behemoths to fully recover before catching up. Su Ming suddenly stopped the leader of the dungeon examiners and said. The leader of the examiners showed a hesitant look on his face. After pondering for a while, he slowly nodded and said, yes. Now we have the advantage. Let's rest for half an hour and wait until the behemoths recover. And then we will make a concerted effort to take down the entire elemental camp. Leader. They didn't catch up. An examiner with the eagle eye technique said to the leader of the elemental camp examiners. The other side is not an idiot. The behemoths are now in a weak state, and their strength is only equivalent to that of a level 6 soldier. If they rush over at this time, they will die. The leader of the elemental camp examiners sneered. Now our number of titans is only half of the other side. When their behemoths are fully recovered, I am afraid that their self-confidence will reach the maximum. As long as they dare to enter this canyon, no matter how many behemoths there are, they will be buried here. Tell the brothers to be ready and wait for my order. Half an hour later, the examiners of the dungeon camp rushed to the entrance of the turbulent canyon. Seeing the narrow road ahead, the examiners of the dungeon camp hesitated. Tora, go and scout the situation of the canyon ahead and see what the elemental camp is like now. Is there any ambush in this canyon? The leader of the examiners of the dungeon camp said to a subordinate hero wearing animal skins beside him. Yes, sir. Tora nodded, picked up a bone whistle hanging around his neck, and blew it gently. The sharp sound suddenly resounded through the sky, and a huge falcon fell from the sky. Tora whispered a few words in the falcon's ear, then fed it a fist-sized piece of dried meat. The falcon spread its wings and flew towards the other side of the canyon. Tora muttered something, and his eyes glowed green. At the same time, the falcon's eyes also glowed green. Shared vision. This is a special skill that Tora has as a tamer, which allows him to share vision with his pet. The falcon quickly circled around the canyon, and then flew towards the elemental camp at the other end of the canyon. At this time, 7 or 8 titans were blocking the other end of the canyon, ready to defend it to the death. Chapter 1009 Victory. After getting the information he wanted, the leader of the dungeon examiner sneered and said, "Do you want to rely on the narrow terrain to defend? If it was before, I would be a little worried. But now, if the number of titans in the elemental camp is similar to that of behemoths, then they will block the opening at the end of the canyon, and their troops cannot be fully deployed. It is possible that they will block the army of the dungeon camp. But now, the number of titans is half that of behemoths. Even if they use their lives, the behemoths in the dungeon camp can still break a hole in the opponent's camp. At the end of the canyon, watching the examiners of the dungeon camp all rushing into the turbulent canyon, the leader of the elemental camp examiners smiled, as if everything was under control. Stone elements, get ready. Block the entrance to the turbulent canyon. The leader of the elemental camp shouted. Soon, the underground camp examiners, who had rushed into the turbulent canyon, suddenly felt the ground shaking, and there were bursts of rumbling sounds behind them. Turning their heads, they saw huge stone elements over 3 meters tall squeezed out from the cliffs on both sides and fell towards the end of the canyon. As soon as they fell to the ground, these stone elements immediately disintegrated their bodies and turned into huge stones, blocking the end of the passage layer by layer. The examiners of the underground camp changed their faces, and the leader asked angrily, "Haven't we already scouted it? There is no ambush. So what's going on with those stones now?" "Sir, those stone elements are hidden in the cliffs on both sides. My falcons can't find them from high altitude." Tora frowned and whispered, "Unless there is a special detection skill, these stone elements that are almost integrated with the cliffs cannot be found by the naked eye, not to mention a falcon. Even if everyone just passed by these stone elements, they didn't find anything unusual. Sir, the retreat is cut off. It seems that they want to annihilate us in this canyon." A hero said loudly, "We should speed up and rush out now. Otherwise there may be a bigger conspiracy waiting for us later. Everyone, charge." The leader of the examiners of the dungeon camp felt something was wrong, but now there was no other way but to charge forward. However, just when they were about to rush to the elemental camp army blocking the end of the canyon, several huge stone elements fell from the cliffs on both sides, breaking into huge stones and blocking the entire canyon. I never put my hope on the titans. The elemental camp will eventually rely on elemental creatures to win the final victory. The leader of the examiners of the elemental camp looked at the blocked turbulent canyon with a triumphant smile on his face. All water elemental lords, go to the cliffs on both sides and start to use the skill of summoning floods. All earth elemental lords, continue to block both sides and use the skill of turning rocks into mud to submerge all creatures in the canyon. Then use the skill of turning mud into stone to kill them all." The leader of the elemental camp's examiners ordered loudly. With the order, all the examiners led their heroes and began to run towards the cliffs on both sides. After a while, floods poured down from both sides of the cliffs. At the same time, huge stone elemental examiners began to use their innate skills to turn rocks into mud, turning the rocks on both sides into mud, which mixed into the flood and eventually turned into a terrifying mudslide, rushing towards the dungeon examiners in the canyon. Summoning floods is the innate skill of water element examiners, while turning rocks into mud and mud into stone is the innate skill of stone element examiners. This is the advantage of the elemental camp. Each elemental creature has an innate skill. All examiners, with the heroes they recruited, continued to use their innate magic skills. But the examiners in the dungeon had no way to do anything. The cliffs on both sides were more than 20 meters high, which was not something they could climb up. Even the behemoths had no way to survive this kind of attack similar to natural disasters. In the flood, they could only roar in anger and be drowned by the surging mudslides. The examiners of the dungeon camp had no way out. When they thought they were within reach of victory, they were eliminated one by one. When the examiner of the last dungeon was eliminated, all the examiners of the element camp received a system prompt. System, you have won a brilliant victory, destroyed the entire dungeon camp, and won the title of a genocide war. All examiners who participated in the war will be rewarded with 500 points of war merit. Win! The examiner of the element camp roared, venting his joy. Tataya, you deserve the first credit for this victory. If it weren't for your Titan manufacturing blueprint, there would be no such a great victory. The leader of the examiners of the element camp said to Tataya beside him. Although it was not the Titans who defeated the dungeon in the end. Without the Titans, the elemental camp would not even be qualified to fight the dungeon camp. Tataya's face was flushed, and he looked very excited. This is all due to the leader's proper command. The Titans are just the icing on the cake. In the end, weren't these people defeated by the leader's strategy? Tataya was very good at speaking, and said with a smile on his face. After leaving here, if you are interested, you can come to the Titan family. With your elite second-level combat power, you can at least get a place as a guardian in the family. The leader of the elemental camp said to Tataya. After defeating the underground camp, the remaining human camp is no longer a threat. This second-level combat power assessment will definitely be won by the elemental camp. According to the war merits, Tataya's Titan manufacturing drawings can be said to be of great merit. This assessment can at least be rated A or even A+. The leader of the assessors naturally wants to win over such a potential person for the family. Thank you, Lord Titan. Sir, should we go all out and directly destroy the human camp? Or take a break and make more Titans? Tataya asked. Don't worry. There is still one day. You can at least make 6 more Titans. And don't forget that the underground camp has a behemoth recruitment point. Tomorrow, we can at least recruit 2 more behemoths. At that time, we will gather everyone's strength and directly drive out the assessor of the human camp. Titan said loudly. Victory will definitely belong to us. An assessor shouted loudly. Victory! All the examiners from the elemental camp shouted in unison, each of them unable to contain their excitement. Chapter 1010, Doomsday Blade. There is only 1 day left for the second-level combat power assessment, and the army of the elemental camp is marching towards the human camp. In addition to the elemental warriors, there are also warriors from other camps in the elemental camp's assessment team. These are recruited from the warrior recruitment sites left by other camps after they destroyed them. The elemental camp, which occupies almost 9/10 of the entire map, has a large amount of resources. And even if all of these resources are used to build the main city, there will be a lot of surplus. They can only be used to recruit soldiers. After all, it would be a waste to keep them. In order to prevent low morale, each examiner's team will try to have only 1 soldier of 1 race, with a maximum of 2. Titan, the leader of the elemental camp examiners, is followed by a group of 2nd and 3rd level soldiers, as well as 2 ferocious behemoths, which were recruited at the behemoth recruitment point left in the dungeon camp today. All the Titans were handed over to Tataya. It can be said that among all the examiners, Tataya's troops are the most powerful, which also makes Tataya's face always excited and proud. After a day of manufacturing and repair, the number of Titans has returned to double digits, reaching 12. At this stage, there are no 7th level troops. Such a team is enough to sweep the entire map. It's a waste to use such a powerful force to deal with the assessor in the human camp. I think Lord Tutankhamun alone is enough to sweep him away. Yes, 2 behemoths comparable to the domination level boss are almost certain to win. In fact, I think he can't deal with even one. This is a monster comparable to the domination level boss. The system has arranged him in a camp alone. Obviously, the opponent has a strength beyond all of us present. We can't be careless. Who knows what kind of trump card he has in his hand? I heard that this world has a forbidden spell called Doomsday Judgment. This forbidden spell is sealed in a divine weapon called Doomsday Blade. With it, even the 7th level troops, no matter how many, can be killed. How could there be such a powerful weapon? Are you kidding? It's true. I met a big goblin in the forest before. It told me, and gave me a task to find a kind of berry called blueberry. I found a mine at that time, so I didn't have time to find any berries for him. So I gave up the task. I see. Then it seems to be true. There are such terrible weapons in this world. Hey, the big goblin asked you to find berries for him. Why did he tell you about the Doomsday Blade? Just then, Tataya suddenly interrupted and said, my previous serial task was the same. The witch who issued the task first told me a long paragraph of information about the Titan Giant, and then told me that she needed 3 scorpion venom sacs. This kind of serial task will be very simple at the beginning, but as the task progresses, it will become more and more difficult. Everyone fell silent, and then looked at the fool with the eyes of a fool. After the examiner rode forward for a while with an expressionless face, he finally wailed, oh my god, what did I miss? The Blade of Doom. That's the Blade of Doom. All the examiners of the elemental camp burst into laughter. Well, even if you get the Blade of Doom, the final result will be the same. Everyone can pass the 2nd level combat power assessment. Tutankhamun patted his shoulder and comforted him. Not bad. Not bad. Think about it. There is no way to take any items obtained in this world out. Even if you get that artifact, you can only show off in this world. If you think this way, you will feel much more comfortable. Zuolan's mouth twitched. He nodded inside. Although what everyone said was right. If he could complete this task and finally get the Doomsday Blade, then the result after the assessment would definitely be different from others. At least A-level evaluation or even higher. Just like Tataya. Originally just a marginal figure in the elemental camp. But after completing a similar serial task and obtaining the Titan manufacturing blueprint, he directly became the core task of the elemental camp. It is because of this task that as long as he passes the assessment in the end, the evaluation will definitely not be lower than A-level. Which is why Tutankhamun wants to recruit him. Except Tataya. Tutankhamun never recruited anyone else. Zuolan was filled with regret at this time. Oh my god. What did I miss? 2 days ago, Song Jian had given up on continuing to capture the territories and resource points of other camps. Because what restricted his development now was time, not resources. Even if he occupied more main cities, he only had 2 subordinate heroes. Facing the upcoming war, he could not disperse his troops in 3 main cities. Fortunately, after another 7 days, his human castle had been upgraded to level 3. And the magic guild was also upgraded to level 3. A level 3 magic guild can learn 5 level 3 magics. For Wanjianju, this is equivalent to a dark gold quality skill. In the auction house, the starting price of a dark gold quality skill scroll is at least 3 million Doomsday coins. If you encounter a skill you like, the auction price of a dark gold skill scroll can even break through 10 million Doomsday coins. Even with the strength of the City of Hope Alliance. If you buy too many such scrolls, it will also affect the development of the guild. Every level 3 magic has greatly improved the proficiency of Wanjianju. After all 5 magics are swallowed, the proficiency of the level 8 Wanjianju has reached 81%. To upgrade to the next level, at most 1 epic level, or 3 or 4 dark gold level skill scrolls are needed. Sir, they are coming. Catherine, who had been standing on the city wall, put away a monocular telescope and said to Song Jian, who was standing beside her and seemed a little absent-minded, with a serious face, they are here so soon? There are still more than 10 hours before the end of the assessment. Song Jian whispered to himself, Sir, the opponent is very powerful. They have 12 titans and 2 behemoths, and more than 500 low-level soldiers. If we rely on these soldiers in the city alone, it is impossible to resist their attack. Please think of a way in advance. Catherine's eyes flashed with fear. Although she was already level 30, she did not have a corresponding state of mind for her sudden increase in strength. Moreover, she was only a 16-year-old girl, facing the terrifying 7th level soldiers. She naturally felt helpless. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Song Jian smiled at her, turned around and asked Gutuya, who had been standing beside him, Gutuya, how many level 7 soldiers can your forbidden spells deal with? Sir, it takes a certain amount of time to release the forbidden spell. And most importantly, it consumes a lot of mana. With my current mana, I can only bear the consumption of 3 forbidden spells at most. And then I may lose my combat ability. Gutuya said. Very good. The 2 behemoths are handed over to you. After destroying them, if you still have spare energy, kill another titan. If not, then retreat and rest. Don't lose your life here, Song Jian said with a smile. Seeing that Song Jian could still joke, Gutuya and Catherine looked at each other, and their nervous mood gradually relaxed. Chapter 10-11 Cloud City. The army of the elemental camp slowly moved towards the human camp. Looking at Song Jian standing on the wall of a 3rd-level human city, Tutankhamun pointed at him and asked, Does anyone know this person? The examiners of the elemental camp used their exploration skills to check Song Jian's personal attributes. Sir, he seems to be a god-favored. An examiner hesitated. God-favored? Is the improvement speed of God-favored so fast? Tutankhamun was a little surprised. The examiners present had gone through more than 10 years, or even decades of hard training to have such strength today. But the appearance of God-favored people, in just over a year, has caught up with their more than 10 years of hard work. It's incredible. They are indeed a group of people favored by the gods. It's amazing. After observing carefully, Tutankhamun confirmed Song Jian's identity and shook his head in admiration. Then there is nothing to negotiate. Just attack directly. The gods favored are a group of people who won't cry until they see the coffin. The assessors of the elemental camp laughed. If they were the natives of the game world, they would still want to end the assessment through negotiations. But if they were the gods favored, I'm afraid this war is inevitable. The gods favored will never give up the assessment task until the last moment. Let the miscellaneous soldiers go up and test his quality first, an assessor said. Tut nodded. Since the other party had already prepared, they must have some great trump cards. Let's try these low-level 2nd and 3rd-level soldiers to see if they can reveal the other party's trump cards as soon as possible. A large number of 2nd and 3rd-level soldiers rushed towards Song Jian's castle frantically. Behind these soldiers, rows of siege vehicles made a rumbling sound and began to throw stones at the castle wall. Song Jian waved his hand, and the soldiers on the wall immediately launched a counterattack. Because of the existence of the blacksmith shop, all the spearmen and archers had changed their equipment. The spearmen wore a scale armor, and their weapons were replaced with long halberds. The archers also wore a silver armor, and held a metal longbow, and a 3-edged arrow in their hands. Both the attack and defense were greatly improved. Even the 3rd-level griffins were covered with a thin layer of scales, which greatly increased their defense without affecting their movements. Moreover, through Gutuya's enchantment, the power of the griffin's lightning skill could be increased by 30%. Song Jian's eyes did not fall on the low-level soldiers, who kept attacking the wall. His eyes were always locked on the 12 titans. It's a bit difficult. If there are only 3 or 2, it's okay. If there are so many, even if the 10,000 swords technique is used to trigger the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation, there is no way to kill them all at once. Song Jian thought to himself. The total damage of the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation is certain. If it is concentrated on 1 or 2 7th-level soldiers, then even if they cannot be killed, they can lose the ability to continue fighting. However, if it is shared by 12 7th-level soldiers, each one will probably only be slightly injured. For these soldiers who survive in war, minor injuries are nothing. If I want to kill them all, I have to release the 10,000 swords technique at least 5 times. And I have to trigger the Fire Red Lotus sword formation every time. It's a bit difficult. Song Jian thought to himself. 5 10,000 swords techniques take about a minute. But if I have to trigger the Fire Red Lotus sword formation every time, it will take a lot longer. After all, it takes at least 30 seconds to recover thousands of sword energy. The walls of the 3rd-level castle may not be able to withstand the attack of the titans. When the walls are broken, these 7th-level soldiers will swarm in, together with those examinees. It will be easy to break through the city lord's mansion and destroy the core of the castle. Song Jian frowned, glanced at the item in the parcel column, and became hesitant. Song Jian once obtained a treasure in the Sky City, which could build a cloud city to produce angels. Because of the existence of the 8th-level Phantom Angel, Song Jian was afraid that once the cloud city was built in the City of Hope, It would attract the hatred of the phantom angels and cause a devastating blow to the City of Hope. But in this world, there is no such worry. And the Cloud City was originally a building that could be built by a level 5 human castle. If Song Jian built it here, there would be no trouble at all. However, the items in this world cannot be taken out. Once this treasure is used, and the Cloud City is built in this castle, I am afraid there is no way to take it back to the original game world. This is equivalent to directly losing a Cloud City. Such a loss makes Song Jian feel a little distressed. The war continued. The total number of soldiers recruited by Song Jian was only about 200, relying on the castle's defense facilities and tall walls. And because they always maintained high morale, they were not at a disadvantage even when facing more than 500 attackers. More than half an hour passed, and the soldiers of the elemental camp still did not climb onto the city wall. "Sir, don't delay time. Let the titans and behemoths go," an examiner said impatiently. Yes, low-level soldiers can't test his strength at all. But his soldiers are a little strange, and they have always maintained high morale, another examiner said with narrowed eyes. As the battle progressed, the morale of the soldiers in the elemental camp inevitably continued to decline. Logically, the morale of the opposing side should also decline. But up to now, the opposing soldiers still maintained a high morale. Maybe there is some treasure that increases morale. This is not a big deal for us. It's not the Blade of Doom. Zualan. Tuten stared at Song Jian on the wall and observed him carefully for a long time. He found that the God-favored person on the opposite side never showed any panic on his face. He looked confident and obviously held some great trump card in his hand. "Give the order. All the 7th level soldiers will press forward. Break through the wall as soon as possible. Into the castle. And break through the city lord's mansion." Tutankhamun finally made a decision. The 2 behemoths roared and rushed towards the castle wall, while the 12 titans, holding the light staffs in their hands, strode towards the battlefield. "My lord, they are coming," Kutuya said nervously. "It doesn't matter. Just follow the strategy we set before." Kutuya, "Wait until the 2 behemoths get close, and then you release the forbidden spell," Song Jian said. Sighing, Song Jian took out a golden seed from the parcel column and threw it into the sky. If the opponent attacked one by one, and let these level 7 soldiers attack in batches, and killed a few first, Song Jian would still be confident that he could use the 10,000 swords technique to kill them all. But now they all attacked at once. If he didn't build the Cloud City, he might not have a chance to build it again. The bright golden light bloomed above the castle, and a rolling cloud appeared out of thin air. A huge city slowly emerged on the cloud. The moment the city appeared, the hymn resounded throughout the land. "Cloud? Cloud City. How is this possible?" All the examiners of the elemental camp looked at the scene in front of them, stunned, as if they had lost the ability to speak in an instant. All stared with wide eyes, stupidly looking at the cloud above the human castle. Chapter 10-12 Thunder Bomb. How can a level 3 castle build a building for the 7th level human camp? Cloud City? An elemental camp examiner rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, "You know, even a level 5 human castle would be very difficult to build Cloud City, let alone a level 3 castle." But what these examiners don't know is that this Cloud City is not the Cloud City of this assessment world, but the treasure Song Jian obtained in the Sky City of the previous game world. This Cloud City can recruit 12 angels at a time, but it can only recruit 12 angels, unlike the Cloud City in this assessment world, although it can only recruit 2 per day. But as long as there are sufficient resources, it can continue to recruit. Don't be afraid. His Cloud City has just been built. He can only recruit 2 angels at most. We have 14 level 7 soldiers. We have an absolute advantage in numbers, the leader of the assessors of the elemental camp said calmly. At this moment, a dull thunder roared from the battlefield in front. A large amount of mud suddenly emerged from the body of a behemoth. The whole body slowly collapsed and disintegrated in the roar of fear, turning into a pile of mud. Thunder bomb. The faces of the assessors of the elemental camp all became ugly. This is a magic forbidden spell that can cause serious damage to the 9th level soldiers, not to mention the 7th level soldiers. Even the 8th level soldiers can be killed in one blow. Don't be afraid. This kind of forbidden magic spell consumes a lot of energy, and there are definitely restrictions on its release. He can't kill all of our level 7 soldiers. Use accelerated attacks to let all level 7 soldiers break the wall as soon as possible. Let's rush in. Tutankhamun's huge water element body seemed to rotate faster. Kutuya didn't master the forbidden spell of Thunder Bomb for long. After successfully releasing it once, his face turned slightly pale, and a trace of earth element magic aura emanated from his body. It seemed that because of the magic spell, his control over the magic elements in his body dropped to a lower level. Kutuya, can you continue to release thunder bombs? Song Jian asked. No problem, Lord. It just takes some time to calm the magic elements in your body. Kutuya took a deep breath and said. Song Jian nodded, watching the titans rushing over. If they were allowed to enter the attack range, I'm afraid that a volley would cause a section of the wall to collapse. At that time, all the troops of the elemental camp would be able to rush into the castle. With a thought, the flame wings behind him appeared out of thin air and fluttered slightly. Song Jian's figure soared into the air, and all the sword energy rushed towards the sky-breaking sword. Suddenly, a hot breath surged on the sky-breaking sword. 10,000 swords, more than 200 spiritual swords, shining with dark red flames, drew arcs in the air, leaving hot red tracks, and flew towards the titan. In the Cloud City after Song Jian's death, the hymns kept rippling, as if millions of people were singing in unison. And one by one, angel soldiers with a pair of white wings and armor appeared in the Cloud City. Because Song Jian used treasures to build the Cloud City, recruiting these angels did not require any resources, and correspondingly, the number was limited to 12 angels. Some examiners in the elemental camp noticed the strangeness of the Cloud City in the sky, and looked surprised when they saw the angels standing up one by one. Chief, look! Why are there so many angels in Yunzhong City? There are more than 2. At least 10. There are 12 in total. Damn it. Is this Super Yunzhong City? It can recruit 12 7th level angels at a time? Another examiner gritted his teeth and said, Maybe it's just a fantasy. He wants to scare us away. Just when the examiners of the elemental camp were a little panicked, a hot air wave came from the battlefield in front. A huge red lotus fire tightly wrapped the 3 titans inside. Countless sword lights flashed and kept slashing at the heavy armor on the titans. In 10 full seconds, the armor on the titan was shattered into palm-sized pieces, revealing a hard alloy body. The titan, who was in a desperate situation, did not panic at all, but waved the light staff in his hand and kept smashing at the layers of red lotus sword formation. The lightning flashed, and the sword formation trembled slightly, as if it would break in the next moment. Sure enough, none of the 7th level soldiers are easy to deal with. If it weren't for the high level of the 10,000 swords art, I'm afraid the red lotus sword formation would have collapsed at this moment. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and stared at the red lotus sword formation in front of him, thinking to himself. At this time, Kutuya had recovered. After locking his mind on another behemoth in the distance, he began to chant a spell. Waves of earth magic elements rippled on the surface of his body. This scene made Catherine next to him envious. Boom! There was another thunderous low muffled sound. The last behemoth's running steps suddenly froze, and a large amount of mud gushed out of its body. After a while, its huge body was covered with mud. Slowly, the whole behemoth turned into a mud monster, and its body slowly collapsed and disintegrated. In just a few seconds, this full-blooded level 7 soldier turned directly into mud all over the ground, without even a chance for people to cast holy healing on it. Seeing another level 7 soldier being killed instantly, the assessors of the elemental camp suddenly showed an ugly look on their faces. They didn't expect that this divine-favored person from the human camp would be so difficult to deal with. Boom! Another hot breath came over them, making them step back 2 steps involuntarily. The red lotus sword formation had already entered the 2nd stage and was slowly closing up. A huge red lotus sword also appeared in the sky, slashing fiercely at the closing red lotus sword formation. A crisp cutting sound rang out, and dazzling sparks bloomed in the sword formation. This sword directly chopped all 3 titans into serious injuries. One had an arm chopped off at the shoulder, and one had a huge sword mark on its chest, revealing the complex mechanical structure inside its body. The other had its entire head chopped in half, leaving only a huge headless body. What kind of skill is this? It's more powerful than the forbidden spell. The examiners of the elemental camp couldn't help but take a breath. Some examiners, who wanted to join the battle before now, gave up the idea. However, the sword formation continued. A huge palm with a diameter of more than 100 meters fell from the sky and pressed the 3 titans under its palm. With a loud bang, the sword energy was rampant, Tataya, who was controlling the Titans, suddenly changed his face and whispered, "These 3 Titans have lost contact with me." After the palm dissipated, an illusory image of a 7-story pagoda appeared in the sky. But it only lasted for a few breaths before slowly dissipating in the air. All the behemoths have been killed, and there are only 9 Titans left. If we can recruit all the angels in the other Cloud City, then an examiner said to himself with a gloomy face, staring at the Cloud City above the castle with burning eyes. His voice rang in the ears of every examiner in the elemental camp, like a thunderclap, causing everyone's body to tremble slightly. Chapter 10:13 Angel. Tudun's huge water elemental body rotated faster. Suena, what do you mean? Do you think we will lose this battle? There is only one opponent, Tudun shouted loudly. But his strength alone can support an entire camp. Suena did not seem to be afraid of Tudun, and stared into Tudun's eyes without dodging. Tudun was speechless, snorted coldly, and said, "I guess he can't continue to use the skill that was comparable to the magic forbidden spell just now. And his hero, who can cast the magic forbidden spell, may no longer have the energy to cast magic again. We still have hope and can't give up." At this time, Kutuya didn't even have the strength to stand up. He leaned against the wall, his face pale and sweating. "Kutuya, are you okay? Come on. Help Kutuya down to rest." Song Jian noticed Kutuya's condition at this time and frowned. "Sir, I'm really sorry. I'm not proficient in the control of thunder bombs. I'm afraid I can't use it again in a short time," Kutuya said with a guilty face. "It doesn't matter. You have done a good job. Go down and rest. There are still many things you need to do in the future. Take care of yourself," Song Jian said. Kutuya, supported by 2 spearmen, slowly walked towards the wall. Song Jian turned his head, stared at Catherine, and said solemnly, "Catherine, the next battle will be handed over to you. Don't let me down." Catherine drew her sword with a determined expression and said to Song Jian, "Lord, Catherine will not let you down and will fight to the last moment." "Very good. Then these angel warriors will be handed over to you to command. Go out of the city and fight them directly." Song Jian directly recruited 12 angels and handed them over to Catherine for command. Catherine, who has the lucky gem, can exert the potential of the soldiers 120% in battle. If these 12 angels are handed over to her, they can at least exert the combat effectiveness that 13 angels can show. "Angels? Will I, Catherine, be able to command angels to fight one day? This is my honor." "Sir," Catherine said with an excited expression, bowing deeply to Song Jian. "Go. I'm waiting for your triumphant return," Song Jian said. At this time, Song Jian's sword energy was constantly rolling in his body, and the sword energy that was consumed was growing rapidly. But the amount of sword energy was too much, and it could not be restored in a short time. Now he could only rely on the angel army to delay time. The opponent now has only 9 Titans, facing 12 angels. I'm afraid it will be a headache. Right? Song Jian showed a smile on his face. He did not pin all his hopes on these angels. As long as they could delay enough time for his sword energy to recover, it would be fine. However, the result of the battle was far beyond Song Jian's expectations. 12 angels waved their swords, and golden holy light bloomed on them. The flying angels easily tore through the Titan's defense, and it was very difficult for the Titan to attack the angels. After all, the angels who could fly in the sky were far from being comparable to the Titan in terms of agility and evasion. In just a few minutes, 3 or 4 Titans were chopped into pieces by the angels, but no angel died. This scene made the examiners of the elemental camp more and more uneasy. The feeling of failure lingered in everyone's mind. The elemental camp examiners, who were originally in high spirits, stared at the battlefield ahead, which had already revealed the defeat. They originally thought that they had an overwhelming advantage and only needed to push through. But now it seems that the one with the overwhelming advantage is the human camp on the opposite side. "Leader, let's scatter and flee. The map is so big. If he wants to eliminate all of us alone, it will probably take a lot of time. There is not much time left before the end of the entire assessment. If we drag it to the end, we will not be able to pass the assessment, and neither will he," an examiner said with a gloomy face. "Lucius, we lost this war, and our alliance is over. I don't care what you want to do, but I want to keep the dignity of a loser, so I won't do it." Tutankhamun glanced at the examiners around him and said, "Everyone, do whatever you want now." including causing trouble for this God-favored person in the human camp. The examiners of the elemental camp looked at the battle in front of them. Some of them rode their horses and stood still, while others turned around and ran away. Chief, did we really fail like this? An examiner couldn't believe it. You know, a day ago, they defeated the underground city camp that was most likely to be the winner. They thought that there should be no problem in passing the assessment. But in one day, things changed subversively. I'm sorry. We were too careless before. I focused all my attention on the dungeon camp, and we didn't pay enough attention to the human camp, Tudun said with some regret, looking at the angels in the distance, who were constantly besieging and killing the titans. Tudun showed a trace of regret in his eyes. When we first entered the assessment world, this God-favored person could be said to be the imaginary enemy of all of us. But after getting familiar with the rules of this assessment world and the way to pass the assessment world, we all became arrogant and thought that we could win the final victory with the 7th level troops. But this failure is our own fault, and we can't blame others. We failed. Sorry, everyone. Tudun bowed to the people in the production and said, I'm sorry. I thought I would bring you a victory, but I failed on the last step of passing the assessment. Half an hour later, Tatai received the news that all the titans had died in battle. In fact, he didn't need the system to tell him. He could see with his naked eyes that the 12 angels destroyed the 9 titans like a whirlwind. During this period, Song Jian even wanted to assist, but finally gave up. Oh my God! Sir, the 12 angels you recruited are so powerful that they can be compared with the 8th level archangels. Catherine was surprised. Song Jian didn't expect that the 12 angels were so powerful. This might be related to the previous Sky City. Perhaps it was because of the gap in world levels that the combat power of these 12 angels was almost 1 level higher than that of their fellows in this assessment world. Seeing that there were still 4 or 5 assessors in the elemental camp standing there, Song Jian suddenly waved his flame wings and led the 12 angels to fly towards them. Chapter 10:14 Switching Camps. Seeing Song Jian flying over, Tudun and the others looked at the flame wings behind him with surprise on their faces. It's hard to imagine that he actually has a pair of wings. Has he obtained the bloodline of a high-level angel? Tudun whispered. Only such a strong man is qualified to eliminate us. And when I saw his wings, I suddenly realized that the Cloud City he built is very different from the Cloud City in this world that I saw in the City Lord's mansion. Another examiner said, yes, if it is the Cloud City in this world, the construction time alone will probably take at least several months. And it is impossible to appear in the battle mode. Okay, everyone. He's here. So be as respectful as possible. Tutankhamun stared at Song Jian and said to the others while riding his warhorse 2 steps forward. Where did the others go? Song Jian glanced at the 4 examiners from the elemental camp who were standing still and asked curiously, they are unwilling to fail and want to cause you some trouble. They have gone to the farthest main city. As long as you occupy it, you must capture the main city they occupy to win the final victory. Tutankhamun smiled. At the last moment, he wanted to see a panicked look on Song Jian's face. But as expected, he didn't gain anything. Oh, really? It's really a headache. Song Jian showed a faint smile. What about you 4? Have you accepted your fate? We failed. Tutankhamun spread his hands and said in the unique voice of the water element, I planned this war. Since we have failed, we should bear the consequences of failure calmly. At least we can keep the last bit of dignity. Now you can kill us and eliminate us completely. The battle in front has entered the final stage. Many low-level soldiers began to flee. Catherine has led the army out of the castle and began to hunt down these fleeing soldiers. Actually, you have another choice. Song Jian looked at the 4 examinees who stayed in place and smiled. I wonder if you are willing to switch camps and become one of my subordinate heroes? What? Is this still possible? Tutankhamun showed a surprised look on his face. Can examinees become each other's subordinate heroes? If so, how can such an obvious bug exist? If everyone who enters this assessment world becomes a subordinate hero of one person, doesn't it mean that everyone can pass this assessment? If this really happens, I'm afraid the 2nd level combat power assessment will become the biggest joke. Song Jian also received the system prompt after he was about to win. However, there are restrictions on recruiting people who are also assessors to become subordinate heroes. The total number of assessors recruited by the entire camp as subordinate heroes cannot exceed 10. Moreover, assessors recruited as subordinate heroes will pass the assessment with the most basic passing line. That is, passing the assessment with a C+ level evaluation, which is difficult for many people to accept. After Song Jian finished talking about these restrictions, the expectations in the eyes of the 4 assessors suddenly dissipated a lot. Those who can enter this special assessment world are full of confidence in themselves. They want to gain stronger combat power before entering this special assessment world. Otherwise, with their strength and background, they would have passed the 2nd level combat power assessment long ago. If that's the case, I can only say thank you for your kindness. It's impossible for someone from the Tudun family to pass the 2nd level combat power assessment with a C+ rating. Tudun shook his head and refused. If he really passed this assessment with a C+ rating, then the reward he would get would probably be about the same as the B-level rating of an ordinary 2nd level assessment. For Tudun, getting an A or even A-level rating in an ordinary 2nd level assessment should be very certain. Song Jian was not surprised by Tudun's refusal. He nodded and looked at the other 3 assessors. What about you? Are you willing to pass this assessment with a C+ rating? Thank you for your kindness. I'll wait for the next assessment. I refuse too. Anyway, there's still a long time. Waiting one more time doesn't mean anything to me. The other 2 assessors refused one after another, but the last assessor showed a hesitant look on his face. Song Jian did not urge him, but just waited quietly. For any assessor, this choice is very difficult to make. I am willing to be your subordinate hero. Tataya hesitated for 10 minutes, and finally made his own decision. Tataya, even if you fail this assessment, I am willing for you to become a member of the Tudun family. You can wait until the next assessment. But if you only pass a C+ level assessment, then your future achievements will be limited. And I am afraid that there is little hope of entering the Tudun family. Tudun glanced at Tataya and said. Tudun saw Tataya's perseverance and persistence. The reason why the elemental camp could persist until now was closely related to Tataya. If he had not insisted on completing a series of tasks and obtained the Titan Giant manufacturing blueprint, I am afraid that the elemental camp would have been eliminated by the dungeon camp long ago. Sir, I am already 38 years old this year, and I have been stuck in the 2nd level combat power assessment for nearly 10 years. Tataya showed a helpless smile on his face and explained in a low voice, in fact, I have made a decision. If I fail this assessment again, I will not continue to wait for this special assessment world. Next time, I will choose an ordinary assessment world. But with my current strength, even in an ordinary assessment world, I may not be able to get a high score. It is better to pass this assessment with a lower evaluation. I respect your choice, Tataya. Although the Tudun family cannot accept you, I personally am willing to be friends with you. Tudun sighed in his heart and said softly, Thank you. Sir, Tataya said with his head down. Okay. God's blessed one. You can kill us now, Tudun said to Song Jian calmly, but before being eliminated, I am very curious about how you will deal with those examinees who escaped. After all, including Tataya, you only have 3 subordinate heroes. It is not an easy task to catch up with them. Maybe in the end, because of their existence, you will not be able to pass this assessment. When Tataya heard this, his face suddenly changed, and he looked at Song Jian nervously. Haha. No matter how fast they are, can they be as fast as the flying speed of angels? Song Jian laughed. As soon as the voice fell, the 12 angels who had been guarding the castle wall actually flew in 2s and 3s in different directions. This scene made Tutankhamun's face suddenly show a look of surprise. They are not combat troops. But, Chapter 1015-3 Rewards. Angels in the assessment world are only level 7 combat arms, and any action must be carried out under the leadership of a hero. However, the Cloud City built by Song Jian was obtained from the game world, and the angels recruited from Cloud City are fundamentally different from the angels in this world. First of all, in terms of strength, because the rank of the game world is much higher than that of this assessment world. Although they are both angels, the angels recruited by Song Jian are much higher in combat power than the level 7 angels in this world, at least reaching the peak of level 8. On the other hand, these 12 angels are essentially Song Jian's followers. In this assessment world, they do not exist as a type of soldier. They can move freely, but they cannot lead troops. They can only be used as half-subordinate heroes. Therefore, it is no problem to command them to chase the escaped assessors separately. Tudun shook his head. Those escaped assessors probably didn't expect that they could not even get close to the castle. They would be caught up by these angels, who were more powerful than the command-level boss, and then eliminated directly. Thank you for clearing up my doubts. I have no problem now. You can eliminate us. I hope to meet you in the outside world. I really hope to be friends with you. Tuten smiled. I also hope to establish friendship with the Tuten family, Song Jian said, waving the sky-breaking sword without hesitation, eliminating all 3 elemental camp examiners from this world. My lord, what should I do now? Tataya asked nervously. Song Jian smiled slightly and said, You don't need to do anything. Just wait patiently. It didn't take long for the 12 angels to deal with several examiners, who didn't even have low-level soldiers. Soon, Song Jian and Tataya heard the news that the system announced that the human camp had won the final victory. Tataya let out a long breath, and his heart finally fell to the ground. He looked at Song Jian with gratitude. Thank you, sir. Tataya bowed to Song Jian and said. Song Jian smiled in response and looked at his military exploits. He had gained a lot of military exploits in the last battle. Almost several times the military exploits he had accumulated before. And the total military exploits reached 3,600 points. Such military exploits were not the most among all the examinees. Some examinees had more military exploits. After all, military exploits were not only obtained through fighting. Tataya completed the difficult serial tasks, and also gained a lot of military exploits accordingly. What's more important, he continuously created titans, and also gained corresponding huge military exploits. Speaking of which, Tataya's accumulated military exploits were even higher than Song Jian's, reaching nearly 5,000 points. The assessment was over, and only Song Jian and Tataya passed the assessment. Soon, the two entered the assessment settlement interface. Under the starry sky, Song Jian looked at the translucent light screen in front of him, which listed the information in the assessment world. The assessment is over. I defeated all other assessors, and the lowest evaluation should be A level. Right? Song Jian guessed in his heart. However, just before the picture on the light screen reached the final battle, Song Jian used the treasure from the Sky City to build the Cloud City, and the light screen suddenly became stuck, and bursts of snow appeared on the screen. Just like the state when the TV reception signal is not good. This state almost never occurs in the entire game. Soon, lines of text appeared on the screen. The assessment is completed. All resources of the assessor in the assessment world will be recovered and exchanged for war merits. The assessor has occupied 3 main cities, 37 resource points, and 12 military recruitment points in the assessment world, and exchanged for 1,100 points of war merit. The assessor used special treasures in the assessment world and built the Cloud City. The building cannot be recovered and cannot be exchanged for war merits. The game has a logical error. To recycle the Cloud City, the assessor needs to be given a corresponding reward. Please choose one of the following rewards within 30 seconds. Reward 1. The assessment evaluation is upgraded by 1 level. The free attribute points increase by 80 points. And the gold skill points increase by 3 points. Reward 2. The assessor's special skill blood pool summoning technique will be upgraded to angel summoning technique, which can summon 12 archangels to assist in the battle. The archangels last for 1 hour, and the skill cooldown time is 12 hours. Reward 3. The assessor will use the assessment world as his own playing trial space. After giving the reward, a 30-second countdown suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian. After the 30 seconds, the system will randomly give a reward from 3 choices. If the assessment is upgraded by 1 level, the free attribute points will increase by 80 points, and the gold skill points will increase by 3 points. Song Jian's eyes first fell on the first reward. This reward was enough to greatly improve his strength. An increase in the assessment level means more rewards. 80 free attribute points are more than the attribute points obtained by increasing the assessment level by 1 level. Just this many attribute points are the rewards that can only be obtained with an A+ level assessment. There are also 3 gold skill points, which are the items that Song Jian has always dreamed of. They can directly increase the gold skill points by 1 level for any skill that is not proficient enough. It is completely possible to directly increase the Wanjianju by 3 levels. After the 3rd stage of the Sword Energy Palm Pret evolved, a 7-story pagoda phantom appeared in the sky. It seems that Wanjianju can continue to evolve to the 4th stage after the 3rd stage. However, due to the level, the 4th stage cannot be evolved at all. However, after the 3 levels are upgraded at once, the 4th stage pagoda can definitely be evolved completely. At that time, let alone the 50-level commanding level boss. Even if the monster is twice as strong, Song Jian can completely kill it with one move. Song Jian felt that it was worth exchanging a used Cloud City for such a reward. But he did not make a choice immediately, but looked at the other two rewards. The Blood Pool Summoning Technique was upgraded to the Angel Summoning Technique, which was another coveted reward. You must know that with Song Jian's current strength, the Blood Pool Summoning Technique is almost useless, and the construction of the Blood Pool also requires a lot of materials. Until now, it has remained at level 3, and the Blood Slaves summoned are too weak. But after the advancement to the Angel Summoning Technique, 12 beings comparable to level 50 command level bosses were summoned in battle. At this stage, they can sweep through any monster nest. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Even if I reach the 3rd level combat power, this reward is not useless, but the effect will be smaller. I really can't understand why such a reward that destroys the balance of the game is given. Song Jian shook his head and set his eyes on the 3rd reward. Chapter 10:16 God Level Skills. The 3rd reward option looks simple, and the system did not explain the so-called independent trial space, as if it was unwilling for Song Jian to choose this option. Moreover, this reward option did not even show any obvious improvement in Song Jian's strength. After hesitating for a moment, in the last 3 seconds of the countdown, Song Jian still chose the 3rd option. After all, Song Jian had never heard of anyone getting an exclusive trial space. Most importantly, since this option was listed, the value of this option should at least be similar to the first 2 options. I always feel that the system doesn't want me to choose this, Song Jian thought to himself, but the more you don't let me choose, the more I have to choose this. After Song Jian chose the 3rd option, the entire starry sky seemed to stagnate for a few seconds, and even the countdown on the light screen stopped at the last second without moving. This lasted for a full 5 seconds before the system responded. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Hero Kingdom trial space. You have the following permissions for this trial space. 1. Lease. You can lease the plain space permissions to the game system, and you can get 30 attribute points and 1 gold skill point per year. 2. Crossover. During the game time, you have 1 chance to enter the trial space every year, and you can stay in this trial space for 1 month. The time flow rate of the trial space is 30:1 compared to the trial flow rate of the game world. Players who choose the 3rd option will automatically receive the epic quest, Legend of the Obelisk. In the Hero Kingdom trial space, there has always been a legend about 9 obelisks. It is said that the creator god left 9 obelisks in this world. As long as you collect the 9 obelisks, you will gain magical power. Mission content. Collect all 9 obelisks. Mission tips. This mission can be completed by the hero recruited by the player in the trial space. The Hero Kingdom trial space is an intermediate spacetime node. After the player obtains it, the space will be removed from the future trial world selection. Unless you lease it to the game system, you can use it as a trial selection space to a limited extent. Renting? You can make a lot of money. You can get 30 attribute points and 1 gold skill point every year. Song Jian showed a happy look on his face. This is much more cost-effective than selling 80 attribute points and 3 gold skill points at one time. As for the automatically obtained epic task, Song Jian did not plan to do it himself. When he entered this space next time, he would just throw the task to Catherine and Gatuya, with the assistance of 12 archangels, who can be comparable to the 8th level troops. I believe this task should not be difficult for them, using a cloud city that cannot be used in the game world to exchange for the entire world. It is really a big profit. Although Song Jian did not immediately gain an improvement in strength at this time, this is a long-term investment, and he can continuously obtain benefits from this so-called Hero Kingdom plane space in the future. After making the choice, under the starry sky light curtain, the entire process of Song Jian's assessment began to be summarized. And soon, an S-level evaluation was given. Player Song Jian received an S-level evaluation in the 2nd level combat power assessment, and obtained 50 free attribute points and 1 gold skill point. Player Song Jian won the final victory in the 2nd level combat power assessment, and was awarded 100,000 points of combat merit. The rest of the assessors in the camp were awarded 50,000 points of combat merit. Player Song Jian can choose one of the following 10 skill books, with a selection probability of 3% for legendary skills, 11% for epic skills, 38% for gold skills, and 50% for silver skills. Player Song Jian has the right to add God-level skills to his selection, because he has obtained an S-level evaluation. Do you want to use it? God-level skills? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he immediately chose to use it. Of course I will use it. God level skills. The 10,000 swords technique is only at the legendary level. The power of God level skills must be greater than that of the legendary level. I am really looking forward to it. Player Song Jian has used the right to add God level skills. Use it immediately. Soon. One of the 10 skill books emitted a dazzling 7-color divine light, and then slowly disappeared. The probability of choosing a God level skill is 0.02%. Please make a choice within 10 seconds. Good luck. 2 in 10,000? Damn. I thought there was at least a 1 in 10 chance. Song Jian looked at the 10 skill books that kept changing positions in front of him and was stunned. Originally, I thought it was just a choice from 10 skill books. But in fact, there were only 10 positions, and each skill book on them was constantly changing. It was just that from Song Jian's perspective. The backs of these skill books were the same, and there was no change. It's a pity that the lucky gem can't be brought out. This is the time when I need luck the most. Song Jian sighed. He now has 8 points of luck. For ordinary players, the luck value is already very high, but in front of the probability of 2 in 10,000, this luck value is really nothing. In the last second of the countdown, Song Jian selected a skill book in the upper left corner. After the selection was confirmed, the skill book immediately emitted a purple-red light. Epic skill book. Not bad. Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief. At least, it was not silver level. But he felt a little regretful in his heart. This was probably the closest he had ever been to a God level skill. A purple-red light flashed, and a skill book appeared in his parcel column. In an instant, the starry sky space he was in shattered like glass. In a flash, Song Jian suddenly appeared in front of a counter similar to a store. At this time, the counter was full of people, all of whom were examinees who were eliminated from the assessment space. Ah! Another examiner has come. It looks like he should be the final winner. Congratulations. A goblin-like merchant stood in front of the counter of the store, looking at Song Jian with shining eyes. He gave up greeting other examiners and waved to Song Jian, saying, "Respected God-favored one, you can exchange some very good treasures with my war merits. The goods here will definitely satisfy you." Many examiners have exchanged for items they are satisfied with. Even those who were eliminated have a lot of war merits in their hands, and can exchange for a lot of good things here. This can be regarded as a consolation prize. Song Jian thought to himself, but this kind of place does have a lot of treasures that are not available in the game world. My broken kingdom of God was exchanged after the first level combat power assessment. I hope there will be similar treasures here. Damn it. Why are these items limited to the winners? I am willing to pay twice as much for my war merits. Isn't that enough? An examiner with a pair of animal ears showed an ugly look on his face, staring at the goblin merchant fiercely and shouting, "Sorry, this guest. People who haven't even passed the trial are not worthy of owning those special treasures." The goblin merchant glanced at him and said lazily, "And because of your bad attitude, the price of all the goods you choose will be increased by 20%. Chapter 1017 Princess. Tudun and the other 2 examinees who rejected Song Jian's recruitment all had regretful looks on their faces. Damn it. There is still a restriction that only winners can buy it. If I had known, I would have agreed to the recruitment of that God-favored one. Tudun looked at the items that only winners could buy, and his eyes were red with regret. Most of the products displayed on this counter are just ordinary products that can also be purchased in the game world. But what Tudun and his friends really value are those unique products that can only be purchased here. The design drawings of the star-killing cannon, the design drawings of the adaptive steel wall, and the manufacturing drawings of the command-level city guards. I have enough military merit to buy these items, but only the victor can buy them. A examiner who participated in more sieges had a regretful look on his face. Tataya, can you buy these drawings? Tutankhamun turned his head and looked at Tataya. You can buy them, but these items cannot be traded. You can only use them yourself, Tataya said with embarrassment. Tataya, I am willing to hire you to become a vassal of the Tutankhamun family and enjoy the treatment of an elite member, as long as you can buy one of these drawings. Then learn it yourself, and build it for our Tutankhamun family. Tutankhamun's eyes lit up, and he said immediately, but the learning requirements for these drawings are so high. At least you need to be a senior designer. If I have to learn from the beginning. Tataya showed an embarrassment on his face. Our family is willing to provide all resources. Tudun hadn't finished speaking when he heard a sarcastic laugh from a tester next to him. Poochie. It's really funny. Can senior designers also be piled up with resources? A woman in a red dress stared at Tootin with squinted eyes and laughed. What do you think senior designers are? Are they those living professions that can be piled up with resources? Even the simplest architectural designer. If you want to advance from junior to intermediate, if you don't have a certain talent, don't even think about it. Let alone senior designers. If you don't have your own unique design concepts and design works, don't even think about becoming a senior designer. Moreover, do you think there will be no requirements for promotion to senior designers? And you can get up just by accumulating proficiency? Naive. Tootin was stunned, turned his head, and looked at the woman in the red dress. Beautiful. Princess Mylenia. The woman in the red dress turned out to be the daughter of the Grand Duke of the City of Songs. Tootin hurriedly saluted Princess Mylenia and said, "Meet your highness. Thank you for clearing my doubts." Although the Tootin family belongs to the City of Sin, they still have a lot of industries in the City of Songs. And they dare not offend the domineering princess in front of them. Humph. In the assessment world, you killed my subordinate heroes and attacked my castle. But I have never seen you so respectful. Princess Mylenia glanced at Tootin angrily and snorted. What? Her Royal Highness Princess also participated in this assessment? Tootin was sweating coldly. Only then did he realize that he had eliminated too many people in the assessment world. After the elemental camp obtained the Titan Giant manufacturing blueprint, it began to invade the territories of other camps and eliminated all the assessors from other camps. Tootin suddenly thought of something and looked around. He found that the assessor leader of the dungeon camp had left here without knowing when. A bitter look appeared on his face. You know, the assessors of the dungeon and elemental camps almost eliminated most of the people present. For ordinary assessors of the dungeon and elemental camps, others can't remember them. But the assessor leaders of the two camps are definitely impressive figures. Elemental camp. Ha! You did a good job. You beat my hell army to pieces. Good. Good. Prince Sarah looked at Tutankhamun with red eyes, and said with gritted teeth, "Damn. I offended another big guy." Tutankhamun secretly complained in his heart. Okay. Things in the assessment world are all about showing your magical powers. We are eliminated because of our lack of strength and luck. I won't blame you. Princess Mylenia glanced at Tutankhamun coldly and said loudly, "Yes. The Tutankhamun family has such a powerful person. It's a cause for celebration." Prince Sarah also said in a sarcastic tone. Tutankhamun was sweating profusely. The two of them didn't look like they wouldn't blame him at all. You were the one who obtained the Titan manufacturing blueprints in the assessment world, and then almost made the elemental camp turn the tables? Princess Mylenia turned her head and looked at Tataya. Yes. Yes. Your Highness. Tataya nervously bowed to Princess Mylenia. Yes. It's amazing that you can focus on a serial task in the assessment world and complete it by yourself. Princess Mylenia exclaimed. You should know that none of the tasks obtained in the assessment world are simple. Even a lucky gem requires the extermination of a black dragon. It is conceivable that obtaining the Titan manufacturing blueprints requires completing difficult task links. Tataya completed all the tasks and obtained the final reward without the help of others. It can be said that this perseverance and strength has exceeded more than 90% of the people present. If you want, you can come to the City of Holy Songs and be one of my staff members. Mylenia smiled and said, and the rewards you get this time can be used to improve your own strength. My lord. Princess. I wonder if I can help you in any way. Why do you think so highly of me? Tataya was a little excited, but she seemed even more nervous. I just want to know who recruited you in the end. Princess Mylenia asked. Are you talking about the assessor from the human camp? Tataya was stunned and looked up at Princess Mylenia. He is a person favored by God. Not from our world. God's favored one? Mylenia nodded and said, what else? I want to know some details about him. For example, how did the elemental camp lose in the end? What kind of strength does this God's favored one have? Your Highness, I can tell you all this information. Absolutely without any reservation. Tutankhamun said hurriedly, with a flattering smile on his face. Princess Mylenia was stunned, and then suddenly laughed, ha ha. I am also anxious. The information about the God's favored one will probably spread throughout the City of Song soon. So I don't have to rush for a while. At this moment, Song Jian's figure slowly appeared in front of the counter. Seeing this scene, all the examinees, who had not left yet, focused their eyes on him. Who else could appear so late? Except for the final winner? Chapter 1018 Legendary Blueprint. Song Jian looked at the examinees in front of the counter with some strangeness. They all looked at him with strange eyes, as if they were looking at a monster that had mixed into the crowd. Sir! Tataya stepped forward excitedly and shouted respectfully. Song Jian glanced at Tataya and smiled. Tataya, we have come out of the assessment world. You are not a hero I recruited now. You don't need to call me sir. Hee hee. This is the lord of the human camp, who finally won and passed the assessment. He is so young. Princess Mylinia walked over with a smile, and the people around her made way for her. Song Jian glanced at Mylinia. Although this girl was not very old, she exuded the temperament of a noble lady, with a domineering feeling. It was just a fluke. Song Jian smiled and nodded slightly to Mylinia. I am the daughter of Grand Duke Shilai of the City of Holy Songs. Mylinia, it's a pleasure to meet you. The one favored by God. Mylinia stretched out her right hand and handed it over. Song Jian thought Mylinia was going to shake hands with him, but he soon saw that Mylinia's back of the hand was facing up. Her wrist was slightly tilted, and the whole arm gave people a very lazy feeling. Kissing the hand? Song Jian suddenly thought of the most common etiquette of Westerners. However, Song Jian was not familiar with this, so he just reached out and gently held Mylinia's fingertips and shook them twice. The unique subtlety of Oriental people? Mylinia's beautiful eyes lit up, and she laughed. I am Song Jian, the mayor of the City of Hope. It's a pleasure to meet you, Princess Mylinia, Song Jian said with a smile. Mayor? You are actually a mayor, which is amazing. Mylinia was shocked. You know, as a mayor, you have the qualifications to be on an equal footing with your father, Lord Shilai. It's just a small city that has just been built. It's nothing, Song Jian said modestly. That's great. I hope to be your friend. Welcome to visit the City of Hymns. I will definitely treat you well, Mylinia said with a smile. The man in front of her has infinite potential, and City of Hope has also caught Mylinia's eye. She will definitely investigate everything about the City of Hope carefully after returning. Making friends with such people will be very important for me to inherit the position of Grand Duke in the future, Mylinia thought to herself. Tudin and his men also came over and chatted with Song Jian. They were enemies in the assessment world before, but after leaving the assessment world, many people saw Song Jian's potential. In this assessment of 100 people, only one person actually won. Such strength won the respect of everyone. City Lord? Tataya was shocked. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him actually owned a real city. This was a big shot that he could not even see normally. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, the goblin merchant behind the counter, with an impatient expression on his face, tapped the counter table with his fingers and shouted angrily, How long are you guys going to stay here? If you don't leave, I can't get off work. Time is money. My friend, I am usually very busy. Please don't waste my time. You only have 5 minutes to buy now. If you exceed the time, all your war achievements will be invalid. Please choose as soon as possible. After saying that, the goblin merchant smiled brightly at Song Jian again, of course. As the winner of this assessment, there is no time limit. You can carefully check the properties of these products and make the most reasonable choice. Tudin, Mylinia, everyone. When they heard that there was only a 5-minute limit, the elites, who originally wanted to get together with Song Jian and expand their network of contacts, all crowded in front of the counter and exchanged items with their own military merits. You know, treasures like this that can only be exchanged after taking the assessment are not only precious, but also rare. Most of them have a limited number. If they are sold out, the people behind will not be able to buy them. This dark gold quality longsword is good. I'll buy it, and I'll exchange the remaining merit points for Doomsday coins. Is a silver quality accessory so expensive? It actually costs 5,400 merit points? Forget it. Just buy it. This attribute and special effect are simply specially designed for my profession. The remaining merit points can be exchanged for Doomsday coins. I want this skill book and this gauntlet. The remaining 3 merit points can be exchanged for Doomsday coins. Thank you. After a while, almost all the examinees spent their merit points and were forcibly transferred out by the goblin merchant. Only Song Jian and Tataya were left at the scene, because they were also in the final winning camp. The goblin merchant was also somewhat dissatisfied with Tataya, but he could not use his authority to force him to spend and transfer out. Sir, I wonder if I can continue to be your vassal like in the assessment world, Tataya asked nervously. Tataya knew that the man in front of him was a golden thigh thicker than Princess Mylenia. If he could hug him, he would have a place to rely on for the rest of his life. Oh, do you want to join the City of Hope? Welcome. Song Jian smiled. Being able to recruit natives in the game world is much better for Song Jian in terms of safety and practicality. But he doesn't want everyone. He must have some special skills. Tataya, there is no time to get to know you in the assessment world. Can you tell me what you are best at? Song Jian asked. Sir, I am best at engineering. And I have obtained the qualification of an engineering master. Tataya said with a little pride. You know, people who can practice life professions to the master level are rare even in the game world. Engineering? Song Jian pondered. After all, he has already recruited a master of engineering. Dr. burst in. If there is another master of engineering, the functions will be somewhat redundant. But at least he is a master. So it is not bad to recruit him. Okay, Tataya, I can build an engineering laboratory for you. You have the right to choose your own research topic. But you have to know that Hope City already has an engineering master. So you need to fight for the usual research funds yourself. How much can be issued in the end depends on your research results. Song Jian nodded and said, Do we already have an engineering master? Tataya was shocked. But he would not miss this opportunity. He nodded and said to Song Jian, Sir, please rest assured. I will not let you down. As he said that, Tataya seemed to have made up his mind. He turned to the counter and said to the goblin merchant, Please show me the legendary blueprint. Thank you. Chapter 1019. Urban Adaptive Defense Absorption Nano-Robot Manufacturing Blueprint Legendary. After using it, you can learn to manufacture Urban Adaptive Defense Absorption Nano-Robots. Usage requirements, Engineering Master Level 3. Song Jian took a look at the blueprint emitting purple gold light. This is a blueprint that only those who have passed the assessment are eligible to purchase. And it requires 86,000 points of military merit. If it weren't for the 50,000 points of military merit awarded to those who passed the assessment, I'm afraid Tataya wouldn't have so many military merits to buy this blueprint. Tataya, are you going to take the city defense route in the future? Song Jian asked. Master, this nanorobot involves dozens of technologies. The third level of engineering master is only the minimum requirement. If you want to manufacture it completely, I estimate that at least the 8th level is required. Tataya said confidently. But once this item is manufactured, whether it is city defense, combat, or monitoring, this absorption nanorobot will play a key role. Song Jian nodded and read the introduction of the nanorobot. This robot can be spread into a 3 mm thick metal liquid and absorbed on the surface of any building to enhance defense. At the same time, when fighting is needed, it can also condense itself to form a 3-meter tall humanoid robot, which can condense various cold weapons by itself and has extremely strong combat power. It feels a bit like the liquid metal robot in the movie, Song Jian thought to himself. However, the intelligent program of this absorbing nanorobot is obviously not as exaggerated as in the movie. It has only a low level of autonomous judgment. Certain instructions must be set in advance, and the command of the main control room must be accepted at any time when using it. Otherwise, the intelligence is used as an external armor. Sir, if you can really study this blueprint thoroughly, you may be able to make external liquid metal skeleton armor for soldiers in the future, which will greatly enhance the strength of the soldiers. Tataya said. Oh, it sounds good. So your research direction in the future will be this legendary blueprint? Song Jian asked. Of course. There are many key difficulties that need to be overcome one by one. I estimate that it will take at least 3 years to form combat effectiveness, Tataya said. Song Jian nodded and directly gave Tataya resident status of the City of Hope with the City Lord's order, asking him to go directly to the City of Hope and report to Wang Qi after returning to the game world. After Tataya excitedly used the legendary quality blueprint, his figure slowly disappeared and left the place. Only the goblin merchant and Song Jian were left in the entire space. Okay, the other people have left. Now is the shopping time for the real winners of the entire assessment. Please choose the items you want to buy. The goblin merchant smiled and said, It doesn't matter if you don't have enough military merits. I have a function to exchange Doomsday coins with military merits. But it is only open to the winners of the assessment. What? It can be like this? Song Jian was stunned. Then can I buy all the items here? You know, any commodity sold here can be easily sold at 2 or 3 times the price. If you can really exchange Doomsday coins for war merit, then this is a huge loophole. Of course, there is a certain limit. 100,000 war merit can only be exchanged for 100,000 war merit at most. The goblin merchant laughed. Then how many Doomsday coins are needed to exchange for 100,000 war merit? Song Jian couldn't help asking. 100 million Doomsday coins. The goblin merchant smiled. Song Jian, I have 100,000 war merit here. Can I exchange it for 100 million Doomsday coins? Song Jian asked immediately. You are joking. Sir, if you want to exchange for military merits, one battle can be exchanged for 100 Doomsday coins. The goblin merchant laughed. Song Jian suddenly felt that all goblins were profiteers. Opening the product interface, Song Jian carefully checked it. First, he directly skipped those high-quality drawings. As a city lord, he no longer needed to study life professions. Naturally, there were all kinds of life profession players, or NPCs coming to the City of Hope to seek a stable residence. In this case, Song Jian could not find any talent he needed. If a life profession player was not a master, Song Jian would probably not even look at him. Then, there were the skill books. Song Jian simply omitted those that everyone could buy, and only searched for them in the interface that only the winner could buy. There were a wide variety of skill books of various professions and grades. The highest legendary and the lowest dark gold quality. But there were not many that were suitable for Song Jian. Only 5 epic level and 3 legendary swordsmanship books? Song Jian was a little disappointed. These swordsmanships were all common skills for swordsman professions. And there was no core professional skill for sword immortals like 10,000 swords. For Song Jian, even if he bought it, it would be food for the 10,000 swordsmanship to devour. But even an epic level skill book would cost 70,000 to 80,000 military merits. And 3 legendary level swordsmanship books. The cheapest one would cost more than 180,000 military merits. Unless I really want to be a sucker and exchange 100 million Doomsday coins for 100,000 war merits, I can't buy even one copy of this legendary sword technique. Song Jian glanced at his war merits and thought to himself. Song Jian now has more than 110,000 war merits, which should be the most among all people. But when he saw these goods, Song Jian really realized that he was really too poor. If I had known earlier that I would have earned more war merits in the assessment world, Song Jian thought to himself. In fact, in the assessment world, Song Jian had plenty of opportunities to earn war merits, as long as he built the Cloud City from the beginning. With the strength of 12 level 8 soldiers, he could completely sweep across a large area. But unfortunately, Song Jian was reluctant to give up Yunzhong City. He had no choice but to build it in the end, wasting many opportunities to gain military merit. Is there any item like the Broken Kingdom of God? Song Jian asked directly, flipping through the item interface page by page. Treasures like this are generally not sold. The goblin merchant showed an embarrassment on his face. But after secretly glancing at Song Jian, he sighed and said, but since it is the request of the honorable winner, then I can find it for you. As he said, the goblin merchant bent down and began to search under the counter. After a while, the goblin merchant took out a white jade statue from under the counter and placed it on the counter. This is a statue of the goddess of war. Of course, she has fallen. This statue contains a broken godhead of the goddess of war. The goblin merchant rubbed his hands and said, the broken kingdom of God that you obtained before is actually the relic left after her defeat. If you buy this statue and place it in the broken kingdom of God, you can revive the fallen goddess of war. Song Jian looked at the goblin merchant with a look like a fool, and was speechless. Am I sick? I spent so much effort to revive a god? What good will it do me? If she is resurrected, won't the kingdom of God that I bought with great difficulty become hers again? After all, it is her own thing. How can I snatch it from her? Song Jian couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, although the broken kingdom of God is now bound to Song Jian's soul, who can become a god? Which one is a simple commodity? Who knows what kind of means she has? After all, this kingdom of God originally belonged to her. Song Jian is using the broken kingdom of God very well now. Just this one can enter and exit at any time, allowing him to enter and exit any dangerous place at will. It's not like that. The goblin merchant waved his hands and explained. Chapter 1019 Sword Chi Transformation. It turns out that the original owner of the broken kingdom of God that Song Jian had obtained before had been completely destroyed in the God-falling war. The remaining kingdom of God, the Godhead, and the divine fire had been floating in the void for thousands of years. and then were taken out of the void by the game system. That is, the god of creation in the eyes of the NPC, and sold as special commodities. There are many items like this in the whole world, and only those who have achieved excellent results in the combat power assessment are eligible to obtain them. This is a shortcut to the road to the gods, and many ancient families have records about this. As for the resurrection of the original owner that Song Jian was worried about, it would never happen. The body and soul were completely destroyed, and even the most primitive soul imprint was broken, which is equivalent to this person no longer existing in this world. Even if there are millions of believers praying day and night, these dead gods cannot be resurrected. The resurrection mentioned by the goblin merchant is a resurrection in another sense. In fact, it is equivalent to creating another existence similar to the intelligent brain of the kingdom of God, which assists Song Jian in managing the kingdom of God. It is not a person or God in the actual sense. After some explanation, Song Jian finally understood. Looking at the statue on the counter, he said with a curled mouth, "How much money does this godhood cost?" "No. How many war merits?" Hee. "Not much. Only 100,000 war merits will be enough. And I want to make it clear that this godhood is just a broken godhood, with only 1/10 of the original power, which is probably barely equivalent to a godhood of weaker power. After taking it back, it is best to nurture it for a period of time before merging it with the kingdom of God. At the same time, you must also leave your spiritual imprint during the gestation period," said the goblin merchant. "Only 1/10? What about the rest?" Song Jian asked curiously. Of course it was broken. The fragments of the godhead are good things. They can be used to create artifacts, increase the power of one's own godhead, and make god coins. However, most of the godheads of the goddess of war have been scattered in the depths of the void. When you have the power of the gods, you can go to the void to search for them. Maybe you will get something," said the goblin merchant. "Become a god?" Song Jian smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. With only one profession, Song Jian has only touched a corner now. As for becoming a more powerful god, it is really a long and unrealistic idea. In fact, you have already embarked on the road to becoming a god, the goblin merchant said mysteriously. "Don't you find it strange that every time you take the test, your test results are different from others?" Song Jian was stunned. He also discovered that he could explain the special situation during the first level combat power test as good luck. But during the second level combat power test, as soon as he entered the test hall, the corresponding test door changed. It felt like it was open specifically for him. "Is there any explanation for this?" Song Jian asked hurriedly. Hee. "I can't reveal the specific situation. Violations will be severely punished." The goblin merchant touched his 2 mouse whiskers and said with a smile, "I can only say that you are now on the right path. Just keep going. If you pass each combat power test with excellent results, you will have a place of God that belongs to you." Song Jian was silent for a long while, and finally a smile appeared on his face. He nodded and paid 100,000 war merits to buy the white jade statue. After that, the goblin merchant gave the matching breeding method and fusion method. This was a bonus and did not require war merits. But in fact, these 2 methods were the secret methods that many people dreamed of. Like those methods of forging artifacts with divine power and making divine coins with divine power. They were secret methods that could only be passed on between gods. With more than 10,000 war merits left, Song Jian exchanged for another dark gold quality skill book and fused it with the 10,000 swords technique. At this time, the proficiency of the 10,000 swords technique had reached 98%. He only needed another dark gold quality skill book to upgrade to a higher level. Moreover, Song Jian did not hesitate to use the gold skill point he obtained after the assessment on the 10,000 swords technique, raising the level of the 10,000 swords technique to level 9. At this time, the level of the 10,000 swords technique is 98% of level 9. The level 9 10,000 swords technique can summon 50 to 300 spirit swords, and the damage of each spirit sword is increased by 10%. At the same time, in addition to the increased damage, there is also an additional shattering effect, which means that the spirit sword attack has a certain chance of directly shattering the target, which is equivalent to another instant death effect, which is very scary. There is also an epic skill book. Song Jian put the white jade statue into the parcel column, took a look at the epic skill book that was quietly lying in the parcel column, and showed a hesitant look on his face. The skill books extracted are all skill books for this profession. This one is also a skill for the sword master profession. Sword Chi Transformation. This skill book is a passive skill. After releasing the sword energy can evolve into various shapes, while increasing the damage. It will also have different damage effects due to different transformations. However, this transformation has a lot of randomness and is not controlled by the releaser himself, which makes Song Jian a little embarrassed. Moreover, now that he has the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art, Song Jian is not short of these attack skills. Instead, he wants to get skills with special effects like Sword Shadow Clone and Azure Dragon Sword Body. The proficiency has been raised to 98%. It's a bit extravagant to upgrade with this epic skill book. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to learn it first. If he finds it not useful in the future, he can swallow it after the 10,000 Swords technique is upgraded again. At least it can avoid waste. Sword Chi Transformation Passive. Level 1 0%. Skill Effect. When performing any Sword Chi skill, the shape of all things will be randomly evolved to enhance the power and effect of Sword Chi. Skill Consumption. None. Skill Cooldown Time. None. Skill Trigger Condition. Sword Chi Attack. A passive skill. Simple introduction. So shabby that it doesn't look like an epic skill. Song Jian took a look and threw it behind his mind. He didn't care, and didn't have any expectations for it. After you take the Godhead back, nurture it as soon as possible. Otherwise this treasure will be sensed by other legendary figures, who want to ignite the divine fire and become gods. Even if there are spatial isolation methods. The Goblin Merchant reminded again. Isn't it safe to put it in the parcel column? Song Jian was stunned, nodded, and his figure slowly disappeared. Seeing that the last examiner had also left, the Goblin Merchant's body began to change slowly, and the surrounding counters and commodity shelves also began to slowly twist and deform, just like adding milk to a cup of coffee. As it was stirred, the shape of the milk slowly twisted and deformed, forming a vortex-like pattern. The entire space changed silently, and finally formed a magnificent palace. The place where the Goblin Merchant sat originally became a throne several tens of meters wide. A god who was hundreds of meters high sat on the throne. His eyes, like the moon and the sun, emitting endless light. Finally found an interesting little guy. I hope you can grow up as soon as possible. You don't have much time left. The deep voice and laughter of the tall god echoed throughout the temple. Chapter 1020 Pregnant Spirit. After leaving the assessment world, Song Jian did not come to the assessment hall, but appeared directly in his manor castle. After the second level combat power assessment, Song Jian can continue to upgrade his level. Otherwise, he will be stuck at level 50 and unable to gain combat experience. However, after taking a look at the combat experience upgraded to the next level, Song Jian suddenly had a headache. It was another step up from level 40. If it was an ordinary player, I am afraid that in a year of game time, he could only upgrade one level at most. And this thing, it's a bit difficult. Song Jian glanced at the white jade statue in his hand. A faint golden light slowly spread from the inside of the statue, and the invisible wave continued to spread outward, which could be transmitted to a very far place. Even if it was put into the parcel column, this invisible wave did not disappear, but became extremely weak. It must be conceived as soon as possible, leaving its own spiritual imprint, and then merged with the broken kingdom of God. Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian did not dare to put the fragment of the divine nature that had not completed the soul pregnancy step into the kingdom of God. Who knows what strange things will happen when an ownerless fragment of the divine nature comes into contact with the original kingdom of God. Tell the butler George that I need to practice in secret for a period of time. The entire manor castle is closed, and no one is allowed to see. After Song Jian gave the order, he entered the basement of the manor castle. There was no other items here except the blood pool. It was the safest place in the entire manor castle. The blood in the blood pool seemed to be boiling forever, bubbling. Song Jian could feel that the blood pool seemed to be constantly nurturing essences. But as soon as these essences appeared, they were absorbed by the blood slaves scattered around the manor castle. At this time, the manor castle no longer needed blood slaves to guard and hunt monsters that accidentally broke in. At this time, the manor castle had become the core of the City of Hope. It was under construction for dozens of kilometers, and no monster could survive. Song Jian took out the white jade statue, stuck it to his forehead, and kept this posture motionless. In fact, the moment he put his hand on the white jade statue, Song Jian's spiritual power had already begun to infect the white jade statue. It was like breaking the door lock of a strange room in order to enter it. The soul pregnancy technique that Song Jian learned was equivalent to the lock-picking technique, which was to open the door of a strange room and then take the room for himself. Of course, this method could only be used on ownerless godheads. Otherwise, if the invaded room had an owner, no matter how good the lock-picking technique was, it would alarm the owner of the room and cause him to counterattack. At that time, let alone occupying the room, he would probably be beaten black and blue by the owner of the room. Song Jian's spiritual power was like a tide, infecting the white jade statue wave after wave. In Song Jian's sea of consciousness, there was no white jade statue in front of him, but a golden fireball that was like the sun, emitting infinite light and heat. The golden light was like a substance, burning fiercely. Once Song Jian's spiritual power touched it, it was like pouring a bucket of water on the fireball, and it immediately produced a violent reaction. Once this erosion step is started, it is difficult to interrupt it in the middle. Otherwise, the eroded spiritual power will turn into nutrients for the Godhead, allowing this ownerless Godhead fragment to grow and develop, and it will be more difficult to erode it next time. Song Jian invested all the free attribute points awarded after the second-level combat power assessment into his mental attributes. At this time, Song Jian's mental attributes had exceeded 200 points and reached 215 points. In the real world, such a high mental power can already have an impact on other people's consciousness, similar to the effect of hypnosis, which is a very scary thing. At this time, in the void, the blue mental power swept like a tide, rushing towards the golden light ball wave after wave. The whole process looked very boring. Only after the light ball was completely eroded by mental power, Song Jian could imprint his mental imprint inside it, and the soul pregnancy step was completed. Knowing that Song Jian had passed the second-level combat power assessment and returned to the City of Hope, Wang Qi and other managers of the City of Hope came to the City Lord's mansion with hope, wanting to meet Song Jian. After all, during the time he was away, the City of Hope was also developing, and a lot of things had accumulated, and Song Jian needed to make decisions. Many things had to be achieved through Song Jian's City Lord seal. At this time, Wang Qi and others understood why Song Jian was willing to give them all such great power. Because of the existence of the City Lord seal, these managers could not betray at all. Anything they did would be reflected by the City Lord seal, and Song Jian could see it at a glance. And it is also very easy to dismiss them. You just need to take back their rights through the City Lord seal. It is very simple and convenient. What? The City Lord is in seclusion? Wang Qi was a little surprised when he saw the white-haired NPC George. Maybe it's because the City Lord has gained a lot after passing the second-level combat power assessment, and it takes a while to adapt. A recruited NPC manager said in a low voice while touching his chin. When will the City Lord end his seclusion? We need to meet him, Wang Qi said. Sorry, everyone. The City Lord is in seclusion and has not given a specific time. I don't know when he will come out, George said with regret. Hey, I hope the City Lord will come out soon. I have a lot of things waiting for him to make a decision. Wang Qi sighed and shook his head. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, a week had passed. The teleportation array of the City of Hope had begun to open to many cities. Tataya also had his own laboratory in the City of Hope and began to devote all his energy to the research of absorption nanorobots. On this day, outside the sheltering black mist, a middle-aged man in a robe looked at the rolling black mist in front of him with a surprised smile on his face. This is it. I didn't expect that in such a backward and remote place there would be fragments of the Godhead. It's unbelievable. The middle-aged man muttered to himself and slowly walked towards the sheltering black mist. As soon as he approached the sheltering black fog, he heard a beast-like roar from the black fog, which immediately changed his face. This is city-level defense. What a powerful means. As expected, the fragments of the Godhead are not so easy to obtain. The middle-aged man paused, and a pair of golden light bloomed in his eyes, trying to see clearly what kind of existence is in the black fog. But no matter how hard he tried, he could only see a range of about 10 meters in the black fog at most. It was impossible to penetrate the black fog and see the scene inside. This is a defense method that only the main city has. A drop of cold sweat slid down Sasamiya's forehead, and the golden light in his eyes slowly dissipated. Looking at the rolling black fog in front of him, a look of hesitation and struggle appeared on his face. Chapter 1021 Necromancer. Sasamaya is a necromancer. Level 80. With the strength of the peak of the second level combat power. In fact, 3 years ago, he already had the strength to challenge the third level combat power assessment. But he never succeeded in the challenge. No one can stop me from becoming a legend. Sasamaya stared at the rolling black mist of protection in front of him. And his face gradually became ferocious. Taking out a bone staff, Sasamaya summoned several skeleton soldiers with elite level boss. These skeleton soldiers were more than 2 meters tall, wearing heavy armor made of magic iron, holding a heavy sword in their hands. If it weren't for the black undead aura emanating from their bodies, they would look like human heavy armored warriors. So Simia didn't know that the sheltering black fog had an entrance and exit, and thought that this was an unowned land. The fluctuations emitted by the fragment of the godhead came from the depths of this unowned land. With such a powerful defense facility, if it were normal, so Simia would bypass such an area even if he encountered it. After all, with such a powerful defense facility, it means that the monsters inside, whether in terms of quantity or quality, are not something that he, a person whose strength has not yet reached the third level combat power, can explore. However, the fluctuations of the fragment of the godhead have always attracted his attention, making him unable to stop. If he can obtain this fragment of the godhead, whether he absorbs it to enhance his strength, or uses it to make his own exclusive equipment, or uses it to trade with others, he can gain great benefits. Let alone a peak second level existence. Even those who have reached the third level combat power, or even the legendary combat power, cannot resist the attraction of a divine fragment. For those legendary characters who have surpassed the third level existence, the Doomsday coin has no appeal to them, because the items that can be purchased with the Doomsday coin have no effect on them. They need to use another currency, the God coin. And the God coin is made of divine fragments. If Sasamaya can get a divine fragment, it will be a huge fortune for him, allowing him to easily cross the bottleneck of the peak of the second level combat power and reach the third level combat power. I have failed the third level combat power assessment 3 times. I must not fail again next time. So Simia whispered, as if to encourage himself, controlling several powerful skeleton warriors. So Simia slowly walked towards the sheltering black fog, and soon his figure disappeared in the black fog. After entering the black fog, so Simia felt many powerful auras, including the undead aura that he was most familiar with. There are undead creatures here? So Simia smiled. As a necromancer, he is best at dealing with undead creatures. After a while, so Simia felt that huge stone men surrounded him, and the skeleton warriors he controlled. Each of these stone monsters had the strength of a level 50 elite boss. Such strength was nothing for a level 80 necromancer. At the beginning, he could calmly control a few skeleton warriors to hunt these stone men. But soon, he noticed something strange. Why are there so many? So Simia frowned. Even if it was just a level 50 elite boss, if there were more than a certain number, it would still be a threat to him. Several skeleton warriors showed signs of decline in front of the swarming stone guardians. Although the skeleton warriors did not run out of energy, it was very strenuous to deal with several stone men at the same time. The armor made of magic iron had begun to crack. It was afraid that it would not be long before these skeleton warriors, who had been made with great difficulty, would return to the underworld. We can't fight hard. We must get through as soon as possible, Sasamaya said in his heart. Just as he was controlling the skeleton warriors to break through, he suddenly felt a familiar breath. A group of huge skeletons over 10 meters tall were slowly surrounding them. Each of these huge skeletons had the strength of a level 60 Lord level boss. For Sasamaya, who had not yet broken through the peak of the second level combat power, it was definitely a huge threat. But after feeling these undead creatures, so Simia not only did not retreat, but a hint of joy appeared on his face. What a pleasant surprise! I didn't expect that there were such high-grade undead creatures hidden here. The most important thing is that these undead creatures have no control consciousness, and only act on instinct. Ha! It's like sending me a battle pet. So Simia laughed wildly. He was going to continue to summon undead creatures. But he stopped suddenly. Every time you summon undead creatures from your own undead space, you have to consume mental power. And the number of summons each time is limited. The more powerful the undead creatures are, the more mental power they consume. In addition, in order to maintain their existence in this world, he also needs to consume a lot of mental power. Therefore, although the necromancer is also a magic profession, It is the mage profession that lacks blue the most. After a while, more than a dozen skeleton lords over 10 meters tall appeared in front of Sosimia. They held huge black bone knives about 6 meters long and chopped at the skeleton warriors fiercely. The strong pressure caused the ground around the skeleton warriors to crack. All the stone men who besieged the skeleton warriors began to flee around. Some stone men who could not withstand the strong pressure even collapsed and shattered. Boom! The thunderous impact sounded in the protective black fog. The skeleton warriors, who were hit, could not even piece together a complete corpse. They were all shattered into palm-sized bone fragments. Almost in an instant, all the skeleton warriors were hacked to death, and Sosimia didn't even have the chance to take them back to the undead space. A milky white soul floated up from the broken bones of the skeleton warrior, and was about to return to Sosimia's undead space. But the skeleton lord, who hacked it to death, opened his mouth, and sucked the soul of the skeleton warrior into his mouth. So powerful. Sosimia didn't care about the loss of several skeleton warriors at all. His eyes flashed with scarlet light, staring at the dozen skeleton lords in front of him, and his face showed ecstasy. Underworld creatures, in the name of Hades, the king of the underworld, make an ancient contract with me, Sosimia muttered, and his dry right hand threw the bone staff aside. An array of black light bloomed from his fingertips, and began to draw a huge and complex magic circle in front of him. This is the magic circle used by the necromancer to conclude a contract with the undead creatures. Once the magic circle is formed, it can force any undead creature to conclude a summoning contract and collect it into its own undead space. However, the necromancer can only conclude a contract with undead creatures that are not weaker than himself. For these level 60 lord bosses, Sosmia's chance of successfully concluding a contract is only 50 to 50 at most. As if feeling threatened, more than a dozen skeleton lords turned around, stared at Sosmia, and roared at him silently. This was a roar that only the soul could feel, and it was even more terrifying than the banshee's howl skill. However, the staff that Sosmia threw aside automatically floated up and blocked Sosmia. At the same time, a transparent light curtain bloomed from the staff, protecting Sosmia firmly. Chapter 1022 Threat. These skeleton lords are not a threat to Sosmia, but a gift to her. You know, even if you are a powerful necromancer, you can't recruit undead creatures without materials. This is why powerful necromancers always have to cultivate their own cemeteries. Just like elemental mages have to start building their own towers after reaching a certain level. Sosmia's cemetery has not been built, because in this world, rashly building a cemetery is very noticeable and may be wanted by all humans. After all, the construction of a cemetery requires at least 100,000 skeletons. However, by chance, Sosimia opened up a half-plane-like undead space. Although this undead space occupied a large part of his mental power limit, it was also very useful. Facing the attack of more than a dozen skeleton lords, Sosimia did not panic at all, but began to perform the slave contract calmly. Under the defensive light curtain released by the staff, Sosimia and the skeleton lords forcibly signed the master-slave contract. Although these skeleton lords united, they could pose a threat to him, but if they were separated, they were no match for this second-level peak undead mage. So the contract was signed very smoothly. However, the price of signing the contract smoothly is that all the mana stored in his staff will be consumed. In the next 12 days, the 9 kinds of undead magic stored in his staff will not be able to be cast instantly. This is really my lucky place. Sosmia looked at these powerful skeleton lords 10 meters high, smiled, and continued to explore the black fog. Song Jian continued to use his spirit to erode the fragments of the godhead in his hand in the basement of the city lord's mansion, while Wang Qi and others waited patiently in the city lord's mansion. They could not feel the fluctuation of the godhead, but they all knew that Song Jian went to participate in the second-level combat power assessment. Seeing that Song Jian went into seclusion as soon as he came back, they all thought that he had passed the assessment and his strength had greatly increased. Now he is adapting to the powerful strength. Therefore, although they were all waiting, they did not show an anxious look, but instead looked relaxed and talked to each other. At this moment, a man in a white robe suddenly showed a strange look on his face. He took out a palm-sized crystal ball from the parcel column with a slightly nervous look and began to cast a spell on the crystal ball. The man's name is Lu Zihao. He is the person in charge of the astrology tower in the City of Hope. Among all the managers, he is a high-ranking one, but his ability should not be underestimated. Seeing Lu Zihao suddenly start to cast a spell, All the managers stopped talking and focused their eyes on him. Lu Zihao's profession is an epic profession. The master of divination. This profession does not have much attack power, but is good at using the power of divination to discover surrounding threats, or things that are beneficial to oneself in advance. God of War. What have you discovered? A man of about the same age as Lu Zihao couldn't help but ask curiously after seeing Lu Zihao finish casting the spell. I feel a strong threat, Lu Zihao whispered. The fact that he could sense it meant that this strong threat was not far away from everyone. Everyone was shocked. The people who originally felt that they had no opponents in the Doomsday City all gathered around and looked at the crystal ball curiously, wanting to see what the existence described by Lu Zihao as a huge threat was. I guess there are not many people who can pose a strong threat to us now. Right? A manager said with a smile. Unless the ancient red dragon comes again. But to be honest, it's hard to tell what the red dragon's strength is. Can't tell? Humph. I don't think he dares to even take a look. I estimate that it is at least the peak of the 3rd level combat power. Or even a legendary dragon. Otherwise, how could it release such a powerful dragon power? Yes, I also think it should be legendary. I feel that one breath of its dragon can destroy our city. Don't talk. Take a good look. Lu Zihao's divination is still good. Everyone looked at the crystal ball in Lu Zihao's hand quietly. The originally transparent crystal ball began to roll up white mist. And then the mist gradually turned black. After a while, the whole crystal ball was filled with thick black mist. After watching for a long time, the scene in the crystal ball did not change. Apart from the rolling black fog, nothing else could be seen. What is this? The huge threat is a ball of black fog? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. Is it a monster that can control the black fog? Someone guessed. Hey, why do I look at it? It looks a bit like the protective black fog outside the city? Someone suddenly shouted. Everyone was stunned and looked carefully. Sure enough, the rolling black fog in the crystal ball was exactly the same as the protective black fog around the Doomsday City. Could it be that the protective black fog has mutated and is threatening us? It's impossible. The sheltering black mist is just a defense facility of the Doomsday City. It's a dead object. We haven't occupied the entire Doomsday City yet. And we haven't completely controlled the sheltering black mist. How could it pose a threat to us? I think we should close the black mist channel first. What if it came from the black mist channel? After the establishment of the City of Hope, only one road was open to go out through the black mist. This is because there is a place in the City of Hope that borders the sheltering black mist. Otherwise, the system would not allow the City of Hope to have such a road. As the Deputy City Lord, Wang Qi naturally has the right to open and close the black mist channel at any time. Soon, he closed the entire black mist channel with a few operations. And the road, which was originally 10 meters wide, was quickly occupied by the black mist. However, this did not reduce Lu Zihao's sense of threat. The crystal ball was still filled with thick black fog. If it's not a black fog passage, then what is it? Could it be that someone can pass through the protective black fog? Someone suddenly screamed. In the eyes of all managers, there is almost no one who can pass through the black fog, because the protective black fog is too powerful. Not only is the range wide, but it can also suppress perception. Walking a few dozen meters and it will completely lose the direction. The black fog is also full of corrosive breath. And there are countless boss guards in it. How could anyone pass through the black fog? Look! There seems to be a figure in the black fog. Someone pointed at the crystal ball and shouted. Everyone looked towards the crystal ball. In the thick black fog, there seemed to be a figure, slowly moving. The figure was wearing a black robe, his face hidden in the hood, holding a bone staff, and slowly moving in the black fog. Suddenly, the figure stopped. He seemed to notice someone peeping at him. He slowly put down his hood and looked up at the air with a pair of scarlet eyes. In everyone's view, he seemed to be looking at everyone through the crystal ball. Interesting. Sasamiya's dry cheeks showed a smile. He didn't expect that someone could peek at him in the black fog. It seems that if he wants to obtain the fragments of the Godhead, he will have to go through some trouble. Chapter 1023 Invasion. Seeing the pair of scarlet eyes in the black fog, even though they were separated by a crystal ball, everyone also felt a strong evil aura coming towards them. Damn it. Such an existence is not something we can deal with. I feel that its strength is not as good as that of the ancient red dragon, but it is stronger than all of us present. I am afraid that no one except the city lord can be its opponent. Nonsense. How can a being that can pass through the protective black fog be dealt with by those of us who only have first-level combat power? Notify the city defense forces to be on alert. The orbital cannon is turned on and ready to fire at any time. And turn on the first-level alert. Wang Qi issued orders in an orderly manner. The entire City of Hope, like a huge machine, began to move slowly. The teleportation array was temporarily closed, and the hired NPC city defense soldiers walked up the wall. The huge magic crystal railgun also began to enter the energy storage state. Sir, I think with the means we have now, we can only temporarily stop it. And we can't repel it. Lu Zihao whispered to Wang Qi. As a fortune teller, Lu Zihao can accurately predict the results of every event. For Wang Qi, this ability can play a very good auxiliary role and help him make judgments that are beneficial to the City of Hope. You mean, the City of Hope might be destroyed because of it? Wang Qi frowned and asked in a low voice. No. I mean, we need to hold it back. The longer the better. Lu Zihao's forehead was bulging with veins. His face showed an uncomfortable look, and the pupils of his eyes were covered with a layer of light white. It's very powerful, but it's not enough to destroy the city. We still have a chance. Lu Zihao trembled slightly and continued, the City Lord is strong enough to deal with him. As long as we can hold it back until the City Lord comes out, this crisis will be over. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Zihao rolled his eyes and fell down softly. Wang Qi hugged him and ordered the servants in the City Lord's mansion to take Lu Zihao down to rest. Every time Lu Zihao used his ability, he would exhaust all his energy. Sometimes, in order to accurately predict the direction of events, he would even consume Lu Zihao's qi and blood value. And this consumption was permanent. In other words, every time he made an accurate prediction, Lu Zihao's qi and blood value limit would be permanently reduced. Huh? Does it mean that every time the City of Hope encounters a crisis, it can only rely on Song Jian alone? Hua Qi's face was ugly. This feeling of powerlessness made him a little exhausted. Try to delay time. I hope the City Lord can come out as soon as possible. Boom. A roar came from afar, and even the ground of the City Lord's mansion began to tremble slightly. Railgun. This is the railgun firing. The enemy has appeared. Let's go to the city wall to see who dares to invade the City of Hope alone. All managers left the City Lord's mansion and ran towards the city wall. Wang Qi was the last one to reach the city wall. Outside the high wall was a city ruin that had not yet been conquered. Several skeleton warriors, whose height was almost the same as the wall, were slowly approaching the wall. A man holding a bone staff and wearing a black robe, surrounded by a group of skeleton warriors, stood 100 meters away from the city wall, with a pair of scarlet eyes shining strangely from under his hood. The figure shone in the crystal ball. Wang Qi's heart sank. Sosmia looked at the tall city wall with a look of surprise in her eyes. It's actually a human city? This was different from what he had expected before. He thought it was a ruined city, and there should be no other humans. I thought my enemies were a group of monsters, but I didn't expect them to be a group of humans. Ha ha ha. Sosmia suddenly laughed wildly. For a necromancer, what could be more surprising than encountering an unknown human city? For Sosmia, this city is simply an undeveloped treasure. All humans are materials for him to create undead creatures. Skeleton warriors, ghosts, death knights, endless research materials are in front of me. Maybe the population of the city is enough for me to build a top-level cemetery. Sosmia laughed. Just when Sosmia was ecstatic, a deafening roar sounded, and a tall skeleton less than 10 meters away from him was suddenly hit by a beam of light. The huge body of 10 meters tall was directly turned into powder by this hit. Magic crystal railgun? Sosmia showed a look of shock on his face. This level of city defense cannon was only owned by top cities. How could this human city, which seemed to have just been built, have such a killer weapon? Although he had reached the peak of the second-level combat power, the magic crystal railgun was still a threat to him. If he was hit head-on, he would not be killed instantly like these huge skeleton warriors, but Sosmia would also be seriously injured. Thinking of this, Sosmia's figure suddenly turned into a ball of black mist and slowly dissipated from the original place. The next moment after his figure dissipated, a beam of light hit the place where he was standing before, blasting a huge deep pit on the ground. Boom! 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 The roar of the magic crystal rail gun sounded one after another. Sosmia, who was hiding in the void, had a gloomy face. Half of the dozen skeleton warriors he had recruited with great difficulty were destroyed in the moment he hit. How can there be so many magic crystal railguns? Is there a magic crystal mine in the other city? So Simia roared angrily. With a thought. The remaining 5 or 6 skeleton warriors were all collected by him into the undead space. Collecting so many tall skeleton warriors at once, he immediately felt that the undead space was about to burst. He quickly released a dozen ordinary skeleton warriors and let them die to free up some space. Humph. As long as I can build this city into a big cemetery, then there will be as many undead creatures as I want. So Simia showed excitement in his eyes and rushed towards the City of Hope like a gust of wind. Although the City of Hope has a magic crystal railgun, it has too few other defensive means. So Simia turned into a gust of gloomy wind and easily passed through the tall city wall and entered the City of Hope. Everyone looked out at the city nervously, not realizing that Simia had entered the City of Hope. The most important thing now is the fragments of the Godhead. First, grasp the fragments of the Godhead, and then spread the plague in this city, turning the whole city into a city of the dead. So Simia glanced at the prosperous scene in the city in midair, and the excitement in his eyes became more and more intense. After slightly sensing the location of the fragments of the Godhead in midair, so Simia blew a gust of gloomy wind and flew towards the city lord's mansion where Song Jian was. Chapter 1024 Disappearance. He disappeared. Was he driven away by us? Someone squinted his eyes and looked at the ruins of the Doomsday city in the distance. Perhaps, no matter how strong he is, facing so many magic crystal railguns, he may have to retreat temporarily. Another person smiled. Turn on all detection methods to find the location of that guy. Wang Qi still looked solemn, looking at the big pit in the distance. He knew that the magic crystal railgun of the City of Hope did not cause any damage to the mage, but only killed a few of his summons. At this moment, a low roar suddenly came from the direction of the city lord's mansion, and the ground began to tremble slightly, as if something was rising from the ground. It's Alex. That guy is attacking the city lord's mansion. Wang Qi understood instantly, and shouted loudly. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the mage had already arrived at the city lord's mansion, and had already fought with the bloody ghost poison tree. The guard of the city lord's mansion. City of Hope. City lord's mansion. Almost all the blood slaves were running towards the city lord's mansion. Alex, the bloody ghost poison tree, had stood up from the spiritual field. The thick roots condensed into 2 thick thighs, and the branches condensed into 2 thick arms. On his body, a magic vine that was tougher than a steel bar was used as a weapon by it, waving it fiercely towards a group of black fog in the air. It's amazing. There are still people. No, this is some strange creature who can find my existence. So Simia's hoarse voice sounded in the air. The black fog rolled and condensed into a figure in black robes in the air. With the bone staff in his hand, he pointed at Alex fiercely, and suddenly a black lightning, like a long arrow, shot towards Alex. Boom! The magic vine drew an arc in the air and hit the black lightning fiercely. After a roar, the magic vine let out a sharp hiss, and the thick green juice splashed in the air. Obviously, this blow caused it heavy damage. The damage done by the magic vine seemed to have angered Alex. He waved his right hand towards Simia in midair, and his originally sturdy arm suddenly broke apart, turning into dozens of tentacles as thick as an adult's arm. Mutian! A roar erupted from Alex's body, and dozens of tentacles shot towards Simia, suddenly spreading out like a spider web, covering Simia completely. At the same time, streams of green poisonous mist began to emanate from the branches and leaves, covering the entire area. At the same time, small branches pierced into Simia's body, absorbing her vitality while continuously releasing corrosive energy to her. Really? Simia looked at the dense branches piercing into her body, and a strange smile appeared on her dry face. It's a new experience. Your attack makes me feel like I'm still alive. I really can't bear this feeling. Simia even let go of her body's defense and let more branches pierce her body. Soon, she was like a hedgehog, with thorns all over her body. Alex tried his best to absorb the life energy in Simia's body, but no matter how hard he tried, no life energy flowed out of Simia's body. Soon, all the wooden thorns that pierced into Simia were stained with a light gray color, and the gray color spread along the wooden thorns toward Alex's branches at a very fast speed. The gray energy continued to erode Alex's spreading branches and leaves, and soon it would erode his main body. This made Alex feel threatened, and he roared, and bursts of cracking sounds came from the air. Bang, bang, bang. As if steel bars broke. All the branches were disconnected from Alex's main body in an instant. And the originally strong right hand was now only a bare piece. The branches in the air that were corroded by the gray energy seemed to have self-awareness, and began to condense and entangle with each other, turning into a tree man more than 2 meters tall, exuding a gray undead aura. Well, the reaction is quite fast, so Simia said to Alex after taking a look at the newly born undead tree man in front of him. Even with the magic vine, Alex only has the strength of the peak of the first level combat power, and is not Sosimia's opponent at all. This made Sosimia more confident in obtaining the fragments of the godhead. Soon, Sosimia sensed that the guards of the entire city began to gather towards the city lord's mansion. His face suddenly changed, and he shook his head and said, "The game time is over. The owner of this castle, why don't you show up? If you can actively call out the fragments of the godhead and save me some trouble, I can let you continue to be the ruler of this city. Of course, as an undead creature, I am guarding the cemetery for me," Sosmia added in her mind. At this moment, the bloody ghost poison tree suddenly roared, waving its intact left arm like a giant axe, and swung at Sosmia. The thick left arm instantly turned into a giant dragon several tens of meters long, pressing down on Sosmia's head. A low whistling sound sounded, and the sonic boom made people feel dizzy even if they were hundreds of meters away. Sosmia's face changed, and her body suddenly turned into a ball of black mist again. Alex's left arm passed through the black mist, and the energy tore the black mist apart. Boom! With a loud bang, the street near the city lord's mansion was hit hard by Alex's left arm, and a huge crack dozens of meters long appeared on the ground. The bricks and stones on the street were crushed into gravel, and the window glass of the surrounding shops was all shattered into powder in an instant. The scattered black mist rolled in the air for a long time before it gathered again and condensed into the human form of Sosimia. At this time, Sosimia had a scar more than 1 foot long on his left arm, and the scar slowly exuded a faint green breath. There was no blood flowing out of the wound, but with the wound as the center, there were green lines like branches, slowly spreading towards the surroundings. Interesting. Your attack is actually mixed with the power of space. The anger in Sosimia's heart was burning, but a smile appeared on his face. The gray undead aura began to spread from his body, and a low and strange spell echoed over the city lord's mansion. Sosimia was ready to release the undead disaster directly to completely destroy the city lord's mansion, so that everyone in the city would be infected with the plague and directly turned into undead creatures. At this moment, Sosimia's movements suddenly stagnated. He found that the fragments of the godhead that had been in his sensing range suddenly disappeared, as if the previous sensing was all an illusion. Why? How could this happen? Sosimia showed a look of astonishment on his face, turning his head to look at the place where the fragments of the godhead disappeared. Chapter 1025 Persistence. The direction Sosimia was looking at was the city lord's mansion of the City of Hope, Songjian's safe house, and the manor castle. The aura of the fragment of the godhead disappeared, and it could only be absorbed by someone. Otherwise, even if it was placed in a place similar to the plane space like the parcel bar, it would emit its unique energy fluctuations. Damn it! How could it be so fast? Sosimia's face was terribly gloomy. After he came out of the sheltering black fog and found the City of Hope, he was only surprised and wanted to create his own cemetery. But he did not notice that since the fragment of the godhead was an energy fluctuation emitted from this city, it was very likely that someone had obtained it and was absorbing the fragment of the godhead. When he found that the energy fluctuations of the fragments of the divine body disappeared, he suddenly realized this and felt a little regretful. I should have destroyed this place directly and obtained the fragments of the divine body first. Sosimia was furious and felt that the duck in his mouth had flown away, and suddenly he had an urge to destroy the world. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly stood above the city lord's mansion, within the scope of the safe house. Song Jian could teleport at will. This was his territory, and he could control everything here. Level 2 peak? Song Jian was stunned. Although he could not see Sosimia's level, he was still very familiar with the fluctuations of the breath emitted by the peak of the second level. After all, in other worlds before, he had seen strong people of the second level, and even the third level. I didn't expect that the fragment of the godhead actually attracted a big fish. Song Jian laughed. The energy fluctuations of the fragment of the godhead did not spread infinitely, but had a certain range. Only the strong within this range could sense its existence. Song Jian originally thought that the speed at which his mental power eroded the fragment of the godhead was fast enough. But he didn't expect that it would still attract the covetousness of others. At this moment, Alex conveyed a feeling of grievance and helped to Song Jian. Song Jian looked down and saw that Alex, the bloody ghost poison tree, looked very miserable at this time. Almost half of the branches and leaves had been broken and disappeared. The leaves on the remaining branches were almost all gone. The surface of the body still exuded a strong smell of death, and it looked like it was about to die. Although he knew that Alex had a strong vitality and could be reborn as long as he had a root. Song Jian also felt the battle clearly in the basement. If it weren't for Alex, the entire Manor Castle might have been destroyed by Sosimia, and he wouldn't have been able to brand the fragments of the godhead with his own mark so smoothly. Okay, don't be sad. Watch me avenge you, Song Jian said to Alex. Alex was originally Song Jian's strongest helper, but as time passed, the Stone Man and the Black Dragon could fight with Song Jian, and their strength was constantly improving. But Alex had been guarding the Manor Castle, although its strength was also improving over time. The speed of improvement was too slow, and could not keep up with Song Jian's progress. You are? Sosimia stared at Song Jian, and was relieved when she saw that he was just a level 50 human who had just entered the second level of combat power. But before he finished speaking, he heard a roar full of murderous intent in the air. Karma Fire Red Lotus. 10,000 Swords Technique. In an instant, densely packed translucent spirit swords appeared above the Manor Castle, and each spirit sword was burning with dark red Lotus Karma Fire. Seeing this scene, Sosimia's mind suddenly went blank for a second. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could the other party master such a terrifying skill? Legendary skills. Sosimia's eyes showed a look of fear, and his figure suddenly turned into a puff of black mist, trying to escape. However, just after he turned into black mist, countless spiritual swords burning with flames drew arcs in the air. Such dense spiritual swords did not collide with each other in the air, and drew mysterious trajectories in the air. Sosimia's speed after turning into black mist was not fast. Before he escaped 10 meters, he was surrounded by countless spiritual swords, and a red lotus cage trapped him in the air. Sosimia was forced to show his human form, squeezed a smile on his dry face, and said quickly, "Maybe there is some misunderstanding between us." Before he finished speaking, a brilliant red lotus slowly bloomed in the air, with red lotus petals and green lotus leaves emitting dazzling light. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and found that the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation seemed to be more vivid and specific than before. The veins on each lotus petal and each lotus leaf were clearly visible, as if a real red lotus was blooming. Is this because the level of the 10,000 swords art has been improved? Or because Song Jian suddenly thought of the skill Sword Chi transformation that he had learned before. The lotus sword formation is also evolved from the sword energy. Song Jian suddenly realized. Boom! There was a roar from the red lotus sword formation. Sosimia had obviously given up on negotiations and started to violently dismantle it. Countless dense undead powers permeated the sword formation, but there was no leakage. The power of the red lotus sword formation has increased by at least 30% compared to before, and it is also more solid. If it was before, he might have really rushed out. Song Jian smiled and stared at the red lotus sword formation intently, wanting to see the changes behind. In the red lotus sword formation, sword energy kept slashing towards Sosimia, but he was blocked by the undead creatures he kept releasing. Now is not the time to save mental energy. Sosimia tried his best to summon undead creatures from the undead space to block sword energy for himself. After an unknown amount of time, the sword formation finally changed. A 3-inch sword mark was cut on Sosimia's cheek. Seeing the sword formation begin to change, Sosimia finally smiled. I held on. Ha ha ha. I finally made it. Sosimia laughed wildly. At this time, the undead aura in his undead space was thin. Almost all the undead creatures that he had accumulated for 10 years were consumed, leaving only 7 or 8 10-meter-tall skeleton guards. Damn it. Once I get out of this predicament, I will definitely turn all the people in this city into undead servants, Sosimia said with a distressed look on his face. At this moment, the red lotus sword formation began to slowly close up, and Sosimia's face changed drastically. It was not over yet. This should be the last big move. As long as I can survive this, I can escape, Sosimia roared with a ferocious face. and summoned all the skeleton guards to surround him. Several skeleton guards began to hold hands and form a circle. The bones on their bodies also changed with a crackling sound, twisting and interweaving with each other. After a while, a circular bone cage was formed, which firmly protected Sosimia. Chapter 1026 Sword Chi Stone Tower. You can't kill me! Sosimia felt the sword energy getting stronger and stronger. Looking at the red sword energy rolling around, he let out a low roar. The dense white bones, divided into 3 layers, completely covered Sosimia, like 3 layers of solid shields. Each white bone exuded a strong breath of the undead. Such white bone defense was stronger than the so-called magic iron. It was the most powerful defensive move in Sosimia's undead magic. The red lotus sword formation slowly closed, and a long sword was born in the air, slashing down towards the closing red lotus. When the long sword slashed into the red lotus, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly exploded, echoing over the entire city of Hope. After the long sword was slashed down, it slowly disappeared with the red lotus sword formation, leaving only Sosimia with disheveled hair and an embarrassed look. At this time, Sosimia was surrounded by bone powder. 7 or 8 skeleton guards with a height of 10 meters, which had turned into white bone defense, were completely wiped out by this sword and turned into powder. Even the robe on Sosimia's body was split in 2, revealing a dry body. Sosimia had long become an undead creature, with no flesh and blood on his body, only a layer of hard skin wrapped around his steel-like bones. However, at this time, Sosimia had a huge scar from his left shoulder to his right waist, almost cutting it in half. From the wound, you can even see a few black broken bones with smooth cuts. If it were an ordinary human, even if such an injury did not kill him, he would definitely be seriously injured and unable to move. If he could not be treated in time, the final outcome would definitely be bleeding out and dying. However, Sosimia's scarlet eyes were shining brightly, and his face was full of arrogance. He laughed loudly, and his hoarse voice could be heard clearly even on the city wall hundreds of meters away. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. I resisted. I didn't die. Such a skill can't kill me at all. Ha ha ha. At the last moment, the long sword cut off all the bones around his body. Sosimia was desperate. He had died once and knew the horror of death. As an undead creature, if he died again, his body and soul would be destroyed, and even the mark of his soul would disappear without a trace. Human, you can't kill me! Sosimia showed a ferocious smile on his face, staring at Song Jian and roaring in a low voice. I will spread the natural disaster plague in your city. By then, there will be no living people in this city. They will all become my undead servants. Even you. You. At this time, Sosimia suddenly noticed something strange. He found himself shrouded in a large shadow, as if there was a huge fuck. Sosimia looked up and was almost scared to death. There was a huge hand with a diameter of more than tens of meters above his head, which was constantly gathering sword cheese interspersed in and out of this palm, constantly blending into it. The palm lines of this palm were clearly visible, just like the palm of a god. Damn it. How could this happen? Sosimia didn't even know when the other party used this skill, and could only try her best to resist. Bang. A cloud of smoke exploded, and dozens of black smoke shot in all directions like long arrows. This was Sosmia's last resort of black magic. Similar to the disintegration technique, it must explode all the power of the undead, and the body will be weak for 3 days after it is cast. However, the power of this move is also extremely great. On the contrary, any creature that touches these dozens of black smokes will be contaminated with the breath of the undead. Even if it is only contaminated with an area the size of a fingernail, it will continue to be eroded by the breath of the undead. As time goes by, it will eventually become an undead creature, and there is no medicine to cure it. And the most terrifying thing is that even if you cut out the flesh and blood in the area contaminated by the undead breath, you can't get rid of it, because these undead breaths infect the soul, not the flesh and blood. And the flesh and blood are just appearances. Sosmia once used this trick to turn 1,000-man human knight into undead creatures, and was once wanted by human cities. However, the purpose of his use of this trick at this time was not to hurt people, but to escape. His main consciousness was hidden in one of the dozens of black smoke. As long as he escaped from the area covered by the sword energy palm, he could survive. However, What frightened Sosimia was that dozens of black smoke could only flow in the area covered by the shadow of the palm, and could not escape at all. As if there was an invisible light curtain blocking the area where he was. Boom! With a loud bang, the palm fell down suddenly, and the ground sank several feet deep. A huge palm print crushed the buildings on a street outside the city lord's mansion into powder, which made Song Jian's mouth twitch twice. The power of the 10,000 swords art was huge. The movement was also loud, and the damage caused was even greater. The loss of the buildings on this street alone might have exceeded tens of millions of Doomsday coins. The sword energy palm slowly dissipated, and a huge palm print appeared on the street. The surrounding stone slabs had been shattered, and the soil was compacted like rock. In the center of the palm print, a human-shaped stain had been engraved in the hard soil, like a birthmark. Not dead yet? Song Jian frowned slightly. He killed the opponent at a level of 30. But there was no prompt for the increase of experience points? Even a command-level boss could not survive under the sword energy palm print of Wang Jianju. But Sosimia was 30 levels higher than Song Jian. Under the level suppression, the damage of Wang Jianju would be weakened to a certain extent even with the improvement of the sword energy transformation skill. Sosimia's bones were all broken. This body was infected by the power of the undead every day. It had long been stronger than magic iron, but now it was destroyed. Sosimia was seriously injured, and with the black magic similar to disintegration, Sosimia was only a hair's breadth away from complete death. A black soul floated up from Sosimia's completely shattered body. As a necromancer, he no longer needed a body to exist. Now Sosimia was just like a ghost, and his strength was greatly reduced. However, he was one of the few people who could survive the sword energy palm print of Song Jian, which made Song Jian admire him. You are quite strong. What a pity! Song Jian stared at Sosimia with regret, shook his head and said, Do you think you have defeated me? Sosimia, who turned into a ghost, stared at Song Jian viciously, wishing to tear him into pieces. This time, he really lost more than he gained. Not only did he not get the fragment of the godhead, but he was seriously injured. He originally wanted to pass the 3rd level combat power assessment, but now, he has lost the qualification to pass. Susamiya's anger was beyond words. But he also knew at this time that he was seriously injured and was no match for Song Jian. After all, the other party only used one move to seriously injure him. Just as it was about to escape, a shadow appeared above its head, which made it fall into despair. It looked up tremblingly. Above its head, a huge stone tower was emitting endless sword energy. The 4th stage of the 10,000 swords technique. Sword Chi Stone Tower. No! Sosimiya let out a desperate roar. No longer able to escape, and could only watch the stone tower fall from the sky and press down. Chapter 1027 Finale. Just when the Sword Chi Stone Tower descended from the sky and suppressed Sosimiya, a voice suddenly sounded in Song Jian's mind. This voice sounded a bit like the system prompt sound, but there was also a clear difference. Suppress or devour. Song Jian, huh? After a while, the voice sounded in Song Jian's mind again. This time, it seemed a little impatient. Suppress or devour. Song Jian's eyes fell on the Sword Chi Stone Tower with a diameter of more than 10 meters in the distance. It seemed that the sound came from the Sword Chi Stone Tower. This is just the evolution of my sword energy. Why do I feel like I have self-awareness? Could it be that my mental power eroded the fragments of the godhead too quickly, causing hallucinations? Song Jian said in surprise. Just as the voice repeated for the 3rd time, with a hint of anger, Song Jian responded in his mind as if possessed by a ghost. Swallow. Boom. The Sword Chi Stone Tower made a roar, and Song Jian saw that the 1st floor of the stone tower opened, and a broken black soul was sucked into the 1st floor by the stone tower. And then with a click, the tower door closed tightly again. From the stone tower, Sosimia's terrified roar came. But the sound became smaller and smaller, and finally, it could no longer be heard, as the Sword Chi Stone Tower disappeared. Swallowing time. 3 hours and 7 minutes. Expected proficiency gain 8%. The voice sounded in Song Jian's mind again. This time it seemed to be a little happy. Proficiency. Is it the proficiency of the 10,000 swords technique? Devouring an enemy can also improve proficiency? Song Jian's face showed a look of surprise. You know, as the level of the 10,000 swords technique gets higher and higher, it is becoming more and more difficult to obtain skills that can improve its proficiency. The 10,000 Swords technique, which is already level 9, can only improve its proficiency a little bit even with gold quality skills. Now the proficiency of the 10,000 Swords technique has reached 98%. When it is upgraded to another level, I am afraid that gold level skills will not be able to gain proficiency. Epic level skills are required. You know, epic level skills are now in short supply. Occasionally, a copy is also sky high. Even if Song Jian is the mayor of the City of Hope, it is impossible for him to use the entire city's construction funds to buy an epic level skill for himself. More importantly, the 10,000 Sword skill after level 10 cannot be upgraded with just one epic skill. At least 10 or more skills are required to upgrade one level. Now that he can devour enemies to improve his proficiency, Song Jian is relieved. The 10,000 Sword skill is Song Jian's most powerful attack method. If the 10,000 Sword skill cannot be upgraded over time, then the skill power will not be able to keep up with Song Jian's upgrade speed. However, this method is not easy. If you want to devour enemies to improve the proficiency of the 10,000 Sword skill, the opponent must be able to at least evolve to the Sword Chi Stone Tower. Song Jian thought for a while and sighed. Even the 50-level domination level boss did not have the strength to survive to the Sword Chi Stone Tower, let alone other monsters in the Doomsday City. At least we need to fight an enemy of the peak of the 2nd level, or even the 3rd level, to improve our proficiency. Song Jian calculated in his heart. However, in addition to being powerful, such an enemy also has numerous trump cards. If he is not killed, it will be a huge trouble for himself and the City of Hope. Forget it. I'll deal with it when I encounter it. At least there is one more way to improve the level of the 10,000 Swords technique. Song Jian shook his head and looked at the severely damaged streets and houses in front of him. And he couldn't help but have a headache again. All the aftermath matters were handed over to Wang Qi. After appeasing the residents in the city, all the high-level officials of the City of Hope came to the meeting room of the City Lord's mansion. This invasion exposed too many problems of the City of Hope. The first one was the sheltering black mist. It was originally thought that no one could pass through the several thousand meters of sheltering black mist and enter the City of Hope. Unexpectedly, a mere peak-level 2nd order necromancer had such strength. For enemies of the 3rd order or even legendary level, the sheltering black mist was almost defenseless to them. We should have thought of this earlier when the ancient red dragon visited us, Wang Qi said in a low voice. But at that time we were all shocked by its strength and did not consider this aspect. In addition to not being able to rely entirely on the black fog for defense, our city wall defense also has very large loopholes. Although the magic crystal railgun is powerful, if the enemy has other means, they can still easily enter the city. I think the city sewers are also a hidden danger. A large part of the sewers in the City of Hope is connected to the old city of the City of Doom. One problem after another was put on the table. Everyone actively discussed solutions. Song Jian sat in the main seat, but his mind had already entered the broken kingdom of God. The broken kingdom of God at this time was completely different from when it was first acquired. It was no longer desolate and bleak, and it looked like it was about to collapse. Green mountains, green waters, lakes and herbs. Except for the lack of living things, the kingdom of God has become a paradise. This is all because the fragments of the divine nature have repaired the entire kingdom of God. At the same time, after the entire kingdom of God has been repaired, the remaining fragments of the divine nature have turned into a bright sun, hanging high above the kingdom of God. The area of the entire kingdom of God is only about 50 square kilometers, equivalent to a huge island. Song Jian's mind floated over the kingdom of God, overlooking the entire earth. At this time, the kingdom of God was wrapped in a layer of transparent light curtain, and outside the light curtain was an endless abyss. At the edge of the kingdom of God, a small amount of gravel would even fall off from the light curtain and fall into the endless abyss. This is because Song Jian has no divine power and cannot maintain the existence of the kingdom of God, relying on the energy of the fragments of the divine body. In addition to repairing the damage to the kingdom of God, it can only delay the collapse of the kingdom of God. According to this collapse speed, I am afraid that in a few hundred years, this kingdom of God will completely collapse. Unless I obtain more fragments of the divine body, or even condense the divine body myself and ignite the divine fire, Song Jian thought to himself. However, compared to finding fragments of the divine body, condensing the divine body by myself and igniting the divine fire is obviously much more difficult. This is the headache of not being a god, but obtaining the items of gods. Even if you have it, You are not qualified to keep it for too long. And you will end up with nothing. Is this what mortals are not qualified to covet from gods? Song Jian couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt someone calling him in the conference room. City Lord? City Lord? Do you think this matter should attract our attention? In addition, the preliminary work of these infrastructure construction has been prepared, and you need to open the authority. Wang Qi's voice echoed in Song Jian's ears, immediately pulling his mind back to the conference room. Okay. Everything will be discussed by everyone. Song Jian nodded expressionlessly. At this moment, a thunderous explosion suddenly rang in the ears of all the players, making everyone's face change. System announcement. Abyss Hell player Doru has completed the epic quest, The Devil's Last Wish. Obtain the inheritance of the Abyss Demon King. System announcement. Abyss Demon King Doru has gained the ability to create an Abyss channel. The expansion Abyss Shadow has entered the final chapter Abyss Invasion. All players are requested to be prepared. Chapter 1028 Choice. The Abyss Passage is open? Everyone was shocked. This is a sign of war. If it was just a game, no one would care. Instead, they would be excited because there is a new game to play. But this game can kill people. City Lord, we should occupy all the remaining Doomsday cities as soon as possible. Otherwise, Wang Qi said immediately. Song Jian suddenly realized that there are still many Abyss Phantom copies in the old city of Doomsday cities. These copies are equivalent to the bridgeheads of the Abyss Hell in the game world. In the future, they will be opened up one by the people of the Abyss Hell and become Abyss Passages. How many Abyss Shadow copies are left in the old city? And how many Abyss Shadow copies are there in the wild around the city? Song Jian asked hurriedly. You know, in addition to the old city of the Doomsday City, there are still many Abyss Shadow copies in the wild. And there are countless Abyss Shadow copies in the entire game world. This is originally a catastrophe that is doomed to be unavoidable. The old city now has 1/3 of the area. There are still 5 level 3 Abyss Shadow copies. And 3 level 4 copies. It's not a big problem. But there are more than 20 Abyss Shadow copies outside the sheltering black fog within a 10-kilometer range. Wang Qi looked at the information in his hand and said with a grim expression. How many of these copies have been cleared? Song Jian asked. Most of them are in the hands of players. After they occupy them, they charge entrance tickets. About 300 Doomsday coins per person. Wang Qi said. Most of these Abyss Shadow copies have a cooling time. After entering one, there will be a cooling time of several hours or even days. But even so, there are players who have the entry qualifications for 5 or 6 Abyss Shadows in their hands. The ticket income alone can earn tens of thousands of Doomsday coins a day. Talk to the players who occupy the copies. Once the Abyss channel is opened, the copies they control will become the channel exit and have no value. At this time, see if you can buy them all at a low price and then destroy them directly, Song Jian said. According to the different levels of the Abyss Phantom Dungeon, the levels of the deep and deep passages opened are also different. And the number of passages that can be passed at one time is also different. The lower the level of the dungeon, the higher level Abyss creatures cannot pass through it. Some powerful Lord level Abyss creatures can only enter and exit through the Abyss passages above level 4. For example, the only level 5 dungeon in the center of the city before can open the largest deep and deep passage, allowing demon level Abyss creatures to enter and exit. Okay, let's do it. Wang Qi nodded and said. The fewer Abyss passages around the City of Hope, the safer the future will be. The old city area must also be captured as soon as possible, so that the previous defense system of the City of Doom can be fully used. The sheltering black fog is now only in a passive defense state. Once it is opened, even a strong man with a 3rd level combat power may not be able to enter easily. Song Jian thought for a while, and said again. I understand. In 2 weeks at most, the entire Doomsday City will be completely occupied and become the City of Hope. Wang Qi nodded and said. Then the entire city will be able to accommodate millions of people. But the pressure of defense will be great. After all, the larger the city, the longer the city wall, and the more defense power is needed. Try to recruit NPC guards, and build more magic crystal railguns. In addition, how is the mining of magic crystal mine going now? Song Jian asked. Very smoothly. About 300 kilograms of magic crystal ore can be mined every day, Wang Qi said. Magic crystal is a strategic resource and will not be circulated on the market at all. In addition to making magic crystal railguns and magic crystal shells, magic crystal is also used in many places such as alchemy, enchantment, and forging. No matter how much magic crystals are mined, they are always in short supply. A group of people held a meeting for the whole morning. After confirming various matters, everyone dispersed and Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief. He has never had any experience as a manager. He usually does not care about anything. The actual executive city lord of the entire city of Hope is Wang Qi. If he does not hold the city lord seal and delegate power like this, it will not take long for Song Jian, the city lord, to exist in name only. In the broken kingdom of God, on a dense grassland, a woman in white clothes looked up at the light ball above her head. Motionless. That is the sun evolved from the fragments of the Godhead. Although it is smaller than the ordinary sun, it is more than enough to provide light and heat to the kingdom of God, which is only 50 to 60 square kilometers. The kingdom of God has been bound to Song Jian. His mind can see the entire kingdom of God in a single thought. If there is any abnormality in the kingdom of God, it will not escape his eyes. However, this woman in white clothes stood on the grass of the kingdom of God without any notice from Song Jian, as if she did not exist at all. After a long time, a heavy sigh sounded, and the figure of the woman slowly disappeared from the spot, as if she had never appeared. Song Jian has always been very confident about the system's things, and did not notice that there is something he does not know about in his own kingdom of God. After a morning meeting, Song Jian felt very tired, even more tired than killing monsters for a whole day and night. There is still some time before the Abyss Passage is opened. This is the time for the players in the game world to prepare, and it is also the time for the Abyss players to build the Abyss Passage. At this time in the Abyss Hell, everyone, whether players or other Abyss creatures, let out a series of earth-shaking roars the moment they received the system announcement. They have been waiting for this moment for too long. Many people are obsessed with returning to the game world. Compared with the game world, the resources in the Abyss Hell are too scarce. Almost everyone passively accepted a task, which was to collect resources. Different items were rewarded according to the amount of resources collected. This was almost to gather the power of the entire Abyss to build the Abyss Passage. Doru also became a hero of the entire Abyss Hell. His name was sung by many Abyss NPCs. The 7 Abyss Demon Kings fell, and Doru now obtained the inheritance of the Abyss Demon King. In the future, he might be able to unify the entire Abyss Hell and become the only king of the Abyss Hell. However, at this time, Doru was in an abandoned palace, staring at a flame throne and worrying. Somehow, he found the Abyss Guardian Temple that Song Jian had visited once. The inheritance of the Abyss Demon King was on this flame throne. But what made Dulu feel embarrassed was that the flame throne in front of him actually had the inheritance of 7 Abyss Demon Kings at the same time, each of which was at least legendary, which made him feel torn. The phantoms of the Abyss Demon Kings floated in the air, staring at Dulu, waiting for him to make a choice. This is really a happy pain. Which Demon King inheritance should I choose? Dulu's mouth twitched slightly, and it was difficult to make a decision for a while. Chapter 1029 Impact. The inheritance of the 7 great Abyss Demon Kings was laid out in front of Dulu, as if he could pick them up at will, which made Dulu feel embarrassed. Dulu checked the inheritance of each Demon King one by one in the Abyss Guardian Temple. Song Jian was already a little overwhelmed at this time. The Abyss Passage was about to be opened. The Abyss copies within tens of kilometers, or even hundreds of kilometers around the City of Hope, had to be destroyed one by one. This task was too big. Moreover, after the invasion of the undead mage, many problems of the City of Hope were exposed, and they also needed to be corrected one by one. In addition, 1/3 of the City of Doom had not been completely occupied. All the things were piled up together, making people feel breathless. But just when time was needed and every second counted, all players received a system announcement at the same time. Because of the arrival of the final chapter of the Abyss Invasion, the game needed to be closed for 12 hours. 5 minutes after the game announcement was issued, all players were kicked off the line. This made Song Jian, who returned to the real world, feel a little confused. This was the first time he was kicked off the line by the game. Damn it. Do you still need to upgrade the server? Song Jian sat up from the bed and couldn't help cursing. You know, many people have long regarded it as a real world instead of a game. Now Song Jian spends more time in the game than in the real world. After all, the time flow rate on both sides is different. This made him feel slightly uncomfortable when he returned to the real world. Song Jian was in Meng Tiantian's shop at this time. But it seemed that the girl was not in the shop. The shop was very quiet. Logically, everyone was kicked out of the game at the same time. And Meng Tiantian should not still be in the game. This little girl owes me so much money. And she just hides? Song Jian snorted coldly and walked towards the small building next door, where he lived. Seeing Song Jian leave, Meng Tiantian's figure in the shop slowly appeared, patting her chest and letting out a sigh. If it weren't for completing that damn hidden task, how could I owe you so much money? Huh? Suibao bamboo leaf is really a treasure. Without it, this mission would be dangerous. But how to get this money? I'm so worried. Meng Tiantian looked worried and sighed. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. After completing an epic hidden mission, Meng Tiantian's strength increased greatly. But the cost was also huge. A few million Doomsday coins, converted into real Chinese currency, would probably cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Meng Tiantian couldn't take out such a large sum of money all at once, so she could only hide from Song Jian. If I had known, I wouldn't have recommended the small building next door. Meng Tiantian slapped her head and regretted. Song Jian chose a residence based on Meng Tiantian's advice. Now it seems that he really shot himself in the foot. No one knows who built this small island overseas. Most of the people living there are game players. And most of them are professional life players. Now many countries have begun to implement the game player registration law. Anyone who plays this game must register with the relevant department and be monitored by the state. This is like a bomb exploding among the players, which immediately caused dissatisfaction and resistance among all players. But most players do not have the strength of Song Jian. Without the bonus of game equipment, many people cannot fight against the state machine. However, there are people like Song Jian who have reached the second level combat power, and each time they pass the test, they pass with an S or above evaluation. The highest attribute point of himself has exceeded 200. Such a person is simply a human nuclear bomb. Even if Song Jian exposes his identity as a player, it doesn't matter. However, there are too few players with the strength of Song Jian. Many of them have just passed the first level combat power assessment, and their own attributes are only 50 or 60 points. For ordinary people, they are already superhuman. But without the bonus of equipment, they cannot fight against more powerful thermal weapons. Song Jian doesn't want someone to watch him every day. The strong perception can let him know clearly all the actions of everyone around him, even if someone is monitoring him from a far distance with a high-power telescope. As long as they watch Song Jian for a long time, he will be sensed. For Song Jian, this feeling of being monitored at any time is really not something he wants to experience. And he doesn't want to conflict with the country, so he can only go out and treat it as a trip. It was a complete surprise to find this island. Arriving at the small building next to Meng Tiantian's shop, Song Jian looked up and down. It was a 3-story stone building that looked a bit simple, but there was a small open space in front and behind the building, which could be used to grow some flowers and plants. It was already very remarkable to have such a small building in the hinterland of a small island. Ordinary flowers and plants may not survive here, so I can only grow some special herbs. Song Jian walked into the small courtyard, glanced at the open space, and thought to himself. As soon as he entered the building, Song Jian felt a faint breath of the undead. For Song Jian, who had killed countless undead creatures, he could sense this breath even if it was weak. Raising his right hand, a brilliant sword light flashed from his fingertips. The golden sword energy was like a breeze, blowing through the entire building in an instant. A series of shrill screams faintly came out of the building. Some ghosts hiding in the dark could not withstand such a sharp sword energy, and were directly shattered. As for the ghost that Meng Tiantian mentioned, it was impossible for it to survive under such sword energy. Song Jian was very relieved about this. After cleaning, Song Jian officially moved into the island. In the evening, Song Jian turned on the TV with some boredom, and the news was being broadcast. A plague has appeared in a certain place in Africa. As of 2200 hours, 3,600 people have been infected with the plague. The infected people are bloodthirsty, unconscious, severely dehydrated, and highly aggressive. A strange creature has appeared on Jichuan Island. The creature looks like a wild boar, but it is covered with scales and has a strong sense of territory. A terrorist attack occurred in Tokyo, Japan. The Ginza building exploded violently at 11 a.m. It is suspected that the terrorist attack was caused by a fight between two people. According to official disclosure, the incident was caused by Japan's largest terrorist organization, the Alliance of God's Favored. After watching the news for a while, Song Jian turned off the TV. The game was having a bigger and bigger impact on the real world. Song Jian didn't know whether this was good or bad. He always had a bad feeling in his heart, as if something big was going to happen. With more and more players and stronger strength, the impact on the real world is also getting bigger and bigger. Hey, what a disaster! Song Jian sighed and thought to himself. Chapter 1030 Visit. After a day of rest in the real world, Song Jian found that he could enter the game in the morning of the next day. And this time, entering the game did not seem to require forced entry like before. Song Jian felt that even if he never entered the game again, he would not be forced to enter. But how could Song Jian, who had gained huge benefits from the game, give up the game? Song Jian entered the game as soon as the game was opened. The updated game did not seem to have changed much, and everything was still going on in an orderly manner. But Song Jian felt that there seemed to be a breath of war in the air, and everyone was talking about the Abyss Channel and the Abyss Hell. Song Jian had been to the Abyss Hell. The environment there was 100 times worse than the game world. But it was also a place that was extremely challenging. Creatures that could grow up in such a difficult environment were definitely the most terrifying enemies. Forget it. There's no point thinking about it now. Be patient. The game process will not be transferred by personal will. Song Jian sighed. Once upon a time, he even thought that the Abyss Passage might never be built again. Unexpectedly, someone really found the location of the Abyss Guardian Temple again and obtained the inheritance of the Abyss Demon King. Boom! A roar sounded over the City of Hope. Song Jian knew that this was Wang Qi and his men launching a territorial expansion campaign. Now most of the players in the City of Doom have moved to live in the City of Hope. Compared with the environment of the abandoned city, it is obviously much more comfortable to live in the City of Hope. This also led to the fact that no one would jump out to resist the City of Hope in every territorial expansion campaign. At most, they would clear the monsters on the territory of the City of Doom. I don't know how the Black Dragon is doing now. Song Jian suddenly remembered his other pet, the Black Dragon. Because of the pet contract, Song Jian could feel that the Black Dragon was in good condition at the moment. But he didn't know the details. Thinking of this, Song Jian waved his iron wings, flew from the City Lord's mansion, and flew towards the poisonous swamp. At this time, the poisonous swamp had undergone earth-shaking changes. The poisonous fog that had been permeating all day had long disappeared, and even the muddy puddles in the swamp had disappeared, and the ground had become much harder. Can this still be considered a swamp? Song Jian landed on the ground of the swamp and looked at the green weeds growing around him. He was speechless. I'm afraid it won't be long before the name of the poisonous swamp will be changed. This is no longer a swamp. Arriving at the dragon-headed strange tree, Song Jian discovered that the size of the black dragon seemed to have increased a lot. Lying under the dragon-headed strange tree, it looked like a small black mountain. Level 56 Lord Boss. Song Jian looked at the black dragon speechlessly, and found that its level seemed to be rising faster than his own. Moreover, at this time, the black dragon had broken through the first level combat power and reached the level of the second level combat power. Song Jian was very envious of this situation, that he could automatically advance without passing the assessment. As if sensing Song Jian's arrival, the sleeping black dragon slowly opened his eyes. After looking at Song Jian coldly with his dark golden vertical pupils, he yawned, twisted his body to change to a more comfortable posture, and closed his eyes, and fell asleep again. Song Jian walked up to the black dragon and touched its hard scales, feeling a little speechless. This big guy now seemed to be lazier than before. When it was a child, it was cuter. Now it felt like it had become a villain in a fairy tale. Feeling that Song Jian was touching it, the black dragon seemed a little dissatisfied. It grumbled twice. Its body moved slightly, but its head buried deeper. Okay. Seeing that you are fine, I feel relieved. Let's go! Song Jian patted the black dragon's huge body and said with a smile. With the steel wings flapping, Song Jian flew up and prepared to leave the poisonous swamp. What he didn't notice was that the branches and leaves of the dragon-headed tree where the black dragon was lying were a little yellow and withered, as if it was sick. Song Jian, who was flying in the air, suddenly felt a strong energy wave burst out at the end of the poisonous swamp, as if someone was fighting in front. Song Jian was curious and couldn't help but turn on the stealth technique and fly forward. After flying for a few kilometers, Song Jian saw two figures in front of him, fighting together. One of them was a player, and the other looked a little strange, like a jackal. Not far from the two people, a dark golden treasure chest was quietly lying under a huge rock. If it weren't for the two people fighting, their eyes would drift over from time to time. Song Jian might not have found the treasure chest for a while. I discovered it first. Damn human, the gnoll said viciously, while waving the battle flail in his hand. I've already opened 30% of the progress. And you said you discovered it? Another human sneered, holding a scepter tightly in both hands. During the battle, he would occasionally release some instant magic to assist in the attack. Song Jian watched for a while, and couldn't help but become curious about the player's profession. He used a scepter, was good at close combat, and could also release magic. Song Jian had never seen such a profession. The magic he released seemed to be a divine art full of light energy. Could it be a paladin profession? Song Jian guessed. In fact, every god in the game has his own paladin, just like the Dawn goddess that Song Jian had met before. In addition to priests like Cecilia, there are also Dawn Knights like Qi and Ya. Dawn Knights are actually a type of paladin, and they are also a special title knight in the paladin profession. After watching for a while, Song Jian felt a little bored. Both of them were about level 40. Both were first level combat power, and their strengths were comparable. Even if they fought for another hour or two, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to tell the winner. Moreover, a dark gold treasure chest was not very attractive to Song Jian, so he went back to the City of Hope first to consider how to solve the problem of the Abyss Passage. Just as Song Jian was about to leave, the player who was suspected to be a paladin suddenly looked in his direction and shouted, "Friend, if you can help me kill this guy, I am willing to give you half of the items in the treasure chest." Huh? Song Jian raised his eyebrows. This guy could actually see through his stealth. You know, although Song Jian's stealth is a built-in epic necklace, his stealth level is extremely high, almost comparable to the full-level stealth of the thief profession. With this level of stealth, even if he walks within 1 meter of an ordinary monster, the monster will not notice him. At this time, Song Jian was more than 10 meters away from the two people. The other party was able to discover his existence. Either the other party has a very high perception, or the other party has special reconnaissance skills. In an instant, Song Jian became a little interested in this player, who was suspected to be a paladin. He directly cancelled the stealth and slowly walked towards the two people. Chapter 1031 Holy Light Night. Seeing Song Jian show up and walk towards him, Fang Ai was stunned at first, and his eyes fell on Song Jian's head involuntarily. At this time, Song Jian no longer needed to hide his attributes, like when he first entered the game. All the attributes on his head were revealed. But his level was too high. Even if it was revealed, most players could not see his level. They only saw the appearance of a skull. Skeleton level. Fang Ai's heart skipped a beat. This was at least 10 levels higher than him. Moreover, the aura exuded by Song Jian did not look like a first-level combat power at all, especially the equipment on Song Jian's body. Although the grade light was turned off, the shape and style were not comparable to ordinary equipment. Fang Ai, who is already level 38, has no idea how many battles he has experienced in the game. He can roughly judge the opponent's combat power with just a glance. After seeing Song Jian, Fang Ai couldn't help but tremble all over. He glanced at the NPC lizard man opposite him, and immediately saw a trace of fear in his eyes. The two looked at each other, and involuntarily moved closer to each other. In the eyes of players, NPCs encountered in the wild are actually no different from those monsters. It's just that NPCs in the wild can communicate. But if there is a conflict of interest, it is not uncommon to directly kill them as wild monsters. After the NPC is killed, it can also drop skill books and equipment weapons like monsters. However, in the face of a greater threat, Fang Ai and the lizard NPC actually thought of the same thing. They were very tacitly prepared to join forces to guard against Song Jian. Seeing the attitudes and actions of the two, Song Jian couldn't help but laugh and waved his hand, saying, "Don't be afraid. I just saw that your profession is a bit strange. So I want to ask, by the way, how did you find me just now? The stealth skill is a skill that comes with the epic necklace, and the grade is quite high. Ordinary people can't find him. This is my professional skill, detecting evil." Fang Ai answered honestly, "As long as someone pays attention to me for too long, and is not a believer of my lord, he will be detected. Song Jian was stunned and nodded. So that's it. So which god do you believe in? Song Jian asked. I believe in the god of light. And my profession is the Holy Light Knight. Fang Ai respectfully performed the etiquette of the Holy Light Knight towards Song Jian. Holy Light Knight? Song Jian narrowed his eyes. The power of Holy Light is not weaker than the power of Dawn. Even when dealing with the Abyss Hell race, the power of Holy Light is stronger than Dawn. This was learned from Song Jian's previous follower, the Dawn Knight Ya. I don't know if the God of Light is willing to build a temple in the City of Hope. Song Jian smiled and said, the Goddess of Dawn has already built a temple in the City of Hope. I want to invite the God of Light to build a temple in the City of Hope and send a priest. I wonder if it's possible. This? Fang Ai was stunned. You know, although priests and knights both belong to the gods, they are two systems. The knights of the gods are mostly responsible for fighting, similar to the role of thugs. The priests are mainly responsible for promoting the reputation of the gods, building temples, and recruiting believers. This? I'm not sure. Fang Ai hesitated. Although he was only a combat profession, he was not ignorant. Naturally, he understood how much benefit it would have to build a temple in a city to promote the reputation of the gods. But he had no right and qualification to make the decision. For a while, he didn't dare to agree directly. He could only wait until he returned to report and make a decision. Song Jian nodded, slightly disappointed, and was about to speak when a golden light suddenly burst out beside Fang Ai. This light was like flowing water, constantly surging. After a while, a teleportation light gate that could only accommodate one person appeared beside Fang Ai. Is this a holy summon? Fang Ai's face changed drastically, with a surprised expression on his face. Holy summon is a skill that only the red-robed high priest is qualified to use in the Temple of Light. Ordinary knights of light like him will only see it every time they feel the grace of God. Usually, they are not qualified to meet the red-robed high priest, and they will never see this skill. An old man in a golden red robe walked out of the teleportation light gate quickly. High Priest Faxian? Fang Ai hurriedly performed a knight salute to High Priest Faxian solemnly. High Priest Faxian is the Archbishop of the Temple of Light in the City of Holy Light. Only on the annual Monday of Grace can Fang Ai see him from afar. Song Jian looked at the old man in a golden red robe, and felt the rich holy light aura emanating from him. And his expression moved. Third-level combat power. This high priest actually possessed a third-level combat power. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and looked at the top of his head. He originally thought that he saw only a skeleton level, but he didn't expect that the other party would directly display all his attributes publicly. Level 81. Should be just entering the third level of combat power. Song Jian thought to himself. As long as you pass the assessment, you can enter the second level at level 50, the third level at level 80, and the legendary level at level 120. But most people can only reach the peak of the second level in their lifetime, and stand outside the threshold of the third level of combat power. If there is no special opportunity, more than 90% of the people in this world will not be able to enter the third level like the High Priest Faxian in front of him. Dear Lord of the City of Hope, I am the High Priest of the Lord of Light. Birkendor. Faxian, Faxian said respectfully, bowing towards Song Jian. High Priest Faxian, are you going to discuss the establishment of the temple with me? Song Jian said with a smile. Yes. My lord appreciates the city lord's willingness to establish the Holy Light Temple in the City of Hope. Faxian said with a flushed face, at the same time. The Holy Light Temple is granted the qualification to recruit 300 Holy Light Knights. I believe the city lord should be satisfied. Song Jian was stunned, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. He only said that he wanted to establish the Holy Light Temple. But the other party actually guessed his purpose directly. Sure enough, this group of charlatans are all shrewd people. Be careful when dealing with them in the future. The invasion of the Abyss is imminent, and the City of Hope is just a start-up. Song Jian is not very sure whether he can maintain the City of Hope in the invasion war. The establishment of the Holy Light Temple is only an idea that came to his mind when he met Fang Ai. If more temples of the gods can be established in the City of Hope, for the common interests, at least a large number of priests and god knights will guard the City of Hope. With the help of the gods, Song Jian guarded the City of Hope. He didn't know whether his decision was right or wrong, but at least his hope of survival was increased. Can you send more Holy Light Knights? You know, the Abyss Hell is about to invade in a big way. I'm afraid. Song Jian frowned slightly, He felt that 300 holy light knights were too few. The city lord doesn't know that 300 holy light knights are enough to fight against enemies 10 or 100 times more. Phaxian said with a smile on his face. Even the city of Holy Light only has 200 holy light knights. Is that so? Song Jian sighed slightly. A little disappointed. Even if the holy light knights are strong, there are only 300 of them. Under the endless invasion of abyssal creatures, even if they can really resist 100 times the number of enemies, what if the enemies are 1,000 or 10,000 times more? Each of these holy light knights is qualified to pass on the holy light knight heritage. The city lord can encourage more people to become holy light knights. You know, the power of holy light can extremely restrain the power of the abyss. High Priest Phaxian continued. 300 professional mentors? Song Jian's eyes lit up immediately. If that was the case, he could definitely form a knight corps of 3,000 or even more. Chapter 1032 Embracing the Abyss. Paladin is a special profession. Whether it is powerful or not depends entirely on whether the god it serves is powerful or not. The god of light is obviously a powerful god. So the paladins who serve him naturally have extremely powerful divine arts. Holy Light Knight is also one of the most powerful professions among all paladins. Song Jian paid for 300 acres of land in the City of Hope, and the right of the God of Light to preach in the City of Hope. And the reward was 300 Holy Light Knights. Whether it is used to assist in defending the city, or as a professional mentor, these 300 Holy Light Knights are of great use. Of course, a temple is not only a knight, but also a corresponding priest. They will also issue some special tasks. And some will even obtain the inheritance of these priests. For the delivery, this is naturally another unexpected surprise. After some discussion, both sides were naturally very satisfied. High Priest Phaxian looked at Fong Ai with a smile on his face, nodded and said, Fong Ai has made great contributions today. When you return to the Holy Light Temple, you will naturally receive a reward from my lord. Fong Ai also received a reminder that he had completed the hidden task. But he was confused and had no idea what happened. Not even when he accepted and completed the hidden task. He could only watch High Priest Phaxian use the Holy Summoning skill again to leave, and respectfully saluted in the direction he left. The Holy Summoning skill is a divine art that borrows the power of the God of Light. Song Jian looked at it with envy. After the appearance of the High Priest Phaxian, the Lizardman NPC disappeared without a trace. As for the dark gold treasure chest, naturally, there was no way to compete with Fong Ai for it. At Song Jian's suggestion, Fong Ai opened the dark gold treasure chest in a daze, and immediately obtained 5 or 6 items. Hey! A dark gold skill scroll? Fong Ai couldn't help but shout, holding a golden skill scroll in his hand. Seeing that a skill scroll was actually opened in the treasure chest, Song Jian couldn't help but feel moved. Good things can often be opened in wild treasure chests, but most of them are equipment and weapons. Once a skill scroll is opened, it is often an extremely precious general skill or a skill that cannot be learned from the instructor of each profession. It is very precious. What skill is it? And which profession is it from? Song Jian couldn't help asking. Half-step collapse fist. A boxer's skill. Looks pretty powerful. Fong Ai smiled and shared the attributes of the skill scroll directly. Song Jian took a look and was surprised. This half-step collapse fist is really powerful. It can increase the critical strike to 100% in a short time. And it can also cause a break move effect on the target. Once it hits the target, it can cause a lot of damage. And the skill release time is very short. Whether it is a connecting skill or a finishing skill, it is very suitable. You are really rich. This skill book can be sold for at least 3 million Doomsday coins, Song Jian said in surprise. Boxers are melee professions, and can only wear leather armor, and cannot use other weapons except gloves, which is somewhat similar to Song Jian's sword master, who can only use long swords. Moreover, the boxer profession is a profession that relies heavily on skills, without a large number of skills to support it. The power of the boxer profession is actually not as good as that of an ordinary warrior profession. However, once a boxer has enough skills, he can create his own combos based on the skills. Whether it is a single fight with a boss or a group of monsters to upgrade, he has a good performance. It can't be sold for so much money. After all, there are too few boxers. Even if it is put in the auction house, I will be satisfied if it can be sold for 1 million. Fong Ai said with a smile on his face. For ordinary players, getting an item that can be sold for 1 or 2 million Doomsday coins is almost like winning the lottery. Song Jian's 10,000 swords art has been upgraded to level 10. Originally, he wanted to buy a gold quality skill book, but after imprisoning a necromancer and suppressing and devouring it directly, his proficiency has met the requirements for upgrading. If you want to upgrade the level of 10,000 swords art further, the gold quality skill book may only increase your proficiency by 1% to 2%, which is too cost effective. Now if you want to upgrade the level of 10,000 swords art, you must at least devour epic skills to get a significant improvement. This gave Song Jian a headache. This Wan Jianju was simply a giant beast that swallowed gold. He could hardly afford to support it. After inviting Fong Ai to the City of Hope, the two said goodbye to each other. In the dark, a wolf man stared at the dark gold quality skill book in Fong Ai's hand with scarlet eyes. The anger in his eyes was like a flame, about to burn and devour it. City of Hope. Damn. The wolf man gritted his teeth, wishing to cut the two people in front of him into pieces. But he still had some confidence in dealing with Fong Ai. And he had no confidence in dealing with either Song Jian or the High Priest Faxian. The instinct of the beast made it immediately give up the hatred with Fong Ai when facing Song Jian, and wanted to unite with the other party to fight against Song Jian. After the High Priest Faxian appeared, it immediately chose to escape, not even daring to show its head, and watched the dark gold quality treasure chest being occupied by Fong Ai. Do you want revenge? Suddenly, a deep voice sounded in its ears, with a slightly mocking tone. Who is talking to your Uncle Ruta like this? The Null NPC growled angrily. A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the Null Ruta. This shadow was like a ball of black fog condensing together and rolling continuously, while emitting endless heat in all directions. You are? The Null Ruta suddenly became cautious. From this shadow, it felt a powerful force, which was not much different from the power it felt from the great priest Faxian before. Want revenge? Want to have powerful strength? The shadow's tone was slightly charming. Revenge? I want to tear them all into pieces. The Null Ruta's scarlet eyes seemed to be slowly fading away, and he had a bloody mouth and let out a series of low roars. Embrace the abyss, and the abyss will give you endless power. The shadow whispered, darkness is coming. You and your tribe will become warriors embracing the abyss. At the moment of darkness, fight for the abyss, and you will get the power given to you by the abyss. I do. Ruta's mouth and nose were breathing hot air, and he looked ferocious. Use your blood to stamp your mark on this contract, and you will gain powerful power. And you can also give this power to your people. A pale golden parchment floated out of the shadow. Ruta didn't even look at it, but took out his weapon and scratched his hand hard, and blood splattered immediately. Idiot! Just one drop of blood is enough. The shadow looked at Ruta speechlessly as he stamped a bloody handprint on the contract, and cursed in his heart. At the moment the bloody handprint was stamped on the contract, the parchment burned out of thin air, and a dark mark appeared between Ruta's eyebrows, and waves of surging abyss power surged out of his body. Chapter 1033 Mentor. Song Jian thought that the invasion of the abyss hell would begin after the abyss channel was opened, but he never expected that the invasion of the abyss would begin much earlier than he expected. Just when many people in the game world were actively preparing for war, the abyss hell was like a drop of ink that fell into the pool, slowly spread out, and then could no longer be found. When the abyss channel was opened, those who had been infected by the power of the abyss would suddenly burst out, catching people off guard. Ruta was just an ordinary professional captured by the nearby jackals, but after it accepted the power of the abyss, it would be like a seed, taking root and sprouting in their tribe, infecting more people. This was a natural disaster more terrible than the plague. After watching the Black Dragon, Song Jian returned to the City of Hope and threw himself into the intense work. The defense of the City of Hope was weak and many places needed to be improved. Recently, he was discussing with the City of Sin to purchase a large-scale city energy light curtain defense facility. This is a facility that combines technology and magic means. It can cover the entire city in an energy light curtain based on the city wall. Once it is installed, the previous necromancer turned into black smoke and entered the City of Hope silently. However, this facility is also a strategic equipment. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for anyone to sell it. Even if the relationship between the City of Sin and the City of Hope is good, such a strategic facility cannot be sold. However, under the premise of the invasion of the Abyss Hell, some of the previous bans have begun to loosen. The City of Sin knows that the City of Hope has a magic crystal mine, so it is asking for a huge amount of magic crystal ore to buy this set of equipment. and the amount required is huge. Wang Qi is starting rounds of negotiations, and is very troubled. Song Jian has been busy in the city lord's mansion for a day. The territorial expansion campaign has just ended, and a large area of territory has been acquired. Now is his busiest time, because the city lord's seal is used to plan the infrastructure, and set the buildings that need to be built in the future. All of this is planned by a dedicated person. But it needs to be completed and confirmed through the city lord's seal. After confirmation, Song Jian no longer needed to worry about it. Naturally, construction workers would go and build according to the plan. Although the work was simple, it was very complicated. In the evening, Song Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go out and level up tomorrow. After passing the second level combat power assessment, I haven't really leveled up yet, Song Jian thought to himself. The combat experience required from level 50 to level 80 is an astronomical number. It is possible that after a day of swiping monsters of the same level, the experience value will not move at all. This is why many NPC professionals in the game have spent years, or even decades, to reach the third level combat power. On the one hand, because of their talent, they do not have such a convenient auxiliary system as players. Without bottlenecks, as long as the experience value is full, they can upgrade. On the other hand, it is also because each upgrade requires a huge amount of experience value. Therefore, those who can have the third level combat power in the game are all elites in the entire professional circle. Just as Song Jian stood in front of the window of the city lord's mansion, looking at the rolling black clouds above his head, a bright silver light, like a star, flickered in the distant sky. The light was getting closer and closer, and it seemed that something was flying towards the City of Hope. Song Jian immediately became alert, spread his steel wings, and flew over the city lord's mansion to observe carefully. After a while, Song Jian saw the other party clearly, and was immediately startled, and quickly landed. Soon, a figure stepped on a giant sword, flew in the air, and came to Song Jian. Teacher, Song Jian said respectfully with a yes. Duan Jian looked Song Jian up and down. A hint of surprise appeared on his face, but it quickly disappeared, and nodded and said, Good. Good. I didn't expect that you would reach the second level combat power in such a short time. Amazing. Song Jian had never seen this professional mentor since he met Duan Jian once, when he chose his profession at level 10. But he didn't expect to meet him again today. I wonder what instructions the mentor has for you this time. Song Jian asked with a smile. If I can do it, I will do my best to complete it. Ordinary professional players can often receive professional tasks from professional mentors, and the rewards are often the skills and special equipment of the profession. Excellent professional and rare professional mentors can occasionally be encountered, and the frequency of receiving professional tasks is much lower than that of ordinary professions. But the difficulty and grade of the tasks are one level higher than those of ordinary professional tasks. As for epic professions, many players are like Song Jian, except for meeting the professional mentor once when taking up the job. They never see him again. As for professional tasks, forget it. However, once players of epic professions meet professional mentors, the tasks they receive are often epic tasks. Once completed, the task rewards are better than dozens of ordinary professional tasks. Song Jian did not expect that his professional mentor would take the initiative to come to him and issue professional tasks. Although he looked respectful, Song Jian was very happy in his heart. I do have a task for you to complete. Duan Jian hesitated for a moment and said, If you can complete it, I will teach you the core skills of the swordsman profession. The swordsmanship. Players of epic professions seem to be much more powerful than ordinary professions. But their hardships are also something that ordinary profession players cannot experience, because they rarely see the skill instructors of their professions, except for the skills of their professions that they will obtain when they take up the job. The rest need to be collected by themselves. Although the skills of epic professions are much more powerful than those of ordinary professions, after mastering more skills of ordinary professions, they can form combos, and the power is not much worse than that of epic professions that only master one skill. When he heard about the sword controlling technique, Song Jian showed an embarrassed look on his face and whispered, Instructor, I have mastered the sword controlling technique. Mastered it? Duan Jian was stunned. You know, if he hadn't taught it, only those high-level monster bosses would have a very small chance of dropping epic professional skills. Unexpectedly, Song Jian had already acquired the sword controlling technique. This made Duan Jian a little embarrassed, and he quickly asked, I saw you flying before. But you didn't use a flying sword. Since you have mastered the sword controlling technique, why don't you use it? Song Jian quickly explained, I just used the Iron Wings skill, which is a skill that comes with the equipment and does not require any consumption. However, if I use the sword controlling skill to fly, it will continue to consume mental power. Moreover, I don't have a flying sword now. If I use the sword controlling skill to fly, I have to use my weapon. Once a battle occurs, I will lose the initiative. Since you have mastered the sword controlling technique, I can also teach you a skill of sword energy transformation. You can use sword energy to evolve into various shapes to increase the power of the skill. At the same time, due to the different transformations, there will be various effects. And the power is not bad, Duanjian said with a smile. Teacher, sword energy transformation? I just learned it a few days ago. Song Jian touched his nose and said a little embarrassedly. Chapter 1034 Clues. Duanjian's face was a little stiff. He also learned the sword energy transformation? How did you learn it? Duanjian couldn't help asking. During the second level combat power assessment. I drew it, Song Jian explained. The rewards after passing the second level combat power assessment are very targeted. There will be no reward items that the person can't use. Most of them are skills and equipment for this profession. Thinking of this, Duanjian showed a trace of relief on his face. I don't know what task the instructor needs me to complete. Even if there is no task reward, I will definitely complete it for the instructor, Song Jian said with a firm face. However, if Duanjian issues an epic mission, if he cannot provide a mission reward of corresponding difficulty, then his mission will not be issued at all. This is also something Song Jian already knew. And now he is just saying some cheap words. And even if Duanjian can really issue it, without the mission reward, how can Song Jian waste time and energy to complete it? At most, the mission will fail. After all, there is no mission reward. And there will be no serious punishment for mission failure. Duanjian seemed not to hear what Song Jian said. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, I have another secret skill called Dragon Slaying Technique. Have you heard of it? Song Jian was stunned and asked quickly, Teacher, what is a secret skill? Duanjian finally showed a look of relief on his face. It seemed that his student still didn't know something. He nodded and explained, all skills have grades, which you must have known. But skills are divided into 3 categories, namely sword skills, secret skills, and secrets. Sword skills are the basis, and secret skills are developed on the basis of sword skills. Or ordinary sword skills have undergone mutations, which are more powerful than sword skills. Secrets are similar to the existence of magic forbidden spells. Once released, mountains and rivers will collapse. Rivers will change course, and the face of nature will change. It is very powerful. Duanjian glanced at Song Jian and said slowly, Secret skills? Secrets? Song Jian couldn't help but think of his own 10,000 swords art. You know, at the beginning, the 10,000 swords art was just an ordinary skill to summon spirit swords and release spirit sword attacks. But in the end, it changed and merged with the Red Lotus Karma Fire, becoming the Red Lotus Karma Fire 10,000 swords art. This is probably what Master Duanjian said about the sword skills mutation, becoming a secret skill. Master, I also have a move. The Red Lotus Karma Fire 10,000 swords art. Take a look and see if it is a secret skill? Song Jian said hurriedly. As he said that, Song Jian performed the Red Lotus Karma Fire 10,000 swords art in front of an open space. This time, he did not use up all his sword energy, but only performed the ordinary Red Lotus Karma Fire 10,000 swords art. In this way, he could not trigger the Red Lotus sword formation, nor could he trigger the Red Lotus sword, Red Lotus palm seal, and sword chi stone tower behind. Duanjian's face also showed a trace of surprise, as he looked at the hundreds of spiritual swords burning with dark red flames filling the sky. 10,000 swords technique. It's really the 10,000 swords technique. Duanjian's eyes were a little moist, and there was even a trace of jealousy in his eyes when he looked at Song Jian. Do you know that the 10,000 swords technique is the core skill of the unique professional sword fairy? Duanjian said slowly. Disciple knows. Song Jian nodded and said, You know nothing. Duanjian said angrily, Sword fairy? The unique professional sword fairy. That is the existence that we have always pursued. How can you learn the core skills of this profession just because you want to? The instructor didn't ask you how you got the core skills of the sword immortal profession. But you have to know that the more such core skills are, the less likely they are to mutate. But once they do, how can the power be compared to ordinary secret skills? Duan Jian's body trembled slightly. Disciple. Song Jian didn't know what to say for a while. Duan Jian took a few deep breaths, calmed down, stared at Song Jian carefully, shook his head and sighed for a while, and cursed in his heart, shit luck. Then, Duan Jian's face became pleasant again, patted Song Jian on the shoulder and said, practice this skill well. The power of the mutated sword immortal core skill is no less than that of the ordinary secrets. You are really. Teacher, what about the dragon slaying technique you mentioned? Song Jian asked cautiously. Duan Jian was speechless. After a moment of silence, he said, since you have already learned the 10,000 sword technique, you don't need to learn other sword skills. Take out your weapon and show it to me. Song Jian's mind moved, and he summoned the sky-breaking sword from his body. Duan Jian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that Song Jian's weapon was actually a weapon that could be integrated into the body. You know, generally such weapons have sword spirits and can grow. Epic level. Invisible sky-breaking sword. Duan Jian carefully checked the attributes of the sky-breaking sword and couldn't help but exclaimed. You know, with his strength. At Song Jian's age, the weapon he held was just a dark gold quality long sword. This long sword has excellent properties, and it is a set of 5 weapons. This set is made up of 5 dark gold level long swords, which can be combined or separated. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to fuse and breed 5 sword spirits. Even the once famous sword fairy professional hundreds of years ago, his weapon was just a set of 2 weapons. Duan Jian seemed to remember something, and a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. After a moment, Duan Jian continued, your weapon has a good base. If it can grow up, it will definitely be more powerful than your sword fairy long sword. However, the sword spirit belonging to this long sword has not been fused and bred. Once the unique sword spirit belonging to this long sword is bred, the sword spirit can also be transformed into 5, and the properties of this long sword will be greatly increased. Teacher, is there any way to speed up this process? Song Jian asked hurriedly. I will issue you a personal task now. After completing it, you have 2 choices. One is the sword spirit crystal in my hand, and the other is to get a clue of the sword immortal suit. The sword spirit crystal can accelerate the birth of the sword spirit in your long sword. And the sword immortal suit is the legendary top-level professional suit that matches the only profession. However, I only have 1 clue about this suit and I haven't got it, Duan Jian explained. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt a prompt in the task bar. He quietly opened it and saw that the Sword Immortal Road task that had been stuck here had a new change. Sword Immortal Road Epic Task. Complete the task of the Sword Master Mentor Duan Jian. After completing it, you will automatically get the clue of the Sword Immortal Suit. According to the clue, find the legendary only professional suit. The Sword Immortal Suit. Chapter 1035 The Key to Oblivion. Song Jian was flying in the air, and the flame wings behind him kept scattering sparkling spots of light. Right below him was a dense jungle, like a green ocean, with no end in sight. It was more than 300 kilometers away from the Doomsday city. Along the way, many roads had been abandoned. Song Jian could not keep riding a motorcycle, so he could only walk, which was time-consuming and laborious. At this time, he deeply felt how wise it was to have a biological mount. He usually relied too much on the flame wings and flying swords. He had circled back and forth over the jungle 2 or 3 times, and it was almost dark. But he still couldn't find the fortress that his mentor Duan Jian mentioned. Does it mean that I really have to walk into this jungle to find the fortress? Song Jian thought to himself, recalling what his mentor had told him when he accepted the task. The fortress is protected by a mysterious force. You can't find its trace from the air. You must walk into the jungle from outside the jungle, and then find it along the route on the map I gave you. There is a bronze coffin deep in the fortress, in which lies a great monarch from 300 years ago. In his right hand, he holds a king's scepter, and in his left hand, he holds a golden scroll. I need you to bring the golden scroll back to me. Mission completed. This sword spirit crystal is yours. Originally, Song Jian thought that the instructor was just talking casually. When he came here, he did not feel the so-called mysterious power, so he did not pay attention to the instructor's words. After all, Searching on foot in the jungle is countless times more difficult than searching in the air. Forced to do so, Song Jian could only fall from the air. After a long journey, he showed a trace of fatigue on his face. Standing outside the jungle, he took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the jungle. According to the map given to him by instructor Duan Jian, Song Jian walked about 2 or 3 kilometers and finally saw a large lake. He had circled the jungle 2 or 3 times in the air before, but he did not find the lake. At this time, he believed that this jungle was really shrouded by a mysterious power that he did not understand. Follow this lake and walk east for another 2 kilometers. You can see the abandoned fortress. Song Jian glanced at the map and walked towards the lake. This lake is very large. Song Jian saw many wild beasts drinking water by the lake. After hearing the noise, they looked towards Song Jian and then fled in all directions in fear. These wild beasts were only more than 20 levels. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Song Jian, they did not dare to stay where they were. The wild beasts had sharp intuition and could always detect danger one step ahead of time. Song Jian glanced at the lake. The blue lake water was like a mirror. Occasionally, a few small fish more than a foot long would jump out of the lake, creating ripples, and the entire mirror surface suddenly shattered. The environment here is good, but it's too remote and desolate. Otherwise it would be a good place for leisure and vacation, Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, a black light refracted from the broken lake surface, which made Song Jian stunned and stared at the lake. After a while, the lake surface gradually calmed down and returned to its mirror-like appearance. The previous black light disappeared. As if everything was an illusion, Song Jian narrowed his eyes, picked up a stone, and threw it towards the lake. With a bang, the lake surface was broken, and ripples rippled. The black light appeared in Song Jian's eyes again. At the bottom of the lake, you can only see it when the lake surface ripples. It is usually hidden by the lake. Song Jian's heart sank. The black light was exactly the same as the one emitted by the Abyss Pyramid dungeon before. Song Jian jumped directly into the lake. The lake was much deeper than he imagined. The bottom of the lake was a piece of fine sand, and there were many huge gravels buried deep in it. In the center of the lake bottom, a black pyramid base was facing up, with the sharp corners inserted upside down in the lake sand, faintly emitting a black metallic luster. Sure enough, a level 3 Abyss Pyramid dungeon. Song Jian swam towards the black pyramid. These Abyss Phantom copies are all coordinates projected by the Abyss Hell in the game world. At that time, with these coordinates, the Abyss Hell will build a series of Abyss passages leading to the game world. At that time, endless Abyss creatures will be able to come to the game world from these passages to plunder resources. For humans in the game world, this is simply a disaster of extinction. Almost all humans in the game world have begun to destroy the Abyss copy. As long as you pass the real difficulty of the entire copy, there will be an option to completely destroy it. After destroying the copy, this coordinate will disappear, and the Abyss passage cannot be built nearby. However, the game world is too vast. Even if everyone gathers their strength, it is impossible to destroy all the copies of the Abyss Shadow. They can only destroy the copies near their own city to prevent the entire city from being occupied by creatures invading from the Abyss. Because Song Jian has already cleared the highest level of the Abyss Shadow copy, he can directly choose the highest real difficulty for a low-level Abyss Shadow copy like this. After approaching this inverted Abyss Shadow copy, Song Jian's figure disappeared. More than half an hour later, the pyramid collapsed into fine sand particles, which slowly dispersed under the impact of the lake water and then disappeared. Song Jian appeared at the bottom of the lake, holding a key with a black glow in his hand. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and he kicked his feet and swam towards the lake. Another black item. Standing by the lake, Song Jian was playing with the black key that had fallen from the Abyss Shadow copy, feeling a little surprised. Black items are special items in the game and are not in the order of item grades. Such items may have extremely high attributes, or they may just be toys. Lost key. Unknown attributes. Song Jian stared at the black key, looking thoughtful. Maybe it's a quest item. Maybe it needs a specific environment to display its attributes. Keep this thing well. Maybe there will be unexpected gains at that time. The reason why black quality items are precious is mainly because they are rare. Most players have been in the game for more than a year and have never even heard of black items. Some novices, even if they get black items by chance, destroy them as garbage. After all, The baggage bar for novices is too small. And there are too many useful items in this game. After putting away the key, Song Jian continued to walk towards the fortress indicated on the map. Chapter 1036 Epic Treasure Chest. The dilapidated city walls have collapsed in many places. The remaining walls that are still standing are covered with mottled traces of time. Cracks spread from the roots to the top of the walls. Signs of weathering can be seen everywhere, as if they will collapse with a light touch. This is an old rectangular city, about 1/4 the size of the City of Hope. An ancient castle in the center of the city can vaguely see the grandeur of the past. Song Jian feels that this city is somewhat similar to the human castle in the assessment world. This is the abandoned fortress mentioned by mentor Duan Jian. It was once stationed with a legion of a glorious empire. Hundreds of years later, the empire no longer exists, and the stationed legion can no longer be found. Only some residual traces similar to the magic crystal railgun are left, telling the former strength of the legion. There are many complex buildings in the fortress. Not all of them are military buildings. There are also many commercial buildings. Song Jian even saw a sign of an auction house hanging on the top of a 6-story building. The sign has long been dilapidated, but the 3 words auction house on it are clearly visible. The roads in the fortress are very spacious and can accommodate more than a dozen people walking side by side. The roads are not made of ordinary cement and concrete, but blue slabs that are more than 1 meter square. Even after hundreds of years of erosion, many blue slabs are still intact. Looking at the shops on both sides of the road, Song Jian can imagine the prosperous scene here at the time. He couldn't help but enter a few shops to explore, hoping to get some unexpected gains. However, to his disappointment, there were no valuable items in almost all the shops. Even if there were some remaining equipment items, they were worn out by the erosion of time and turned into ashes with a slight touch. On the street, there were still some soldier zombies wearing leather armor, holding rifles in their hands and carrying long swords behind them, constantly wandering. Violent Tiger Legion Soldier Zombie. Level 50 Elite. HP value, 80,000/8000. In this abandoned fortress, even the lowest level monsters were elite bosses at level 50. And there were also many Lord level ones. Song Jian just took a quick glance and found more than 5 Lord level bosses wandering among these elite soldiers. Song Jian summoned the sky-breaking sword and locked onto a legionnaire in front of him. He was about to use the Xianyu Liuguang sword, but suddenly heard a boom sound from a shop in front of him. He paused and looked up. Half of the wall of the shop suddenly collapsed, and a claw as big as 2 adults poked out of the shop. It was this huge claw that collapsed the wall of the shop. The nearby legionnaires, even those Lord-level legionnaires, all avoided it, as if there was a ferocious monster hidden in the shop. Boom! A huge monster completely collapsed the shop, and the surrounding bricks and stones were scattered. A huge werewolf over 5 meters tall appeared in Song Jian's eyes. Level 59 Command Level Boss. Mutant Werewolf Leader. Song Jian narrowed his eyes. He felt threatened by this boss. Song Jian felt that this command level boss was even stronger than the final boss in the level 5 Abyss Shadow Dungeon. If there was only this werewolf leader boss, Song Jian would still be interested in fighting with him. Maybe he could hold on until the 4th stage of the Infernal Fire Red Lotus Sword formation and improve his proficiency in the 10,000 Swords technique. But now, in addition to this command level werewolf leader boss, there are also a large number of elite bosses and lord bosses. Once a battle occurs, it may attract monsters in the entire fortress to surround him. Song Jian came here not to level up by killing monsters or to fight bosses, but to complete the mission. With a thought, Song Jian used the stealth technique of the epic necklace, entered stealth mode, and moved towards the fortress. When he got closer to the werewolf leader, Song Jian even deliberately avoided it. But the werewolf leader still raised his head and sniffed hard, as if he smelled something, and let out a series of angry roars. Fortunately, I didn't get close. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have discovered me and forced me to fight. Song Jian glanced at the werewolf leader from a distance and thought to himself. In the fortress, the roads are crisscrossed, densely packed like a spider web. Occasionally, there are 1 or 2 small squares that can accommodate 500 or 600 people. At the same time, there are some blind spots. These places are occupied by a group of skeleton-level bosses of the command level. Just a glance from a distance has aroused the attention of these bosses and made them restless. Fortunately, there was no battle before. Otherwise, in such an environment, there is no other way to go except to escape. Song Jian thought with lingering fear. He did not expect that this fortress was actually a barracks with so many monsters in it. The bronze coffin mentioned by instructor Duan Jian did not specify the specific location, but only said that in this fortress. Song Jian searched street by street, and would carefully search any powerful boss or special buildings. He found that in this fortress, there were 20 to 30 command level boss, whose levels could not be seen, and the remaining lord level and elite level boss were countless. Fortunately, he had the stealth skill. Otherwise, if he wanted to find the bronze coffin in this fortress, he could only clear all the monsters in this fortress bit by bit, and it might take a month to complete this epic task issued by the instructor. Song Jian searched for a long time, but couldn't find the bronze coffin. Looking at the castle in the center of the fortress, Song Jian sighed, and could only move towards the castle. This castle occupies almost 1/5 of the entire fortress, and is higher than the fortress wall. There are 3 command level bosses in the square in front of the castle alone. Entering the castle, the monsters must be higher level and more numerous. Song Jian originally held a glimmer of luck, but now it seems that the bronze coffin that the mentor mentioned should be in this castle. Sneak all the way to the castle. When passing a dark alley, Song Jian was suddenly attracted by a purple-red light. At the end of this dark alley, there was an epic treasure chest lying there quietly, which made Song Jian feel a little surprised and pleasantly surprised. The treasure chests in the game will not refresh repeatedly. Once opened, they will never appear again. Song Jian had never encountered a treasure chest except when he first entered the game. He did not expect to encounter a treasure chest in this place. And it was an epic treasure chest. It was like picking up an epic equipment for free. Chapter 1037 Unlocking. The alley was empty, with no other monsters except an epic treasure chest. This made Song Jian feel a little strange. You know, there is usually a powerful monster guarding such a treasure chest. If you want to get the treasure chest, you either have to lure the monster away or kill it. There is no other way. The vertical eye between the eyebrows opened, and a faint light shone. Sure enough, a translucent figure was constantly wandering in front of the treasure chest in the depths of the alley. This was a monster that could be invisible. But Song Jian had seen a lot of such monsters, and didn't find it strange. Song Jian, who was in stealth mode, slowly moved towards the monster. He had to stay away from the entrance of the alley. Otherwise the movement of the battle might attract other monsters. Shadow Scout. Level 55. Elite Boss. HP 75,000/75,000. The level 55 Elite Boss was not a threat to Song Jian. But the quieter the fight, the better. Song Jian decided not to use the 10,000 swords technique. Otherwise it would make too much noise, and attract a large number of monsters. This Shadow Scout kept wandering around, occasionally stopping and looking around, looking very alert, and then resumed his previous wandering state. This Shadow Scout had a pistol on his waist, and a dagger in his right hand. He looked like an agile professional similar to the thief profession. Such monsters are very sensitive, and they will detect Song Jian's presence at the slightest movement. Song Jian approached cautiously, observing the opponent's movements. In the non-combat state, the Shadow Scout's movements were still very regular. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters. When Song Jian was 5 meters away from the Shadow Scout, he suddenly saw its movement stagnate, as if it noticed something and turned around. Looking in the direction of Song Jian stopped and did not move for a long time. And the Shadow Scout shook its head and returned to its previous wandering state. The alert range is 5 meters. Song Jian thought to himself. The previous cautiousness was to detect the alert range of this monster. He wanted to kill it as quickly as possible. When the Shadow Scout turned around and continued to wander, Song Jian's speed suddenly increased, and he rushed towards it like an arrow. At this moment, the Shadow Scout suddenly tensed up. A ferocious look appeared on his face, and he turned around and roared in the direction of Song Jian. Xian Yulu Guang's sword. The 2-meter distance probably took Song Jian less than a second, and after entering the 3-meter range, he entered the attack range of Xian Yulu Guang's sword. After casting, Song Jian's speed became faster, and the whole person rushed towards the Shadow Scout like a stream of light. At the moment when the Shadow Scout held the dagger tightly and turned around, the sky-breaking sword had already pierced into its chest fiercely. The Shadow Scout, who originally wanted to parry, suddenly felt that his body seemed to be out of control, and his feet became light. Swish, swish, swish. The sword flashed, and 9 sword chi pierced the body of the Shadow Scout. Then, 9 blood arrows shot out from his body, and the body of the Shadow Scout also floated up, more than 1 meter above the ground, and the whole person was in a floating state. Thousands of points of critical damage floated up from the top of the Shadow Scout's head. The Shadow Scout in the floating state was completely defenseless. In addition, he was originally an agile profession, and both his defense and blood value were much lower than other professions. This attack directly caused him to lose 1/3 of his blood value. Before it landed, Song Jian restored the sky-breaking sword and used the skill of sword chi transformation. In front of him, countless sword chi condensed and entangled with each other, evolving into a white tiger more than 1 meter tall, roaring and rushing towards the Shadow Scout. Sword chi white tiger. Damage 5000. Armor-breaking property. Sword chi can transform into anything, and any shape it evolves has its own characteristics. At this time, the sword chi white tiger that Song Jian evolved with sword chi has the attribute of armor breaking. Boom! The sword chi white tiger slammed into the Shadow Scout fiercely, and with a wave of its front paw, several flashes of light and shadow appeared, and the Shadow Scout's leather armor shattered directly, revealing the body inside. Puff! A mouthful of dark brown blood mist spurted out of the Shadow Scout's mouth, and its body slammed fiercely against the wall beside the alley. At this time, hundreds of translucent spirit swords burning with dark red flames had emerged around Song Jian's body. Before the Shadow Scout could get up, countless spirit swords had already chopped at its body. Boom! 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 A series of low roars sounded in the alley, and then slowly died down after a while. The soldier zombies on the nearby streets heard the noise and slowly surrounded the alley. But after the sound faded, these soldier zombies wandered around for a while and dispersed to the surroundings. Looking at the broken body of the Shadow Scout, Song Jian frowned slightly. The 10th level 10,000 swords art can summon up to 350 spirit swords, and at least 60. Just now, with the blood value of the Shadow Scout, 60 spirit swords were enough to kill the opponent. But in the previous attack, Song Jian summoned more than 200 spirit swords. Although the sword energy consumed was the same, it was obviously wasted a lot, and the movement was also very loud. When performing sword skills, others pursue the greater the power, the better. But I want to choose another way. It is best to accurately control the number of spiritual swords used each time the 10,000 swords technique is performed. Only in this way can I completely master the essence of this move. Song Jian thought to himself. The Karma Red Lotus 10,000 swords technique is Song Jian's most powerful attack skill. It must be mastered thoroughly. To achieve the realm of perfection, it is necessary to control the number of spiritual swords used each time. After having a direction, the rest is to work tirelessly in this direction. Song Jian picked up a level 50 dark gold dagger dropped by the Shadow Scout and walked towards the epic treasure chest. Locked? Song Jian was stunned when he saw the lock on the epic treasure chest. No wonder there is only one elite boss guarding it. If it is an epic treasure chest that is not locked, at least a dominant boss should be guarding it. Song Jian shook his head and sighed. He is not a thief, and has not learned the art of unlocking. If it is a treasure chest of lower grade, he can just use the sky-breaking sword to open it violently. But there is a disadvantage of opening it violently, which is that the grade of the items in the treasure chest will be reduced by 1 level, and it has high requirements for the quality of the weapon. The higher the level of the treasure chest, the less likely it is to be opened violently. For an epic treasure chest, even if Song Jian can open it violently, I am afraid that the durability of the sky-breaking sword will be greatly reduced. At that time, he will only get a golden quality item, which is not worth the loss. Thinking of this, Song Jian could only shake his head regretfully and prepare to leave. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had obtained a black item, the Forgotten Key, when he cleared the level 3 Abyss Shadow dungeon. He wondered if this key could open the treasure chest. Song Jian took out the Forgotten Key and thrust it towards the keyhole. But he did not expect that the Forgotten Key would emit a dazzling black light the moment it touched the keyhole. The whole key seemed to melt and turned into a viscous liquid, flowing into the keyhole. System, you are using the Forgotten Key to crack the treasure chest. It will take 13 minutes and 57 seconds. Please wait patiently. It can actually be opened. It is simply a master key. Song Jian showed a look of surprise in his eyes. Chapter 1038 Entering the Castle. In front of Song Jian, a slow unlocking progress bar was moving forward. And the forgotten key was also flashing with various colors, as if it was cracking a password. At this time, the forgotten key was no longer the dark and inconspicuous appearance before, but was like a dazzling flowing crystal, filling the entire keyhole of the treasure chest. Time passed by minute, and the progress bar finally reached the end. With a light click, the treasure chest opened, and Song Jian dug inside and took out several items. A skill book with a gold-lined border and very delicate workmanship, emitting a faint purple-red light. Song Jian's eyes showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect to find a skill book. He picked it up and saw that it was a skill book exclusive to the thief profession. Force cooldown removal. After activation, all skills that entered the cooldown state will be restored and can be used directly. Force cooldown removal. A skill exclusive to the thief profession. After using it, the cooldown time of all skills within 5 minutes will be eliminated. The cooldown time of this skill is 15 minutes. The thief profession has many skills. Like the mage, it is a profession that relies entirely on skills to deal damage. With this skill, the thief profession can completely burst out 2 rounds of damage in a row, and the combat effectiveness can be doubled instantly. In addition to this skill book, there is also a gold and silver quality equipment, as well as some sundries that can only be thrown into the store. Song Jian took a look at this skill book and directly chose the skill to devour. The proficiency of the 10,000 swords technique, which was just at level 10, suddenly jumped forward a lot. Song Jian took a look and found that it was about 1/5. In other words, the level 10,000 swords technique needs 5 epic skills to be upgraded to level 11. After opening the epic treasure chest, Song Jian continued to move towards the castle deep in the city. Occasionally, if he encountered 1 or 2 lone monsters, he would go up and clear them. With the terrifying damage of the 10,000 swords technique, the monsters encountered could not react at all and were killed instantly. There was no way to summon other monsters to besiege Song Jian. Song Jian used the 10,000 swords technique again and again, carefully experiencing each change. This is the core skill of the only professional sword immortal. It takes a lot of time and energy to fully master it. This is not something that can be completed in a short time. Song Jian is not in a hurry. Gradually, Song Jian slowly approached the castle in the center of the fortress. In front of the castle, there is an open square. Song Jian hid behind a 5 or 6-story auction house and looked towards the square. The square is open, covering several thousand square meters. Densely packed soldier zombies are wandering in the square. They hold rifles in their hands and carry cold weapons such as long swords and long knives behind them. Some of them wear leather armor, and some even wear scale armor and chain mail. Among these monsters, there was a strong warrior over 3 meters tall, holding a Gatling multi-barrel rotary machine gun in both hands, with ammunition belts hanging all over his body, wearing a set of Special Forces combat uniform, a sword on his waist, and a dagger tied to his calf. This strong warrior was an extremely powerful boss at first glance. Although his level could not be seen, Song Jian could still feel the aura emanating from the dominant boss. If you want to enter the castle, you must pass through the square in front of you. There is no other way to go. However, Song Jian had already tested it before. The alert range of these soldier zombies is about 3 meters at the weakest, and most of them are between 5 and 6 meters. The square is densely packed, and the distance between each other is probably less than 1 meter. In this case, even the top thieves have no way to pass through here. There is no other way. I can only force it, Song Jian muttered to himself after a moment of silence. With a thought, Song Jian's figure suddenly became blurred. After a violent shake, 2 Song Jians, who looked exactly the same, appeared in the same place. Sword Shadow Clone. The 4th level Sword Shadow Clone can inherit 50% of Song Jian's attributes and all skills, but the inherited skills are only level 1. After the clone appeared, it rushed directly to the square, stood at the edge of the square, waved a long sword in his hand, and dozens of spiritual swords appeared, floating around the clone. And as it waved, it smashed towards the monsters on the square. Boom, boom, boom. The first level of 10,000 swords are covered a large area, causing hundreds of monsters to be hurt, and at the same time attracted the attention of more monsters. Even the boss in the center of the square roared, holding the machine gun in his hand, and strode towards the clone. Bang, bang, bang. A monster that was close to the clone shot at it, and a few blood flowers burst out of the Sword Shadow clone's body, and then turned into black mist and dissipated in the air. And the blood value dropped sharply. Song Jian was shocked. The attack damage of these monsters was so strong that he didn't dare to let the clone resist it. He quickly controlled the clone to run towards the alley behind him. A large group of monsters were led by the clone. After a while, less than half of the monsters were left wandering in the square. These were the monsters that were too far away and were not attracted. Even the boss was led out by the clone. After a while, the unique roar of the Gatling gun sounded in the alley, and the blood value of the clone dropped rapidly. Hurry up. The clone can't hold on for long. Song Jian's figure jumped out like lightning, and the sword energy in his body surged. In an instant, it all surged into the sky-breaking sword in his hand, and the sword light burst out. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. Song Jian rushed to the center of the square and swung his sword at the monsters blocking the gate of the castle. In an instant, hundreds of spiritual swords burning with dark red flames attacked the monsters like missiles. But Song Jian ignored them and rushed directly to the castle gate. At this moment, Song Jian felt that the connection between his clone and himself was suddenly interrupted. He knew that it would not be long before the monsters and boss that were led away would come back, and his feet could not help but speed up a little. The monsters around the castle gate were bombarded by the spiritual swords. Just as they were about to rush towards Song Jian, a huge red lotus rotated and sucked them all into the center of the sword formation. Song Jian almost brushed past the bodies of several monsters and rushed over. Just as he entered the castle gate, the unique roar of the Gatling machine gun sounded behind him. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, Song Jian felt a sharp pain in his back, and at the same time, the rocks on both sides of the castle gate were swept into pieces, and the messy gravel was picked up and shot around, hitting Song Jian's face painfully. Song Jian subconsciously jumped forward, bent his body and rolled twice, and hid in the castle. The Fire Red Lotus sword formation behind him made a roar, and rows of experience points were quickly displayed in the battle status bar. The monsters behind him didn't seem to dare to enter the castle. After Song Jian hid in the castle, the boss and the monsters chasing back lost their target and began to wander again. Soon, the Fire Lotus sword formation disappeared, and Song Jian entered a non-combat state again. At this time, he saw that his health value had actually decreased by more than 3,000 points. It's really scary. The monsters here are too strong. If you want to kill it, I'm afraid you have to spend a lot of lives. But if you can get the boss's weapon, it will be really rich. Song Jian looked behind the castle gate with lingering fear. If the boss's weapon really fell, it would at least be of epic quality, and it might even reach legendary level. Such a multi-barrel rotary machine gun is completely a strategic weapon in war, which can turn the situation in an area. Song Jian thought while groping along the road in the castle towards the depths. He felt that the bronze coffin mentioned by the mentor should be in the depths of this castle. Chapter 1039 Bear Man. Song Jian completed the epic mission assigned by his mentor in the fortress. The City of Hope did not panic because of his departure. In fact, Wang Qi and others had already gotten used to Song Jian's frequent absence from the City of Hope. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner after Song Jian left. Negotiations with the City of Sin were still going on. The Abyss Shadow dungeons that should be purchased were purchased, and those that should be destroyed were destroyed. After the system announcement was issued, the players who first occupied the Abyss Shadow dungeons knew that these dungeons would become the bridgehead for the Abyss Hell to attack the game world, and they would become worthless at that time. Even if the people in the City of Hope did not purchase them, they would definitely be forced to destroy them all in the end. Now they could make a final profit, so they were naturally very happy. However, there are also some copies whose occupants cannot be contacted, and they have not been destroyed until now. Wang Qi has arranged for someone to contact these players, and must destroy all copies near the City of Hope before the Abyss invades. Just as Song Jian went to explore the depths of the castle, 3 NPCs appeared in the teleportation array of the City of Hope. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of nearby players. These 3 people wore black robes, holding magic wands in their hands, and their bodies were thin. They were huddled in the white robes. Most importantly, they exuded a faint black aura from the inside out. The City of Hope, which had just experienced the invasion of the Necromancer, would be very alert to any abnormality. When the nearby players saw the 3 people, they immediately showed a vigilant look on their faces. Some people directly held their weapons in their hands. If it weren't for the friendly green names above their heads, they would probably be attacked by the people around them the moment they appeared. Is this the City of Hope? It is indeed a newly built city. It's really unlucky that it has just been built, and it has to encounter such a disaster. Sora put down his hood, revealing a handsome face, pointed ears, fair skin, and a pair of big eyes looking around curiously, looking like a legendary elf. A city like this can't possibly withstand the Abyss disaster. Our Oracle City is the safest place in the world. Another goblin-like NPC put down his hood and looked around with disdain. It's not as prosperous as the Oracle City. After all, it's just a newly built city. There's no need to be so demanding. The last orc-like NPC looked at the residents of the City of Hope, who were slowly gathering around with a scrutinizing look, and his mouth curled up involuntarily. The response mechanism of this city is also problematic. We have been here for more than 10 minutes, but no one has come to ask. Either the guards around are lazy, or this city has not established a crisis response mechanism at all. It's terrible. Sora sighed, and felt more and more that this city could not survive the disaster. Haha. Isn't this exactly why we came here? The Goblin Mirror showed a strange smile on his face. As long as we show our ability and give them some sweet treats, I think our mission should be completed smoothly. I hope so. The gods are watching us. Orc Inar crossed his hands respectfully in front of his chest and said respectfully with his head held high. The three of them walked leisurely on the streets of the City of Hope and went into every store they passed by, as if they were trying to understand the situation of the city. But their destination was very clear, which was the tall city lord's mansion in the center of the city, which was Song Jian's manor castle. Song Jian walked carefully in the passage of the castle. He felt a little strange that he had not encountered a monster after walking for so long. But soon, Song Jian heard a low roar and panting from the front, and it sounded like a beast was waiting for him. Song Jian walked to the end of the passage, where there was an open door. It looked like a restaurant. A huge dining table was placed in the middle of the room. There was only one chair next to the table. An extremely strong bear man was sitting on it and feasting. This bear man had a human body and limbs, but his head was a huge black bear head. It also had thick black hair on its body, and it looked like a black bear that could walk upright. Level 58 Domination Level Boss. Brook Bearman. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and stared at the monster in front of him to check its attributes. It's still a mutant monster. Brook Bearman Mutation. Level 58. Domination Level Boss. HP 1350000/1350000. The Bearman roared and raised his hand to throw the huge dining table in front of him with a diameter of more than 5 meters. The food on the table flew towards Song Jian, making a whistling sound. Song Jian jumped out of the way. At this time, Brook Bearman had stood up from his seat. Only then did Song Jian realize that the height of the bearman in front of him was more than 5 meters, with bulging muscles all over his body, giving people a very strong feeling. The whole person looked like a mobile fortress, which was very scary. Roar! Intruder! Die! The bear man roared, his body glowing bloody. His body, originally more than 5 meters tall, grew a lot taller, and his head almost touched the ceiling of the restaurant. It strode towards Song Jian, and when it passed by the flying table, it grabbed it and smashed it towards Song Jian. Song Jian waved the sky-breaking sword and split the huge table in half. At this moment, a black shadow enveloped him. Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face. He didn't expect that such a heavy and huge bear man could move so agilely. Before he could react, the bear man rushed towards Song Jian like a small mountain. Bang! Song Jian felt as if he was hit by a speeding train. He flew into the air and hit the wall 3 or 4 meters behind him. Suddenly, a human-shaped pit appeared on the wall built with huge rocks. Song Jian felt that all the bones in his body seemed to be broken. This guy is so strong. Song Jian couldn't help but spit out blood, with a look of horror on his face. Dark Strike. The bear man roared and swung his right fist towards Song Jian. On his fist, a black light bloomed, and this light condensed into a huge bear head, making a low whistling sound. Song Jian's face changed drastically. In an instant, his figure disappeared and turned into a translucent soul state, passing through the wall directly. Soul Walk. This is the most powerful movement and evasion skill that Song Jian has mastered. It turns into a soul state and is immune to all attack methods except soul attacks. It can pass through any obstacles in the first 3 seconds after being cast. The skill lasts for 9 seconds, which is enough for Song Jian to avoid all fatal injuries. Boom! The hard rock wall exploded, and a big hole appeared in front of Song Jian. Huge rubble splashed out, brushing against Song Jian's body. Some even penetrated Song Jian's body and smashed behind him. Azure Dragon Sword Body. Withering Power. A brilliant blue light burst out from Song Jian's body. As soon as he raised his hand, the Withering Power twisted in the air like a rope and wrapped around the bear man. Suddenly, the bear man became like a snail and his speed dropped significantly. Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief. The oppression of this boss was too strong. Its attacks were like a storm, making it difficult for people to breathe. From the first time he saw it until now, Song Jian couldn't even use the 10,000 swords technique and was suppressed by the opponent. If he didn't have the soul walk skill, he would probably have been seriously injured by the opponent and was in a dying state. Chapter 1040 Blood Clan Baron. The power of withering was exerted, and the bear man's speed slowed down greatly. At this time, Song Jian leisurely swung the sky-breaking sword and used the skill of 10,000 swords. In an instant, the entire space was covered with densely packed spiritual swords burning with dark red flames. Feeling the threat of death, the long hair on the bear man's neck suddenly exploded, and he roared and turned to flee. However, at this time, its speed was greatly reduced, and whether it was attacking or escaping, it was back to its former agility. More than 300 spiritual swords flew towards the bear man like sharks smelling blood, constantly slashing at its body, and bursts of roars broke out. The bear man roared angrily, waving his two huge palms in the air, constantly hitting the spirit swords around him, sparks flying everywhere. Unexpectedly, several of the originally translucent spirit swords were actually destroyed by it, which made Song Jian look surprised. However, although several spirit swords were destroyed, there were too many remaining spirit swords to have any effect at all. The blood value of the bear man dropped by nearly 500,000 points in an instant, and dense damage numbers floated up from his head, with different colors, almost connected into one. This command-level boss originally required at least dozens of players above level 50 to cooperate tacitly to be killed. But now Song Jian alone fought this boss with great success. Once the 10,000 swords technique was used, no matter how powerful the boss was, it had no way to break free from the restraints of the Red Lotus sword formation, and could only watch its health value rapidly decrease in the Red Lotus fire. The Brook Bearman boss was no exception. In the Red Lotus sword formation, he could only roar painfully and helplessly, but there was nothing he could do. Finally, the Sword Chi Stone Tower appeared and directly suppressed the Bearman. After Song Jian chose to devour it, a weak Bearman soul was sucked into the Sword Chi Stone Tower, and a countdown of more than 5 hours appeared in front of Song Jian. Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief. The attack of this Bearman boss was probably ranked in the top 3 among the domination-level bosses he had encountered. Although it looked huge, its movements were not clumsy at all, with its violent and torrential attacks. If it was an ordinary shield warrior, he might not even be able to pull the monster steadily and be killed by the opponent. Unfortunately, although sword energy swallowing can improve the proficiency of 10,000 swords, it can't drop loot. This is the only thing that makes Song Jian depressed. You know, this level 50 plus command level boss has a high probability of dropping epic items. Just as Song Jian sat down to restore his health, mental strength, and sword energy, he suddenly received a message from Wang Qifa. Several NPCs from the Oracle City appeared in the City of Hope, hoping to build a Tower of Gods here. In exchange, the Oracle City can form an alliance with the City of Hope. When the City of Hope is attacked, the Oracle City can use the Tower of Gods to provide help. I need to think about this. Do they have anything else to do? Song Jian asked in the communicator. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, they did not leave directly, but wandered around the city and chatted with many NPCs who settled here. It seems that there are some tasks. Wang Qi hesitated. Send people to keep an eye on them. I always feel that they are not good people. In addition, contact the City of Sin and ask them what this Tower of Gods is used for? Song Jian ordered. Now he said that he knew too little information. He had never come into contact with many things before. He had no idea what the so-called Tower of Gods was used for, and whether it was good or bad for the City of Hope. Moreover, as a messenger of a city, he should also be cautious. The City of Oracle is a big city thousands of kilometers away from the City of Hope. How could their eyes fall on a newly built city like the City of Hope? Song Jian thought to himself. However, Before he got the news about the Tower of Gods from the City of Sin, he would not make any decision. Although he was the Lord of the City of Hope, the City of Hope already accommodated more than 30,000 players and about 100,000 NPCs. Any decision he made would determine the lives of these people. So he had to be cautious. After recovering in the castle, Song Jian continued to explore the depths of the castle. Although there were few monsters in the castle, once encountered, they would be the commanding level boss, which gave Song Jian a headache. The 10,000 swords technique made too much noise, and the restaurant was already destroyed. Song Jian was afraid that if he performed the 10,000 swords technique a few more times, the entire castle would be greatly damaged. Bronze coffin. I don't know what the relationship between the monarch lying in the bronze coffin and this fortress is, and why he was buried in this place. Song Jian thought to himself, the most important thing is why this monarch has information about the Sword Immortal professional suit. All this is like a fog, and Song Jian must touch the bronze coffin to find clues. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from Song Jian's ears. Bang, bang, bang. It was like the sound of a beating heart, which made Song Jian a little restless. Unconsciously, he found that his heartbeat began to overlap with the sound in his ear. Bang! Another violent beating. Song Jian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his blood value dropped by more than 1,000 points. Song Jian was startled. At this moment, he realized that he was under attack and a monster had set its sights on him. However, he was now in a corridor with solid rock walls on both sides, and he did not see any trace of monsters. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of his heartbeat seemed to be getting faster and faster, which made Song Jian's heart beat faster involuntarily. Vertical eye. Song Jian opened a vertical eye between his eyebrows, and a pale golden light burst out from his eyes. The originally dim environment suddenly became clear. At the same time, a huge black shadow was lying on the ceiling of the corridor where Song Jian was, staring at him with a pair of greedy eyes. What the hell? Song Jian immediately became alert, holding the sky-breaking sword tightly and staring at the huge black shadow. Hua la la. The black shadow disintegrated directly and turned into countless palm-sized bats, flying towards Song Jian. These bats fell to the ground and recondensed into a humanoid creature, wearing a blood-red dress, thin body, pale face, and two fangs sticking out of his lips. Blood Clan? Song Jian narrowed his eyes. This kind of creature is the most difficult monster he has ever encountered. It is sharp in action, can fight and resist, and has amazing recovery ability and a strong desire for revenge. In the eyes of these monsters, humans are their food and their mobile blood bank. They despise humans from the bottom of their hearts. This is not a place you can come to. Human. The blood man opposite showed Song Jian a cruel smile, and gently stroked his lips with his fingers. Another mutant monster. Baron Gorilla. Level position. Command level boss strength. And blood value of 1.3 million. Song Jian's face sank slightly. The monster in front of him was even higher than the previous bear man. More than 10 levels higher than Song Jian. He couldn't see the other party's level, although the blood value was slightly insufficient. Song Jian felt a more terrifying threat from it than the bear man.